Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2986 to Chapter 3040. In the silent atmosphere, Xianxia ignored all kinds of eyes around and said softly, "Child, how should we deal with this person?" Lin Sun said, "Of course it's up to you. Don't worry, Daheng Sword House is not worth mentioning. Don't worry about causing me any trouble." Xianxia nodded. Buzz, the Dao sword that was pressing down on Feng Xiaoyun shook violently. The sword intent it released shattered Feng Xiaoyun's body and destroyed his primordial spirit. An immortal figure died in front of him. The bloody scene shocked all the big shots of Jin clan present. Plop! Plop! Jin Wuhong and others, who realized that something was wrong, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Xianxia, we are just thinking for the sake of all our clansmen. It's impossible for us to really submit to Daheng Sword House. We, your uncles, know that we have sinned. We don't ask for your forgiveness, but please give us a way to live." "Yes, Xianxia, do you remember that I watched you grow up and taught you Taoism when you were a child?" All kinds of pleas sounded. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun shook his head and turned to walk out of the hall. "Xianxia, you solve it yourself." Xia Ji and Xian Jiuyin also walked out of the hall. "Xianxia is so pitiful to have such clansmen," Xian Jiuyin sighed softly. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. Not to mention others, he himself had experienced many similar things. For example, when he entered the Forbidden City for the first time when he was young to solve the internal affairs of Lin family. For example, he went to the Eternal World to solve the grievances of Luo family. It was even to the extent that there were hidden dangers and chronic ailments within the Yuan sect. It seemed that this kind of thing was not uncommon in the whole world. After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia walked out of the hall. "Solved?" Xian Jiuyin couldn't help asking. Xianxia nodded and looked at Lin Sun, saying, "Child, my father said that they want to apologize to you in person, but they are worried that you will be angry and refuse to forgive them." Lin Sun said with a smile, "You don't have to do that. I don't have any opinions about them. As long as you feel that you can forgive them, that's enough." Xianxia nodded, "I understand." Lin Sun said gently, "Don't think too much about it. I don't care about what they did in the past, but I've always felt that I've let you down. If you're worried about these people, when we return to the eternal true world, we can just leave with them." At that time, Xianxia resolutely chose to draw a clear line with her clan for Lin Sun. Since then, she had been with him all the time. She experienced all kinds of hardships and bloodshed, but she never complained or asked for anything from him. How could Lin Sun not be moved? In fact, he often felt guilty for letting her down. He once whipped a famous horse in a drunken stupor for fear of burdening a beauty. "Really?" Xianxua's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. She didn't dare to make this request before, for fear that Lin Sun would feel conflicted. But she never thought that Lin Sun would take the initiative to make it. Lin Sun patted her on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Xianyu, don't try to guess my mind so carefully in the future. Whatever you want to do, as long as I can promise you, I will help you." Xianxia nodded and revealed an intoxicating smile from the bottom of her heart. She said, "I understand." Xian Jiuyin, who was at the side, was anxious. "What do you know? Do you dare to say what you want the most right in front of Lin Sun?" Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't do so. It was as if Lin Sun's promise to bring the Jin clan away had already made her feel extremely happy and satisfied. In just 2 hours, all the Jin clan members were gathered and placed in the treasure that Xianxia carried with her. An immortal Dao treasure could contain a small world, so it was more than enough to bring all the Jin clan members. Of course, the Jin clan paid the price of all the properties and forces in the White Sovereign Galaxy. But as long as they could go to the Eternal World, it was already a great fortune that could change the fate of the clan. It was worth mentioning that Jin Wuhong and the other important figures of the Jin clan were all sentenced to death for betraying the clan. After doing all this, Lin Sun and the others didn't waste any time and continued on their journey. Soul Oblivion Sea. The sky was high and the clouds were vast. The space rippled, and Lin Sun and the others appeared out of nowhere. This was the third time Lin Sun stepped into this place after so many years. Everything has changed, Almost immediately, Lin Sun felt the surging power of the rules of heaven and earth shrouding the void, emitting an astonishing primitive and ancient life force. He remembered that the last time he returned, he had to suppress his cultivation to the quasi-emperor perfection realm to adapt to the rules of heaven and earth here. The reason was that the rules of heaven and earth above the soul oblivion sea couldn't withstand the power above the emperor realm, or else it would cause chaos. But now, Lin Sun's transcendent realm perfection realm cultivation didn't feel any suppression or discomfort. Without a doubt, the rules of heaven and earth in the soul oblivion sea could withstand the peak of the immortal level. This was shocking. In just a short 10 years, the Tao aura here is so dense that it's almost catching up to the sixth heaven of the eternal world. This change is too huge, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. When he first arrived at the outer region of the starry ancient path, the changes in the rules of heaven and earth were already shocking. When he arrived at the soul oblivion sea where the ultimate was, the rules of heaven and earth were completely different, giving Lin Sun the illusion that he had entered the eternal world. It's really incredible. Xianxia and Xianxia couldn't help but be moved. Only Xie was as quiet as before, completely unconcerned about all this. A cultivator's cultivation will definitely improve at a godly speed in such a place, and it's the easiest for the heavens and the earth to give birth to rare spirit veins, divine materials, and divine herbs. Even though this sort of upheaval has merely continued for 10 years, to some cultivators that are trapped within their own cultivation realms, such an extraordinary upheaval of the heavens and the earth would definitely allow them to rise rapidly on their path towards the Tao and break through repeatedly. Lin Sun said, "I just don't know what the ultimate will be like, Brother Lin. As early as 70 years ago, your Lin family had already entered the ultimate in advance and settled in the core ruins. When that shocking change occurred in the ultimate, the Lin family would definitely be the first to benefit." Xianxia smiled, "What's more, you've already left for more than 100 years. The Lin family's strength has probably already undergone a tremendous change. Even if many external forces invaded, there wouldn't be any problems." "I hope so." As Lin Sun spoke, he had already stepped forward. He was too familiar with the soul oblivion sea, and he was very clear about the location of the ultimate. Not long after he moved forward, Lin Sun's divine sense captured the aura of many cultivators scattered in different seas. These cultivators were obviously from different powers, and they occupied numerous islands in the oceanic domain. They seemed to intend to conquer the oceanic domain. It seemed like they were going to stay for a long time. Those islands were all set up with restrictive formations, and they were built like a paradise. Although the soul oblivion sea was the first to benefit from the shocking change in the ultimate, it would indeed bring immeasurable benefits to cultivation if we establish a cave residence here and establish a Taoist orthodoxy. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. As they got closer and closer to the ultimate, the aura of the cultivators they sensed along the way became stronger and stronger. Obviously, only those with powerful forces and profound cultivation could occupy the position closest to the ultimate. Boom, a wave of battle suddenly sounded in the distance. Lin Sun looked up and saw that it was the cultivators of two forces fighting. It seemed that they were fighting for the ownership of an island in the sea. The battle was extremely fierce, and the seawater was dyed red. There were also many cultivators watching from afar as if they were used to it. "I'm afraid this sea will be designated as the territory of the Dongting World's Aqua Cloud Sword Pavilion. This is already the 49th battle of forces in the past month, right?" "Exactly." As the news of the shocking change in the ultimate spreads, the top forces of the various starry skies in the vast thousand world have been attracted here. Just wait and see. As time passes, the sea near the ultimate is destined to undergo round after round of reshuffling. Don't think that those forces can occupy an island now, but it might be snatched away tomorrow. Listening to those discussions, Lin Sun and the others also felt a different atmosphere. The soul oblivion sea had become a fat piece of meat that the major forces fought over. Everyone wanted to occupy a mountain and control a part of the sea. Battles and killings occurred frequently. Such a bloody and turbulent situation made Lin Sun worry more and more about the Lin family. "Bro, let me ask you something." Xianxia grabbed a man who was watching the battle and asked. This man was dressed in a silver robe. He was also an emperor ancestor and was a top existence below the sempiternal realm. Being grabbed by Xianxia made him shocked and furious. But when he met Xianxia's eyes, he shuddered and immediately changed his clothes. His expression became respectful and nervous as he said, "Senior, may I ask what you want to know? What's the situation at the ultimate?" Xianxia asked directly. The silver-robed man hurriedly said, "Senior, the entrance to the ultimate is still occupied and sealed by the 7 major forces. It has been a year and no one has been able to break through the defense line of the 7 major forces. Instead, they have been utterly defeated. As a result, no one has dared to go forward recently." 7 major forces? Which 7? Xianxia raised his brows. The silver-robed man was about to answer when he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "That's not important. Let me ask you, has anyone killed their way into the secret world of the ultimate?" The silver-robed man's pupils shrank as he said in shock, "You mean the primeval Dao sect's territory?" Lin Sun and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded. "That's right." The silver-robed man said, "The primeval Dao sect is a tough nut to crack. A few years ago, the 7 major forces had joined forces to attack them many times but were stopped outside the secret world of the ultimate. It is said that it is the lair of the orthodoxy of Mount Heart and is extremely difficult to conquer. Now, the 7 major forces can only watch helplessly." After confirming that the secret world of the ultimate was not broken, Lin Sun no longer had the mood to listen to the rest of the conversation. The worry in his heart dissipated. It was also at this moment that he felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The silver-robed man suddenly said, "Oh right, I heard that the 7 forces stationed at the entrance of the ultimate will launch a new round of attacks on the primeval Dao sect." Xianxia scoffed, "They're really getting braver with every setback." His voice was full of contempt. The silver-robed man said seriously, "Senior, the 7 forces operation this time cannot be underestimated. I heard that they will send all their undying figures to work together. Each undying figure will carry an order treasure of unfathomable power. They want to break open the secret dimension of the primeval Dao sect in one go." Xianxia grunted and looked at Lin Sun. "Thank you." Lin Sun casually tossed a treasure to the silver-robed man and flew off with Xianxia and the rest. The silver-robed man was stunned. He didn't expect to be rewarded just by answering a question that everyone knew. He looked down at the palm-sized silver flying sword in his hand and his expression changed. An immortal Dao weapon, the silver-robed man sucked in a breath of cold air. He quickly glanced around and put the silver flying sword into his pouch without batting an eyelid. When he thought of the people he had seen earlier, his heart started to beat violently. To be able to give away an immortal Dao weapon so casually, those people, just how terrifying were their backgrounds? Immediately after, the silver-robed man grinned. "The heavens have favored me and actually sent such a fortuitous encounter to me. For an ancestor like him, obtaining an immortal Dao weapon was absolutely no different from obtaining a great fortune. Brother Lin, you can finally relax now, right?" Xianxia asked with a smile on the way. "How can I truly relax without seeing those friends and family?" Lin Sun said casually. Zhao Jingxian, Lin Fan, Lin Zhong, Old Toad, Ah Lu, Ah Hu, Little Silver and Little Tian appeared in his mind. The closer he was to home, the more timid he felt. This subtle emotion was also lingering in Lin Sun's mind. Along the way, they also saw many cultivators flying through the void towards the ultimate. Are the 7 forces really going to make a move soon? Several years have passed and the secret realms around the ultimate have been explored by the forces of the 7 forces. They have obtained many miraculous fortunes. However, if they want to head deeper into the sinkhole, they must first take down the primordial Dao sect that is blocking their way. They can no longer wait. Is the Xianxia Dao sect really that powerful? It's said that this orthodoxy was founded by a legendary figure known as the Dao Yuan Emperor. This person is the successor of Mount Fengxuan. Many years ago, he dominated the starry sky ancient path. His name shook the world, and he achieved many legendary feats. He was known as the #1 emperor of the starry sky ancient path. Of course, this is all in the past. It is said that the Dao Yuan Emperor left the ancient path in the galaxy a long time ago and headed to the eternal true world. As for the primordial beginning Dao sect, it had already established itself in the sinkhole many years ago. It had the advantage of being in the right place at the right time. Before the upheaval in the sinkhole happened, the primordial beginning Tao sect had already taken action and obtained many unexpected heaven-defying opportunities. According to what I know, there are at least 3 powerful figures who have stepped into the immortal realm in the primeval Tao sect. One is called Jin Dui, one is called Alu, and the last is called Zhao Jingxian. That's right, Zhao Jingxian is the Dao Yuan Emperor's wife. Right now, she has the final say in the entire primordial Tao sect. Along the way, Lin Sun and the others heard all kinds of discussions. Originally, Lin Sun had planned to rush at full speed. Lin Sun had planned to travel at full speed, but he was no longer in a hurry. Brother Lin, I did not expect Miss Jingxian to have already reached the immortal realm, Xian Jiuyin said in surprise. Lin Sun was also rather happy. He said, Jingxian has the bloodline of the true dragon and obtained the origin dragon blood left behind by her ancestor. When I was still in the ancient desolation region, she had already reached the emperor realm. Now that more than 100 years have passed, and with the upheaval in the sinkhole, it is only natural that she has reached the immortal realm. Xian Jiuyin could not help but glance at Jin Xianxia. When he saw that the latter was listening quietly and did not show any abnormalities, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Jingxian was Lin Sun's first wife and the woman who had been with Lin Sun the earliest. If he had any conflict with her, there would be many twists and turns. It has been more than 100 years, and they still call you the Dao Yuan Emperor. If they knew of your current level of cultivation and identity, they would probably be shocked. Jin Xianxia smiled sweetly. Lin Sun sneered. It has only been 100 years. For some old people, it is not even enough time for one session of seclusion. But for me, too many things have happened in the past 100 years. If I had not chosen to go to the eternal true world, I would not have been able to achieve what I have today. That's right. Now that the sinkhole has changed, the ancient path of the universe is indeed different from before. But compared to the eternal true world, it is still much weaker. Xian Jiuyin agreed deeply. If Miss Xianxia and I had not gone to the primordial realm, it would have been impossible for us to step on the path of immortality so easily. The sinkhole may not be as strong as the eternal true world now, but it is hard to say in the future. Lin Sun pondered. In a short 10 years, the sinkhole's upheaval had changed the ancient path of the universe. As time passed, more and more changes would occur in the world. That is hard to say. Don't forget, the calamity of an epoch will descend within 1,000 years. Xian Jiuyin said. I suspect that the upheaval in the sinkhole has something to do with the impending calamity of an epoch. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. He had the same guess in his heart, but he did not dare to confirm it. Just like that, as they conversed, the sound of a horn suddenly resounded in the distance. Woo, 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 the atmosphere in the world became solemn and murderous. A storm was brewing. Lin Sun looked up and saw that in the distant sea, there was a huge abyss. The seawater nearby silently surged into it and disappeared without a trace. There was not a single wave. That was the entrance to the sinkhole. It had a circumference of 100,000 feet and was extremely vast. On the other hand, a dense expanse of cultivators were stationed in the vicinity of the entrance to the bottomless abyss, and they were divided into 7 groups. Every single group had over 1,000 cultivators, and they respectively controlled a region of the sea in the vicinity of the bottomless abyss. Among these 7 camps, the weakest had the cultivation of a 9th realm ancestor. There were countless Jiuxian emperor ancestors, and there were even immortals among them. Such a vast formation was simply like a divine army from the various worlds, and merely the aura they emitted caused others to be awed at the sight of it. And in places further away from the sinkhole, there were also many cultivators watching from afar, not daring to approach. Those cultivators who rushed over like Lin Sun also stood far away, their expressions filled with shock, fear, and awe. They were the 7 strongest forces from the major starry sky planes of the vast 1,000 worlds. In these years, countless forces had tried to enter the sinkhole, but they could not break through the defense line of the 7 forces. Instead, they were buried. It was unknown how many tyrannical figures had died, dyeing the nearby sea red. So far, no one dared to enter. Such a lineup is almost comparable to the immortal emperor clan of the 6th heaven. Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. Of course, the immortal emperor clan of the 6th heaven had Nirvana realm existences. This was something that the seven forces could not compare to. After all, the strongest among them was only a heavenly longevity realm great perfection. Naturally, Lin Sun didn't care about these forces at all. In the past few years, he broke into the eighth heaven and slaughtered many people. Many transcendent realm great perfection existences died in his hands. Even the eternal realm's Dharma idol had to suffer under his hands. Brother Lin, they are blowing the horn. This is a sign that they are planning to attack. Are they planning to kill their way into the secret core realm today? Xianxia said. Between the heavens and the earth, the majestic sound of the horn surged, the void rumbled, and a murderous aura covered the sky. In the camp of the seven forces, immortals rose into the sky one after another. Behind them, immortal divine halos emerged, like a ruler descending to the world, attracting the attention of everyone present. Many people revealed a look of awe. Immortal, to the cultivators of the various starry sky planes of the vast thousand worlds, they were already like the overlords of the heavens. Don't worry, let's watch. Lin Sun said casually. He, Xia Ji, Xianxia, and Jing Tian Xianyue all concealed their auras and stood far away, not attracting much attention. Everyone, if we join forces today, we will definitely be able to break through the secret core realm's barrier. This old man only has a small suggestion. After killing our way into the secret core realm, we must destroy the primordial Tao sect. A red-robed, black-haired man stood in the air, holding a jade cauldron with purple light flowing around it. His divine aura was terrifying and domineering. Of course. A mere primordial Tao sect wants to monopolize the ruins of N's fortune. All these years, they have been obstructing us from investigating. Their actions have already angered the heavens. If we don't destroy them today, we won't be able to quell the hatred in our hearts. Some immortal figures were filled with murderous intent, not concealing it at all. The immortal aura on their bodies surged into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds in all directions. The cultivators watching from afar held their breaths, realizing that an unprecedented battle would erupt today. How could the primordial Tao sect withstand the combined forces of the seven forces? When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. He was eager to give it a try. Brother Lin, why don't I go and take care of him now? Jing Tian Xianyue said, you are also at the celestial longevity realm. Can you handle so many old fellas by yourself? Xianxia said impatiently, Xianyue, can our immortal path be the same as theirs? What's more, before I left this time, my great ancestor gave me many trump cards. Any one of them can kill them over 100 times in a minute. Jing Tian Xianyue pursed his lips into a smile and didn't say anything else. How boastful. After so many years, all of you have been stopped here. Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to be so arrogant now? Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the ultimate. His loud laughter shook the heavens, and his voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. There was a wild and arrogant aura spreading from him. This person wore a green robe and his eyes were golden. He was handsome like a young man as he swaggered above the ruins of End. His gaze swept across the crowd as if there was no one else around. His arrogant attitude attracted everyone's attention. I will continue to update tonight. Xianxia was surprised to see the green-robed young man overlooking the crowd. Who is this guy? He looks so arrogant. Lin Sun laughed, my brother, Jin Dui. Lin Sun laughed, my brother, Jin Dui, I call him Old Toad. He is a descendant of the three-legged golden toad. He has been living in the Soul Oblivion Sea since ancient times. When I first came to the Soul Oblivion Sea when I was young, I got to know him through a fight. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. He had just met Zhao Jingxian and accompanied her and her sect to explore the ultimate in the Soul Oblivion Sea. At that time everyone was in the prime of their lives, promising and promising. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. No wonder. Xianxia laughed. How could Lin Sun's brother be ordinary? Jing Dui, it seems that your Yuanzhi Taoist sect can't sit still anymore. Otherwise, why would you jump out in such a hurry? The red-robed black-haired man said coldly. The immortal figures of the seven forces gathered together. There were more than a dozen of them. They stood in the void and blocked the ultimate. Their chi locked on Jing Dui. Jing Dui said coldly, what a joke. I think you can't sit still anymore. That's why you decided to join hands today. The red-robed black-haired man snorted, things have to come to an end. Jean Dui suddenly laughed and said, in that case, I have a suggestion. To avoid unnecessary casualties, why don't we make a bet? How? The red-robed black-haired man raised his eyebrows. Jean Dui said without hesitation, the 7 major factions will choose 3 people, and the primordial Tao sect will choose 3 people. There will be 3 battles. If the primordial Tao sect wins, you will immediately leave this place. If the primordial Tao sect loses, we will no longer stop you from exploring the sinkhole. For a moment, the red-robed black-haired man and the others hesitated. They naturally knew that if they attacked the secret realm of heart with all their strength, they might win in the end, but there would be immeasurable casualties. It seems that the Xianxia Taoist sect also feels threatened and can't hold on any longer. Otherwise, why would they take such a compromise? Xianxia sighed. Linsa nodded calmly. What, you don't dare to bet? Seeing that no one answered for a long time, Jean Dui frowned. However, the red-robed black-haired man suddenly sneered, in the current situation, we already have the upper hand. Why should we gamble? Jean Dui's face darkened. Do you really want to fight to the death? A life and death struggle? No, your primordial beginning Tao sect is destined to be eliminated today. Someone said in a cold voice. This guy is purposely using a bet to protect the Xianxia Tao sect. Everyone, don't fall for it. Someone chuckled. Then what are you waiting for? Let's kill this evil creature first. Someone attacked right away, waving a long black rod and moving through the void towards Jean Dui. Do it. Almost at the same time, the other Immortal Realm experts also attacked. The spectators in the distance couldn't help but take a deep breath. These Immortal Realm existences weren't easy to fool. They attacked without warning, rumble rumble the world shook. The light of the Immortal Way raged like a hurricane. The dazzling light mixed with the unfathomable power of the Tao soldiers enveloped Jean Dui and the others like a tide. Then let's fight to the death. I'll wait for you in the secret core world. Jean Dui's expression changed slightly and he was about to leave. He was only at the heavenly longevity realm. He was confident that he could deal with a few opponents at the same level as him. However, against the combined attack of more than 10 Immortal Realm experts, he was destined to be unable to handle it. Therefore, he decided to retreat to the secret core world first. However, just as he was about to retreat, there was a loud rumble. Countless spiderweb-like order power appeared in the void nearby, transforming into a giant net that covered the sky and locked the space around the entrance of the ultimate. Jean Dui's path of retreat was also sealed, causing his body to stagnate. For a moment, he couldn't escape from the locked order power. Ha ha ha, you don't even know that you're walking right into a trap. Once I kill you, I'll go and destroy the Xianxia Tao sect. Amidst the arrogant laughter, more than 10 Immortal Realm experts attacked together. Rumble, a terrifying Tao light whizzed over. Jean Dui gritted his teeth, his long hair flying in the wind. He decided to fight with his life. You think I'm afraid of you? Even if I die, I'll drag you guys down with me. At this critical moment, Jean Dui felt his body lighten and he was grabbed through the air, disappearing from the entrance of the ultimate. Rumble, the surrounding powers and Tao soldiers instantly missed their target. They only caused a destructive tide of energy to spread out in the surroundings. Where is he? Damn it. My clan's order power has been destroyed. Who saved him? This sudden scene caught those undying beings off guard, and they were surprised and bewildered. It wasn't just them. The powerhouses of the 7 forces and the spectators far away were all shocked. What was going on? Jean Dui himself was stunned. He felt his vision blur and he was uncontrollably taken away. When he woke up, he found himself in a nearby ocean region. Then, his eyes widened and he almost jumped up. Big brother? What, it's only been 100 years and you don't recognize me? Lin Sun laughed. Of course, he was the one who attacked earlier. Jean Dui's handsome face was ecstatic and he laughed out loud. It really is you. Oh my, I'm not dreaming, am I? Saying so, he slapped his thigh. Feeling the pain, he finally knew this wasn't an illusion. Seeing old Toad lose his composure, Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. He patted Old Toad's shoulder. I know the situation now, leave the rest to me. Old Toad nodded and shouted, those are more than 10 immortal realm old farts, I'll fight with you. Xianxia couldn't help but say, brother, let's just watch from the side. Don't you want to see how powerful your big brother has become in these years? Old Toad was stunned. It was also at this time that the dozen or so undying beings discovered Old Toad's tracks. Their eyes all looked over in unison, their expressions darkening. Someone frowned and scolded, who are you? How dare you get involved in the grudge between us and the primeval Tao sect? Are you tired of living? Their eyes swept over Lin Sun, Xia Ji, Xianxia and the others. They found that they all looked unfamiliar, but the immortal realm aura emanating from Lin Sun made them shiver. The experts of the seven forces and those watching from afar all looked over, their expressions filled with surprise. They couldn't believe that there were still outsiders who dared to get involved in such a situation. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed, his expression full of pity. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them anymore. In these years, have there been any casualties in our primeval Tao sect? Lin Sun asked casually. Jin Dui shook his head. No, we've been guarding the secret world of Core all these years. With the protection of the secret world of Core, no one has been harmed so far. Lin Sun instantly relaxed and revealed a smile. That's good. Seeing that they were chatting as if no one else was around, ignoring everyone present. The group of immortal realm experts' expressions became even gloomier. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble here? The red-robed black-haired man's voice was cold. His murderous intent surged and a terrifying aura spread in this direction. Lin Sun glanced at them and said, you should be glad that our Lin family didn't suffer any casualties. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep you here today. Arrogant. I'd like to see what gives you the right to be so arrogant. A ferocious old man shouted. He took out a golden Taoist seal in his hand and smashed it through the air. Boom, the golden Taoist seal soared through the air, releasing a power that made the earth tremble and the seawater boil. That power made countless people shudder. However, Lin Sun didn't move. The golden Taoist seal suddenly stopped 10 feet away from him. It couldn't move an inch, as if it had hit an unshakable wall. Bang, following that, the golden Taoist seal exploded in the void, and light rained down from the sky. An immortal Tao weapon was destroyed just like that. This strange and terrifying scene made Jin Dui dumbfounded. This completely subverted his imagination. In the distance, as the golden Taoist seal exploded, the ferocious old man was affected and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The other immortal realm experts' expressions changed as well. They realized something was wrong. Attack together. Almost subconsciously, the red-haired black-robed man shouted. Kill. They moved together. They took out their Taoist weapons and released their Taoist techniques. Their immortal Tao was fully activated as they pointed their spears at Lin Sun. Rumble, the world turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their light. The terrifying torrent of immortal Tao power made countless spectators scream and retreat in panic. You're courting death. Lin Sun's lips curved coldly. He reached out his hand and grabbed. Suddenly, the various Taoist techniques were crushed like paper. They blossomed into a dazzling rain of light that lit up the world. Bang bang bang, one by one, the immortal Tao weapons were crushed. Jade cauldrons, swords, spears, they all turned into scrap metal under this grab. The 10 immortal realm experts were affected. They all coughed up blood, their expressions changed and their souls almost left their bodies. The power of one grab crushed their power like a hot knife through butter. This made them sense a deadly threat. They were shocked and realized that they had kicked a metal plate this time. This, Jin Dui felt dizzy. He felt like his brain couldn't handle it. How terrifying was his cultivation to be able to do this so easily. This was unbelievable. The heavens and the earth were perfectly silent. The distant spectators were shocked into a daze, and they were in a daze. Such a strike was simply like the hand of the heavens descending into the world, and it was invincible. When they looked at Lin Sun again, their eyes were filled with fear. Who was he? What kind of monstrous power did he have? In this deathly silent atmosphere, Lin Sun opened his mouth. It would be a pity to kill you all. Never mind, I'll leave you all alive. You can be used as whetstones for Xianxia Dao sect. As he spoke, his sleeves fluttered. Then, the 10 immortal realm experts in the distance were trapped in the void like flies. They couldn't move at all. They all turned into beams of light and disappeared into Lin Sun's fluttering sleeves. The thousands of experts from the 7 major forces felt their vision go black. Their bodies flew up uncontrollably and disappeared into Lin Sun's sleeves like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the 7 major forces seemed to have evaporated from the world. There wasn't a single trace left. More updates for you world in the sleeve. However, the magical power that Lin Sun used was insane. In a blink of an eye, all the cultivators of the 7 forces were taken away. Even the powerful immortals were taken away as if they were ants. Jin Dui was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The spectators in the distance felt like they were struck by lightning. They were so shocked by this shocking scene that they lost their minds. The 7 forces were the top forces of the vast 1,000 worlds. They had been controlling the seas around the ultimate for many years, and no one could shake them. Especially those immortals, who were so powerful that the mere mention of them made people pale. But now, they were all taken away like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. No one was spared who could remain calm in front of such an unbelievable scene. Only Xianxia and Xianxia looked normal. If these people knew what happened in the eternal world, they probably wouldn't be so surprised. Xiaxia had been eating melon seeds from beginning to end. The spiritual melon seeds Lin Sun made for her looked, smelled, and tasted good. She had been obsessed with them recently. As for other things, she really didn't care. It wasn't that she was lazy, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. At that moment, Lin Sun seemed to have done something extremely ordinary. He scanned the surroundings and said, "For the next 3 days, no one is to appear within a 500-kilometer radius of the sinkhole. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." His voice spread out clearly, sweeping across the surface of the sea and spreading into the distance. At this moment, the cultivators of many forces scattered across the soul oblivion sea, whether they were fighting or cultivating in seclusion, powerful immortals, or other cultivators, all heard this voice that was filled with great pressure and shook their minds. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. Who gave such a domineering order? Lin Sun didn't care about this. After he finished speaking, he looked at Jin Dui and said with a smile, "Old toad, what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Jin Dui seemed to wake up from a dream and immediately led Lin Sun and the others into the ultimate. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that the spectators in the distance gradually came back to their senses. Then, the atmosphere in the field boiled. My God! The forces of the 7 forces were swept away just like that. Who is that person? How terrifying is his cultivation? Could it be an old monster at the Nirvana God realm? His surname is Lin. Could it be? Amidst the discussion, someone suddenly screamed in excitement, "It's him, the Dao Yuan Emperor. He's back." Dao Yuan Emperor. All of a sudden, the experts from the forces outside the Starry Sky Ancient Path thought of one person. Lin Dao Yuan, the first venerable emperor of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, had once dominated the Starry Sky Ancient Path for a period of time. He was Feng Siyuan's successor, the founder of the primeval Dao sect, and a widely recognized legend. Yes, it must be the Dao Yuan Emperor. The primordial Dao sect was originally founded by him for the Lin family. Now that he has returned and seen the primordial Dao sect being besieged, it is reasonable for him to take action. Many people were excited. When the Dao Yuan Emperor left, he was only at the Emperor realm. It has only been 100 years, but his cultivation has become so powerful, someone was trembling. With a wave of his sleeves, he swept through the 7 great forces like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. He was like a god from the heavens. The news spread like a storm and it spread across the soul oblivion sea on the same day. Lin Daoyuan, he is so powerful? The experts from the foreign forces were shocked by Lin Sun's domineering methods. Who would not be afraid of the 7 top forces swept through with a wave of his sleeves? This is troublesome. With Lin Daoyuan around, who can go to the ultimate to search for opportunities? The foreign forces realized the seriousness of the problem. Ha ha ha, the Dao Yuan Emperor is finally back. The Starry Sky Ancient Path has finally ushered in a new dawn. To the cultivators of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, Lin Sun's return made them feel excited, and happy. In these years, the foreign forces had invaded the starry sky ancient path on a large scale, setting off a reign of terror across the world. It caused unrest everywhere, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Especially in the soul oblivion sea of the lower realm, in order to occupy the opportunities in the ultimate, the foreign forces had caused countless killings. The natives of the lower realm were naturally the first to bear the brunt, and countless people were slaughtered. Before Lin Sun's return, the people of the world felt sad and desperate, thinking that the starry sky ancient path would be controlled by the foreign forces in the future. But now, it was different. The Dao Yuan Emperor's return is bound to set off a reckoning. Just wait, the calamity of the foreign forces has arrived. As the news spread, countless cultivators who had been oppressed and humiliated by the foreign forces could not help but feel hopeful, looking forward to the day when the foreign forces would face a calamity. Now, the sinkhole was the focus of everyone's attention. The shocking news of Lin Sun's return and the destruction of the 7 major forces quickly spread to the various starfields and worlds of the starry sky ancient path. For a time, it set off a great uproar. The ultimate. The entrance to the secret world of Core. Alu paced back and forth, waiting nervously. His majestic figure was tall, and his skin surged with powerful immortal fluctuations. The big black bird lay on the iron pot on his back and sighed, "Look at how anxious you are. With such a temperament, I really don't know how a blockhead like you managed to set foot on the immortal Tao. You thieving bird, what the hell do you know about temperament?" Alu spat. That's right, this thieving bird only knows how to make sarcastic remarks. When something big happens, he'll be at a loss. Not far away, Little Silver crossed his arms in front of his chest, a look of disdain on his face. He was still a few inches tall, and his little face was incomparably handsome. He stood on the shoulder of a young girl. The girl's eyes were big and watery, and her skin was as white as sheep fat. She was extremely beautiful, and she was reserved and shy. The girl was little Tian, transformed from the demonic sky-split butterfly. In her arms, there was a round little fellow nestled. Flames curled around his body, and he had round eyes, a round nose, and a round mouth. This was, of course, Chirp. Kill your way out if you can. Kill all the 7 major forces. I promise I'll kowtow to you, the big black bird said lazily. The big black bird said lazily, if you don't have the ability, then don't laugh at me. Alu raised his eyebrows, clenched his fist, and prepared to beat the big black bird. Just then, there was a ripple in space. Whoosh, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over in unison. When they saw Jean Dui's figure appear unscathed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could ask about the news of the outside world, they were all stunned. Immediately after Jean Dui, another tall figure appeared. He was dressed in moon-white clothes, indifferent and otherworldly. He was so familiar that everyone present couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. As for the following figures Xia Ji, Xian Jiuyin, and Jing Tian Xianyue, they were all ignored. Old Toad coughed and said, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize my big brother?" All of a sudden, Alu rushed up, spread out his rock-like arms, and hugged the tall figure, shouting, "Big brother! You're finally back." Chirp Chirp, nestled in little Tian's arms, turned into a flame and rushed over. Its round body easily squeezed into Alu's arms, and it kept chirping happily. "Master!" Little Silver grinned brightly and flew to Lin Sun's shoulder. "Master!" Little Tian rushed over, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. His big pure eyes were full of excitement and surprise, and he looked a little at a loss. Clang, the big black bird's head hit the big black pot, and it jumped up as if it had been frightened. It flapped its wings and shouted, "My God, what did I see? Is there something wrong with my eyesight?" Further away, Little Five and Leaf, who were busy setting up the restriction, stopped what they were doing at the same time, and their faces were full of surprise. "Master!" Formation Spirit Little Five flew over and danced around Lin Sun. Leaf, on the other hand, was much calmer, but he couldn't hide his joy and excitement. Lin Sun couldn't help smiling when he saw so many familiar companions as soon as he entered the secret realm of mind. He was so happy that he felt happier than if he had killed a formidable enemy. Seeing this scene, Old Toad also couldn't stop laughing. Xian Jiuyin and Jin Tianxianhua looked at each other and laughed. The scene of reunion after a long time was indeed very infectious. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the 7 forces stationed at the entrance of the ultimate have been suppressed by Big Brother. Speaking of this, Old Toad stared at the big black bird. Damn bird, what did you say just now? You said that as long as the enemy is destroyed, you will kowtow? Everyone was stunned. The 7 forces had been suppressed. If Old Toad hadn't said it himself, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. At the same time, the big black bird's expression froze, and it hurriedly explained, I was talking about them, not Lin Sun. If I knew he was back, Master Bird wouldn't have said that. Anyway, the 7 forces have been destroyed. This is a great thing. Don't talk about kowtowing again. Everyone couldn't help laughing. The big black bird had always been like this, and they were already used to it. Big brother, everyone missed you so much these years. Alu grinned. By the way, don't stay here. Let's go back. Sister-in-law and the others are still waiting for Old Toad's news in the assembly hall. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. The group immediately rushed forward. Compared to back then, the secret dimension of the core dimension was completely different. Thick and vigorous primordial vitality transformed into divine rays of light that covered the sky, sprinkling down the pure, surging primordial aura of the great Tao. Mountains rose and fell on the ground, winding like dragons. Every blade of grass and tree that grew on them glowed with an astonishing aura of divinity and vitality. Not far from the core dimension was the mountain gate of the primeval Taoist sect. Row upon row of buildings were built along a divine mountain. There were alchemy rooms, herb gardens, training grounds, sutras, preaching pavilions, and so on. Apart from these, there were also cave mansions in different locations, giving off a grand atmosphere of paradise and immortal treasures. I'm finally back, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel excited. Many familiar figures involuntarily appeared in his mind, including Zhao Jingxian, Lin Fan when he was young, Uncle Zhong, and so on. In the meeting hall of the Xianxia Dao sect, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Zhao Jingxian, who was dressed in a jade robe and had a slender figure, sat on the central seat. Her ink-black eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Ever since they moved to this secret world, she had personally taken care of everything in the Xianxia Dao sect and the Lin family. Madam, don't worry. It's just a big battle. We're not afraid of the 7 forces. Lin Zhong sat on the side with a calm expression and said softly. That's right. Elder Jin Dui has already gone to invite them to fight. If they agree to the bet, this dilemma can be easily solved. Zhao Tailai said. I'm worried that they won't agree. The opportunities in the ultimate are too great. Even the immortals will go crazy for them. Zhao Jingxian sighed. Madam, in my opinion, the situation is not that serious. Even if the 7 forces really come to us, we still have a way out. Ahu's voice was gentle. If we abandon this place, it's equivalent to abandoning the legacy of my husband's sect. If he comes back, he might not blame us, but he will definitely feel terrible. Zhao Jingxian said as her eyes swept across the hall. She glanced at Lin Zhong, Ahu, Lin Huayuan, Lin Xiefeng and the other high-level figures of the Xianxia Dao sect. Her heart became heavier. Ahu, have the people of the sect been settled? She asked. Zhao Jingxian had asked this question more than once in the past 2 days. However, Ahu understood her feelings very well. He smiled and nodded, I've already settled everyone according to Madam's instructions. Zhao Jingxian thought and said, all right, then we'll wait for old Jin to come back and make a decision. Suddenly, a wave of clamor sounded out from outside the hall, and it seemed to be very noisy. Who's making noise outside? Zhao Jingxian was a little displeased. Jingxian, it's me. A voice sounded outside the hall. Suddenly, everyone in the hall was stunned. This voice, it's so familiar. Zhao Jingxian suddenly stood up. Her clear and beautiful face was filled with disbelief. How could she forget the voice that haunted her dreams? However, it was like a dream. She didn't dare to confirm it. After that, a tall figure walked in from outside the hall. When he walked in, all the people present stood up abruptly while undisguisable joy and surprise appeared on their faces. Lin Sun, he actually came back, At this time, Lin Sun's eyes swept the hall, and the surging emotions in his heart seemed to burst out. He showed a heartfelt smile. "I'm back. Husband." Zhao Jingshuan's voice trembled. "Is it really you?" Previously, even when facing that incomparably vicious situation, she was still able to maintain her composure. However, at this moment, she seemed to have lost control, and her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with tears. They were tears of joy and excitement. Lin Sun went straight forward and held Zhao Jingxian tightly in his arms. Smelling her familiar body fragrance, Lin Sun felt calm, steady, and satisfied. "Jingxian, I've made you suffer all these years," he said softly. Zhao Jingxian put her head on Lin's shoulder and said softly, "I don't feel wronged at all. As long as you are well, I will be at ease." When the others in the hall saw this, they sensibly left first. In the main hall, there was only a couple who had reunited after a long time. On that day, the news of Lin Sun's return spread throughout the secret world of Core. The entire primeval Taoist sect was in an uproar, and all the members of the Lin family cheered excitedly. This was especially so when they learned that the 7 forces stationed outside the ultimate had been suppressed. The entire secret world of Core was filled with cheers and laughter. For several years, they had been guarding this place and had been attacked by many foreign forces covetously. If it was not for the protection of the secret world of Core, they would not have been able to last until now. Just like today, when it was a matter of life and death. However, no one expected that Lin Sun, who was far away in the eternal true world, would return today and wipe out the 7 forces in one fell swoop, completely resolving the disaster. Gradually, more and more figures gathered outside the assembly hall, and all of them were waiting. These figures included members of the Lin family, such as Lin Huayuan, Lin Xiafeng, and so on. There were also disciples and successors recruited by the primeval Taoist sect over the years, as well as many friends that Lin Sun had made in the past. There were people like Yu Beidu, Chu Feng, and the others from the commune of spirit tattooists of Ziyao Empire, the instructors of Green Deer Academy, Gu Yanping and Gu Liang of Golden Hall, Shi Yu of Keystone Business, Shi Linlang and his daughter, and so on. When Lin Sun had established the primeval Taoist sect, he had taken the meaning of a new beginning, a new beginning. When the sect was first established, he had taken in all the members of the Lin family and his friends. More than 100 years had passed, and there were many new faces in the primeval Taoist sect. At that moment, there were already thousands of people gathered together. At that moment, they were all waiting in front of the conference hall, their emotions surging. Those friends who were familiar with Lin Sun had not seen him for a long time. When they learned that he had returned, they had rushed over. Immediately. Most of the new faces that had joined the primeval Tao sect had never seen Lin Sun's true appearance before, but they had heard too many legends related to Lin Sun. At this moment, they were so excited that their eyes lit up, and their expressions were filled with anticipation. They were like the expressions of believers who were about to go on a pilgrimage. Old Toad, Ah Lu, Ah Hu, Little Silver, and Little Tian were also present. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back then, when they roamed the world with Lin Sun, who would have thought that there would be such a scene today? Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly, under everyone's gazes, a man and a woman walked out of the conference hall. The man was dressed in a moon-white robe, and he was handsome and otherworldly. The woman was dressed in a jade robe, and she was bright and beautiful. It was Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian. As soon as they appeared, a thunderous roar instantly erupted in the surroundings. "Greetings, Patriarch." The disciples of the primeval Taoist sect all bowed, their voices resounding through the clouds. "Greetings, Patriarch." All the clansmen of the Lin family also bowed solemnly. As for his old friends like Shi Yu and Gu Yanping, they all smiled and cupped their hands from afar. Standing on the high steps, Lin Sun's gaze swept across the entire audience. Looking at the familiar faces, his heart was unable to calm down. He still remembered that when he was young, he trekked alone in the innumerable mountains and walked out of Feiyun village. At that time, he had never thought that there would be such a day. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun said with a smile, "Today, I've come back and I'm very happy to see you all safe and sound. I don't want to say anything else. Why don't you all stay here and have a drink together?" "Good." There was a roar of applause in the audience. The sound spread between heaven and earth. Zhao Jingxian looked at Lin Sun's side face quietly, her eyes full of tenderness and pride. This was her man. In the distance, Jing Tianxianyue looked at Zhao Jingxian, who stood side by side with Lin Sun, with a trace of imperceptible envy in her eyes. Admiration flashed through her eyes. She couldn't help but look at her side again. Xianxia was eating melon seeds as if there was no one else around. She was as quiet as ever, as if she didn't care about all this at all. In next to no time, the curtains to a banquet were drawn before the meeting hall. Dense rows of tables were spread out far away, and all sorts of fine wine and delicacies were served up like flowing water. The atmosphere was cheerful and harmonious, and everyone's expression was filled with joy. Lin Sun held the wine jar and began to toast them one by one. Patriarch, this is my great-grandson. Lin Xiafeng held a child's hand and said with a smile. He was Lin Sun's elder brother, but now he even had a great-grandson. Lin Sun smiled and clinked glasses with him. Brother Lin, it's good to see you back. Sure, you smiled and raised his glass. Sure, Lin Lang said, Uncle Lin, I still remember you. You're exactly the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Lin Sun was surprised. It's you, little girl. At that time, Sure Lin Lang was just a child, but now she had grown into a dazzling beauty. Sure Lin Lang blinked her eyes. Uncle Lin, I'm more than 100 years old. I'm not young anymore. Lin Sun and Sure you couldn't help laughing. Next, Lin Sun met Yu Beidu, Chu Feng, Gu Yanping, Gu Liang and other good friends he made when he was young. They drank and talked with each other, and all sighed with emotion. When Lin Sun saw Ah Hu, the latter said charmingly, Little martial uncle, when will you take me back to meet master? After many years, Ah Hu was still as beautiful as a cunning and smart fairy. Her eyebrows and eyes were extremely beautiful, and her smile was charming. When I leave this time I will take everyone with me, Lin Sun said with a smile. When he came to Lin Zhong, Lin Sun held Lin Zhong's shoulder tightly and said, Granddad Zhong, I have found my parents. You will meet them in the future. When he entered the Forbidden City for the first time at the age of 14 or 15, Lin Zhong had been serving him loyally. In Lin Sun's heart, Granddad Zhong was no different from his father. Lin Zhong also smiled excitedly and said, Young master, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Grandmaster, we toast you. When Lin Sun's figure came to those descendants of Yuanshi Taoism sect, they all raised their glasses with excitement and joy. Their eyes were full of admiration and fanaticism. Lin Sun smiled and drank with them. The banquet didn't come to an end until late at night. It was the first day Lin Sun came back. Although they had many things to talk to him about, they chose not to disturb him. Xianxia was the only one who didn't seem to notice Lin Sun's presence. Zhao Jingxian knew Xianxia the best, so she was not surprised. She smiled and accompanied her. The night was as dark as ink, and the wind was gentle. Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian and Xianxia walked towards the core ruins. Zhao Jingxian had once told him that a mysterious lotus pond had appeared in the core ruins 10 years ago when the endless ruins had undergone a drastic change. The pond contained an astonishing amount of chaos origin energy, and anyone who cultivated in it would receive immeasurable benefits. Their son Lin Fan also started his closed-door cultivation at that time, and it had been 10 years since then. Before his closed-door cultivation, Lin Fan was already a peerless figure who had stepped into the peak of the 8th level. His talent was high, his physique was excellent, and his foundation was strong. Even in the whole starry ancient path, he could be called a peerless genius. He was also known as invincible among his peers. More updates tonight. The core ruins. When Lin Sun first came to the ruins of End when he was young, it was here that he obtained the inheritance of the Tao left behind by his master, the master of the core ruins. It was also here that he fought a group of experts by himself and finally seized the inheritance of the battle saint technique left behind by his eldest senior brother. Later on, when Lin Sun came here for the second time, he defeated his fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi in a bet and brought Ling Xuanzi away from being suppressed for countless years. Now, it was Lin Sun's third time coming to the core ruins. But compared to the past, this place was completely different. The scene of the collapsed entrance and ruins had vanished a long time ago. A myriad of divine lights and auspicious lights surged and enveloped this place, and it carried a divine and solemn aura. Every single blade of grass and tree here surged with the unique aura of the Grand Tao, and walking here was like walking in the abode of the gods. This place had obviously been repaired. The mountain path was wide, and there were green bamboo and pine trees planted along the path. There were old herbs that took root and emanated auspicious lights, and they seemed to be competing with each other in beauty. Occasionally, there were white deer holding Ganoderma in their mouths and spirit monkeys holding peaches in their hands. The mountain was suffused with clouds and mist while waterfalls and springs flowed. Everywhere one looked was enshrouded in the glow of the Grand Tao, and it caused one's mind to become tranquil and ethereal. A very long time ago, the master of the Core ruins had once passed down his teachings here. All the disciples of Mount Core had once cultivated here, and the golden cicada had once listened to the Grand Tao for 20 years. Even though Lin Sun had never seen such a scene, he couldn't help but be fascinated when he thought about it now. There were 50 Grand Taos and 49 heavenly evolutions. And he was the 50th disciple of the Core ruins. Husband, Fanner is cultivating. There. Zhao Jingxian pointed at the bottom of the cliff, and there was a completely round lotus pond at the bottom of the cliff. The pond had 54 petals, and half of it was clear while the other half was muddy. The pond emanated a thick and primitive aura of chaos, and it was like the scene when the world was first formed. A figure sat cross-legged on the pond, and his breathing drew upon the fluctuations of the Grand Tao and the surroundings and emanated waves of rumbling that sounded like thunder. His body was ramrod straight and thin, and his eyes were closed while his aura resonated with the Grand Tao and formed layer upon layer of unimaginable phenomena. There was a great abyss swallowing the sky, a true dragon roaming about, a sun, a moon, and a river of stars. That kind of scene was shocking. If one looked carefully, this was a handsome young man with angular features, a well-proportioned and slender body, and when he cultivated, his appearance was dignified and dignified. His bearing was like the bright moon in a mountain stream, and he was extraordinary and refined. In an instant, Lin Sun couldn't move his eyes away and his mind was in turmoil. After many years, the naughty child had degenerated into an elegant and extraordinary young man. He had a good balance between movement and stillness, like a breeze under a pine tree, and had his own unique disposition. Good, very good, Lin Sun murmured, feeling both guilty and joyful. As a father, he was indeed too incompetent. He did not accompany his son as he grew up, did not personally watch him progress on the path of cultivation, and did not give him any care or guidance. On one side, Zhao Jingxian smiled. When Fan was a child, he was extremely naughty and mischievous. His temper was like a runaway horse, and he often made trouble in the clan. Even the old people were bullied by him. He was simply a little devil. But as he grew up, his temperament changed. He knew how to love and sympathize with me, his mother, and he also knew how to contribute to the clan. Compared with when he was a child, he was like a different person. Her voice was soft, and her tone was full of relief and pride. Lin Sun also smiled, grabbed her soft hand, and said, "It's really hard for you all these years." Zhao Jingshuan's eyes twinkled, and her voice was gentle. "Compared with the dangers and hardships you have experienced, these are nothing." As she said, she pulled her hand back and reminded softly, "Xia Ji is still here. Be careful." Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one side, Xia Ji didn't seem to notice the subtle atmosphere. She looked at Lin Fan quietly under the cliff, and no one knew what she was thinking. "My husband, I'm a little worried about Fan," Zhao Jingxian suddenly said. "His talent is really amazing." At the age of 15, he had already stepped into the threshold of the peerless great emperor. His speed of advancement is so fast that it is almost shocking. He is much stronger than you at that time. At that time, I was worried that he would advance too fast and his foundation was not solid, so I suppressed his cultivation and tried to let him settle for a period of time. But even so, he would break through a realm every few years, and I couldn't suppress it at all. As she said, there was already worry between her eyebrows. If it were other people who could have such a heaven-defying child, they would definitely be overjoyed and grinning from ear to ear. But to Zhao Jingxian, Lin Fan's path of cultivation often caused her to shudder with fear. Going too far was as bad as falling short. It was not necessarily a good thing to advance too fast. When Lin Sun heard this, he also frowned slightly. With his current realm and eyesight, he naturally understood that it was not good to advance too fast or too slow. For example, Ling Xuanzi, the fourth senior brother, was known as the peerless in history. He was a living heaven-defying monster. His talent was so outstanding that even the master of the heart core, had to suppress him for countless years. But compared with Ling Xuanzi, Lin Fan was not inferior at all, and even surpassed him. If one's cultivation was too fast, it was easy to have a weak foundation, and it was easy to have problems in the state of mind. Because every realm on the road of Tao needed the corresponding state of mind and tempering. Only in this way could a solid foundation of Tao be built. Looking at the experience of martial uncle Kong Ju and pavilion head Yen Ji, one could know how serious it was once there was a problem in the state of mind. It was true that there were no flaws in Lin Fan's current cultivation, but as his cultivation grew higher, it was easier for his state of mind to have problems when he encountered a great tribulation. Let me solve this problem. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun made a decision. Okay. Zhao Jingshuan's whole body relaxed. In these years when Lin Sun was away, she had poured all her heart and soul into her son Lin Fan. Parents love their children, and they have far-reaching plans. How could they let their son be in danger on the road of Tao? No. Suddenly, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Jingxian, Fan is in seclusion here. Is he planning to break through to the immortal realm? Zhao Jingxian was stunned. Impossible. 10 years ago, he was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Now, he has just reached the level of the Emperor Ancestor realm. How is it possible? Lin Sun interrupted. He has already reached the great perfection of the Emperor Ancestor realm. Now, he is clearly trying to break through the threshold of the immortal realm. With his eyesight, how could he not see Lin Fan's current state of cultivation? This caused his expression to turn slightly solemn. Zhao Jingxian was also anxious. How can this child be like this? I have already warned him not to try to break through to the immortal realm within 100 years. Why is he so anxious? Don't worry, none of this has happened yet. Lin Sun said softly. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly looked at Lin Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the lotus pond. In an instant, Lin Fan's body shook and he opened his eyes. His chi was rolling all over his body, and he immediately looked up to the sky. Then, he saw a familiar figure that only existed in his childhood memory, and he couldn't help but be startled. Father? He stood up, and a look of disbelief appeared on his handsome face. Fan, don't just stand there. Come and greet your father. Zhao Jingxian said softly. Swish, Lin Sun flew up and came to the cliff. His eyes stared at Lin Sun, and there was a look of surprise on his face. Father, it's really you. Fan, you have grown up. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. It was strange that when he was facing his son, his inner emotions were restrained. A father's love was like a mountain, silent and unspoken. All fathers had a similar state of mind. And now, Lin Sun was experiencing this feeling. Lin Fan smiled brightly, showing his snow-white teeth. Father, I have not only grown up, I am now the ancestor of the Juing Emperor. Do you remember, when you left, you were far weaker than I am now? And I have always followed your instructions all these years. I have never made you sad. Am I right, mother? As he spoke, he winked at Zhao Jingxian. Zhao Jingxian said coldly, if you really don't want to make me sad, why are you trying to break through to the immortal realm now? Do you know how serious the consequences of doing so are? Lin Fan hummed and didn't say anything. Lin Sun said softly, Fan, you know how fast your cultivation is advancing, and you should know the consequences of trying to break through to the immortal realm now. Can you tell me why you are so impatient? Lin Fan was silent for a moment, then said, recently, there have been many enemies outside the ultimate. Although I have been in seclusion here, how could I not know the situation outside? Father, there's something you don't know, but during these past few years, Mother has always been managing everything, and she's endured unimaginable pressure. I just want to help Mother, and I don't want to see her worry all day long. If I can't even protect Mother, then what's the point of cultivating? Zhao Jingxian, who was very angry, was stunned. Her eyes suddenly became wet, her soft heart was hit, and her emotions were uncontrollably churning. Only now did she know that Lin Fan was so impatient to break through to the immortal realm because he wanted to share her burden. He didn't want to see her suffer. Lin Sun was deeply touched, his eyes looking at Lin Fan again. The young man was dressed in white, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he was extraordinarily handsome. Standing there, his well-proportioned and slender figure was already a head taller than his mother. His temperament was like the wind and the moon, upright and clean, every move of his had a peerless elegance. After a while, Lin Sun sighed, "It's all my fault. If I had come back years ago, these things wouldn't have happened." His voice was apologetic. "How can it be your fault?" Zhao Jingxian took a deep breath and said, "You always like to take all kinds of responsibilities on yourself. You did it before, and you still do it now. Don't do it again in the future." Lin Fan also said seriously, "Mother is right. I have grown up and can take charge of things by myself. Father, don't blame yourself." Hearing this, Lin Sun's heart was full of emotions. He had a lot of things to say, but they were all stuck in his throat, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a voice that sounded like the sounds of nature suddenly rang out. "Lin Sun, I'm hungry." Xianxia, who had been silent like an outsider, broke the atmosphere in one sentence. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Update sent another important thing. Up to this day, there have been 20 updates this month. I believe everyone has seen the efforts of Goldfish in the updates. Then, there will be no updates tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so we have to write a detailed outline in advance to prepare for the outbreak at the end of the month. Don't worry, everyone, this time it will be a big outbreak. Yes, the outbreak the day after tomorrow. Lin Sun personally barbecued the meat over the bonfire. An alluring aroma permeated the core ruins in the night. Xianxia, Zhao Jingxian, and Lin Fan sat on the ground and enjoyed themselves. Lin Fan glanced at Xianxia from time to time. He already knew who she was when he was young. He also knew that Aunt Xianxia had always been by his father's side when they were young. There was no hostility, but he couldn't help but worry about his mother, Zhao Jingxian. His Aunt Xianxia was too beautiful. She was definitely one of a kind in the world. Any other woman would pale in comparison to her. "Mother, aren't you worried?" Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Jingxian glared at him without batting an eyelid. "You don't have the right to comment on the adults' matters. Remember, don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I'll be the first to deal with you." Lin Fan shrugged and tactfully stopped talking about this topic. It was common for cultivators to have multiple wives and concubines. It was normal for some old men to marry many beautiful wives and concubines. Moreover, cultivators were skilled in maintaining their youthful looks and were powerful. They wouldn't care about their age. "Fanner." Lin Sun quickly sat down and said, "When I returned today, I captured all the experts from the 7 major forces at the entrance of the Ultimate Ruins. Many of them were Jiuxian Emperor ancestors. In the following days, you will use them as your opponents to train yourself." Lin Fan was startled. He smiled, "Father, no one in the same realm is my opponent." His words were casual, but he sounded extremely confident and arrogant. In Zhao Jingshuan's eyes, Lin Fan's tone and demeanor were very similar to Lin Sun's in the past. They were both casual and calm. "You might be able to win if you fight one-on-one." "What if you fight 1 against 10, asked Lin Sun. "It's not a problem if I use my full strength." "What if you fight 1 against 100, asked Lin Sun again. Lin Fan hesitated. "I've never encountered such a group battle before. Although I can't say I'll win, I don't think I'll lose that easily." Zhao Jingxian smiled. "Your father has always been unrivaled in the same realm. Numbers are never a problem for him." Lin Sun widened his eyes and looked at Lin Sun. Even now? He already knew that Lin Sun was now in existence at the Transcendent Realm Great Perfection, and was extremely powerful. Lin Sun nodded. He didn't have to hide anything in front of his children. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Father, I know you're worried about me breaking through too quickly, but to be frank, I can complete all of this in a very short period of time, and it won't be of any use anymore." Lin Sun nodded and said, "I understand. Combat is one thing. Next, I will temper your state of mind." Lin Fan asked with interest, "Father, what kind of training is this?" Lin Sun laughed. "You'll know when the time comes." Lin Fan also smiled, "Then I'll really wait and see." Lin Sun stretched out his hand and patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Suddenly, Lin Fan's cultivation was suppressed, which meant that he was doomed to be unable to make any progress even if he cultivated again. this confinement will always exist until I'm satisfied. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. Father, is there a need for this? Lin Sun blinked his eyes and said, I'm afraid you can't control yourself, so I have to help you. Zhao Jingshan pursed her lips and smiled. With Lin Sun around, she felt relaxed. The next day, Xian Jiuyin left the ultimate ruins with Jing Tianxianue and set off for the Xian family. Lin Sun originally wanted to go with them, but he was rejected by Xian Jiuyin. He had many trump cards gifted to him by Xian failing. He could even fight against a transcendent realm great perfection, let alone someone in the same realm. For the next period of time, Lin Sun accompanied Zhao Jingxian and Lin Fan. In the core ruins, Lin Sun brought out the 7 major forces great emperors, one by one, and told them that whoever could defeat his son, Lin Fan, would be allowed to leave alive. Although being reduced to a grindstone made these peak-level great emperors feel humiliated, it also ignited their fighting spirit. As a result, battles and killings took place every day in the core ruins. Unfortunately, without exception, all of the great emperors were defeated. They were no match for Lin Fan. They couldn't fight one-on-one, nor could they fight 10 against 1. When 30 of them attacked together, they could only barely withstand Lin Fan's attacks. When 40 of them attacked together, Lin Sun began to feel the immense pressure. During this process, Lin Sun understood everything about Lin Fan. He knew how many people in the same realm as Lin Fan, and how many people could possibly trap Lin Fan at the moment. However, based on this situation, it wouldn't take long before Lin Fan was truly invincible in the ultimate ruins. He could ignore the number of enemies he faced. With the devouring abyss talent and the true dragon bloodline, this kid's talent is indeed a little overpowered, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. However, this also made Lin Sun even more determined to train Lin Fan's mental state. Half a month passed in a flash. In this half a month, through Zhao Jingshuan's mouth, Lin Sun also learned everything about the Yuanshi Taoist sect. Furthermore, he gained a deeper understanding of the sinkhole's shocking turn of events. Now, everyone believed that the shocking changes that occurred in the ultimate began 10 years ago. But according to Zhao Jingxian, as early as 20 years ago, the signs of this shocking change began to appear. Back then, there were frequent violent spatial fluctuations in the depths of the ultimate ruins. They were as dull as thunder, and then there would be surging vitality that spewed out from the depths of the ultimate ruins like a tidal wave. The vitality also contained many rare divine medicines, rare treasures, and other treasures, as if they were being washed out. If the depths of the ultimate ruins were compared to the sea, the gushing vitality was like the tidal wave, and the treasures in the tidal wave were like fish, prawns, and shells that had been washed ashore. It was also at that time that Old Toad and Ah Lu, who had already set foot on the immortal Tao path, had personally ventured into the depths of the ultimate ruins to investigate, but they had no choice but to retreat halfway. The shocking changes in the depths of the ultimate ruins were just too terrifying. The surging vitality that erupted was so powerful that they couldn't resist it. But even so, the core dimension in the ultimate ruins still obtained unimaginable benefits. Not only did the laws of heaven and earth transform, even the aura of the great Tao in the secret dimension began to increase by leaps and bounds. To the primeval Tao sect that resided within it, this was naturally a great fortune bestowed by the heavens, and every single cultivator benefited greatly from it. Until 10 years ago, when the vitality in the depths of the ultimate experienced a great explosion, causing the entire lower realm and even the entire starry ancient path to change, it was also at that time that a Tao sword filled with an eternal aura swept out from the depths of the bottomless. It caused a sensation in the world and attracted the attention of the various starry voids of the vast thousand domains. Attention from the outside. By now, countless foreign forces had gathered on the starry sky ancient path, all heading for the ultimate ruin. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the starry sky ancient road would become completely different from before. Whoever could occupy this place would be able to enjoy the heavenly fate and obtain immeasurable benefits from this shocking change. Of course, all of this caused unrest and slaughter throughout the world. In a short period of 10 years, the flames of war raged throughout the starry sky, and countless rains of blood arose. Especially near the sinkhole, on the other hand, the sword that was suffused with an eternal aura was obtained by Ah Lu, and it fell into Zhao Jingshuan's hands in the end. As they discussed these matters, Zhao Jingxian took out the sword and handed it over to Lin Sun for him to study. The sword was 2 feet long and 4 fingers wide. Its blade was greenish-gray, and the 2 heavily corroded words "Absolute Darkness" were carved into the hilt. It was clearly badly damaged. There were many nicks on the blade, and there were also signs of cracks on the blade. But the eternal aura that emanated from the sword was still very shocking. There was no doubt that this was a sword that belonged to an eternal realm cultivator. It had been lost in the depths of the bottomless ruin for an unknown number of years, and now, with the shocking change in the bottomless ruin, it had finally reappeared in the world. This made Lin Sun even more interested in the shocking change in the depths of the bottomless ruin. Just what could have caused such a change in the bottomless ruin when its origin power had long since dried up? Lin Sun had originally planned to leave with everyone from the primeval Tao sect and return to the eternal true world, but in the end, he decided to stay for a while longer. "Young master, someone outside the bottomless ruin wishes to see you." On this day, Lin Zhong came to the core relic to inform Lin Sun of the matter. "Who is it?" Lin Sun asked. Lin Zhong said with a strange expression, "There are many people. They are all cultivators from the great forces of the ancient path of stars. They have come to ask for your help to suppress the chaos and slaughter in the world, to return peace to the people of the world." Lin Sun was stunned. "They really think highly of me," he said. Lin Zhong said softly, "Young master, not to mention the chaos in the starry heavens, even the soul oblivion sea near the bottomless ruin has been filled with slaughter and blood. Disasters are happening everywhere. If we don't stop it, I'm afraid that more and more people will die." Lin Sun said, "Grandad Zhong wants me to help them?" Lin Zhong hurriedly shook his head. "That depends on your thoughts, young master. I just think that the billions of lives in the world are ultimately innocent. They should not be dragged into such a disaster. Once cultivators fight, they can easily destroy mountains and rivers, or even cities. Over the years, who knows how many lives in the outside world have suffered." His tone was filled with sorrow and regret. Then, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Originally, these things have nothing to do with me. I just feel that if no one cares about the lives and deaths of the people in the world, it would be such a sad thing." Lin Sun said, "Grandad Zhong, leave this matter to me." As he said this, he got up and walked out of the core relic. He thought of the Taishan Sword Emperor, Battle Emperor Wu Yang, and the Dragon Elephant Battle Emperor. Every one of them had the ambition and boldness to help the world, and every one of them was worthy of respect and admiration. He also thought of those peerless heroes stationed on the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass all year round. In order to resist the foreign enemies of the 8 regions, they did not hesitate to fight to the death. "When my Tao is proved, I know the suffering of all living beings." Lin Sun couldn't help but think of the words of Xianxia Buddha Emperor, full of compassion for the state of the universe. He also thought of the great wish made by the Golden Cicada youth. He hoped that all living beings in the world could become saints. All of a sudden, Lin Sun felt some subtle changes in his state of mind. Outside the ultimate ruins, many cultivators held their breaths in concentration while feeling nervous and perturbed in their hearts. They came together this time, hoping to ask Lin Sun to calm down the chaos in the world. This was undoubtedly tantamount to completely offending those foreign forces. But they had to do so. Because if the chaos continued, not to mention all living beings in the world, even they and the clansmen and forces behind them would suffer one after another. No one could stay out of the world's great disaster. Everyone, now that the Dao Yuan Emperor has returned, with his breadth of mind and boldness, he will definitely not sit idly by. Perhaps all of us have our own selfish motives in coming here. Some are thinking for themselves, some are thinking for the clans behind us, but in the end, we're here to plead for the lives of all living beings in the world. Whether we succeed or fail, as long as we do our best, we will have no regrets." A gray-robed old man said in a deep voice. Everyone nearby nodded. They were not sure whether they could ask Lin Sun to help, so they were very nervous. "Everyone, have you all noticed? There are quite a number of experts from the other factions staring at us from afar." Someone said in a heavy voice, "I'm afraid they hate us to the bone." His words made the faces of everyone present change slightly. So what if we are hated by them? If we old bones don't do these things, who will do it? Even if I die, I won't regret coming here. Someone's voice was sonorous and powerful. Haha, is that so? In that case, I really want to see whether the Dao Yuan Emperor that you all speak of will help you fellows who have no relationship with him. In the distance, a strong foreign force sneered contemptuously. Ask Emperor Dao Yuan to deal with us? Aren't you afraid that the clans behind you will be punished? Someone threatened directly. The world is so big that it's not up to Lin Daoyuan to decide. Even if he is powerful, can he stop all the forces in the vast thousand world? Words that were filled with coldness, disdain, and threats resounded from afar. The gray-robed old man and others came together in the hope of asking Lin Sun to help. Their expressions changed constantly. They all knew that if they returned without accomplishing anything this time, what awaited them would be a disaster. Do you regret it? Suddenly, someone asked. How can I regret it since I'm here? The gray-robed old man said without thinking. Then, he was stunned. In their field of vision, a tall figure had unknowingly appeared in the sky above the sinkhole, and he was looking at them. I am Xianxia. Greetings, senior. The gray-robed old man and the others bowed in unison. They could not hide the excitement on their faces. The Dao Yuan the Arch had appeared. To them, this was no less than a great surprise. I've heard your conversation earlier, and I already know why you've come. Lin Sun slightly nodded. At the same time, the hearts of all the experts from the outside world who were watching from extremely far away sank, and they didn't dare speak another word. It was even to the extent that they aroused the intention to retreat and intended to retreat. Half a month ago, the scene where Lin Sun wiped out the 7 forces with a wave of his sleeves was still spread all over the world. Just at this moment, Lin Sun's eyes swept over them, causing these foreign forces experts to stiffen as if they were being stared at by the ruler of heaven. A chill ran down their spines. The first thing they did was turn around and flee. Back then, I once said that no forces should appear within a 1,000-mile radius of the sinkhole. Yet, you knowingly violated it. Do you think that I'm easy to talk to? An indifferent voice reverberated between heaven and earth. In an instant, the figures of the foreign forces experts were imprisoned in place, unable to move an inch. Lin Daoyuan, do you really want to fight against the entire vast 1,000 domains by yourself? Someone screamed in horror. I'm not afraid to tell you that the emperor clans of the various starry dimensions have joined forces to eradicate you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave the sinkhole as soon as possible. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall you. Boom, while his voice was still reverberating, the body of this person and all the other foreign forces experts exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Not a single one of them was spared. An ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself. Lin Sun could not be bothered with them. He looked at Zhang Ziheng and the others again and said, regardless of whether you came here out of selfishness or are really pleading for the lives of the world, I will not stand idly by. Go back and wait for news. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves. A ray of light descended, wrapping around Zhang Ziheng and the others, directly teleporting them away and disappearing. If they were to leave on their own, it would be difficult for them to leave the soul Oblivion Sea alive. I can't travel across the starry heavens alone in a short period of time. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. Clatter with a shower of light, Wu Shuang, who was as pure as a young girl, appeared out of thin air. Wu Shuang, how about you decide the world on my behalf today? Lin Sun asked. Wu Shuang replied obediently, Wu Shuang, I'll follow your orders. Go. From today onwards, you will be in charge of suppressing any forces that bring harm to the world. As he finished speaking, Lin Sun turned around and returned to the sinkhole. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared, Wu Shuang took a deep breath and murmured, this is the first time my master has asked me to do something. I must not mess it up. In her watery eyes, a mysterious and unfathomable power of order emerged as she looked into the distance. Swish, Wu Shuang's figure suddenly became illusory, turning into a ray of sacred divine rainbow of order, and then began to spread at an incredible speed. In a few breaths, a mysterious and obscure power of order appeared over the vast soul Oblivion Sea. It was invisible and intangible, and ordinary practitioners couldn't detect it at all. On the other hand, figures at the Imperial Emperor realm and above acutely sensed at the first possible moment that a completely different fluctuation of order had appeared in the heavens and the earth. It was vast like the heavens and possessed supreme might. In an area of the soul Oblivion Sea, there were 2 groups of foreign forces fighting for the ownership of that area of the sea. Both sides had mobilized forces at the level of Juxian Emperor ancestor, and there were hundreds of them. But at this moment, a horrible light of catastrophe fell from the sky, dazzling and blazing, illuminating the sky and sea. Boom, the light of catastrophe fell, and the two groups of foreign forces were all killed. At the same time, living beings scattered in different areas of the Soul Oblivion Sea, regardless of their cultivation, foreign forces, or natives, all sensed a supreme intent spreading out. Today, I represent my master, Lin Sun, to rule the world. From now on, anyone who causes harm to the world will be killed without mercy. This sentence was emotionless, but it resounded in the hearts of every cultivator in the Soul Oblivion Sea, causing their expressions to change. It's the order power released by Lin Daoyuan. And it has spirituality. This is the legendary spirit of order. Only a rare 9th rank heaven rank order can possess it. An immortal from a foreign force gasped, his face full of shock. It seemed like the power of order could kill a heavenly longevity realm existence like him as easily as blowing off dust. Is this a warning to the world that whoever causes trouble will be killed? At this moment, countless foreign forces felt their limbs go cold, and they realized that the situation was not good. Emperor Daoyuan has made his move. Finally, we will no longer be killed by those foreign forces. It was unknown how many natives were cheering at this moment, shouting in excitement. This news was shocking because there was no need for it to be spread. It resounded in the hearts of every cultivator at the same time. Fortunately, as long as the innocent are not harmed, nothing will happen. In this case, there is still room for maneuver. Some experienced people keenly noticed the subtlety in Wu Shuang's words. In other words, they could fight and kill, but they could not harm and implicate the innocent. The only thing that people could not grasp was what exactly meant by innocent. Where was the standard of innocent? This was very mysterious, but the more it was so, the more people did not dare to act rashly. Because once a battle broke out, no one could say for sure whether they would be killed or not. Rise. In the sky, Wu Shuang's power continued to spreading to the Xiao Empire, the ancient Desolation region, the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and the 9 galaxies, Xiao Empire, Primeval Dao Mountain. This was originally the place where the Primeval Dao sect resided. However, after the sect moved to the bottomless ruins many years ago, it became an ownerless land. Even though there were many cultivator forces in the Xiao Empire, the power of the Primeval Dao sect had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so no one dared to occupy it. However, ever since the bottomless ruins changed, the Primeval Dao Mountain became a place of chaos. Many foreign forces came and fought over it, causing countless bloody battles. Today, the Primeval Dao Mountain once again witnessed a shocking battle. When the battle ended, the place was covered in corpses and blood like a painting. From today onwards, this place will be under the control of my celestial water paradise. On the victor's side, an undying figure laughed proudly at the sky. Boom, however, in the next moment, a waterfall of tribulation light descended from the sky, killing this undying figure on the spot and turning him into dust. The experts under him were also scared out of their wits. Ancient Desolation region. The shocking changes in the ultimate ruin had made this vast world different from before. It was like a sacred pure land that was full of vitality. Naturally, there were many invading forces from the outside. However, on this day, Wu Shuang's emotionless voice rang out in the hearts of all cultivators in the ancient Desolation region. Today, I will rule the world on behalf of my master, Lin Sun. From today onwards, anyone who causes harm to the world will be killed without mercy. For a time, it caused a huge uproar. And in the major Starry Sky regions of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, similar scenes played out continuously. The major forces that invaded from the various Starry Sky regions of the vast thousand worlds all felt great pressure. They were both shocked and angry, and filled with fear. Someone didn't believe it and sneered at the sky. I want to see what this power of order can do to me. His voice was domineering. But in the next moment, he let out a miserable scream. His cultivation, which was at the peak of the monarch ancestor realm, was reduced to ashes by the tribulation light. In the following period of time, such scenes continued to play out. The people of this world were all in defiance of the heavens. How could they possibly submit to a single decree? However, when they tried to resist, they were all killed by the tribulation light in the sky without exception. Later on, all the cultivators in the starry sky finally deeply felt the terror of the power of order that enveloped the sky. The world of darkness. Qing, dressed in a green dress, raised her head and looked at the sky. Previously, she had heard Wu Shuang's voice in her heart. She was amazed in her heart and a smile appeared on her lips. Just like in the past, Qing had an extremely enchanting beauty. Holding a blood umbrella, her fair and translucent skin was like mutton fat jade. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, and her neck was snow-white and slender. Standing there casually, she had a charm that could turn all living things upside down. Big Yellow, where are you going? At the spur of the moment, the Qing noticed that Big Yellow was rushing toward the sky impatiently. I'm going to look for Lin Sun. He must have seen Master long ago. Once we find him, we can understand Master's situation. Big Yellow shouted excitedly. Wait, I'll go with you. Qing said and had already leaped into the air to chase after Big Yellow. Outside the starry ancient path, the figures of cultivators converged like tidewater in an expanse of the starry sky. These were the strong cultivators from the various starry planes of the vast thousand world. They had united and formed an army that could sweep the world. There were more than 30 immortal figures. Half a month ago, Lin Sun had returned and wiped out the 7 major forces outside the ultimate. When the news came out, the whole vast thousand world was in an uproar. And this mighty army of cultivators had come to deal with Lin Sun. However, at this moment, they all stopped in their tracks. Their expressions changed and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Previously, Wu Shuang's emotionless voice reverberated in the hearts of everyone in this army of cultivators, making them feel that something was wrong. From now on, restrain your aura. Don't make a move on your own. Once you encounter a battle, don't hurt the innocent. The black-robed man in the lead took a deep breath and gave the order. His words made everyone shiver and they couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Originally, to these foreign forces, the starry ancient path was a piece of fat meat that could be slaughtered at any time. However, with Lin Sun's return and the mysterious and terrifying power of order covering the starry sky, they had no choice but to restrain and lower their heads. Brother, is this power of order really impossible to resist? An elder couldn't help but ask. Everyone, you must have heard the voice just now. That's a power that only an order spirit can possess. It's even more terrifying than a heaven rank 9 order spirit. The black-robed man in the lead said in a low voice, and there was extreme wariness in his tone. Forget about the boundless universe, even in the eternal true world, only the immortal giants of the 8th heaven can possess such a mysterious power. Undying? Many people's hearts trembled and they gasped. We might be able to proclaim ourselves as kings and tyrants in the great thousand worlds and do whatever we want without fear, but if we go to eternal true world, we're nothing. In the eyes of those immortal giants, we're no different from ants. The black-robed man's voice was slow and heavy. Now that Lin Daoyuan has returned with the spirit of order, it's not an exaggeration to say that he can easily suppress any starry sky plane in the great thousand world with just the spirit of order. His words caused the hearts of the allied forces from the various dimensions to plunge to rock bottom, and their hair stood on end. Lin Daoyuan, how could it be so terrifying? Fellow Daoist, if that's the case, wouldn't our trip to the sinkhole be no different from suicide? Someone could not help but ask. Not necessarily. The black-robed man's eyes flashed. Just now, the spirit of orders will said very clearly that it's not allowed to harm the lives of all living beings in the world, but it didn't say anything about stopping us from entering the ancient path of stars. Hearing this, the eyes of many old people lit up, and they also understood what was going on. As long as we cooperate and don't anger the spirit of order, it's not impossible for us to take root in the ancient path of stars. The black-robed man said, everyone, you have to look at the long term. The shocking change in the sinkhole of stars will cause the entire ancient path of stars to undergo a drastic change. Even if we can't enter the sinkhole of stars in the end, as long as we can take root in the ancient path of stars, we'll definitely be able to obtain unimaginable benefits in the future. Many people, who were originally depressed, became excited. Someone showed a look of longing. That's right, a terrifying existence like Lin Daoyuan will definitely not stay in the ancient path of stars for long. In the future, no one will have the final say in the world, in just a few days. As the peerless power of order covered the entire ancient path of stars, the chaos and slaughter in the world seemed to have been wiped out. Even those hostile forces chose to swallow their anger and take a step back. They no longer dared to kill recklessly. For a time, the entire world showed a scene of peace and harmony. It was far from what it used to be. Such a change was naturally noticed by the billions of people in the world, and all of them cheered and rejoiced. Since ancient times, who could be like the Dao Yuan Emperor, who could single-handedly suppress the chaos in the world and return peace to the world? The billions of people in the ancient path of stars should be grateful for the Dao Yuan Emperor's kindness. If not for the Dao Yuan Emperor, the ancient path of stars would have fallen, and the people of this world would definitely not be able to stay out of it. The entire world was discussing the same name, Lin Sun. In the entire history of the ancient path of stars, there had never been someone like Lin Sun, who single-handedly determined the Tao of the world and cleansed the heavens. There had never been a legendary figure like Lin Sun, who could make all the forces in the vast thousand world bow their heads and submit. Ancient Desolation, Divine Secret Pavilion. The Divine Secret Pavilion was regarded as the sword and brush officials of the cultivation world. They controlled the spring and autumn brush and the Book of Annals. They recorded the historical facts of the past and the changes of the world. Anyone who could be recorded by them would have their names immortalized in history. A long time ago, when Lin Sun was wandering in the ancient desolation, his shocking deeds had been recorded by Miao Xian of the Divine Secret Pavilion. And today, Miao Xian took out the spring and autumn brush and the Book of Annals again and wrote seriously. After many years, Lin Daoyuan returned to the ancient path of stars with supreme power and swept away the disaster of the ultimate. He used the power of order to determine the Tao of the world, and no one in the world dared to disobey him. All living beings in the world praise his prestige and regard him as the ruler of the heavens. No one dares to disrespect him. Throughout history, there is no one who can compare to him. The ultimate. The secret world of hearts. Miss Qingying, you came at the right time. When I have investigated the shocking changes in the ultimate, you can come with me to the eternal world. In a hall of the primeval Tao sect, Lin Sun said with a smile. Today, Lin Sun was quite happy that Qingying and Big Yellow came together. Before Qingying could speak, Big Yellow said anxiously, "We'll talk about whether we go to the eternal world later. Tell me about my master now." Lin Sun rubbed Big Yellow's head and said, "Good boy, don't be anxious." Big Yellow bared its teeth in anger and opened its mouth to bite Lin Sun's thigh, but Lin Sun dodged it. "Brat, do you think that you can be lawless just because your cultivation is higher than mine?" Big Yellow howled and pounced at Lin Sun again. Lin Sun hurriedly waved his hand. All right, I'll tell you." Only then did Big Yellow stop and squatted on the ground while snorting. Lin Sun did not hide anything and told it about meeting second senior brother Xianxia in the eternal world. After hearing that, Big Yellow stood up and said, "I want to go to Kunlun ruins." Lin Sun hurriedly said, "That place is now a place of great danger. It's too dangerous to gather at the eternal realm. If you really want to see my second senior brother, just follow me." Big Yellow's expression was gloomy. Qingying also said from the side, "Big Yellow, you should stay." Big Yellow said with a lonely expression, "Am I becoming more and more useless?" "I can't even help master," Lin Sun said seriously. "You're wrong to say that. Your master is my second senior brother. I'm more worried about his safety than you are. If you really want to help him, just cultivate hard." Big Yellow was silent for a moment before nodding. Lin Sun and Qingying immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Big Yellow would go to Kunlun ruins at all costs. If that was the case, it would be too easy for accidents to happen. "Miss Qingying, Master Lu is also in the eternal world. When I leave, why don't you and Big Yellow leave with me?" Lin Sun looked at Qingying. "All right," Qingying agreed readily. On this day, Lin Sun settled Qingying and Big Yellow in the secret world of Core. It was also on this day that Xian Jiuyin and Jing Xianxia returned. Along with them were all the members of the Xian family. That night, Lin Sun held a grand banquet and warmly received the patriarch of the Xian family, Xianxia, and the other important figures of the Xian family. Back then, if Xianxia had not sent the news in advance and asked the Lin family to move to the ultimate, the Lin family would have been destroyed by the forces sent by Fu Wenli and the others. This was a great favor that Lin Sun would never dare to forget. Lin Sun also settled down the entire Shan family. When it was time to leave, he would bring them to the eternal world. Husband, I plan to make a trip to the true dragon bloodline. On this day, Zhao Jingxian found Lin Sun and told him her plan softly. Her parents, Zhao Yuanji and Ao Xintong, were both from the true dragon bloodline. After learning that Lin Sun was investigating the secrets of the ultimate, he would leave with everyone in the secret world of Core. Zhao Jingxian also planned to bring her parents away. I'll go with you. Lin Sun agreed after some thought. The main reason he returned to the ancient path of starry sky this time was to bring all his friends and relatives away. Now that he had reunited with them, he did not mind staying for a while longer. In particular, the shocking changes in the ultimate piqued his curiosity. If it were not for the fact that he had too many things to do recently, he would have gone to the depths of the ultimate. Zhao Jingxian pursed her lips and smiled. You are a busy person now. You should stay here. Xiaxia has already agreed to come with me. Lin Sun could not help but look at Xiaxia in surprise. This was the first time he saw Xiaxia agree to do such a thing on her own initiative. I can't ignore Sister Jingxian's matter. Xiaxia's voice was crisp and sweet. Lin Sun was immediately gratified. It was really not easy for Xiaxia to have such a change in temperament. In the past, apart from himself, Xiaxia did not care about anyone else in this world. Zhao Jingxian and Xiaxia left together. With Xiaxia around, Lin Sun wasn't worried. After all, Xiaxia could kill a transcendent realm great perfection with her current combat strength. She also mastered a forbidden technique related to fate, the mortal calamity. There was no one in the boundless thousand battles who could match up to her. Father. Lin Fan hurriedly came looking for Zhao Jingxian and Xiaxia right after they left. Are you truly invincible in this realm now? Asked Lin Sun with a smile. Lin Fan had been following Lin Sun's instructions these past few days. He had been fighting against the Seven Forces' great ancestor Zhuing to temper himself and improve greatly. Soon. Lin Fan smiled. This time around, I didn't ask you to test my cultivation skills. I have something else to tell you, Father. His temperament was like the cool breeze under a pine tree, or the bright moon in a mountain stream. He was handsome and outstanding. Even when conversing with Lin Sun, he had a calm demeanor. What is it? Asked Lin Sun. Come with me, Father. With that, he flew towards the core ruins. Along the way, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared from afar. Before she even arrived, a sweet voice could already be heard. Brother Fan, I finally get to see you. She was looking for Lin Fan. At first glance, Lin Sun recognized that it was Shiyu's daughter, Lin Lang, a bright and beautiful woman. Why are you looking for me? Asked Lin Fan. Lin Lang didn't answer. Instead, she greeted Lin Sun with a sweet smile. Uncle Lin. Lin Sun glanced at her and Lin Fan, vaguely guessing what was going on. He couldn't help but smile. You guys chat, I'll go somewhere else. With that, he flew away with his hands behind his back. That's right. Fanner is already old enough to marry a cultivation companion, thought Lin Sun. Lin Lang was Shiyu's daughter, and he and Shiyu were good friends since they were young. If Lin Fan could marry Lin Lang, it would naturally be a great thing. Of course, this also depended on whether Lin Fan and Lin Lang were compatible. Not long after, Lin Fan returned with a smile. Father, let's go. Lin Sun glanced at Lin Lang's departing figure, but didn't ask anything in the end. Lin Fan should be the one to decide. The core ruins. Under Lin Fan's lead, they soon arrived at the depths of an underground cave. This place had obviously been abandoned for a long time, but now it was filled with an extremely astonishing aura of the Great Path, and there were faint sounds of the Tao coming from it. Did this place appear recently? Asked Lin Sun. Lin Fan said, it only appeared yesterday. It should have something to do with that shocking change in the sinkhole. I've already entered it to investigate and found out that this cave abode is related to the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the end of the abode. It was a spacious world, and there was only a meditation cushion placed there. Besides that, there was nothing else. In an instant, Lin Sun's eyes fell on the futon. Father, this praying mat is extremely mysterious. Even with my current cultivation, I am actually unable to approach or touch it, unable to even sense it with my divine senses. Lin Fan said. Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and immediately sensed a different breath. There was an obscure forbidden power surging on the futon. With his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to get close to it. However, the power of the restriction gave Lin Sun an extremely familiar feeling. With a thought, he operated the power of the Battle Saint technique and probed the futon. Whoosh! The futon suddenly glowed, releasing a magnificent light rain of the Great Path. At the same time, Lin Sun came to a realization. It turned out that this underground cave abode was personally opened by the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain. At that time, fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi was suppressed here. Moreover, the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain had left the imprints of the 9 major sects in the futon. Of course, it was also left for fourth senior brother. Unfortunately, fourth senior brother was filled with resentment at that time and did not understand the intention of the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain to suppress him. During the countless years that he was trapped here, he did not comprehend and learn the mystery of the 9 major sections. Knowing this, Lin Sun could not help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, fourth senior brother had turned over a new leaf. Otherwise, with his ability, if he brought disaster to the world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Father, what secret is hidden in this futon? Lin Fan could not help but ask. Lin Sun said, wait for a moment. As he spoke, he stepped forward and sat cross-legged on the futon. With a little sense, the 9 major sects sealed in the futon emerged in his mind. In the past, Lin Sun had heard his senior brothers and sisters talking about these sections. But apart from the Fighting Saint technique, Lin Sun did not know the mysteries of the other sections. But now, the mysteries of these sects emerged one by one. They were, Battle Saint Technique, Premier Heart Sutra, Confinement of Mental Space, Floating Sutra, Boundless Distance, Free and Unfettered, Boundless Voyager, Knowledge Sutra. Each of the 9 major sects of Fengsuan Mountain was personally created by the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain and possessed unfathomable power. For example, 9th Senior Brother Guyupu's Golden Court Sutra was born out of the inheritance of Free and Unfettered Sutra. When this inheritance was cultivated to the extreme, it could transform one's body into all things in the world, including the sky, the earth, all things in the world, and all living beings in the world. For example, Knowledge Sutra was based on the meaning of understanding things and gaining knowledge. It could identify all things and gain insight into the mysteries. Senior Brother Pujin's All-Herb Sutra was born out of this sutra. After a long time, Lin Sun opened his eyes. He had already understood the mysteries of the 9 major sections. Although they are sects, the mysteries in them can only be cultivated before the Emperor realm. Obviously, Master is worried that the Taoist scriptures he created will affect the future cultivation of his heirs. Lin Sun was very clear that after stepping into the Emperor realm, he began to walk on his own path of cultivation. Master of Fengsuan had done this with good intentions. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Before reaching the Emperor realm, one could still study the sect's inheritance. But once he stepped into the Emperor realm, he could only rely on himself to seek the Tao. Because if one wanted to go further in this realm, he needed to create his own Emperor Sutra. For example, when Lin Sun was in the Emperor realm, he created the Great Way Furnace Sutra. Fanner, this meditation cushion contains the 9 ultimate inheritances of Mount Inner Heart. You can comprehend it for a while and take it as a reference to learn. Lin Sun got up from the futon and said casually. Lin Fan thought for a moment and suddenly smiled, forget it. I also know the principle of drawing inferences from one case. But I have already reached the extreme of the Emperor realm. Any inheritance in this world is of no use to me. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and didn't insist. He said, since you are so confident in your Tao, why don't we have a match? Lin Fan was stunned. Father, you are bullying me. Lin Sun said, don't worry. I will only fight you with the power of Juxing ancestor. Lin Fan's fighting spirit was also aroused. He said with his eyes shining, Father, I have long heard that your Tao is unparalleled in the world. I really want to see it. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, let's go. After a moment, father and son stood in the air above the Fengsuan ruins, facing each other. Father, please. Lin Fan took a deep breath. His handsome face showed a disdainful expression. His chi ran and his momentum suddenly changed. There was a kind of domineering aura. Come. Lin Sun suppressed his cultivation to Juxing ancestor level. He looked calm. Father, then I won't be polite. In the midst of his laughter, Lin Fan broke through the air and arrived. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. With his current cultivation, he didn't care about people in the same realm as him. There were very few people in this world who could arouse his fighting spirit. But facing his father, Lin Sun, was completely different. Since he was a child, his father was like an unattainable mountain in his heart. Even now, Lin Fan still admired his father. However, admiration was one thing. Lin Fan always thought that one day he would catch up with his father's footsteps and stand shoulder to shoulder with him on the Tao, until he surpassed him. Just like now, Lin Fan was confident that even if he couldn't defeat his father in the Juxing ancestor level, he could still win. However, reality was cruel after all. In just a moment, Lin Fan was hit by a punch. He staggered, his face full of shock. Lin Sun looked at Lin Sun in the distance. Do you want to continue? Lin Sun asked. In other words, Lin Sun was saying, you're still not good enough. Again. Lin Fan's expression became calm and serious, and his entire aura faintly showed signs of boiling. Bang! Not long after, Lin Fan was slapped into the air and hit the ground. His handsome face was covered with dust. He looked quite embarrassed. He got up and said in disbelief, is this the power of Juxing ancestor? Lin Sun smiled, I don't need to use the power of immortal level to deal with you. Lin Fan's lips twitched. He gritted his teeth, again. Bang, 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 in the following time, Lin Fan was defeated again and again. Every time he was embarrassed, but he didn't get hurt. Lin Sun didn't want to hurt his son. As long as he could kill this kid's arrogance and temper his state of mind, his goal would be achieved. After a long time, Lin Fan's hair was disheveled and he was covered in dust. He stood there panting, his expression uncertain. Not again? Lin Sun asked. Lin Fan smiled bitterly, Father, I'm not a masochist. It would be stupid of me to do something I know I can't do. Little Fan, your power and fighting skills are flawed, but it doesn't affect you much. In the end, it's because you lack the real tempering of life and death. You lack the power that comes from blood. Lin Sun walked forward and handed a pot of wine to Lin Fan. He then patiently taught him, only those who are used to life and death know how to dig out their true potential and limit. This is the ultimate secret of tempering oneself. Others' guidance and teaching are far inferior to personal experience. After a pause, he said, in short, it's nothing more than one sentence. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, what? You need to be taught a lesson. These 3 words were like an invincible sharp sword that pierced through the pride in Lin Fan's heart. P.S. Thank you Brother Awada for another reward from the leader. Thank you very much. Let's take this opportunity to talk about tomorrow's outbreak. Tomorrow morning at around 10 o'clock, there will be 3 chapters in a row. Before 6 o'clock, I will try to do another 3 chapters in a row. Later updates will be announced in the chapter. Lin Fan had never met anyone in the same realm as him since he started cultivating. This had given him a sense of disdain. After today's defeat, it was as if he had just woken up from a dream. His entire state of mind had changed. After being in a daze for a long time, Lin Fan revealed a look of shame. He bowed and said, Thank you, Father, for enlightening me now. Lin Sun said, Fanner, are you willing to undergo samsara cultivation? Lin Fan was stunned. Father, what do you mean? Lin Sun told his father about how he had entered the samsara world of nirvana to undergo recultivation. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing in this world? Lin Sun smiled. If you are willing, you can enter now. He controlled the nirvana order and the samsara world was within it. He could send Lin Fan in at any time. I am willing. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. Lin Sun immediately acted and sent Lin Fan into the nirvana order's samsara world. It's time to go to the depths of the ultimate. Lin Sun made up his mind as he strolled in the secret world of Core. Soon, he found Xianxia, Xianxia, Old Toad, Alu, and the others. He told them of his decision and instructed them to guard the secret world of Core. Then, Lin Sun left the secret world of Kor on the same day. The ultimate was one of the four ruins of Tao. Legend had it that every river in the universe, including the water of the Milky Way in the depths of the universe, would converge in the mysterious and primitive ultimate. When Lin Sun was young, he had heard that in the earliest times, the ultimate was surrounded by 5 divine mountains. They were Yingzhou, Punlai, Fenghu, Daiyu, and Yuanjiao. Each divine mountain was 15,000 miles above and below, with a distance of 70,000 feet between them. They were connected to the sea of stars above and the 9 serenities below. They were mysterious and unfathomable. But now, Lin Sun knew that as the power of the ultimate dried up in the beginning of the primordial era, everything in the ultimate changed. At the very least, the 5 legendary divine mountains had long disappeared. The secret world of Kor wasn't the only place in the ultimate. There were many other secret realms that Lin Sun had never explored in the past. And following the shocking changes that occurred in the sinkhole in recent years, the depths of the sinkhole were completely drowned by violent fluctuations of vitality. No one could approach it anymore. But the more it was so, the more curious Lin Sun was. Even now, he still had a deep impression of the divine sword that was filled with an eternal aura and had the word darkness extinction carved on its hilt. That was definitely a sword that belonged to an eternal realm expert. It was a true eternal Tao weapon. Even though it was severely damaged, it still exuded an eternal aura. And this sword had emerged from the depths of the ultimate. Whoosh! Lin Sun's figure flickered as he headed straight for the depths of the ultimate. Along the way, surging waves of vitality surged out like waves, emitting a primitive and ancient aura that was incomparably shocking. It was this vitality that changed the power of the ancient path of the starry sky, giving off an unprecedented aura of the great Tao. However, when one walked through it and was attacked by the life force, it was incomparably dangerous. It was no wonder that old Toad and Alu had returned empty-handed back then. This kind of vitality fluctuation could easily crush a soul emperor, and the deeper one went, the more violent and dangerous it would be. In the end, even Lin Sun had to run his cultivation to resist and resolve it. Along the way, Lin Sun also saw many secret realms. He once entered them to investigate, but apart from some treasures such as divine medicine and divine materials, there was nothing that attracted Lin Sun. Along the way, Lin Sun also saw many secret realms. In fact, with his current realm, it was difficult for treasures below the immortal realm to catch his eye. Just like this, he walked forward for a full 30 minutes. Boom! Amidst the violent and surging torrent of vitality, a ghastly pale hand suddenly stretched out. Its fingers were bare as if they were polished from jade, and every single knuckle surged with an eternal aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. The hand swept out, releasing a ferocious and terrifying violent aura, and suddenly grabbed at Lin Sun. At that moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel creeped out and subconsciously tried his best to resist it. Because there was no way to dodge. Bang! As if he had suffered a heavy blow, Lin Sun staggered and flew backward, with a touch of surprise and doubt on his face. With his current cultivation, he could suppress the Dharma form of the eternal realm, but now, he was repelled by the hand full of eternal aura. Whoosh! Before Lin Sun could react, the 5 fingers of the hand suddenly opened, like 5 peerlessly sharp divine swords, setting off a dark eternal sword chi, and chopped at Lin Sun. This blow was more terrible than before. Lin Sun dodged it with all his strength without thinking. Boom! The void nearby collapsed and became chaotic. The black eternal sword chi was too powerful. Although Lin Sun avoided it, he was swept by the unparalleled power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Horrifying sword marks appeared on his body that could be said to be indestructible, and blood splattered everywhere. How can it be so powerful? Is the owner of this hand a real eternal existence? At this moment, Lin Sun felt greatly threatened. In these years, he didn't even meet a few decent opponents, let alone being injured. But at this time, he was injured by a hand, which made Lin Sun feel unreal. Whoosh! The ghastly pale hand bone that was coiled with the aura of eternity attacked once more. Every single strike that descended caused sword insight that was black like the eternal night to seethe and spread out, and it was fierce and overbearing. It seemed like the eternal veil of night had descended and intended to swallow everything. Even though Lin Sun dodged with all his strength, he was still in danger, and the sword wounds on his body gradually increased. Although they were not fatal, they made him look extremely miserable. I can't delay any longer. Lin Sun's face was gloomy. When the hand came again, he did not hesitate to use the Gate of Exile. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the pale white hand bone and the black eternal sword intent it released disappeared into the door of exile. It was unexpectedly easy. Yes, this hand has no intelligence. Although its power is terrifying, it doesn't know the mystery of the Gate of Exile at all. Naturally, it fell into the trap easily. Lin Sun let out a long breath, and then felt it was too wasteful. It only took a moment to use 30% of his power to use the Gate of Exile. Let's take this opportunity to see what the hell the hand is. Lin Sun thought of something and directly shrunk the Gate of Exile into a shadow, which could last for a full hour. Then he directly rushed into the world of exile. The familiar gray world came into Lin Sun's sight. His figure flickered and moved to the distance. Soon, he came to the area where the corpse-killing disc was located. Boom, two huge millstone-like discs, one black and one white, were squeezing and rotating each other, producing a dull roar that resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Sun suddenly stopped, and his eyes slightly narrowed. Within the black and white divine disc that was pressing against each other, the pale hand was being crushed bit by bit. It was like rice grains falling into a millstone, producing cracking sounds. Under Lin Sun's gaze, the pale hand was completely crushed and obliterated, but a wisp of black power of the Great Way remained, as deep and quiet as the night. This surprised Lin Sun greatly. The corpse-killing disc was transformed from the obliteration rules. It was a kind of rule of heaven and earth, and it was enough to completely obliterate the power of any strong man. This was the first time he had seen a power that could not be completely obliterated by the obliteration rules. Lin Sun immediately grabbed the black power of the Great Way across the air. After a brief look, he could not help but be moved. This was an extremely powerful and pure eternal rules, containing incomparably powerful sword essence. The power was so powerful that even he felt a strong sense of danger. The eternal rules are no different from the real rule. The reason why this black eternal power has not been completely refined is that it is at the same level as the obliteration rules, so it can be preserved, Lin Sun suddenly understood. After the rule of heaven and earth was controlled and refined by the eternal realm, it became their own eternal rules. Just like the power contained in the divine order, it was also comparable to the power of rule, and belonged to the same level of power. The hand was so powerful just now, obviously because of the power of the black eternal rules. I wonder what will happen if I completely refine it, Lin Sun pondered. If it were any other cultivator, they probably would not even dare to try to refine this black eternal rules. But for Lin Sun, it was not a difficult task. This was because his immortal rules were different from those of the same realm in the world. After absorbing 90% of the Nirvana order's power, it was no longer inferior to the divine order. Naturally, it could compete with the power of rule. After a while, a hint of determination flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the void. He operated his own Tao and began to try to refine this black eternal rules with the immortal rules. Boom, the black eternal rules produced a shockingly violent fluctuation, but it was soon enveloped by Lin Sun's immortal rules. Without any accidents, the black eternal rules began to be refined bit by bit, just half a quarter of an hour later. The black eternal rules were completely refined. At the same time, Lin Sun keenly sensed that the power of his immortal rules had undergone some subtle changes. Although the changes were extremely subtle, Lin Sun was extremely shocked. It should be known that when he was in the Yuan Church, he had refined many rare 9th grade heaven-level orders, and he had also refined the Nirvana order to 90%. He thought that he had already tempered his immortal rules to the extreme. But now, there were some changes again, which was completely beyond Lin Sun's expectations. It was not until he calmed down that he vaguely guessed the mystery. The eternal rules are the power of rule. The divine order also contains the power of rule. Now that I've refined this black eternal rules, it should be equivalent to refining a divine order. Does this mean that all the heaven rank order's power has no effect on me? As long as I can absorb and refine the God rank order, my immortal law will continue transforming? Thinking of this, Lin Sun could not help but be stunned. If this was the case, did it mean that he had not truly tempered the immortal rules to the extreme in the transcendent realm great perfection? If this was the case, how could he talk about achieving eternity? Fortunately, I haven't tried to break through to the eternal realm. Otherwise, the flaws in my immortal rules would be enough to make me encounter great difficulties when breaking through the realm. Lin Sun secretly felt lucky. In the past, Lin Sun had never thought of refining a divine-level order, because this kind of power was too precious and rare. In the eternal world, even in the ninth heaven, only the 12 eternal gods possessed it. Now, he also had a divine-level Grand Prime, but he had never thought of refining it. As a result, Lin Sun had never thought that his immortal rule could actually produce subtle changes when refining the power of a divine-level order. Although the black eternal rule from before was left by an eternal realm figure, it could also be called a divine-level order. It was just a badly damaged small piece. The shocking change that occurred in the depths of the ultimate clearly has more than one treasure related to the power of the eternal realm. If I can collect enough similar eternal rule on this trip, perhaps it will be enough to truly refine my immortal rule to an unprecedented level. At that time, breaking into the eternal realm will no longer have any flaws. Although this is dangerous, as long as I have the Gate of Exile, I can easily collect them. While thinking, Lin Sun got up and rushed out of the exile realm. Swoosh, soon, his figure reappeared in the ultimate. Looking at the power of the Gate of Exile, Lin Sun saw that it could still last for a while. With a thought, the Gate of Exile, which was originally like a shadow of light, suddenly expanded to a radius of 3 feet. Then, he rushed directly into the depths of the ultimate. The violent and turbulent life force was so terrifying that Lin Sun had to use his true strength to move forward. But now that he had the Gate of Exile, he saw that the violent waves of life force rushing towards him were constantly swallowed by the Gate of Exile. This made Lin Sun feel extremely relaxed, and his speed of moving forward became extremely fast. At this moment, it was like a bottomless pit had appeared in front of him. No matter how many violent waves of life force rushed towards him, they would all be swallowed by the Gate of Exile. How could his speed of moving forward be slow? Kill. Not long after, an earth-shattering sound of fighting suddenly rang out, causing Lin Sun's heart to tremble. He saw that in the depths of the violent waves of life force that were as vast as the ocean, a broken corpse rushed out. The corpse was clearly cut in half at the waist, leaving only the upper body. Moreover, there was no head, only half of the upper body and 2 arms, dripping with blood. However, this corpse was suffused with the terrifying and boundless eternal light of the Tao, and it was filled with killing intent. Just this aura alone could shatter any eternal realm immortal into pieces. In fact, at the first sight of the corpse, Lin Sun felt a fatal threat. He had no doubt that if he fought recklessly, he was doomed to die with his current cultivation. But now, Lin Sun looked at the Gate of Exile in front of him, gritted his teeth, and directly rushed towards the hideous corpse. Kill. The blood-stained corpse charged at Lin Sun. It swung its arms, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Even the void seemed to explode. The cyan divine flame turned into a wheel and charged at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's mind shook violently. Every inch of his skin was stinging. The strong sense of danger stimulated him to the point of suffocation. He was simply too strong. In comparison, the Eternal Realm's Dharma idol was simply not worth mentioning. Boom, Lin Sun did not flinch. He pushed forward against the Gate of Exile. With an earth-shattering roar, the cyan divine flame and the blood-stained corpse were directly swallowed up. Almost at the same time, the banished gate exploded into a rain of light that scattered everywhere. Even Lin Sun's figure staggered. The shock made his blood boil, and he almost coughed up blood. This corpse has been dead for countless years. It doesn't even have intelligence or consciousness, but it can still release such terrifying power. Is this the power of the real eternal realm? Lin Sun's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with fear. Of course, he had seen existences of the eternal realm, and he had seen the glory of such existences in battle. But he had never fought against such existences himself. But now, as he fought against the pale skeletal hand and the blood-stained corpse, Lin Sun deeply realized how powerful the power of the eternal realm was. No matter how heaven-defying his combat power was, he could not fight against it. Fortunately, he had the Gate of Exile. Otherwise, he would have long turned around and fled from the depths of the dangerous ultimate. Lin Sun let out a long breath, then gritted his teeth and used the Gate of Exile again. This time, he did not rush to the Gate of Exile to investigate the power of the eternal law left behind by the blood-stained corpse. Instead, he continued moving forward. Once he had collected enough prey, he would refine them all in one go. As he went deeper, Lin Sun once again encountered some strange ferocious creatures. There were severely damaged eternal Tao fragments, blood-stained torn clothes, broken armor riddled with holes, all of them were filled with the aura of eternal. Unfortunately, these items had been lost for countless years, and their spirituality had long been obliterated. They were so badly damaged that they were of no use at all. In addition to these, Lin Sun also encountered some broken limbs left behind by Eternal Realm figures. There was a skull with a hole between the eyebrows. The face was festering and corroding, making it look extremely hideous. There were also blood-stained eyes, badly worn skulls, and so on. None of them were complete. Lin Sun felt as if there had been a battle between Eternal Realm experts under the ultimate, leaving behind countless broken limbs. It was chilling to even think about it. Of course, the broken limbs left behind by these Eternal Realm figures were all collected by Lin Sun into the Gate of Exile. When the power of the Gate of Exile was exhausted again, Lin Sun had collected 9 kinds of similar prey. I can't go any further. I have to recover. Lin Sun stopped. He only had about 30% of his cultivation left. If he used the Gate of Exile again, he would be completely exhausted. Clouder this time, Lin Sun used the Seal of Time to condense a forbidden formation in the violent fluctuation of vitality. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground, took out many elixirs and began to meditate. Boom! The surging power of vitality was extremely astonishing. It kept gushing out from the depths, and when it rushed over, it caused the Seal of Time to shake. Originally, the power of the Seal of Time was enough to last for half a month. But now, it could only last about 3 days at most. But this was enough for Lin Sun. He was now extremely rich, and he had no shortage of rare elixirs to recover his strength. In just half a day, his cultivation was restored to its peak state. It's a pity that I can't use 2 innate powers at the same time. Otherwise, there will be a great conflict, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. If he could use the Gate of Exile, he could take advantage of this opportunity to collect the eternal laws left behind by the divine disc of Corpse Executioner and refine them in the Seal of Time. But it was obvious that this was impossible. Although he was a little reluctant, Lin Sun could only withdraw the power of the Seal of Time, and then he used the Gate of Exile again and continued to move forward. He decided to keep moving forward until he collected enough prey, and then he decided to refine the eternal laws left behind by those prey. In this way, Lin Sun continued to move forward. When the power of the Gate of Exile was exhausted, he continued to use it, and when his physical strength was about to be exhausted, he immediately stopped and condensed the Seal of Time to restore his physical strength. It was like a cycle, repeating in order. Along the way, he saw more and more broken things filled with the aura of Eternal Realm, but he ignored them all. He concentrated on collecting the broken limbs left behind by the Eternal Realm figures. His harvest was not small. In just a day, dozens of similar prey were taken into the Gate of Exile. Of course, in response to this, Lin Sun's constant consumption of physical strength and the absorption of the elixirs to restore his physical strength, up until now, I've traveled at least more than 100,000 miles, but why haven't I reached the end? After a long time, Lin Sun suddenly frowned. He had come to the depths of the ultimate to investigate the cause of the shocking changes in the ultimate. But until now, the road ahead was still filled with vast ocean-like fluctuations of vitality. It was incomparably violent, and he had no idea where the end was. Forget it, I'll just take it as picking up corpses. Lin Sun shook his head and continued to move forward. In this way, after half a day, Lin Sun had just completely recovered his physical strength and was about to completely withdraw the Seal of Time when he suddenly froze. In his field of vision, a huge silhouette that rose to the sky faintly flashed in the depths, like a huge door across the heaven and earth. But because it was drowned by the vast expanse of white vitality, he could not see it clearly at all. But even so, it still made Lin Sun's heart shake. After withdrawing the Seal of Time, he immediately used the Gate of Exile and rushed in that direction. As he approached, he saw that there was a huge door that reached the sky in the extreme distance. It was unimaginably huge and shocking. It was just like the legendary Gate of Heaven, and the vast expanse of white vitality surged out of the huge door, vast and mighty, covering the sky and earth. It was a spectacular sight. So that's how it is. The power that caused the shocking changes in the ultimate obviously came from this huge mysterious door. Lin Sun's eyes flickered. At the same time, he also noticed that as the vast ocean-like vitality rushed out, it also brought out many broken items from the huge door. They were all filled with the aura of eternity. There were broken pieces of treasures, broken limbs, and pieces of corpses left behind by eternal realm figures. It gave people the feeling that the huge door to heaven was a world of graves, and countless eternal realm existences were buried there. This was undoubtedly very horrifying and very strange. Because the vast vitality that caused the shocking changes in the ultimate also came from the huge door. One was the surging and endless vitality, and the other was the various pieces of corpses that represented death. They both came from the same place, giving people an extremely strong contrast. Anyone who saw it would probably feel palpitations and unease. At this moment, Lin Sun could not help but hesitate. Should he go to the mysterious huge door to find out? Lin Sun fell into deep thought. He had two choices now. One was to stay here so that he could continue to collect prey. But there was a drawback. That was, under the constant use of the two forbidden abilities, the Gate of Exile and the Seal of Time, his physical strength would be rapidly consumed. Therefore, restoring his physical strength became the key. Lin Sun had a lot of resources now. He had a lot of divine medicines that could replenish his physical strength, but at the current rate of consumption, he could only last for 3 months at most. The other choice was to continue moving forward and rush into the mysterious giant door. This was undoubtedly risky. After all, no one knew how terrifying the dangers were hidden behind the door. But at the same time, as long as he entered it, he might be able to find out the true cause of the shocking change in the ultimate. What should I do? Lin Sun was a little hesitant. His 5 Taoist bodies and the abyssal sword cauldron were left in the Yuan sect. He could only rely on his original body to move. If anything happened, it might even affect his plan to bring everyone from the secret world of mine to the eternal world. Forget it. I'll stay here and observe for a while. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. He was never an indecisive person. After making his decision, he immediately rushed into the Gate of Exile and decided to refine the eternal rules left by his prey in the next few days. 2 giant corpse-slaying discs, one black and one white, slowly rotated in the void, emitting the power of obliterating rules. Dozens of light balls of various sizes floated nearby. They were red, green, white, black, purple, beautiful and colorful, emitting different auras of eternal rules. 39. Some of the eternal rules obviously came from the same eternal realm figure. The aura they emit is exactly the same. Lin Sun instantly realized that the eternal rules should have come from 9 eternal realm figures. What he could be sure of was that these 9 people had died in the giant mysterious door in the depths of the ultimate a long time ago. Without further delay, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and left the Gate of Exile with the eternal rules. Swish, as he put away the Gate of Exile, Lin Sun once again used the power of the Seal of Time. He sat cross-legged in the formation and began to meditate. I wonder to what extent my immortal law will evolve after refining these eternal laws. Lin Yun muttered to himself. Next, Lin Sun abandoned all distracting thoughts and calmed himself down to restore his strength. Rumble, the vast vitality was like a vast ocean, pouring out from the huge mysterious door in the distance, rumbling and exploding. That kind of energy fluctuation could easily kill an immortal realm expert. At this time, even Lin Sun could only rely on the power of his talent to resist and resolve it. Otherwise, with his transcendent realm great perfection level cultivation, he might not be killed, but he would definitely be severely injured by the impact. Under such circumstances, the power of the Seal of Time would also be severely impacted and would only be able to last for a day at most. Fortunately, 1 day was more than enough for Lin Sun. 6 hours later, Lin Sun's exhausted strength was restored to its peak state. After that, he spent another 12 hours to refine all 39 eternal laws one by one. These eternal laws were refined by the corpse-slaying divine discs obliteration laws. They were extremely pure and had no impurities, so it was naturally easy to refine them. Back when he was in the 10 devilish territory, Lin Sun had collected fragments that belonged to god-level sequences. However, the power contained within them couldn't compare to these eternal ifs at all. It was like the difference between a drop of rain and a great river. The difference was like heaven and earth. After refining the 39 Eternals, Lin Sun could clearly feel that the power of his law of eternity had improved by a large margin. This transformation confused Lin Sun a little. When he returned to the starry sky ancient land, the power of his immortal law was already comparable to that of a god-level sequence. Why couldn't it nirvana? Refining the remaining 10% of the Order's core power was limited by his own cultivation base. But now, the immortal law that he possessed was comparable to a god-level sequence, and it was even showing signs of further transformation. This was completely beyond his imagination. If it continued to evolve, could it be even more powerful than a god-level sequence? For the first time, Lin Sun felt that his immortal law was somewhat abnormal. After pondering for a long time, he was sure that this was related to the 90% Nirvana divine beast. It was related to order. After a long time, Lin Sun abandoned all distractions and looked at the huge mysterious portal in the distance. He removed the power of the seal of time and released the door of exile. It was like an experienced fisherman casting a large net. Vast waves of vitality poured out endlessly, and it also brought out many items that exuded the aura of eternity. Occasionally, he could also see broken limbs left behind by eternal realm figures. These were the prey that Lin Sun wanted to capture. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Sun had been waiting in this area, and on average, he could collect about 30 types of eternal law power every day. After refining these eternal laws, his immortal law also kept undergoing subtle changes. Until now, Lin Sun had a feeling that the power of his immortal law could probably be considered super god level now. However, as he refined these eternal laws, Lin Sun also felt that the transformation of the immortal law had obviously slowed down. It was as if the power of the eternal law contained in the broken prey could no longer significantly improve his own immortal law. On this day, Lin Sun stared at the huge mysterious portal in the distance. In the end, he decided to go there. If there's a life-threatening threat, I'll just leave immediately. Lin Sun took a deep breath, released the power of the door of exile, and began to move. The closer he got to the huge mysterious portal, the more terrifying the pressure became. It could easily crush any undying. Even with the power of the door of exile, Lin Sun found it difficult to move. After a full 15 minutes, Lin Sun's figure finally faced the white waves of vitality, and disappeared into the huge mysterious portal. Rumble, the moment he entered the mysterious portal, Lin Sun felt his body lighten, as if the 100,000 mountains that were pressing down on him had been removed. It was also at this time that Lin Sun clearly saw the world within the mysterious portal. The sky was dark, and one couldn't see the end of it. The dusky sky was like an iron curtain, murky and devoid of light. The earth was undulating, stretching out in all directions, empty and desolate. Waves of chaotic mist floated in the void, covering this place with a mysterious veil. Behind Lin Sun, there was a space-time portal of only 30 meters. Obviously, this mysterious portal led to where he had just come from, but compared to the huge entrance, this exit was much smaller. Rumble on the ground, a chaotic river was roaring in the mountains, the water was surging and surging with boundless vitality. The river surged and roared, rushing towards the exit. I see. Lin Sun immediately understood, the vitality that caused the ultimate to change, came from this vast chaotic river, and this also meant that as long as he followed this chaotic river upstream, he would be able to find its source. Lin Sun directly flew forward. The heaven and earth surged with an oppressive aura. Lin Sun could acutely feel that even if Eternal Realm experts were to fight here, it would be difficult to shake the nomological power of this heaven and earth. In other words, this place could withstand the battle power of Eternal Realm experts. Apart from this, as Lin Sun followed the chaotic river, he also felt waves of surging primitive vitality, extremely dense and pure, even faintly carrying traces of eternal power. If I cultivate here, it will be greatly beneficial to attaining eternal Tao. Lin Sun exclaimed in his heart. Along the way, he also noticed that there were many fragments of corpses, treasure fragments, and so on flashing in the chaotic river from time to time. Unfortunately, the power of the chaotic river was too violent. Lin Sun tried to get close to it, but the result surprised him. Even the power of the Gate of Exile would be instantly washed away. This made Lin Sun extremely vigilant, and he was especially cautious along the way. After traveling for a full 6 hours, Lin Sun felt that he had traveled at least 100,000 miles, and in the gray misty world in front of him, 5 mountains appeared. Each mountain showed a different shape. Some of them looked like burning flames and were covered in a mysterious blood-red glow. Some of them were as black as iron and were barren. They were covered in jagged rocks and were filled with a terrifying cold-killing intent. Some of them the 5 mountains were unimaginably large, and the sun, moon, and stars were as small as gravel in front of them. It gave off the feeling that it wasn't 5 mountains, but 5 vast worlds. It was too majestic and majestic. The great river of chaos flowed down from the 5 sacred mountains, flowed around the 5 sacred mountains, and rushed towards the direction where Lin Sun came from. Finally, it rushed out of the exit of this world. The source of the shocking changes in the ultimate is in these 5 mountains. Lin Sun was shocked. At this time, he was still extremely far away from the 5 mountains, but because the 5 mountains were so large, he could still see how majestic they were. They were like the 5 pillars that held up this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and peerlessly surging vitality flowed down like a waterfall. In the end, it transformed into a chaotic river that wound for a few hundreds of thousands of kilometers and charged out of this expanse of the heavens and the earth. Thus, in a short period of 10 years, it caused a tremendous change in the ancient path in the starry sky. For a time, countless doubts came to Lin Sun's mind. Was this place still in the ultimate? What was the origin of the 5 mountains? Why were there so many corpses and treasures of the Eternal Realm? Was there a war of the Eternal Realm on the 5 mountains a long time ago, which made it the burial place of the Eternal Realm? Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. P.S. Today is a big update for this month's new leaders, such as Ingwil, Giadaleo, Big Brother, Xiaoji, and Awadara. This is 3 consecutive updates. There will be a big explosion today, and another 3 consecutive updates will be made before 6 o'clock in the evening. On the last day of the month, if you have a monthly ticket, please vote. After today, it will be 0. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun decided to explore it. Whoosh, his figure flickered and approached the towering mountain in front of him, which was covered with scarlet glow. As he got closer, Lin Sun could see clearly that the scarlet glow on the mountain was emitted by the bloodstains left on the rocks. The bloodstains were all over the mountain like plum blossoms, diffusing the aura of the Eternal Realm, which was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Sun's heart trembled. He saw that on top of the blood-colored mountain, there were faint illusory figures flashing in the mist, like ghosts, suddenly appearing and then suddenly disappearing. Even so, Lin Sun shuddered and felt a strong sense of danger. He hadn't really gotten close to the mountain yet, let alone set foot on it. Just looking at it from a distance gave him a piercing sense of danger. What the hell are these illusory figures? Lin Sun stopped at once, feeling uncertain. Whoosh, suddenly, a bloody light flashed in the void, followed by a shadow appearing out of thin air and rushing at Lin Sun at an incredible speed. Lin Sun had goosebumps all over his body and was about to use the Gate of Exile subconsciously. But at this moment, a ray of white glow swept out. Bang, the illusory figure was hit by the white glow and let out a painful roar, shaking the earth. But in the blink of an eye, the illusory figure disappeared in the white glow. Lin Sun saw clearly that the ray of glow was a pagoda that seemed to be made of divine gold. It was crystal clear and glowing, sacred and boundless. Endless Tower. Lin Sun almost cried out at the first sight. Because he was too familiar with that pagoda. Don't shout, be careful of disturbing the bloody evil spirit on this mountain. A voice sounded quickly, and then Lin Sun saw a familiar figure rushing over and appearing beside him. Dressed in a Taoist robe, he was as handsome as a young man, full of spirit. It was Ling Xuanzi, the 4th senior fellow apprentice. 4th senior fellow apprentice, why are you here? Lin Sun was stunned and extremely surprised. He didn't expect to meet the 4th senior fellow apprentice here. Little junior fellow apprentice, why are you here? Ling Xuanzi put away the great Tao Endless Tower with a puzzled expression. Lin Sun told them about his return to the starry ancient path one by one. Only then did Ling Xuanzi come to a sudden understanding, and he said with a smile, so that's how it is. No wonder you were able to find this place. How about you, 4th brother? Lin Sun asked. Ling Xuanzi glanced at the surroundings and said, this place is too strange and dangerous. Let's find a safe place to talk. As he said, he took Lin Sun to the distance and finally stopped in a canyon. To Lin Sun's surprise, there was a cave in the canyon with futons, tables, beds, pill furnaces, and other furnishings. With just a glance, Lin Sun knew that Ling Xuanzi must have lived here for a long time. "Little junior brother, feel free to take a seat." After walking into the abode, Ling Xuanzi seemed to have completely relaxed. He sat down and stretched comfortably before taking out a jug of wine and gulping it down. "Junior brother, it's a long story. Back then, near the mysterious world outside Chaotian City, after I sent you away, I was discovered by Master. Master rescued me and brought me to the seventh heaven." Ling Xuanzi handed the jug to Lin Sun. "At that time, Master gave me two choices. One was to stay by third senior sister's side and listen to her orders. The other was to sneak into Zen sect and inquire about its ancestor Shi. Because according to Master, Shi is very likely to be related to the culprit behind the calamity of the era." Hearing this, Lin Sun was shocked. He remembered the game when witchcraft sect and Zen sect joined forces to attack the ancestral court of Yuan sect. At that time, the will of the ancestors of the four ancestral court appeared. Moreover, the will of the spirit sect's ancestral master, Void Invisibility, even said bluntly that the era calamity would descend within 1,000 years. There was only one possibility for the shaman cult and Zen cult, the two ancestral halls, to join forces and attack the origin sect at such a time. That was, there was a culprit behind the scenes directing all of this. In other words, the situation at that time was like a game of chess. Witchcraft sect and Zen sect were chess pieces, and the player was the culprit behind the scenes. The purpose of playing chess was to eliminate the threat of Lin Sun, who had the potential of a mortal supreme master and mastered the Nirvana order. At this moment, after listening to the words of Ling Xuanzi, Lin Sun suddenly realized that if the person who played chess at that time was really the culprit behind the scenes, then it was very likely that Shi, the ancestor of Zen sect, had something to do with this culprit behind the scenes. "I chose to sneak into Zen sect," Ling Xuanzi continued. "With my ability, it was naturally not a problem for me to become a descendant of Zen sect. After staying in Zen sect for 18 years, I finally found out some valuable news." "What news?" Lin Sun was curious. Ling Xuanzi said, "Before Shi, the ancestor of Zen sect, left Zen sect and went to the ruins of Tao, he left 3 treasures. One was his will, one was the secret treasure of the divine order of Zen sect, and the last one was a stone statue." "Stone statue?" "Yes, but it's a pity that this stone statue has been kept by Fanon, an eternal realm figure of Zen sect. I haven't even seen what this stone statue looks like." Ling Xuanzi curled his lips. "Senior brother, do you suspect that this stone statue has something to do with the culprit behind the scenes?" "Of course," Ling Xuanzi said without hesitation. "Although I didn't see that stone statue, I found a scripture left by a sage of Zen sect in the ancient scripture tower after many inquiries. This scripture recorded some things related to this stone statue, which made me finally sure that Shi, the ancestor of Zen sect, must have some connection with the culprit behind the scenes." Lin Sun became more and more curious. "What secret is hidden in that stone statue?" Ling Xuanzi said, "According to the records of the scripture, Shi once sent a decree to his disciple, Fanon, before he left. He said that if the stone statue showed any abnormalities one day, he would have to summon the image he left behind." Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. Last time in Yuan sect's Infinite Star Sea, Lin Sun saw the will of Shi, the founder of Zen sect, with his own eyes. Did this mean that before attacking Yuan sect, the stone statue left by Shi in Zen sect had some unusual movements, so the will left by Shi was disturbed? Could the abnormality of this stone statue be the decree of the culprit behind the scenes? It was because of such a decree that Zen sect joined hands with witchcraft cult to go to Yuan sect to deal with him. Thinking of this, Lin Sun told Ling Xuanzi his speculations one by one. After listening, Ling Xuanzi patted his thigh and said excitedly, "It should be so. The stone statue is a treasure to communicate with the culprit behind the scenes." Obviously, Shi already knew the function of this stone statue when he left. At that time, he already knew the use of this stone statue, which was why he left the stone statue and his Dharma projection behind. Lin Sun's heart was rolling and he couldn't calm down. Shi, the ancestor of Zen sect, was a mighty figure who had walked through many eras. It was really surprising that such an existence should have a connection with the culprit behind the scenes. Besides all this, I even found out that two extremely mysterious inscriptions of the Grand Tao are inscribed at the bottom of this stone statue, and they're called Absolute Beginning. These two words are taken to be a taboo, and facing these two words is like facing a supreme existence, causing one to be unable to arouse any thoughts of disrespect or resistance. Ling Xuanzi stroked his chin with his eyes shining. Just two words have such power. I wonder if this is the name of the culprit behind the scenes. Hearing this, Lin Sun was completely stunned. The beginning, as early as in the ruins of fate, he had heard from 13, the general of Eternal Night Divine Emperor, that a long time ago, Eternal Night Divine Emperor had been attacked by the Great Silence Fatality on his way to the Divine City of Fate. During this calamity, a Tao bell that was suffused with the aura of chaos had appeared, and it was called the Absolute Beginning Bell. The bottom of a stone statue was engraved with two words, the beginning. In the Great Silence Fatality, there also appeared the beginning bell. How could this be a coincidence? At this point, Lin Sun dared to conclude that sure, the patriarch of the Zen sect must be related to the culprit behind the scenes, and the two words, the beginning, were destined to refer to the culprit behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of Chen Linkong and his grandfather Chen Shi. Could they have found these clues? After a while, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. What happened next? Lin Sun asked. Ling Xuanzi said, later, when I was investigating, I was accidentally discovered and almost caught by those old donkeys of the Zen sect. After I escaped from the Zen sect, I intended to look for third senior sister Ruosu, but then I met second senior brother Xianxia. Lin Sun's expression was strange because as far as he knew, Xianxia hated Ling Xuanzi the most because Xianxia suspected that Ling Xuanzi had leaked his inheritance to Shi Tiandi. Back in the Kunlun ruins, Xianxia had asked him to kill the traitor fourth senior brother. Why are you looking at me like that? Ling Xuanzi glared at Lin Sun angrily. The misunderstanding has long been resolved. When second senior brother saw me, he was extremely intimate. Really? Lin Sun was doubtful. Ling Xuanzi's cheeks twitched and he said, we're brothers. Why would I lie to you? Although he said that, Lin Sun always felt that Ling Xuanzi was a little guilty. However, he didn't ask any more questions. Ling Xuanzi didn't want to talk about it anymore and directly changed the topic. In short, after I met second senior brother, I left the eternal world under the arrangement of Master's will and came to the land of buried Tao in the deepest part of the ultimate. Master said that as long as I keep cultivating here, I can embark on the eternal path that belongs to me. Counting with my fingers, it has been nearly 100 years since I arrived here. At the end of his words, his face was full of emotion. The land of buried Tao, Lin Sun finally understood why fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi would appear here. All of this was arranged by Master. That's right. A long time ago, Master established the sect of Fengsuan Mountain in the ultimate. How could he not know that there is a world called the land of buried Tao in the deepest part of the ultimate? Lin Sun thought. The buried Tao grounds. An extremely mysterious world. According to his fourth senior brother, Ling Xuanzi, in the past, this place would have dried up and nothing would exist, and it would be no different from an abandoned wasteland. However, as long as the calamity of the end of an era was about to arrive, the buried Tao grounds would undergo a shocking change. For example, the current change in the ultimate was caused by the fluctuation of vitality produced by the buried Tao grounds. The change here is indeed related to the impending calamity of the era. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun was finally sure of this. However, all sorts of doubts surged into his mind, such as the origins of the corpses and treasures he saw along the way, the mysteries of the 5 mountains, and so on. In the following period of time, he consulted Ling Xuanzi one by one. Ling Xuanzi naturally wouldn't hide anything. It turned out that before the destruction of every era, eternal realm figures from all over the world would gather in the Kunlun ruins in order to avoid the attack of the Great Silence Calamity and fight in the Kunlun ruins, hoping to seize an opportunity to head to the ruins of Tao. Just like now, there were already many eternal realm figures gathered in the Kunlun ruins. For example, Tai Xian, Yan Ji, Yu Beihai, and the others from the Origin sect, as well as the eternal realm figures from the Witchcraft sect, Zen sect, and Ninth Heaven were all in the Kunlun ruins. However, not every Eternal Realm figure could avoid the slaughter of the Great Silence calamity, and not everyone had the opportunity to cross to the ruins of Tao. Every time an era was destroyed, all living beings in the world would not be able to escape the slaughter of the Five Blight Tao calamity. Similarly, there would be many Eternal Realm figures who encountered the Great Silence calamity and died in the Kunlun ruins. Only a small portion of them could survive the destruction of an era. The corpses and treasures of those Eternal Realm figures who had fallen in the Kunlun ruins during the calamity of the era were left behind in the buried Tao grounds. The 5 mountains of the buried Tao grounds were the birthplaces of the core origin of the ultimate ruins. They were Yingzhou, Penlai, Fenghu, Daiyu, and Yuanjiao. Every mountain was distributed with a type of origin law order. For example, Yingzhou Mountain spanned 30,000 kilometers. The origin law it possessed could transform the blood and spirit of any living being in the world into the most origin life force of the Great Tao. Mount Penlai, for example, was 99,000 miles wide. The rules it possessed could transform the body power of any living creature in the world into the purest life force of the Great Tao. The quintessence laws of Mount Fenghu, Mount Daiyu, and Mount Yuanzhong could respectively refine souls, Tao attainments, and foreign objects. In the end, they would also be refined into the most original life force of the Great Tao. As such, the quintessence laws contained within these 5 mountains were also known as the 5 sequences of the bottomless abyss. Every time an era was about to end, the 5 mountains would refine all the power of the Eternal Realm experts who had fallen in the last era into the origin of the Great Way and feed it back to heaven and earth. After the era was destroyed, the eternal stage figures that had fallen in the Kunlun ruins would be collected and stored by the Tao burial grounds. It was like a cycle. Knowing these secrets, Lin Sun couldn't help but be horrified and said, "So, the vitality force that keeps rushing to the outside world comes from those Eternal Realm figures who died in the destruction of the last era." Ling Xuanzi nodded and said, "This is like a fallen leaf returning to its roots, transforming into fertilizer for the earth to accumulate energy for the next era." Could it be that this is related to the mastermind? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Ling Xuanzi shook his head. Every place in the heavens might be affected by the power of the mastermind, but only the 4 great ruins of Tao won't. Even the ruins of creation has only been turned into a prison by the mastermind behind the scenes. The ruins of creation's origin energy still exists. Lin Sun nodded. The origin of creation was in the divine city of creation, so he naturally knew about this. Similarly, although the origin of the bottomless abyss has dried up, as long as these 5 mountains are here, it's impossible for it to be occupied by the mastermind. Ling Xuanzi continued, "There's also origin energy distributed in the Kunlun ruins. This origin energy is related to the ruins of Tao, so it's giving those Eternal Realm figures a chance to head to the ruins of Tao." Lin Sun was shocked. In that case, the 4 great ruins of Tao aren't isolated from each other, but are related to each other. The corpses of the Eternal Realm figures who had fallen in the Kunlun ruins would appear in the ruins of End. On the other hand, the Eternal Realm figures who had succeeded in the Kunlun ruins would have a chance to arrive at the ruins of Tao. This made Lin Sun suspect that the ruins of creation should be related to the other 3 ruins of Tao. Sure enough, Ling Xuanzi nodded in the next moment and gave his affirmation. The 4 great ruins of Tao are really mysterious. The more I understand, the different perceptions and feelings I have, and it often overturns my imagination. Lin Sun sighed. Ling Xuanzi smiled and said, "Now, what else do you want to ask, junior brother?" Lin Sun thought of something and said, "Senior brother, why is the Great Tao Endless Tower in your hands?" Ling Xuanzi's smile froze, and he immediately said vigilantly, "Junior brother, this was personally given to me by Master for me to have the capital to seize opportunities in the buried Tao land. You can't snatch it from me." He also knew that Lin Sun had obtained the help of the Great Tao Endless Tower when he was young, so he had deep feelings for this treasure. Lin Sun replied with an "oh" and said, "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm just curious about what the phantom that this treasure subdued just now was." Ling Xuanzi immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's a blood-soul ferocious spirit on Yingzhou Mountain. It's formed from the blood-soul power of an Eternal Realm figure, and its combat power is extremely abnormal and ferocious. It's 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the will of an Eternal Realm figure. If it wasn't for the Endless Tower, I wouldn't have been a match for such a ferocious creature all these years." Didn't the blood soul ferocious spirit say that the blood soul power left behind by the eternal realm would be transformed into the most original great Tao power by the rule power of Yingzhou Mountain? Lin Sun was stunned. Ling Xuanzi laughed and said, "Junior brother, this shocking change in the ultimate ruins has only lasted for more than 20 years. How can the power left by the eternal realm be completely refined so easily? If you come a few decades later, you definitely won't see these blood soul ferocious spirits again." After a pause, he continued, "And now, to us, not only the bloody soul ferocious spirit on Yingzhou Mountain, but even the eternal ferocious corpse on Punlai Mountain, the indestructible ferocious spirit on Fanghu Mountain, the Taoist spirit on Daiyu Mountain, and the eternal ferocious weapon on Yuanzhang Mountain are all great opportunities for us." "What do you mean?" Lin Sun asked. Ling Xuanzi said, "Because if we subdue and refine them, we can get the eternal great Tao power." As he said, he took out the great Tao endless tower and had a thought. A crystal-clear blood-colored gem-like object emerged. It was the size of a cobblestone, dazzling and surging with eternal breath. Ling Xuanzi said proudly, "Junior brother, look, this is the blood soul ferocious spirit that was subdued by the great Tao endless tower just now. It is the purest eternal source power and has immeasurable benefits for our cultivation. This kind of treasure can't be found in the eternal world." Lin Sun took it and looked at it. He couldn't help but be moved. The eternal breath contained in this treasure wasn't huge, but it was extremely rich and pure. "This is the eternal bloodstone. It has immeasurable benefits for tempering the qi and blood of the eternal realm." Ling Xuanzi said quickly, "And the eternal corpse, eternal evil spirit, great Tao monster, and eternal murderous weapon can be refined into 4 kinds of treasures: eternal rule, eternal soul crystal, eternal Tao stone, and eternal divine materials. Each of them has different magical effects. Even those in the eternal realm will covet treasures of this level." As he said, Ling Xuanzi put his arm around Lin Sun's shoulder and said with great pride, "And now, these opportunities belong to us. With them, we don't have to worry about not being able to achieve the eternal Tao." Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. There was no doubt that all of this was indeed a shocking great opportunity. However, he looked at Ling Xuanzi and said, "Senior brother, you've been here for many years. You must have obtained a lot of opportunities, but why is your cultivation still stuck at the transcendent realm great perfection?" Ling Xuanzi's expression froze, and he said seriously, "Junior brother, no matter how many opportunities there are, they will only play a supporting role in achieving the eternal Tao. Only when one's cultivation is stable and his state of mind is flawless is the key to achieving the eternal Tao." Lin Sun laughed and said, "Senior brother, you're right." Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, just tell me if you want to join forces with me to hunt for opportunities." Lin Sun said without hesitation, "Of course. Let's go, I'll take you to Yingzhou Mountain to take a look." Ling Xuanzi immediately got up and walked out of the cave residence. In front of Yingzhou Mountain, Ling Xuanzi stopped and transmitted his voice, "Junior brother, look, this mountain is covered in thick fog and bloody light. Occasionally, you can see phantoms, which are all bloody soul ferocious spirits. We can't make too much noise when dealing with such ferocious spirits. Otherwise, they will come in groups." After a pause, he said, "In the past, I would stay in front of this Yingzhou Mountain and lure a bloody soul ferocious spirit with my aura like fishing. When it comes out of Yingzhou Mountain, I would suppress it with the Tower of Ceaseless. This way, it's effortless, and I don't have to worry about encountering danger." After speaking, he glanced at Lin Sun, seemingly wanting to hear Lin Sun's praise. However, Lin Sun frowned and said, "In this case, what if the bloody soul ferocious spirit doesn't take the bait?" Ling Xuanzi said, "Wait, there will be a time when it takes the bait." Lin Sun shook his head and said, "It's too slow, and it's a waste of time." Ling Xuanzi said angrily, "That's the bloody soul ferocious spirit formed by the eternal realm's qi and blood. It can easily kill people like us. If we don't do this, do you want to go to Yingzhou Mountain?" Unexpectedly, Lin Sun nodded and said, "If I can subdue more bloody soul ferocious spirits in this way, why not go up the mountain?" Ling Xuanzi widened his eyes as if he didn't know Lin Sun. He said, "Junior brother, when did you become more arrogant than me?" Lin Sun smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother, let me ask you, do these bloody soul ferocious spirits have wisdom?" Ling Xuanzi shook his head and said, "No, they are just formed by qi and blood. Although they are ferocious spirits, they only have an extremely brutal obsession to kill. There is no wisdom at all. Lin Sun smiled and said, then there's no problem. Let's go up the mountain and have a look. As he spoke, he strode forward. Ling Xuanzi was stunned and quickly chased after him. Junior brother, aren't you being too rash? Senior brother, you'll know later. Lin Sun said with a smile as he flew up to Yingzhou Mountain. How many years have you become so arrogant after not seeing each other? Ling Xuanzi raised his brows. Seeing that Lin Sun was about to disappear, he dared not think too much and flew over while taking out the Tower of Endless. No matter what, Lin Sun was his junior brother. As his senior brother, he naturally would not watch Lin Sun go to the extremely dangerous Yingzhou Divine Mountain alone. Yingzhou Divine Mountain was extremely huge and spanned 30,000 miles. The mountains undulated and were filled with blood light. When Lin Sun got closer, he immediately felt a strange and obscure rule power fluctuation. It was like a thick stream of water that covered every inch of Yingzhou Mountain. Ling Xuanzi reminded, Junior brother, this is one of the ultimate 5 sequences. It's one of the ultimate rule's origins. You can call it the blood transformation rule. If you go over like this, you'll also be attacked by the blood transformation rule. By then, before he finished speaking, the immortal law flowed on Lin Sun's body and easily offset the power of the blood transformation rule. He then stepped onto Yingzhou Mountain. It was so easy as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Ling Xuanzi was stunned. Suddenly, he wanted to slap himself. So what if it was the blood transformation rule? Did he need to worry about his junior brother? See, he was slapped in the face now. Fourth senior brother, why aren't you going? Lin Sun turned his head and asked in confusion. Ling Xuanzi was surprised. Only then did he notice that the immortal law flowed on Lin Sun's body and offset the blood transformation rule nearby, forming an empty area. That way, he could get closer without any hindrance. Junior brother, your immortal law can actually resist the power of rule. Ling Xuanzi walked over and could not help but say. Lin Sun nodded. He appeared to be very calm in front of his senior brother. He said, after refining most of the Nirvana Order's power, my immortal order is different from others. Well, it's not inferior to the Divine Order anymore. Lin Sun was being modest. On the way to the Tao burial grounds, he'd ceaselessly refined and absorbed the energy of the eternal laws he'd gathered, and it had allowed the eternal laws to undergo a further transformation since a long time ago. It was even superior to ordinary divine rank laws. But even then, Ling Xuanzi still couldn't help but gasp. What a Nirvana order. You really make me jealous. He was telling the truth. Before Lin Sun joined Mount Fangsuan, he, Ling Xuanzi, was the most talented and had the strongest aptitude. He was known as the unrivaled throughout the ages. But, ever since he had Lin Sun, his title of peerless master of all ages had become inconspicuous. Comparisons are really odious. Ling Xuanzi muttered to himself. Fourth senior brother, your speed of advancement is swifter than mine, and your comprehension ability is higher than mine. If it wasn't for you being suppressed by Master for countless years, your current attainments in the Grand Tao would be bound to be far greater than this. Lin Sun said with a smile while walking along the rugged and winding mountain road. Ling Xuanzi instantly felt much better in his heart, and he chuckled. Junior brother, you're right. As he spoke up to hear, his expression changed abruptly. Be careful, junior brother. In the mist not far away, a shadow suddenly flashed by with a boundlessly terrifying aura. It was precisely the blood-soul ferocious spirit formed from the vital energy and blood of an eternal realm expert. As he spoke, Ling Xuanzi had already subconsciously rushed forward and activated the Endless Pagoda to help Lin Sun kill the enemy. This inadvertent action warmed Lin Sun's heart. Swoosh, the blood-soul ferocious spirit charged over like a scarlet bolt of lightning. It had a blurry appearance, and its entire body was condensed from bloody light. When it charged over, its violent killing intent spread out, causing Lin Sun to shudder with fear. Just as fourth senior brother had said, the ferocity of this blood-soul ferocious spirit was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the will of an eternal realm expert. Not to mention that he only had his main body, even if he had his 5 clones, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for it. Buzz, the endless pagoda swept out, releasing a vast expanse of white light. When the blood soul ferocious spirit rushed over, it was immediately trapped in it, and it let out a furious roar. Lin Sun clearly saw that the blood soul ferocious spirit's frantic struggle was of no use. It was firmly suppressed by the power of the endless pagoda, and in a few blinks of an eye, it was suppressed into the endless pagoda. I never thought that the endless pagoda could still have such power, Lin Sun praised. In the past, when the endless pagoda was in his hands, it was completely like a large storage warehouse, and it didn't exert much power. Ling Xuanzi held the endless pagoda in his hand and said with a smile, "Junior brother, it's not your fault. The power of the endless pagoda has been sealed by Master. In those years, you could only use the power of the first floor of this treasure, dark golden Tao light, so its power was naturally limited. But since the Dharma that Master left in this pagoda outside the God's relic was awakened, the power of the pagoda's seal was also unlocked. Just like now, I'm using the power of white Tao light on the 39th floor of this pagoda, and it's enough to easily deal with the blood soul ferocious spirit. The only flaw is that with my current cultivation, I can only use it 6 times at most, and each time I can only subdue one blood soul ferocious spirit." Speaking of this, Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but smack his lips regretfully. "How many floors does the endless pagoda have?" Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. 49 floors. Ling Xuanzi said, "No matter what our master does, he is always based on the number of great ways. For example, this endless pagoda has 54 floors, and the entire pagoda represents the 50th floor. As the saying goes, there are 50 great ways, and 49 heavenly evolutions. For example, in our Fangsuan mountain, there were originally 49 blessed caves, and there were 49 descendants." Speaking of this, Ling Xuanzi glanced at Lin Sun, "Junior brother, now you understand how special you are to be accepted as a disciple by Master, right?" Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "Although I respect Master, I never care about these things. Whether it's predestined or not, and no matter how the number of great ways evolves, from the beginning of cultivation to the present, I only pursue my own Tao, and other things are like floating clouds to me." Ling Xuanzi raised his thumb. "Well said. Cultivation is ultimately one's own matter. Master has also said that a disciple doesn't have to be inferior to a master. The great Tao that he seeks and the things that he believes in might not be something that we disciples have to follow. Otherwise, how can there be a time when the student surpasses the master?" He was full of emotion. "However, if we disciples want to surpass Master's current level, I'm afraid there's still a very long way to go." As he said, Lin Sun's pupils shrank. On the road ahead, there were more than a dozen terrifying and violent breaths. Ling Xuanzi was stunned, and then he shouted anxiously, "I told you that setting foot on this Yingzhou mountain is very easy to cause a group fight with the blood soul ferocious spirits. Let's go." As he said, he was about to rush out of Yingzhou mountain. Such a group of blood soul ferocious spirits couldn't be resisted even with the Tower of Termination, but at this time, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Instead of leaving, he took a deep breath. "Senior brother, leave it to me." Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen blood soul ferocious spirits rushed out and rushed over here. Each of them was full of blood and the aura they released was violent and terrifying. That scene made Ling Xuanzi's face turn green, and he shouted, "Junior brother, you're playing with fire. Go! Go!" But Lin Sun didn't move at all. When the dozen blood soul ferocious spirits rushed over, he didn't hesitate to use the Gate of Exile. Boom! A space portal with a range of 300 meters emerged, like the gate to the abyss of hell was opened at this moment, emitting a frightening light. The next moment, more than a dozen blood soul ferocious spirits rushed into the Gate of Exile, like a school of fish throwing themselves into a net, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ling Xuanzi, who was extremely anxious and ready to fight with all his strength, was dumbfounded. He stammered, "You. What kind of power is this?" In an instant, more than a dozen blood soul ferocious spirits that could easily kill them disappeared just like that. This made Ling Xuanzi feel a little confused for a moment. This was too easy. Gate of Exile, the 4th stage of the Devouring Abyss. Lin Sun explained casually. He shrunk the Gate of Exile into a light shadow and said quickly, "Senior brother, let's hurry up while my power hasn't dissipated. Maybe we can sweep more prey." As he said, he rushed forward. Ling Xuanzi's lips twitched. Until now, he finally understood why Lin Sun dared to climb the Xianxia mountain so arrogantly. His immortal law could compete with the blood transformation law. The divine ability he possessed was even capable of easily capturing those blood-soul ferocious spirits like catching fish with a large net. For others, Xianxia Mountain was the most dangerous place in the world. Even the Eternal Realm's Dharma idol was no different from courting death. But for Lin Sun, it was completely a hunting ground that he could roam freely, and the prey would even walk into the trap. Junior brother, wait for me. After Ling Xuanzi calmed down, his heart also became boiling hot. All these years, he had been hiding in the canyon far away from Xianxia Mountain. It wasn't easy for him to wait for the shocking change in the ultimate, but he found that hunting blood-soul ferocious spirits was full of difficulty and danger. He could only hide outside Xianxia Mountain and lure the blood-soul ferocious spirits like fishing. Moreover, he might not succeed on the first try. He still needed to wait patiently. Sometimes, if he was lucky, he could catch a blood-soul ferocious spirit in 2 hours. But most of the time, he might not be able to catch a blood-soul ferocious spirit even if he spent 10 days to half a month. But now, Lin Sun's performance gave Ling Xuanzi an opportunity to sweep the prey wantonly. After sweeping the blood-soul ferocious spirits on Xianxia Mountain, the eternal ferocious corpse on Punlai Mountain, the indestructible ferocious spirit on Fenghu Mountain, the great Dao monster on Daiyu Mountain, and the eternal ferocious weapon on Yuanzhang Mountain. If this goes on, the opportunities on the 5 mountains of the ultimate will be ours. The more Ling Xuanzi thought about it, the more excited he became. It was as if he could see the dawn of the eternal Tao waving at him. Another 3 chapters were delivered. Currently, there were 6 chapters. The mist was rising and the blood-colored glow was spreading. On the majestic Xianxia Mountain, Lin Sun moved forward quickly. Whoosh, a bloody soul ferocious spirit rushed over and was taken away by the Gate of Exile before it could display its ferocious power. It was as easy as catching a big fish. Ling Xuanzi followed closely behind Lin Sun, his eyes shining. He released his extreme cultivation and deliberately caused a great commotion to attract the bloody soul ferocious spirits along the way to cooperate with Lin Sun to sweep the prey. Sure enough, the harvest began to increase. As they moved forward, the blood-soul ferocious spirits that were distributed in different areas of Abode Mountain were alarmed, and they charged out like wave after wave of blood-colored tidewater. Without exception, they were all taken away by Lin Sun's Gate of Exile. In just a short quarter of an hour. Just like that, the 2 of them had hunted over 40 blood-soul ferocious spirits. Such a harvest caused Ling Xuanzi's spirits to tremble, and his face glowed with joy. However, when the power of Lin Sun's Gate of Exile was exhausted, Ling Xuanzi immediately became nervous and said, "Junior brother, do you want to leave Xianxia Mountain and take a rest first?" Lin Sun shook his head and said, "It's okay. Let's continue. Senior brother, you continue to be the bait. I'll clean up the prey." Bait. Ling Xuanzi glared at Lin Sun. Although he was indeed playing the role of bait along the way, could Lin Sun not say it out loud? Of course, Ling Xuanzi wouldn't contradict Lin Sun at this time. Otherwise, he would suffer a loss when they finally split the spoils. Buzz, as Lin Sun activated the Gate of Exile again, the 2 of them swept forward again. Along the way, their cooperation became more and more tacit. There was no need for Lin Sun to remind him at all. Ling Xuanzi could understand a small look or a casual action and take corresponding actions in time. Lin Sun couldn't help but praise that Ling Xuanzi was definitely a good assistant. Time passed bit by bit. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun's Gate of Exile was exhausted again. He made a prompt decision and left Xianxia Mountain with Ling Xuanzi. There was no other way. His physical strength was also severely exhausted. In the cave residence in the canyon, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in meditation to restore his physical strength, while Ling Xuanzi was thinking about the next action. This operation lasted for about an hour, and we easily hunted 73 blood-soul ferocious spirits and swept through about 30% of Xianxia Mountain. Junior brother needs to recover his cultivation at this time, Ling Xuanzi pondered in his heart. If that's the case, I'll be able to sweep through this immortal Abode Mountain within 3 days. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. He had been here for many years, but the number of bloody spirits he had hunted was destined to be far less than what Lin Sun had done in just a few days. After half a day, Lin Sun recovered his physical strength. Without any nonsense, the two brothers rushed to Yingzhou Mountain again. Just as Ling Xuanzi had expected, in just 3 short days, they had swept through the entire 30,000 miles of Immortal Abode Mountain. The blood-soul ferocious spirits that wandered the mountain were also reduced to prey. There were close to 500 of them. This also meant that they would get close to 500 pieces of eternal blood stones. Junior brother, you've worked hard. After returning from Yingzhou Mountain, Ling Xuanzi enthusiastically took out a pot of wine and handed it to Lin Sun. Come and have a good rest. You've made great contributions in this operation. I have to admire you. Lin Sun smiled while drinking. Senior brother, don't worry. You'll have a share of the eternal bloodstones transformed from these blood-soul ferocious spirits. But now is not the time to divide them. Ling Xuanzi was stunned and immediately realized something. He said, are you going to sweep through the other 4 mountains in one go? Lin Sun nodded, yes. Although Yingzhou Mountain was extremely large, the number of blood-soul ferocious spirits born was not large. In just 3 days, they had swept through the whole mountain, and the number of blood-soul ferocious spirits they got was only close to 500. Great! Ling Xuanzi patted his thigh and said complacently, then let's go to Punlai Mountain next. This mountain stretches for 99,000 miles, and there is one of the original rules of the ultimate, body transformation rule, distributed on it. The eternal corpses born in it are formed by the body power of the fallen eternal realm. Their combat power is even stronger than the blood-soul ferocious spirits. However, with your gate of exile, it will be a piece of cake to deal with them, he spoke with fervor and assurance, describing the situation of Punlai Mountain. Lin Sun's response was very simple, just one word, let's go, Punlai Mountain. Black mist was steaming on it, and strange rocks were rugged. The continuous mountain was like the twisted body of a dragon entrenched on the earth. The power of the original rule covered it was completely different from Yingzhou Mountain, but it could not stop Lin Sun's immortal rule. Not long after setting foot on Punlai Mountain, Lin Sun saw an eternal corpse. This ferocious creature looked like an old man. Its thin body was broken and rotten, and half of its head seemed to have been chopped off, hanging crookedly on its neck, looking extremely ferocious and strange. He was also wearing a broken blood-stained Taoist robe. This was different from the corpse fragments he saw on the way to the Tao burial ground. Although this eternal corpse was broken, it was clearly complete. Moreover, the eternal corpse's aura was extremely strange and terrifying, filled with destructive and violent killing power. When it attacked, the eternal power all over its body boiled as if it was burning, and with a wave of its palm, it seemed like it was going to break the mountains and rivers. This was undoubtedly more difficult to deal with than the blood-soul ferocious spirits. After Lin Sun used the Gate of Exile, he did not care about conserving it. He directly expanded it to a range of 10,000 feet and rushed towards the eternal corpse. Boom! The eternal corpse's palm power was extremely terrifying. Although it was engulfed by the Gate of Exile, it shook the Gate of Exile violently. Fortunately, the eternal corpse had no intelligence. Seeing Lin Sun charging over, it did not dodge and directly charged over as if it wanted to break the Gate of Exile and kill Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi. Its ferocious might shocked Ling Xuanzi to the point that he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, this ferocious creature was still devoured by the Gate of Exile in the end, so it could be considered a false alarm. Taking away an eternal fierce corpse consumes nearly 30% of the Gate of Exile's power. At this rate, the Gate of Exile can only deal with 3 eternal fierce corpses at most. Lin Sun could not help but frown slightly. Junior brother, be content. I've never dared to have any ideas about eternal corpses in the years I've been in the Tao burial ground. These ferocious creatures are even more terrifying than the Taoist spirits on Mount Diyu. Ling Xuanzi sighed. Lin Sun nodded. The two of them did not stay and continued forward. Compared to the blood-soul ferocious spirit, the number of eternal corpses on Mount Punlai was obviously much lesser. After sweeping through an area of nearly 10,000 kilometers, Lin Sun had only hunted 2 eternal corpses, and his physical strength had been severely exhausted. Helpless, they could only leave for now and return to the cave abode in the canyon to recover their strength. Half a month later, Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi had only hunted 20 eternal corpses after sweeping through Mount Punlai once. In terms of quantity, it was far from being comparable to the blood-soul ferocious spirit. However, according to Ling Xuanzi, Every eternal corpse meant that an eternal stage powerhouse had fallen in the Kunlun ruins in the previous era. On the other hand, refining an eternal corpse would allow one to obtain the eternal law that belonged to this eternal stage powerhouse. Although it was destined to be damaged, it was still extremely rare, and the eternal bloodstone could not compare to it. After sweeping through Mount Yingzhou and Mount Punlai, the two of them did not stop. After resting for a day, they charged towards Mount Square Pot. Mount Square Pot was only 9,000 kilometers wide, but it was extremely steep and lonely. It was filled with a kind of origin law called soul-dissolving. The eternal fierce souls were distributed in this mountain. The so-called eternal fierce souls were formed from the soul power of the eternal stage powerhouses who had fallen in the previous era. The number of eternal fierce souls was extremely large, like a swarm of locusts, vast and mighty. This was because when an eternal stage powerhouse died, his soul had already exploded into powder, and these eternal fierce souls were only formed from the aura of the fallen primordial spirit. Their ferocity was far inferior to the blood soul ferocious spirit, and far inferior to the great Tao ferocious corpse. The only thing that was feared was perhaps their large number. However, this was not a problem for Lin Sun. With the Gate of Exile, hunting these undying vile souls was no different from catching a shoal of fish with a large net. In just 7 days, the eternal fierce souls on Mount Square Pot were swept clean. After that, Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi did not stop and began to target the great Tao monsters on Mount Daiyu and the eternal fierce weapons on Mount Yuanjiao. The origin law of Mount Daiyu was called Tao Transformation, and it was extremely terrifying. It could quantify the cultivation power of all cultivators in the world. The great Tao monsters distributed on Mount Daiyu were formed from the cultivation power of the eternal realm. Their combat strength was not inferior to the eternal fierce corpse at all. Moreover, although they did not have spiritual intelligence, they had the instinct to fight. They had a lot of fighting methods and were even more difficult to deal with than the eternal fierce corpse. Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi spent an entire month to hunt down the 18 monsters of the Great Tao on Mount Daiyu. Mount Yuanjiao was covered in a kind of origin law called weapon dissolving. The mountain was like a huge cage, and it was filled with colorful and murderous eternal fierce weapons. All of these were the life Tao armaments of the eternal realm experts of the last era. Even though they were extremely damaged, every single one of them had been tainted with the blood of their enemies and had accompanied their owners in battle for countless years. So, the aura of slaughter they emanated was capable of easily crushing any living being beneath the eternal realm. These eternal fierce weapons did not have spiritual intelligence, but they were filled with eternal ferocity and had different kinds of wonders. Some eternal fierce weapons could even hide in space and suddenly attack. They could be said to be extremely terrifying. When Lin Sun was dealing with them, he was almost in danger several times. Fortunately, he had the Gate of Exile. As long as he hid in the area covered by the Gate of Exile, no matter how magical those eternal murderous weapons were, they would be sucked into the Gate of Exile as soon as they got close. In the end, Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi spent more than 20 days sweeping through Mount Yuanjiao and obtained a total of more than 40 eternal fierce weapons. Of course, they were all damaged. Sigh, that's it. When he returned from Yuanjiao Mountain, Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but feel a little dazed and unsatisfied. In total, it took nearly 3 months for him and Lin Sun to sweep through the 5 mountains of Yingzhou, Punlai, Fenghu, Daiyu, and Yuanjiao. The number of bloody souls, eternal corpses, eternal fierce souls, great Tao monsters, and eternal fierce weapons accumulated could be said to be spectacular. It could even be said to be unparalleled in the world. Because such a great fortune could only be found in the land of burial of the Tao in the ultimate. To Ling Xuanzi, this was as surreal as a dream. In less than 3 months, he had already swept through all the fortuitous opportunities in the 5 divine mountains. This was something he had never imagined before. Ling Xuanzi only gradually calmed down when he returned to the cave residence. Then, he looked at Lin Sun with burning eyes and said, "Junior brother, with such a fortune, we brothers don't have to worry about not being able to achieve eternity." Lin Sun was also overjoyed. He didn't expect that the shocking change in the ultimate this time would give him such a great fortune. Moreover, it was so smooth from beginning to end, and he didn't really encounter any fatal danger. "Senior brother, wait a moment. I'll go take a look at the Gate of Exile," Lin Sun said as he activated the Gate of Exile. Hey, wait, let me go with you, Ling Xuanzi hurriedly said. During this period of time, he had already seen the power of Lin Sun's forbidden power. He had long been curious about what kind of place the Gate of Exile was like. Lin Sun was startled and said, "Then you have to follow me, or I'm afraid you'll encounter a great disaster." With that, he and Ling Xuanzi had already taken action, disappearing into the Gate of Exile in a flash. The Realm of Exile. In the dusky world, Ling Xuanzi's expression changed immediately. He felt a terrifying suppression and confinement force, causing him to fly into the distance uncontrollably. As soon as Lin Sun thought of it, the power of heaven and earth that imprisoned Ling Xuanzi disappeared. Ling Xuanzi was shocked and said, "Junior brother, what the hell is this place?" Lin Sun said, "The Realm of Exile. As for where exactly this place is, even I don't know." "You don't know either?" Ling Xuanzi was surprised. Lin Sun nodded. The banished world was very mysterious. Only by controlling the power of the banished gate could one open it and control it. However, Lin Sun still didn't know the origin of this world. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the world where the corpse-slaying divine disc was floating. In an instant, all sorts of dazzling treasures of the Great Path entered their field of vision. They saw that the area around the corpse-slaying disc was filled with all sorts of treasures. They were densely packed and dazzling. Ling Xuanzi gasped, his eyes filled with shock. Lin Sun was also amazed by this scene. Since sweeping through the immortal abode mountain, all the ferocious beasts that Xiaochen had hunted had been sent to this banished realm. He had not seriously counted them yet. At this moment, when he saw so many treasure lights, he couldn't help but be dazzled. A moment later, just as Ling Xuanzi was about to make a move to collect it, his body shook abruptly as he was struck by the obliterating power of the corpse-slaying disc. If it wasn't for Lin Sun making a move in time, he would have almost been swept into the black and white disc. This is the power of the rule. Ling Xuanzi was stunned as he stared at the corpse-slaying disc. "Junior brother, this banished world of yours is too heaven-defying." His tone was filled with shock. He really couldn't imagine what kind of world it was to have such mysterious and unfathomable power of the rule. Moreover, in this world, Lin Sun could easily control and use all the power here. That was too unbelievable. Lin Sun didn't know how to explain it, so he couldn't be bothered to explain. He waved his sleeve. Whoosh, all sorts of treasure surged towards him like a tide, attracting Ling Xuanzi's attention. After counting, there were a total of 493 eternal bloodstones. 20 incomplete eternal laws. 18 eternal Dao stones. 3,400 eternal soul stones. Among them, the most precious was the eternal law. It was the power of the law condensed by an eternal realm expert. Although it was incomplete, it was comparable to an incomplete divine order. The eternal law that Lin Sun refined from the corpse fragments was only a small part of the law of an eternal realm expert. It was far from being comparable to the eternal law refined from the eternal fierce corpse. With these, it should be enough for me to completely refine the eternal law to the extreme, right? Lin Sun thought to himself. Junior brother, look. This eternal Dao stone is formed from the cultivation of an eternal stage cultivator, and the power contained within it is incomparably surging and robust. Think about it, how enormous would the cultivation power possessed by an eternal stage cultivator be? Yet now, it's all gathered within this tiny eternal Dao stone. Ling Xuanzi, who was standing on the side, held a palm-sized, translucent eternal Dao stone that was filled with chaotic aura and quickly introduced it to Lin Sun. It's not an exaggeration to say that refining an eternal Dao stone is equivalent to absorbing the cultivation power of an eternal realm expert. Although it's not all of it, it's enough for us to benefit endlessly. Although we're only in the transcendent realm now, we can also absorb power from this eternal Dao stone. This is also immeasurable for us in the eternal realm. As he spoke, Ling Xuanzi picked up an eternal soul stone that was the size of a pigeon egg and had an illusory luster. His eyes were shining. This treasure is even more impressive. It's condensed from the soul power of an eternal realm expert. After stepping into the eternal realm, using this treasure to refine the eternal law is the most suitable. Lin Sun was also looking at these treasures. For example, the eternal blood stone could refine the power of the blood spirit, which could be used to refine the eternal Dao body. That's not right. Where did those eternal murderous weapons go? Suddenly, Ling Xuanzi asked in confusion. He glanced around and didn't see any eternal murderous weapons. Senior brother, follow me. As Lin Sun spoke, he moved forward. Not long after, he brought Ling Xuanzi to the treasure-falling cliff. There were 45 types of eternal divine materials floating in the air, every single one of them released great radiance, illuminating the world, extremely dazzling. These eternal divine materials were different from ordinary eternal murderous weapons. They were transformed from different eternal murderous weapons. One should know that each eternal murderous weapon was refined from countless rare eternal divine materials. They were nurtured and refined by eternal realm experts for countless years. Although these eternal murderous weapons had long been broken and their spirituality had dissipated, the eternal divine materials they transformed into could still be called treasures in the world. According to Ling Xuanzi, these 45 types of eternal divine materials could be regarded as 45 tool embryos for refining eternal Tao soldiers. Tool embryos were equivalent to the prototype of an immortal Tao soldier. Lin Sun waved his sleeve and kept these eternal divine materials. He was about to leave when Ling Xuanzi suddenly asked, Junior brother, what rule power is distributed in this treasure-falling cliff? Naturally, it's the treasure-falling rule. Any cultivator who is drawn into the door of exile will be obliterated by the corpse-killing disc, and their treasures will be collected by the treasure-falling cliff. Lin Sun explained patiently. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but exclaim, the treasure-falling rule. There's actually such a strange rule power in this world. If I step into the eternal realm and refine this rule into my own eternal rule, wouldn't it be easy to take the enemy's treasures in battle? Lin Sun was stunned. Ling Xuanzi's words were like a blow to his head, making him realize one thing. Yes, when he stepped into the eternal realm, he could completely comprehend and refine the obliteration rule and treasure-falling rule of the exile world. Junior brother, are there other rule powers in this exile world? Ling Xuanzi asked. Yes. Lin Sun's heart moved, and he took Ling Xuanzi and flew into the distance. Not long after, a white waterfall fell from the sky and came into view. The waterfall seemed to come from the 9 heavens, pouring down in a mighty manner. The white mist rolled, looking extremely spectacular in this grey world. The flow of time, a waterfall completely formed by the time law fell between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Ling Xuanzi was completely stunned, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. Time, a supreme taboo great Tao had now turned into a waterfall, deducing a kind of rule power visible to the naked eye. If an eternal realm expert saw this, their jaws would probably drop. One must know that on the path of the Emperor realm, one might be able to comprehend the power of time, but that was only the tip of the iceberg, and it could only be comprehended in the heart. As for the immortal realm, they could comprehend and study the power of time, but it was still almost impossible to control it. Only the existences of the eternal realm could comprehend and control the power of time, but there were only a few who could truly fuse the time law into their own eternal rule. Junior brother, do you really not know the origin of this world? After a long time, Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but ask. A mysterious world with the power of obliteration, treasure-falling rule, and time law. This was simply incredible. This was no different from having 3 types of divine-level orders in one world. One must know that in the eternal God clan of the 9th heaven, there was only one divine-level order. Lin Sun shook his head. He understood 4th senior brother's surprise. When he first saw all this, he was also shocked, and he was also curious about where the banished realm was located. Ling Xuanzi was silent for a moment, and he couldn't help but sigh. After sweeping through so many opportunities and possessing the power of the 3 rules of this banished realm, if junior brother proves the eternal Tao, I'm afraid you can become a giant among the eternal realm experts. Eternal Tao Stone, Eternal Divine Material, Eternal Soul Crystal, Eternal Blood Stone, Eternal Rule. Which one of them wasn't a treasure that eternal realm experts dreamed of, and the 3 rules of the banished realm could be used to temper the eternal rule? Thinking about it, if Lin Sun proved the eternal Tao, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to rise up. Lin Sun smiled and said, although there are many opportunities, it also depends on one's temperament. This is the root of the great Tao. Ling Xuanzi was startled, and he suddenly came to a realization. Junior brother was reminding him not to let these opportunities blind his state of mind. This warmed Ling Xuanzi's heart, and he said with a smile, don't worry, I won't repeat the mistakes of Martial Uncle Kong Ju back then. 2 consecutive chapters were delivered. In total, there were already 8 chapters today. After the goldfish finished eating, it would continue to explode. Students who have monthly votes, hurry up and vote, it will be 0 after midnight. In the cave residence, Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi walked out of the banished world. Lin Sun divided all the treasures he obtained into 2 and gave half to Ling Xuanzi. So many for me? Ling Xuanzi was surprised. Lin Sun smiled, you don't want it? Ling Xuanzi immediately put away the treasures and smiled, who would think that there are too many treasures like this? After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but remind, junior brother, don't you think that the banished world is a bit similar to the land of buried Tao? Lin Sun was stunned. The 5 origins laws of the sinkhole similarly refined cultivators, but they were divided into different methods. Some refined qi and blood, others refined bodies, souls, cultivation levels, and treasures. The same was true for the 2 rules of the Gate of Exile. The difference was that the obliteration rule refined the opponent completely and dissipated, while the treasure fall rule only restrained the treasures. But in any case, the banished world and the land of buried Tao were indeed very similar. Senior brother, have you seen something? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Ling Xuanzi pondered, in my opinion, a place like the land of buried Tao can only exist in the 4 Tao ruins. Junior brother, do you think that the banished world is in one of the other 3 Tao ruins? Lin Sun was shocked and fell into deep thought. The devouring abyss talent came from the eternal coffin, and Chen Linkong once said that the eternal coffin should be called the eternal boat. The power of the great Tao that Eternal Night Emperor mastered also came from the eternal boat. As for where the eternal boat came from, perhaps only Eternal Night Emperor knew. But what was certain was that there was a mysterious star map hidden in the eternal boat that could lead to the Gate of Eternity. A long time ago, Luo Tongtian used this star map to go to the Gate of Eternity, but he was blocked and besieged by the power of the 10 immortal giants nearby. Of course, these clues seemed insignificant, but Lin Sun was keenly aware that to really uncover the secret of the banished world, he probably had to start with the treasure, the eternal boat. After all, the Gate of Exile was the 4th stage of the Devouring Abyss talent, and the Devouring Abyss talent came from the eternal boat. Now, the boat of eternity was with Xia Ji. Senior brother, have you heard of the eternal boat? Lin Sun asked. Ling Xuanzi shook his head. No. Lin Sun said, well, I don't want to think about it. I will find out sooner or later. Ling Xuanzi smiled faintly. Junior brother, do you want to stay here and prove your Tao for eternity with us? Lin Sun muttered, let's talk about it after I refine those eternal laws. His goal in returning this time was to bring his friends and family back to Eternal True World. He could not stay there for too long. After all, he was now a vice pavilion lord of Yuan cult, and he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Ling Xuanzi said, the changes in this sinkhole are destined to continue. In the future, the Starry Sky Ancient Path will only become more and more powerful. I think you can choose to come to the sinkhole to stay in the future. Lin Sun said with a smile, let's talk about it later. When Ling Xuanzi saw this, he didn't say anything else. In the following period of time, both Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi focused on meditation and cultivation. Ling Xuanzi wanted to attain eternity. Lin Sun, on the other hand, wanted to refine his undying laws to an unprecedented level. Right now, he had in his hands 10 eternal rules refined by the eternal ferocious corpses, which were comparable to 10 incomplete god-level sequences. Lin Sun wanted to see how much of his immortal law he could refine before he could reach perfection. Time flew by. 1 month passed quickly. Lin Sun had already refined 4 eternal laws, and right when he intended to refine the 5th, he suddenly had a sudden surge of inspiration, and a strand of enlightenment arose in his heart. This was the limit of his undying law. In other words, after refining the 4 eternal laws, Lin Sun's immortal laws had finally reached an unprecedented peak. It's finally complete, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. Over the years, his Edict of Immortality had refined an uncountable amount of order power. The order power above Earth rank and below 9th rank Heaven rank that had been refined was incalculable. He had even refined dozens of Heaven rank 9 Heaven rank sequence. There were also 5 rare rank 9 Heaven rank sequences. But even then, it was still unable to attain perfection. It was not until he entered the land of the buried path this time that he finally achieved perfection after refining 5 eternal laws that were comparable to incomplete God-level sequences. How could Lin Sun not be emotional? He was now certain that his undying law had far surpassed ordinary God-level sequences. There are still 6 eternal laws left. I have to keep them well. Such treasures are treasures that even eternal realm figures dream of. Lin Sun thought to himself. He got up from his meditation and looked at Ling Xuanzi, who was meditating not far away. He did not disturb him and walked straight out of the cave abode. A moment later, Lin Sun's figure appeared on Yingzhou Mountain. He stood there, activated his undying law, and meditated. The undying law was steaming like an abyss, flowing with mysterious light and shadow. As early as when Lin Sun entered the vast thousand battle domain, the Nirvana order had shown its marvelous power, which enabled Lin Sun to obtain the 2 powers of order from the last era, Little Immortal and Little Ming, in a forbidden area. Now, Lin Sun was trying to use his undying law to capture and imitate the mystery of the blood transformation law. The reason why he imitated instead of meditating was that his current cultivation was in the immortal realm, and he could not comprehend the power of the rule power that only eternal realm experts could. After a long time, Lin Sun's undying law was boiling. At the same time, a mysterious and obscure aura was firmly sealed in the undying law. It worked, Lin Sun was shocked, and a smile appeared on his lips. This mysterious and obscure aura was the original mystery of the blood transformation law that was imitated by the undying law. It was like a seed. As long as Lin Sun reached the eternal realm, he could awaken this seed with his own strength, so that it could take root, sprout, and grow into a complete blood transformation law power. This gain allowed Lin Sun to further confirm one thing. After fusing with the Order of Nirvana, his eternal law possessed many secrets of the Order of Nirvana, and it could copy and reshape any great Tao order and rule in the world. This was one of the most powerful mysteries of the Nirvana order. Next, Lin Sun went to the 4 mountains, Penglai, Fenghu, Daiyu, and Yuanjiao. When he left, he had already imitated the mystery of the body transformation law, soul transformation law, Tao transformation law, and weapon transformation law. In short, the complete mystery of the 5 sequences of the ultimate had been obtained by Lin Sun. Senior brother. Returning to the cave residence, Lin Sun thought about it and woke up Ling Xuanzi, who was meditating. Junior brother, are you planning to leave? Ling Xuanzi asked. Lin Sun nodded. Senior brother, do you have a premonition of when you can achieve eternal Tao? As soon as this question was mentioned, Ling Xuanzi sighed and said, it's difficult, difficult, difficult. If I don't have 35 years, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to achieve eternal Tao. During this period of time, he had been cultivating with the eternal Tao stone all the time, but in the end, he realized that it didn't play much role in achieving eternal Tao. At the end of the day, he was already in existence in the transcendent realm great perfection. He didn't lack any external objects at all. As long as there was an opportunity, he could achieve Tao transcendence. As far as I know, eldest senior brother didn't manage to wait for this opportunity, said Lin Sun. And according to eldest senior brother's deduction, before the era calamity arrives, there will be no more opportunities to achieve eternal Tao in the eternal true world. But this is the ultimate ruins, said Ling Xuanzi seriously. I know. Lin Sun nodded, but senior brother, have you ever thought that the ultimate ruins will also be affected by the era calamity? Ling Xuanzi was stunned, but Master said that there is an opportunity here that can help me achieve eternal Tao. Times have changed, and the situation has long changed, said Lin Sun. However, if senior brother can sense the opportunity to achieve Tao transcendence in the next period of time, that would naturally be the best. If you can't break through after a long time, you can't waste your time here. Ling Xuanzi nodded and said, all right. By the way, what about you, junior brother? If you return to the eternal true world this time, there will be no more opportunities to achieve eternal Tao in that place in the future. Lin Sun said casually, I won't hide it from you, senior brother. Ever since I've cultivated, every time I break through, I've sought for an opportunity on my own instead of waiting for it to come. Even if I can't break through in the eternal true world in the future, I can just imitate eldest senior brother and the others and head to the Kunlun ruins. Ling Xuanzi muttered, it's better to seek for an opportunity than to wait for an opportunity. One is passive, while the other is active. Junior brother, you've enlightened me quite a bit. His eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, I know what I should try next. No matter if it works or not, I have to give it a try. Lin Sun cupped his hand slightly and said with a smile, then I'll wish you success in proving your Tao in advance, senior brother. Ling Xuanzi laughed out loud and said, do you want to have a drink before you leave? Of course. Lin Sun agreed readily and casually took out a jar of divine wine that he had kept for many years. Within the abode, the two of them drank with each other, chatted cheerfully, and enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. It was also on the same day that Lin Sun left the land of buried Tao. He had already made an agreement with Ling Xuanzi to meet in the Kunlun ruins before the calamity of the era descended. This time, the exploration of the ultimate ruins lasted for more than 4 months. Not only did Lin Sun accidentally meet his fourth senior brother, but he also obtained many unexpected opportunities and treasures. Most importantly, his laws of eternity had finally reached perfection. If it were not for this trip to the ultimate ruins, Lin Sun would not have known that his immortal law was still so lacking. In short, this time it could be said to be a series of gains. A day later, Lin Sun successfully returned to the secret core realm. He had already planned to leave with everyone. Although this shocking change in the ultimate ruins had caused the entire starry sky ancient path to transform, it was still far from the seventh heaven where the Yuan sect was located. Perhaps the starry sky ancient path would become more and more powerful in the future, but Lin Sun could not wait that long. The secret core realm was the same as when Lin Sun left. Husband, sister Xianxia and I have already brought our parents back. As soon as Lin Sun arrived at the clan hall, Zhao Jingxian heard the news and came over. Xianxia, Zhao Yuanji, and Ao Xingtong were with her. Greetings, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lin Sun hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Zhao Yuanji said with a smile, I've already heard from Jingxian about what happened in the eternal true world. I also know that the peace of the starry sky ancient path is because of you. Not bad at all. What's the point of saying this? It's not easy for our family to reunite after so many years. Ao Xingtong smiled. By the way, where's Fanner? Zhao Jingxian also looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun hurriedly said, Fanner is in seclusion. He will come out in about half a year. Next, he personally arranged the banquet and called Lin Zhong, Xian Shangchen, Lin Huayuan, and other senior figures to accompany him. The guests and the host enjoyed themselves. At the end of the banquet, Lin Sun talked about returning to the eternal true world. Everyone had already expected this day to come, so they were not surprised. On the same day, everyone took action and conveyed the news to the Yuanshi Dao sect, Lin family, Xian family, Jin Tian clan, and other forces. The 9th chapter was delivered. I can't do it anymore. I originally wanted to release 10 chapters, but I was too tired. My whole body was sore, and even my brain felt stiff. No matter what, I'm still very satisfied that I released 9 chapters on the last day of September. The National Day holiday will begin tomorrow. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Tomorrow is also the first day of the month. For the sake of releasing 9 chapters today, don't forget to vote for the chosen one tomorrow. Bow and thank you. The next morning, Lin Sun came to the secret world of mind alone and stood in the void. Rise. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and raised his hands in the air. The whole secret world of mind trembled and then slowly floated up. As Lin Sun made a gesture, the secret world of mind began to shrink until it turned into a fist-sized ball of light and fell on Lin Sun's palm. This was the extreme use of the law of space. With Lin Sun's current cultivation, he could completely refine a big world if he had enough time. It was not difficult to refine the secret world of mind now. Putting away the secret world of mind, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air and walked out of the ultimate. Xia Ji, Xian Jiuyin, Jin Tian Xianyue and others were all in the secret world of mind. All he needed to do now was to leave with the secret world of mind. Outside the ultimate. Within 1,000 miles of the sea area, there was no sign of a cultivator. However, there were many forces stationed thousands of miles away. Most of them were foreign forces from other starry sky planes. Among them, there were many immortal cultivators. As soon as Lin Sun walked out of the ultimate, he sensed these auras and could not help but frown. With his current cultivation, it was a piece of cake for him to destroy these foreign forces. However, this was no different from killing indiscriminately. Moreover, Lin Sun could see that these foreign forces were very obedient and did not dare to step out of the 1,000-mile radius of the ultimate. The fact that they could survive the power of order of Wushuang undoubtedly proved that these foreign forces did not do anything heartless during this period of time. Master. Suddenly, Wushuang's figure condensed out of thin air. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she was as pure as a young girl. She blinked her big watery eyes and said, "Are you leaving?" Lin Sun was surprised. "Why? Are you worried that I will leave you here on the starry sky ancient road when I leave?" Wushuang said obediently, "I will listen to your arrangements. However, I also believe that you will not leave me here." Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. He rubbed Wushuang's little head and said, "You've said everything. Do I dare to keep you here?" Wushuang's eyes were sparkling. She smiled sweetly and said in a clear voice, "Master dotes on Wushuang the most, but, without Wushuang's order power, I'm afraid this starry sky ancient path would be in turmoil again. What should we do?" As she spoke, her brows furrowed. Lin Sun stretched out his hand, and a purple gourd appeared. "Let Z guard the starry sky ancient road." Z was the name he had given to the purple gourd. This purple gourd was also a rare rank 9 heaven rank sequence item, and its order spirit was the green divine sword in the gourd. Although it didn't transform into a human form like Wushuang, it was full of intelligence and could recognize Lin's orders. Whoosh, Lin Sun threw the purple gourd into the air, and a cyan sword as ethereal as the sky whizzed out, and then turned into a rainbow and rushed into the depths of the sky. "Alright, you can withdraw your power now," Lin Sun said. Wushuang nodded and waved her hand. Endless light rain began to gather in the sky, and then poured into her slender figure like a waterfall. After a while, Wushuang looked at the sky and asked, "Master, don't you worry that Z will be taken away by others?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Those under the Eternal Realm can't do anything to Z. What's more, if they were really in the Eternal Realm, how could they be in the mood to come to the starry sky ancient road when the calamity of the era is coming? Let's go," Lin Sun said, and his figure rose into the air. Wushuang turned into a white light and disappeared in the immortal law around Lin Sun. For her, Lin Sun's immortal law, which had refined 90% of the power of nirvana, was like a nest where she could be nourished by the power of nirvana. In the Shirwan Mountains, southwest border of Ziyao Empire. Feiyun City. The city was bustling with noise and excitement, and the bustling crowd flowed in an endless stream. Ladies and gentlemen, Feiyun City has a long history. It's the starting point of Emperor Daoyuan's rise. When Emperor Daoyuan was young, he settled here for a period of time. But at that time it was just a barren village, and the villagers made a living by planting spiritual fields. In the largest tea house in the city, a storyteller spoke with fervor and assurance, attracting many guests to stop and listen. Emperor Daoyuan, this was the most resounding name in the starry sky, and he had long been the object of admiration for hundreds of millions of people in the world. His past deeds were also the most attractive. The vicissitudes of life are just like that. Everything in those days can only exist in memory. In the crowd, Lin Sun sighed in his heart and turned away. None of the guests nearby noticed that the legend they admired the most had just brushed past them. Next, Lin Sun came to Donglin town. He and Xianxia once stayed in this city for a period of time. It was also in this city that he and Xianxia separated. Xianxia went to the Dark Night Shrine. And he went to the Bloodthirsty Camp. Unfortunately, when Lin Sun came to the site where the Bloodthirsty Camp used to be, it had already changed into a place occupied by a sect. Next, Lin Sun's footprints appeared in the place where Mist City, the Forbidden City, the ancient Desolation Domain, the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, trudging all the way, Lin Sun recalled. What he was walking on was the arduous and trekking road when he was young. But now, what he saw along the way had already become completely different from before. When he came to the starry ancient road, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart. The past was the past after all, and the past was gone. This was the way of the Great Way. From the moment you stepped on it, there was no turning back. Z, the piece of the starry ancient road is in your hands. Lin Sun turned his head, glanced at the stars in the distance, and then turned away. On this day, Lin Sun, who was worshipped by the world as a god, left the starry ancient road. 10 years later. Yuan sect, eternal true world. Brother Fan, is master still in closed-door training? Tang Jiang was dressed in a fiery red dress, and her skin was fair and delicate. She was like a charming and bright red cloud, graceful and charming. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. His temperament became more and more calm, and he was as handsome as the wind and the moon. Years ago, after his father returned to Yuan sect with the secret world of mind, he began closed-door training. 10 years had passed, and there was no sign of him coming out. Brother Fan, when will you achieve immortality? Tang Jiang blinked her big eyes, and her voice was sweet and sweet. There's no hurry. Lin Fan said casually. In the past, he made rapid breakthroughs in his cultivation, and everyone who saw him would be shocked. But now, after going through the world of samsara, his state of mind had also changed greatly, and he no longer pursued the speed of breakthroughs. Tang Jiang, I've decided to leave Yuan sect for a while, Lin Fan said suddenly. Where are you going? Tang Jiang asked. Lin Fan said casually, I'm going to walk around the world, have a look, travel the world, and train my mind. I'll go with you, Tang Jiang said without hesitation. Tang Jiang said without hesitation, Master once said that I only have a single flaw in my cultivation, and that is that I lack tempering. I can seize this opportunity to properly temper myself. Lin Fan said with a smile, you're currently training in the 9th summit. If you want to go out to train, you have to get permission from the Peak Master, Senior Mo Lan Shan. Then I'll go ask the Peak Master. After saying that, Tang Jiang left excitedly. Lin Fan was stunned, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. How could he not see that Tang Jiang had feelings for him? He had met Tang Jiang when he came to Yuan sect 10 years ago, but after all these years, he only treated her as a younger sister in his heart. I'll have to inform mother about this. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Fan turned around and left. Inside an antique palace, Zhao Jingxian was chatting with Luo Qingxuan. Mother, grandmother. Lin Fan walked into the hall and greeted them with a smile. Luo Qingxuan's eyes lit up, and she said, Fanner, come and sit beside grandmother. 10 years ago, when Lin Sun brought Zhao Jingxian and her son back, Luo Qingxuan was extremely surprised. Before that, she did not expect that her son not only had a wife, but also had a child. Because of this, Luo Qingxuan even complained and scolded Lin Sun because Lin Sun did not tell her about this at all. Lin Fan sat beside Luo Qingxuan and said with a smile, Grandmother, why don't I see grandfather? Your grandfather is playing chess with your grandfather Zhong, Luo Qingxuan said with a smile. Luo Qingxuan said with a smile. The more she looked at her grandson, the more she liked him. Brat, you don't visit me for no reason. Tell me, why did you come this time? If I can promise you anything, Grandma will promise you. Zhao Jingxian, who was at the side, felt helpless. Her mother-in-law was good at everything, except for the fact that she spoiled Lin Fan so much. I plan to go outside the primordial realm to train, Lin Fan said softly. A focused glint appeared in Luo Qingxun's eyes, and she said, Fan you have to be careful about this. Right now, the eternal true world might seem to be peaceful and the world is at peace, but there are plenty of dangers lurking in the dark. If some of your father's enemies learn of your identity, they might bring disaster upon you and kill you. Lin Fan smiled bitterly and interrupted her, Grandmother, I know all of this. Don't worry, I won't expose my identity when I go out this time. Luo Qingxuan was still worried, and she asked, why do you insist on going out? For cultivation, Lin Fan said seriously. In the end, Luo Qingxuan agreed, but she made Lin Fan promise that he must bring some trump cards to protect his life when he left, and he could not go out for too long. Every once in a while, he had to send a message to report that he was safe. Lin Fan listened with a smile, then looked at Zhao Jingxian and said, Mother, do you agree? Zhao Jingxian said angrily, You've already convinced your grandmother, so how can I not agree? As she spoke, she took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Fan. This is an avatar of your father's before he went into seclusion. Take it with you. Lin Fan took it with both hands and put it away. Zhao Jingxian seemed to remember something and said, By the way, your senior brother Su Bai is also wandering in the eternal true world. If you go out to train this time, bring your senior brother back to the Yuan cult. All right. Lin Fan agreed readily. On that day, Lin Fan and Tang Jiang left the primordial realm together. P.S. I wish our great motherland prosperity and happiness. I wish everyone a happy holiday, but don't worry, the goldfish will not go on holiday. The next day will be slightly later. Over the past 10 years, many changes had taken place in the Yuan sect. For example, batch after batch of the younger generation had risen, and many of the older generation had also broken through to the next realm. But the most dazzling one was still Lin Fan. As the son of Yuan Qing Pavilion Master Lin Sun, his every move was destined to be watched by countless people. This was an honor that was enough to make the world envious, but also a heavy burden. Lin Fan did not want to live under his father's halo, so he chose to go out and train. He also wanted to rely on his own strength to create a world of his own. 10 years. Ever since Lin Sun swept through the 8th heaven and overthrew the 10 immortal giants, there had been no more major events that could shock the world. The 9th heaven had cut off the connection with the 8th heaven. During the period when the calamity of the era was about to arrive, the eternal gods were destined to have no time to care about other things. After the last fiasco, the shaman cult and the Zen cult seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and there was no more movement. For all living beings in the world, everything seemed to have returned to the previous peace. But for the 4 ancestral halls and the eternal gods of the 9th heaven, this peace was destined to be temporary. As time passed, the calamity of the era that was destined to overturn the world was destined to arrive as scheduled, 10 years. Many dazzling newcomers emerged in the various heavens of the eternal true world. Each of them was famous in their own areas, and the world paid attention to them. However, the most dazzling ones were only a small group of people. And among this small group of people, Su Bai's name was impressively included. He came from the ancient path of stars, fought his way out of the great 1,000 battle realms, and rose in the first heaven of the eternal true world. In just a short 10 years, he had conquered all the major heavens and defeated many enemies of the same realm. His brilliant achievements, forged with blood, shocked the world. Countless immortal emperor clans tried to take him under their command, and countless forces hated him to the bone, seeing him as a thorn in their side. But no one knew that the master of this young man who had risen to power in the past 10 years was the current Yuan sect's Yuan Qing Pavilion Master, Lin Sun. There were billions of living beings in this world, and there were many monsters and countless geniuses. It was destined that Su Bai would not be able to stand out alone. He still had a long way to go. It's been 10 years. Why is Lin Sun still in seclusion? Hasn't his cultivation reached the peak long ago? Du Guyong asked casually in the Origin Sect's Sky Pavilion. Feng Daoping, Yuan Wutian, and other old monsters of the Yuan sect were also present. Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of secret technique. Xian Failing drank a cup of wine. In this world, it's impossible for the opportunity to attain Tao eternity to appear again. His closed-door meditation this time is definitely not for the sake of breaking through the realm. Sigh, time is not with me. Feng Daoping sighed. An era's calamity had completely eliminated the opportunity to attain eternity. This was undoubtedly bad news for these elders who had been immersed in the transcendent realm great perfection cultivation for many years. There are only 900 years left until the disaster of the Aeon descends. At that time, eternal true world, great 1,000 battles realm, and great 1,000 worlds are bound to perish. All the lives in the world might not even know that no matter how long they live, they will only have 900 years left, Du Guyong said in a low voice. It can't be helped. This is the general trend. In the past, the end of an era has occurred countless times, destroying one civilization after another. In the end, only an extremely small number of civilizations were able to survive the end of an era. Xian Failing drank another cup of wine. Let's not talk about other things. Even our Yuan sect doesn't have much confidence in surviving the calamity of an era. Doesn't it mean that those who have not attained Tao eternity can resist the calamity of an era just because they have a divine level order? Du Guyong asked. For cultivators below the eternal realm, they would be attacked by the 5 decay Tao calamity during the end of an era. However, if they had the protection of a divine level order, they would have great confidence in resisting the 5 decay Tao calamity. Xian Feiling explained patiently, the divine level order can indeed resist most of the 5 decay Dao calamity's power. However, whether or not they can survive the calamity depends on each cultivator's own luck. For example, our Yuan sect still has the protection of a divine level order, but we still have to face such a huge risk. For all the lives in the world, how are they supposed to resist this calamity? Fang Daoping could not help but sigh. When the nest is overturned, no egg can escape unscathed. When they thought about how the entire civilization and the countless living beings that resided in the world would suffer during the calamity of an era, the hearts of these old fellows became extremely heavy. That's not necessarily the case. Do all of you still remember the ruins of creation? Xian Feiling spoke abruptly. In the past, the civilizations that encountered the calamity of an era would appear in the ruins of creation. In other words, when our era encounters a calamity, it's very likely that they will appear in the ruins of creation. The ruins of creation was like an enormous mother's nest, and over 100 civilizations were scattered within it. All of them had suffered calamity during the calamity of an era. However, the ruins of creation protected the descendants of these civilizations. It was like a seed that was preserved within the ruins, and it allowed the civilizations of the past to survive in the ruins of creation. Du Guyong said, but the ruins of creation has already turned into a prison. The civilizations that were scattered within it are destined to never be able to leave the ruins of creation. Fang Daoping said as well, that's right. Unless the culprit that's pulling the strings behind the scenes can be defeated one day, otherwise, the ruins of creation is bound to remain a cage. It won't just trap the civilizations from those eras, the living beings within those civilizations as well. For these old fellows, they naturally had some understanding of the situation in the ruins of creation. They're just trapped. As long as they survive, they'll break out of the prison sooner or later. Xian Feiling said with a smile. Du Guyong said in a deep voice, Brother Xian, don't be too optimistic. The immortal martial civilization of the previous era was so powerful and prosperous, but it was destroyed by the calamity of an era. It said that even their origin energy was shattered, and they didn't have a chance to appear in the ruins of creation. The destruction of the immortal martial era was too complete. As far as these old fellows knew, there was no other civilization that appeared in the ruins of creation. After hearing this, Xian Feiling couldn't help but sigh softly. He waved his hand and said, even those in the eternal realm can't do anything about these things. Let's not talk about it. At this moment, Tao Lung, the elder of Sky Origin Pavilion, suddenly came and presented a jade slip. Pavilion Masters and Deputy Pavilion Masters, this is the jade slip that Pavilion Master Lin asked me to bring. Xian Feiling was stunned. He took the jade slip and looked at it. His pupils suddenly shrank. How is it possible? How is it possible? Let me have a look. Du Guyong grabbed the jade slip and looked it up and down. He was also stunned at once. He and Xian Feiling's reaction was a little out of control, but the other old monsters were intrigued. They couldn't help but take the jade slips one by one out of curiosity. Then, they were all stunned and their hearts were in turmoil. After a while, Xian Feiling broke the silence first and said, what do you think? It should be true. Fang Daoping took a deep breath as if to suppress the shock in his heart. Lin Sun would never joke about such things. It must be true. Du Guyong's eyes were shining. This kind of thing may be able to trap us, but it certainly can't trap an existence like him who has the immortal supreme path. Don't forget, the founder of the spirit sect, Suyin, said that Lin Sun's path has even threatened the mastermind behind the calamity of the era. Yuan Wutian said excitedly, so, in 3 months, we will be able to witness an unprecedented miracle. Xian Feiling said in a deep voice, we will know when the time comes. During this period, we have to help him keep this secret. If the news is leaked, I am afraid it will attract the attention of the witch sect, Zen sect, and the eternal gods of the 9th heaven. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even at this moment, their hearts still couldn't calm down. Because there was only one sentence on the jade slip. 3 months later, this junior will attain the eternal Tao. Seniors, please be prepared in advance. Proving the eternal Tao. Now, everyone knows that in the period before the calamity of the era, there will be no opportunity to prove the eternal Tao. But Lin Sun said that he will prove the eternal Tao in 3 months. This was the reason why Xian Feiling and other old monsters were shocked. If Lin Sun really wants to prove the eternal Tao. The eternal tribulation he will cause will inevitably affect the power of the divine order of our sect. Don't forget how terrible the tribulation was when pavilion leader Yu Beihai proved the eternal Tao. Du Guyong said solemnly, so, we must prepare in advance. I believe this is the intention of Lin Sun to convey this news to us. Feng Daoping said with a serious expression, the movement caused by the eternal Great Tribulation is too big. Once it appears, it will definitely attract the attention of the Magus religion, Zen religion, and the eternal God race of the ninth heaven. Under such circumstances, once they attack, it will be a disaster. Xian Feiling said, now, those eternal realm figures have to be on guard against the coming of the great silence lifeless tribulation. Under such circumstances, I am afraid they will not dare to act rashly. After a pause, he continued, of course, we also have to be prepared. In case there are really eternal realm figures who want to stop Lin Sun from proving the eternal Tao at the cost of their lives, we have to think of a way to deal with it. But, there are no eternal realm figures in our sect now, Du Guyong sighed. His words caused the hearts of the others to become heavy. After a while, Xian Feiling gritted his teeth and made a decision, do your best and leave the rest to God. I don't believe that such a big Yuan sect can be destroyed by the enemy. The other old monsters nodded, and there was a fierce look on their faces. When pavilion leader Yu Beihai proved the eternal Tao, he caused a great tribulation and attracted many enemies to invade, but in the end, he was saved. This time, Lin Sun would prove the eternal Tao in 3 months. These old guys didn't believe that they couldn't protect Lin Sun this time. At the same time, in a cave residence in Yuanqing Mountain, Lin Sun was eating with Xia Ji, chatting while eating. He was so relaxed as if nothing had happened. On the first day of the month, he asked for a guaranteed monthly ticket. During these 10 years, Lin Sun never went out, and Xia Ji was always with him. 3 months later, I will prove the eternal Tao. Lin Sun put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Xia Ji opposite him. At that time, you and Jing Xian will stay in the Yuan realm. Why can't I protect you? Xia Ji wondered. Lin Sun smiled and said, I don't need anyone to protect me. Just listen to me. Xia Ji didn't insist and continued to eat. Lin Sun took out a pot of wine and drank it. He only did one thing during these 10 years of closed-door training, sharpening his state of mind. All his previous experiences and battles were sorted out by him one by one. He didn't deliberately suppress his inner emotions. He just quietly experienced everything from childhood to adulthood, from the beginning of cultivation to the present. 10 years had passed, but there wasn't much insight or gain. But Lin Sun knew that his state of mind was flawless. Inexplicably, Lin Sun thought of a saying, sharpen the heart like a sword, nourish the heart like a jade. The predecessor with supreme attainments in swordsmanship revealed all the mysteries of the state of mind with just 8 words. He couldn't help sighing with emotion. It was also at this time that he deeply understood what it meant to have a heart like a sword and a heart like a jade. This was an extremely broad-minded and perfect state of mind. When it was open, it was like a sword in the sky, and when it was reserved, it was like a warm and beautiful jade. Lin Sun, why do you wait 3 months to prove the eternal Tao? Xia Ji suddenly asked. Lin Sun smiled and said, because there is still one thing to do. What is it? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he said slowly, to draw out the opportunity that belongs to me. What are you going to do? Xia Ji was curious. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, use myself as bait to fish for the secret of heaven. As he said, he pointed to the sky casually, others wait for the opportunity, but I need to seek the opportunity, which is above the heavens. Xia Ji was stunned and shook her head, I don't understand. Lin Sun smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Time flew by, day after day. 3 months passed quickly. Lin Sun and Xia Ji walked out of the cave residence. Where did everyone go? Lin Sun was stunned. In his spiritual awareness, he found that the whole Yuanqing mountain was empty. Except for him and Xia Ji, there was no one else. Let's go and take a look at Primary Sky Mountain. Lin Sun immediately moved through the void and flew away. Soon, he found Xian Feiling, Feng Daoping, and the other old monsters at Prime Sky Mountain. Brat, you've finally come out. When Xian Feiling and others saw Lin Sun, they all came up to him and asked, how's the preparation? How confident are you in attaining eternity this time? Lin Sun said with a smile, we'll know when we pass the test. By the way, where are the others in our sect? Xian Feiling said, we've settled them in the Tianyuan mystery land half a month ago. Now, we're the only ones left in the Yuan clan. Lin Sun was stunned and suddenly realized that he had overlooked one thing. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seniors, I'm not going to prove my Tao in Yuan realm this time. Xian Feiling and the others were stunned and caught off guard. Previously, they all thought that Lin Sun wanted to prove eternity in Yuan realm and was worried that the power of the divine level order would be suppressed. That was why he took action in advance and settled everyone in Tianyuan mystery land. Tianyuan mystery land had the source of power of the divine level order. Even if the enemy came knocking, it wouldn't be easy to destroy the source of the divine level order. But who would have thought that Lin Sun didn't want to prove his Tao in Yuan realm? Where are you going to prove eternity? Feng Daoping couldn't help but ask. I think the infinite star sea will do, Lin Sun said casually. When the time comes, we just need to withdraw the power of the order of the infinite star sea back to Yuan realm. This was his plan. When Yu Beihai was proving eternity, the divine level order of the Yuan realm was suppressed when the eternal tribulation befell and couldn't exert its power. Lin Sun didn't want everyone in Yuan clan to lose their protection because of his test. No. Xian Feiling was the first to disagree. Proving the way to eternity is a big deal. If you were in the infinite star sea, once a foreign enemy came to invade, they would definitely interfere with your tribulation. You can imagine how serious the consequences would be once your state of mind is disturbed. The other old monsters also tried to dissuade him. But Lin Sun shook his head and said firmly, in this world, the only thing that can affect my state of mind is the safety of you and everyone in Yuan clan. As long as you are safe, I will have nothing to worry about. Xian Feiling and the others looked uncertain. Do you know that when the eternal tribulation befalls, the sorcerer cult, Zen cult, and even the eternal god clan in the ninth heaven will notice it immediately? If they send people of the eternal realm to stop it at all costs, it will be a big disaster. Feng Daoping said seriously. Because of this, as long as you hide in Yuan realm and have the protection of the divine level order, you won't be threatened by such a disaster. Lin Sun said without hesitation, as for me, even if I am an eternal realm existence, would I dare to make a move during the eternal tribulation? Seeing that they couldn't dissuade Lin Sun, Xian Feiling and the others could only agree. Lin Sun also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he couldn't persuade these old monsters. On the same day, he left Yuan realm alone and came to the infinite star sea. It was still the peak of the holy city of infinite desolation. Lin Sun stood there casually, his moon-white clothes fluttering in the clouds. In the distance was the magnificent infinite star sea, with dreamlike starlight sprinkling down. Back then, when Yu Beihai proved his Tao to be eternal, Lin Sun guarded this place alone. And today, he was still alone here, but this time, he was going to face the eternal tribulation himself. Gulp gulp. Lin Sun took out the wine gourd and drank to his heart's content. Then, his eyes were like lightning as he suddenly looked into the depths of the sky. His tall figure suddenly released a shocking and unparalleled aura, like a divine sword that had been sealed for countless years. At this moment, it pierced the sky, pierced through the clouds, and went beyond the sky. At this moment, his cultivation was also released to the extreme. Boom, the nearby sea suddenly surged. Waves rose and roared like dragons. Between heaven and earth, a rain of light of the great Tao poured down. It was like a great furnace that wanted to smelt the heavens at this moment. Behind Lin Sun, the divine ring of immortality surged like a cryptic abyss. The surging power of the laws of immortality caused the power of the laws of heaven and earth to tremble and wail as if it was being suppressed. Primordial realm. Xian Feiling and the others witnessed this scene clearly through the power of the god rank order, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. His immortal laws were powerful enough to cause the laws of heaven and earth to become unstable. This completely subverted their imaginations, because in their understanding, only the power of an eternal realm existence could achieve this. What was most incredible was that in the following time, Lin Xuanzhou's aura continued to rise and rise. Boom, in the vast infinite star sea, heaven and earth seemed to be boiling, and the power of rules rumbled. Hundreds of millions of light showered from Lin Sun's tall figure, dazzling and boundless. His aura pierced the sky like a sword and rushed to the depths of the sky, giving people the feeling that he was fighting and killing a great enemy outside the sky. This situation continued for the next period of time. But until 2 hours passed, the eternal tribulation that Xianfeiling and the others expected did not come. Could it be that in the period before the era tribulation, the aura of the eternal realm really can't appear again? Xianfeiling and the others were stunned and could not calm down. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He wantonly released his power, cultivation, body, divine soul, great Tao, state of mind, without any reservation. He used himself as bait to fish for the mysteries of heaven. It was only a matter of time that the fish was destined to be in the future. For Lin Sun, these things could no longer affect his state of mind. It was just like the 8 words left by the Supreme Existence: sharpen the heart like a blade, nourish the heart like a jade. 6 hours later. Suddenly, an oppressive aura of the tribulation appeared silently in the depths of the sky, and gradually lingered into a shadow. Then, the world suddenly dimmed, as if it had fallen into the darkness of the eternal night in an instant. The originally boiling and chaotic power of heaven and earth suddenly fell into a strange silence at this moment, which made one's hair stand on end. The boiling and tumbling sea, the void that was surging with violent power, seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible hand. The whole world seemed to be still at this moment. It's coming. In the Yuan sect, Xianfeiling and the other old monsters, who had been waiting anxiously, also trembled at this moment, and their pupils dilated. The opportunity to prove the eternal realm had arrived, and the terrifying power of the tribulation was condensing in the depths of the sky. Xianfeiling and the others couldn't describe their feelings at this moment. They were nervous and depressed, but also indescribable excitement and expectation. The eternal tribulation was an unprecedented tribulation that was enough to make any transcendent realm great perfection in the world love and hate. Crossing it, one could set foot on the eternal path, and stand at the highest point of time, looking down at the heavens, and controlling the power of heaven and earth. But if one couldn't cross it, one's soul would be destroyed, and one's body would perish. For Xianfeiling and the others, they naturally knew the horror of the eternal tribulation, so they were so nervous and depressed at this time. What made them excited was that the opportunity of Lin Sun to prove the eternal tribulation had really appeared. The opportunity of proving the eternal realm, which was regarded as impossible to appear, was forcibly sought by Lin Sun, which was equivalent to breaking some kind of taboo shackles. Finally, I've taken the bait. A smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. His aura was suddenly restrained in his body, like an incomparably sharp sword in its sheath, becoming restrained and indifferent. He took out the wine gourd and drank again. In the depths of the sky, the eternal tribulation was accumulating, and it would not take long for it to really break out. But for Lin Sun, he had already succeeded half of the way to attract this tribulation. The world was gloomy, and the rolling tribulation clouds spread quietly, covering the sky of the infinite star sea. The heavy iron curtain that blocked the light was coming. The oppressive aura of the tribulation that was enough to make all living beings in the world desperate began to spread, and everything was changing silently. Only Lin Sun was calm as usual, drinking alone between heaven and earth. The Zen world. The land where the Zen ancestral court was located was also known as the Radiant Buddhist land. Since the founder of the Zen sect, opened the mountain gate here, no matter how the world changed, the Zen sect had always been one of the 4 ancestral courts, existing forever. Brahma's secret realm, the current Buddha Jianan's secluded cultivation place. Jianan, who had been meditating in seclusion all these years, quietly opened his eyes. A hint of solemnity appeared between his brows. His heart throbbed as he sensed the aura belonging to the eternal calamity. How can there be an opportunity to prove the eternal Tao before the arrival of the era calamity? Jianan couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded, "Jianan, quickly come to my cave residence." Jianan's heart trembled. He immediately stood up and disappeared into thin air without a sound. In a cave residence with blooming 9-colored lotus, an old monk with a snow-white beard sat cross-legged on a futon. His skinny figure was hunched and thin. As soon as Jianan arrived, he bowed and said, "Greetings, martial uncle." This old monk with a snow-white beard was Fanon, who had the highest seniority in the Zen sect. He was the only disciple accepted by the founder of the Zen sect, When the Zen sect was first established, Fanon had already followed to cultivate. You should have also sensed the aura of the eternal calamity just now, right? Fanon said with an old and low voice. Jianan nodded, yes. Fanon stood up from the cattail hassock and looked at Jianan with his murky eyes. He said, when the founding master left, he left behind 3 items. They are the Mahayana Rui that controls the god-level order of our Zen sect, the Dharma form of the founding master's will, and a stone statue engraved with the word Tai Chu. He paused for a moment and continued. All those years ago, the primordial stone statue issued a decree, so it dispatched Ji Kong with the will and Dharma form left behind by the founding master to lead a group of experts of the sect and join forces with the shaman cult with the intention of capturing Lin Sun, the successor of the master of the core dimension. But in the end, they failed. Jianan's expression turned gloomy. Back then, the Yuan school was completely defeated. Not only were Ji Kong and the other transcendent realm great perfection existences completely annihilated, but even the ancestral master's will, Buddha Jiaxu of the past, and Buddha Jiajin of the future had mysteriously disappeared. Fanon said in a low voice, now, the absolute beginning stone statue has sent out the second decree. What? Jianan was startled. Don't tell me we're going to deal with the Yuan sect again? Fanon's cloudy eyes became unfathomable. No, it's to deal with Lin Sun. Lin Sun, Jianan's pupils narrowed as he suddenly realized something. The aura of the eternal calamity that appeared earlier wouldn't have been caused by this kid, right? Fanon sighed softly. Who else could it be if not him? Even I was shocked. I never imagined how he obtained that trace of critical factor to attain the Tao. Jianan was silent for a moment before he said, what did the primordium stone statue say? I could only sense a supreme will. There were no specific words. Fanon said in a low voice. The decree is very simple. Lin Sun triggered the eternal calamity and attracted the attention of that existence. He ordered us to go and kill him immediately. After a pause, Fanon continued, moreover, the witchcraft cult and the eternal god clan of the ninth heaven will participate in this operation. Jianan said, this doesn't seem to be any different from the last time we attacked the Yuan sect. No, there is a difference. The Yuan sect no longer has an eternal realm expert. If Lin Sun chooses to go through the eternal calamity in the Yuan sect, the divine order of the Yuan sect is destined to lose all its power. Yes. Fanon's eyes were profound and cold. Moreover, you don't have to worry about encountering the great silence lifeless calamity this time. Even if you succeed, you don't have to worry about encountering this calamity in the future. Jianan was shocked. Did the absolute beginning stone statue say this personally? Fanon said, personally? Not exactly, but I'm sure that this is the decree of that existence. Jianan took a deep breath and said, Uncle, what is the origin of that existence? Is he a human or an unimaginable rule power? Fanon shook his head, perhaps only the patriarch knows a little about this matter. Jianan thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll do it. Set off now. If you rush at full speed, you can reach the Yuan sect in 20 hours. Fanon said. Jianan nodded and turned to leave. After watching Jianan's figure leave, Fanon sat on the futon again and took out a jade-like, pitch-black stone statue from his arms. The stone statue was obviously in the shape of a human. It was tall, but its face was blurred. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. At the bottom of the stone statue, the word absolute beginning was engraved. The decree from before came from the 2 words absolute beginning. Yes, who are you? Fanon stared at the stone statue, lost in thought. The witchcraft cult. A mountain range of tens of thousands of meters shook violently. Then, a thin figure walked out of the mountain range step by step. As long as I am not threatened by the great silence lifeless calamity, I won't frown even if I have to destroy the Yuan sect, let alone kill Lin Sun. The thin figure's voice was cold. Looking closely, he was dressed in animal skin clothes. His exposed skin looked like it was made of bronze liquid. His dark cheeks seemed to be chiseled by a knife and axe. In the depths of his eyes, there was a horrible vision of bloody purgatory. Tan Wu, the flamen. That's it. I'm leaving. Tan Wu said and suddenly stepped forward. A spacetime vortex tunnel suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. As he stepped into it, he disappeared in an instant. The tribulation clouds were thick, like ink, smearing all the scenes between heaven and earth into the color of darkness. The oppressive breath of tribulation was like invisible magma, boiling and roaring in every inch of space. Those scenes made Xianxia and the others, who were watching from the primordial realm, shudder with fear. This was the eternal tribulation. Even the old monsters who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years were frightened and fearful when they talked about it. At this time, Lin Sun stood alone in the void, with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked aloof. It had been 2 hours since the breath of this catastrophe appeared, but there was still no sign of it breaking out. It seemed to be constantly accumulating power. The depths of the sky had long been submerged by the black torrent of tribulation. Lin Sun was not anxious, nor was he afraid. His state of mind was empty and clear, neither sad nor happy, calm and composed. He stared at the depths of the sky, as if he wanted to see through all the secrets in it. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, there was a tumble in the depths of the tribulation clouds. Suddenly, a dazzling tribulation light appeared, like a sharp long sword, tearing the tribulation clouds and illuminating the world that was submerged in darkness. Boom! This tribulation light was inconspicuous at first, but when it swept out of the thick tribulation clouds, it turned into tribulation lightning all over the sky, like a group of dancing snakes, descending with overwhelming momentum. It's coming! Xianxia and others held their breath. It's finally coming, Lin Sun revealed a wisp of a smile instead, and he didn't dodge at all. When the bolts of tribulation lightning that covered the sky arrived before him, a myriad of strands of light suddenly surged out from his body, and they transformed into a furnace that glowed brilliantly in space. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The dazzling and blazing tribulation lightning surged, and the energy contained within it was so terrifying that it seemed as if this expanse of the heavens and the earth was on the verge of being obliterated. But as the furnace formed from Lin Sun's eternal laws rumbled and revolved, the tribulation lightning that covered the heavens and the earth were suppressed into the furnace. The Tao furnace suppressed the tribulation light. Subsequently, the destructive energy of the tribulation lightning was refined and obliterated, and only the pure and abundant vitality remained. It was completely absorbed by Lin Sun's Taoist body without leaving a single drop behind. Moreover, he was completely unharmed. When looked at from afar, it seemed as if he regarded the eternal tribulation as a delicacy, and he was swallowing and refining it. The shocking scene caused Xianxia and the others to stare blankly. No matter how they racked their brains, they'd never imagined that Lin Sun would actually overcome the tribulation in such a way. Swallowing tribulation lightning, this was too heaven-defying. Is this the vitality of the grand Tao contained within the tribulation lightning? Lin Sun experienced the vitality of the tribulation lightning contained within every inch of his skin, and his entire body had a wonderful feeling. It was as if he was absorbing nourishment that was sufficient to allow him to realize the ultimate transformation. Bang! Before he could further appreciate it, there was another dull thunder in the depths of the thick tribulation cloud, shaking the 9 heavens in all directions. Just the sound was full of heavenly power, which could make immortals tremble in fear. Immediately afterward, tribulation light tore the tribulation cloud, like violent divine chains of rules emerging densely, crystal and bright. These tribulation lights were indeed very beautiful and magnificent, but they were also unimaginably terrifying. As soon as they appeared, they turned into spears full of judgment and killing power, stabbing at Lin Sun in the void. Clang! The furnace formed by the eternal laws around Lin Sun was hit by a tribulation light spear, causing an earth-shattering collision sound, and the furnace shook for a while. Immediately afterward, the spears bombarded the furnace intensively, and the destructive power smashed the furnace and made it explode. Xianxia and the others were shocked. However, in the next moment, the destroyed cauldron collapsed into a deep and obscure abyss, and then it suddenly expanded countless times before it suddenly swallowed the sky. Bang! The dense tribulation lights like spears of judgment were all swallowed by the abyss in the roar and disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun just let out a muffled groan, took a deep breath, and ran his cultivation with all his strength. The power of the eternal laws, which had turned into the abyss, kept roaring, and refined the tribulation light spears trapped in it. Isn't this guy too abnormal? When pavilion leader Yu Beihai tried to prove his Tao, he was so embarrassed and tragic. But looking at Lin Sun, there's no comparison at all. his eternal laws are so powerful that they can shake the rules of heaven and earth, and also crush the power of the eternal tribulation. Xianxia and the others saw this scene, and they were all shocked, and their expressions became slightly absent-minded. It's just the beginning, but the tribulation is already so powerful. I'm afraid it will become more and more terrible. Du Guyong frowned. He had witnessed the scene of Yu Beihai proving his Tao, and he could clearly feel that the power of the eternal tribulation Lin Sun was going through was far greater than that of the eternal tribulation Yu Beihai had faced at that time. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The black tribulation clouds roiled violently. As expected, the might of this eternal tribulation became even more terrifying in the following period of time. Numerous blazing bolts of tribulation surged through the 9 heavens and descended into the world, and they transformed into numerous unbelievable scenes of destruction. The sun, moon, and stars appeared and transformed into a vast formation diagram that descended, and it was filled with a mighty torrent of tribulation. Mountains, rivers, and all sorts of phenomena were condensed. Every single blade of grass, tree, sand, and stone was branded with supreme heavenly might, and they were filled with destructive energy that caused others to feel despair. The images of the gods appeared, and they seemed to have walked over from eternity while the glow of tribulation flowed all over their bodies. There was, under such layers of tribulation slaughter, it was obvious how terrifying the blow Lin Sun suffered was. However, unexpectedly, every single layer of tribulation energy was forcefully resisted by his own cultivation, and he crushed and obliterated them one by one with the eternal laws. His tall figure flickered beneath the sky. Sometimes he was like a furnace that suppressed the world, sometimes he was like an abyss that swallowed the sky, and he revealed his might and arrogance amidst the vast glow of tribulation. Those scenes left Xianxia and the rest shocked. Without a doubt, this was the most terrifying eternal tribulation that they had ever seen. Moreover, Lin Sun's strength was always beyond their expectations. Such a scene lasted for an entire 2 hours. In the depths of the roiling and surging tribulation clouds in the sky, it suddenly became silent. But it didn't dissipate, and the oppressive aura in the world became even more oppressive instead. Even though Lin Sun was completely unharmed, his aura had obviously been greatly exhausted, and his face was slightly pale. Even though his foundation was extremely solid, he was faintly unable to endure 2 hours of full-force attacks at this moment. In fact, it was already unbelievable that he was able to endure such a terrifying tribulation slaughter for such a long time. But obviously, this eternal tribulation against Lin Sun hadn't ended just like that. At this moment, Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked up at the sky while he swallowed a drop of innate divine dew. Instantly, his enormous consumption of cultivation instantly recovered to its peak state. 15 minutes later. In the depths of the sky, a scarlet-red color suddenly emerged, and it dyed the ink-black tribulation clouds into an oppressive scarlet color. This is... Xianxia and the others opened their eyes wide. In the ancient books of the Yuan sect, there were many records of powerful figures transcending the eternal tribulation, and there were many detailed descriptions of the eternal tribulation. The descriptions were all similar. However, none of these ancient books had any records of an eternal tribulation turning scarlet red, and it could absolutely be said to be unprecedented and unheard of. Even Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. He'd studied the ancient books of the Origin sect in the past few years as well. However, after a brief comparison, he knew that the eternal tribulation he was facing right now was completely different from others. Not only was its power even more terrifying, even the aura it emitted was strange and abnormal. Boom! Before Lin Sun could react, a blood-colored light of catastrophe fell from the sky and turned into a scythe. It was scarlet and dripping with blood. The breath of catastrophe it emitted crushed the space and was extremely terrifying. Dang! Lin Sun swung his fist and collided head-on with it with all his strength. Amidst an explosion that shook the heavens, even though the scarlet-red guillotine was blasted apart, his figure was shaken to the point of staggering back while the vital energy in his entire body roiled. At this moment, Lin Sun's expression became serious and dignified. The heavenly tribulation had become stronger. The destructive might of this attack was more than double the strength of the attack from before. There wasn't much time left for Lin Sun to think. The atmosphere was broken by the sound of thunder. The blood-colored tribulation clouds all over the sky erupted like boiling lava, and the dense blood-colored light of catastrophe tore the sky like countless dense sharp swords and fell on the human world. The vast and dazzling blood-colored light made the world seem to have turned into a blood-colored furnace, and it was going to completely destroy Lin Sun who was in it. That scene was too terrifying, even Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. He felt a strong sense of danger, and his whole body stiffened. Without hesitation, he ran all his cultivation and turned into a big abyss. The obscure and mysterious immortal law rumbled and operated to protect his whole body. Bang, bang. Bang. Bang, the dense blood-colored light of catastrophe blasted over, and the place where Lin Sun stood immediately produced a shocking wave of destruction, as if countless stars were exploding, so that the place was completely submerged by the turbulent and destructive blood-colored light of catastrophe. Xianxia and the others' hearts suddenly clenched at this moment, and they turned pale with horror. Just looking at it from a distance made them feel desperate and frightened. It could be imagined how dangerous Lin Sun, who was being bombarded with all his strength at this moment, was. Moreover, the blood-colored tribulation clouds were rolling in the sky, and the boundless light of catastrophe poured down like a flood, rushing to Lin Sun's position like countless guillotines. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. When the blood-colored tribulation clouds gradually calmed down, the collapsed void was full of blood, and the breath of catastrophe was rolling and diffusing. It took a long time for it to dissipate little by little. Then, Lin Sun's figure also appeared. In other words, it couldn't be called a figure anymore. It was so badly damaged that its body was smashed, and its bones and flesh dissipated, leaving only a group of spirits swaying in the essence and blood. It was extremely miserable. Xianxia and the others only felt cold hands and feet, and their scalps were numb. Lin Sun could be unscathed before. Yet now, he'd actually almost been struck to death by that terrifying blood-red light of tribulation. What? But soon, Xianxia and the others all noticed an incredible scene. The remaining power of Lin Sun's spirit faintly turned into a mysterious lotus pattern, glowing with an incomparably vigorous fluctuation of vitality, and then began an amazing transformation. The breath of catastrophe in all directions and the fragments of his broken body seemed to be attracted, madly gathering towards his spirit, constantly wriggling and rolling, outlining an illusory figure. Then the figure began to solidify little by little. In a few blinks of an eye, Lin Sun recovered to his original state, and the power of the blood-colored light of catastrophe in the void was swallowed up by his figure, leaving nothing behind. Looking at Lin Sun again, every inch of his skin was shining brightly, and when he breathed through his mouth and nose, the sound of Tao was rolling. His chi was much stronger than before. Remolding and nirvana in the light of catastrophe is like a real immortal. Is this the real mystery of the immortal way? Du Guyong murmured in a trembling voice. Other old monsters were also shocked by the scene of nirvana in destruction and rebirth in the Great Tribulation. In fact, their guess was not far from the truth. From the beginning, Lin Sun's immortal law was obtained by comprehending the Nirvana order. Until now, 90% of the power of the Nirvana order had been smelted in it. Coupled with the power of the eternal law and the graveyard of the ultimate, his immortal law had long been comparable to that of the supreme divine level. It was precisely because of this that it was able to reconstruct itself amidst such terrifying slaughter and obtain a nirvanic transformation. There's still a long way to go. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. This eternal tribulation was far from over. Lin Sun himself also felt that even though he had obtained nirvana this time and had undergone an amazing transformation, he was far from really stepping into the threshold of the eternal realm. However, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. He was not worried at all. This eternal tribulation might become more and more terrible, but his immortal law was enough to allow him to carry out remolding and transformation again and again in destruction. In the sky, the blood-colored tribulation clouds gradually turned into a chaotic color, and the tribulation light in the depths of the tribulation clouds also became chaotic. Vaguely, there seemed to be the outline of many worlds appearing, constantly condensing. Each world was enshrouded in chaotic tribulation light, superimposed and intertwined, mysterious and unpredictable. Although this great tribulation was still brewing and had not yet arrived, its terrifying aura had already attracted the attention of hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire seventh heaven. In the sky above the entire seventh heaven, gloomy winds roared, and tribulation clouds appeared. The omnipresent tribulation aura seemed to cover every inch of the void in an instant. The countless creatures living in the major territories, cities, secret realms, and grotto heavens of the seventh heaven were all shocked at this moment. Countless horrified exclamations began to sound in every corner of this world. What is this? It's terrifying. Is this the end of the Great Tribulation? At the same time, in a place far away from the infinite star sea, a figure that was moving through the void trembled and suddenly looked up. How can there be such a terrible eternal tribulation in this world? This person was dressed in a monk's robe and had a thin figure. It was Buddha Jianan of the Zen sect. His pupils shrank, and his expression was uncertain. He was also shocked. The next moment, he took a deep breath and was about to continue moving forward. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, "If this little thing with the potential of the immortal supreme is allowed to achieve the eternal Tao, I am afraid that no eternal realm will be his opponent in the future." Along with this figure, a man with bronze-colored skin, wearing animal skin clothes, appeared out of thin air. It was the shaman Tan Wu. Jianan's expression was solemn and calm as he said, "So, he must die this time." Feeling the murderous power in Jianan's words, Tan Wu suddenly grinned. "I didn't expect that a monk like you would have such a decisive killing intent." Jianan didn't say much and continued to move forward. Tan Wu also stopped smiling and moved through the void. The two, one in front and one behind, arrived at the edge of the infinite star sea in just a quarter of an hour. They just happened to see that in the depths of the chaotic tribulation clouds, a tribulation light that had been brewing for a long time suddenly fell from the sky. The tribulation light was a mixture of clear and turbid, black and white, like the evolution of the chaotic force before the creation of the world, full of unimaginable fluctuations of destruction. Boom, when it descended, the world seemed to fall into chaos, and the dull and terrifying sound of Tao rang out, as if the war drums of doomsday were being beaten. The two eternal realm existences, Jianan and Tan Wu, could not help but gasp. What a terrible tribulation! They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had all achieved the eternal Tao and experienced dangers and hardships in the eternal tribulation. But compared with the eternal tribulation in front of them, the eternal tribulation they had experienced was undoubtedly much inferior. "I went home late today, so the update is late. There will be a second update." About 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Sun's figure was instantly submerged in the chaotic light of catastrophe. For a moment, both Jianan and Tan Wu thought that Lin Sun had been killed, because the power of the great calamity was shocking to them. But gradually, they noticed that something was wrong. Although Lin Sun's figure was submerged in the chaotic light of catastrophe, his aura was still there and had not really dissipated. Even though the chaotic tribulation light was descending in waves, it was unable to completely destroy his aura in a short period of time. This scene made Jianan and Tan Wu, the two eternal realm existences, awestruck. This tribulation was unprecedented, far stranger and more terrible than usual. However, even under such circumstances, it failed to kill Lin Sun completely, which made them unable to calm down. "It seems that we have to be prepared to kill him in advance." Jianan took a deep breath, no longer hiding his aura, and stepped into the infinite star sea. At that moment, Xianxia and others, who were watching Lin Sun's tribulation in the primordial realm, immediately noticed the eternal aura of Jianan, and could not help but change their expressions. "It's the old bald ass of the Zen sect." Duguyong was shocked and angry. He had seen through Jianan's identity. Sure enough, Jianan has even ignored the threat of the great silence lifeless catastrophe? Fang Daoping's face was gloomy. "If it were you, would you just watch Lin Sun set foot on the eternal path in such an unprecedented great tribulation?" Xianxia's face was livid, and his voice was squeezed out from his teeth. "What is certain is that Jianan dare not make a move under such a catastrophe. Otherwise he will be devoured by it. The only worry is whether Lin Sun's state of mind will be affected in the process." Fang Daoping took a deep breath and said. At this time, Duguyong's face changed again. "Nirvana lotus lamp. This old bald ass has brought the most precious treasure of the Zen sect." In the infinite star sea, Jianan put his palms together, and a cyan lamp flew out in front of him. It was like a blooming lotus with 36 petals, and each petal was engraved with the figure of a Buddha. When this lamp swept out, golden divine lotuses appeared all around the infinite star sea in a flash. The stamens of each divine lotus were burning like the wick of a lamp, giving off bright and sacred divine flames. All of a sudden, countless golden lotuses blocked the periphery of the sea where Lin Sun was undergoing his tribulation, and countless Buddha's light and divine flames were burning quietly. This was the Nirvana lotus lamp. Trillions of lotuses could be formed in an instant, and each lotus could form a Buddhist kingdom. What burned within the lotuses was the Brahma God flame, which could easily burn undying existences to death. Using the power of the Brahma lotus lamp to seal the surroundings, he wants to completely cut off Lin Sun's escape route. Even if Lin Sun succeeds in passing the tribulation, he will suffer the most fatal blow. The expressions of Xian Fei Ling and the others were extremely unsightly, and their hearts were filled with anxiety and unease. These people were no match for an eternal realm expert. Not to mention helping, they could only hide in the primordial realm that was protected by the divine level order to protect themselves. What should we do? For a moment, they were all at a loss. After a while, Xian Fei Ling said calmly, "Don't be impatient. As long as Lin Sun's state of mind is not affected during the tribulation, as long as he succeeds in passing the tribulation, when the tribulation dissipates, we will immediately send out the power of the divine level order." But, will he be able to stop it then? Du Guyong frowned. Everyone's heart was heavy. It was really hard to say. The power of the eternal realm was too terrifying, and it could even shake the power of the divine level order. But they all knew that this was the only way. At the same time, in the infinite star sea, Jianan stood in the void, and the Nirvana lotus lamp in front of him was spinning, giving off Buddha's light, sacred and ethereal. He looked down at the sky, where the chaotic light of tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. Lin Sun's figure could no longer be seen, and he was completely submerged. He could only vaguely feel a trace of his aura. Nirvana lotus lamp, Tanwu came. He glanced at the countless burning Buddha lotuses around him. "You even brought such a treasure. It seems that in order to destroy Lin Sun, your Zen sect is really going all out. Only in this way can we guarantee that nothing will go wrong," Jianan said calmly. Tanwu thought for a moment and said, "Then I will add more fire." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a black bone mirror. The bone mirror shone around. Boom, in the nearby sea, black light curtains emerged one after another, and there were countless black thunderbolts flashing in the light curtains, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Jianan praised, "What a great divine mirror of dark thunder. The realm of 10,000 thunders condensed by this treasure contains a thunder fiend rule. It is said that it took your founding master 3 eras to refine it. Now that I've seen it, it is indeed extraordinary." Tanwu looked at the Nirvana lotus lamp and said, "Likewise." At the same time, Xian Fei Ling and the others also noticed Tanwu and the Black Thunder Divine Mirror, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Here came another eternal realm existence. Moreover, he also took out a treasure that was not inferior to the Nirvana Lotus realm. This scene was enough to make anyone despair. Even Xian Fei Ling and the others were confused at this moment. Boom! Finally, the vast expanses of chaotic tribulation light dissipated. In the collapsed void, Lin Sun only had a dim spirit left, like a lamp that was on the verge of collapse in the wind and rain, and could be extinguished at any time. But in next to no time, this dim strand of soul core gradually lit up, and it became dazzling and blazing. In the end, it simply seemed like a scorching sun that illuminated the world. In that light, Lin Sun's figure gradually condensed, and in the end, all the light in the sky was absorbed by his figure. When he looked again, his whole body was intact, as if he had been reborn. When his chi vibrated, the nearby void trembled and wailed. The surging eternal law circulated, and it made him seem like a supreme overlord that had walked out from the midst of destruction. This scene cheered up the originally heavy mood of Xian Fei Ling and the others. They had survived, although the tribulation clouds in the sky still did not disappear. But now Lin Sun did not die in the tribulation, which was already the best thing for Xian Fei Ling and the others. And Jianan and Tanwu, who saw this scene, had a solemn expression on their faces, and their hearts were rolling, unable to calm down. Such a catastrophe could not kill Lin Sun. How could they, the Eternal Realm people, calm down? Lin Sun, do you still have the heart to cross the tribulation now? Look around, whether you succeed or fail, you are doomed to die. Tanwu's cold voice sounded. He also noticed that the tribulation clouds were rolling in the sky, and the power in the depths of the tribulation clouds was gathering and accumulating crazily. Obviously, there would be a more terrible tribulation coming. Under the sky, Lin Sun's black eyes glanced around and saw the two eternal realm existences, Jianan and Tanwu, as well as the power of the Nirvana lotus lamp and the black thunder magic mirror that blocked the surrounding sea area. However, his expression was as calm as before. He said, "Is that so? I might as well speak frankly. If you leave now, you still have a chance to live. If you continue to stay, then when I break through this calamity, it will be the day of your death." Ha ha ha. Tanwu couldn't help laughing up to the sky, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Lin Sun, you must be worried that you will implicate the whole Yuan sect by crossing the tribulation here. But I might as well tell you that without an eternal realm expert, you may be able to stop us for a while, but you can't stop us forever. At that time, not only will you suffer, but the whole Yuan sect will disappear from the world." Tanwu's voice was cold. Jianan also said with a solemn expression, "Taoist brother, there is no need to talk to him. As long as you and I are here, he will die today." "Ha." Lin Sun laughed and looked up at the sky. "In this case, I will also make it clear. After I achieve the eternal realm, whether it is you, or the witchcraft and Zen sect behind you, there is no need for you to exist in the world." After saying that, he suddenly took a deep breath and released the abyssal sword cauldron. Then his figure rose up and directly swept towards the depths of the sky. This scene was beyond everyone's expectation. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. They thought that Lin Sun's state of mind was affected, so that he made such a reckless action. Jianan and Tanwu looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Lin Sun's action was no different from courting death. The depths of the sky was the place where the eternal tribulation gathered. It was a taboo area. Since ancient times, no one dared to go there rashly. Now, there was horrible tribulation light accumulating in it. Did Lin Sun really think that he could take advantage of this opportunity to resolve this tribulation? He was obviously courting death. Boom, in the depths of the sky, when Lin Sun's figure approached, a vast expanse of tribulation light suddenly set off, directly drowning him and the abyssal sword cauldron. Not to mention Xianxia and the others, even Jianan and Tanwu, the two existences of the eternal realm, couldn't see or sense Lin Sun's figure at this moment. Because it happened in the forbidden place in the depths of the sky, even the divine awareness of the eternal realm dared not approach it. Otherwise, they would be counterattacked. When the tribulation clouds in the sky dissipate, it means that this boy's soul has been destroyed. Jianan made an inference. Nothing must happen to him. Xianxia and the others' hearts were hanging in their throats, praying secretly. But at this moment, suddenly, the void in the distance of the infinite star sea rippled, and an eternal aura spread out. This scene immediately attracted the attention of Jianan and Tanwu. Then, one figure after another came out of the space ripples. There were men and women, old and young. Although they looked different, without exception, they all exuded the aura of the eternal realm. In the end, a total of 7 existences of the eternal realm appeared in the infinite star sea. The horrible aura gathered together, making Jianan and Tanwu's hearts tremble. But immediately, when they saw through the identity of these 7, they all relaxed. The eternal god clan of the 9th heaven is also involved. At this moment, Xianxia and the others in the primordial realm felt like they were struck by lightning, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The 7 people were from the eternal god clan, and all of them were old antiques who had lived for countless years. Now that they came together, their intentions were clear. Previously, just Jianan and Tanwu were enough to make people feel hopeless. But now, 7 eternal realm experts came together, which made Xianxia and the others feel cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. How could they fight against them? Such a great tribulation is unheard of, and such a great way is unseen. Lin Sun is worthy of us fighting together. An old, kind-looking man in a purple robe said. As soon as he appeared, he looked into the depths of the sky. Wen Tailin, he came from the Wen clan of the Eternal God clan. I'm worried that he can't survive such a great tribulation. In this case, we will have come here in vain. On one side, a handsome young man in a black robe said. His voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, resounding between heaven and earth. Yi Tsong, a peerless sword master of the Yi clan of the Eternal God clan who had set foot on the Eternal Great Way. Working in vain? Not necessarily. The Yuan sect is close at hand. Since we are already here, why not flatten this place by the way? Wu Zhuotian from the Wu clan of the Eternal God clan said, his voice as cold as a blade. He was standing on a red auspicious cloud. His blood-red long hair was burning like flames, and the great wave flowing all over his body was dazzling like bursts of fiery clouds. That's exactly what I mean. If Yuan sect hadn't protected Lin Sun all these years, how could he have grown to what he is today? Don't forget that those forces in the 8th heaven were all destroyed by Lin Sun. Yang Jiuqi from the Yang clan of the Eternal God clan said indifferently, with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. He was dressed in silver armor and looked like an eternal god of war. His momentum was extremely domineering. Let's wait and see. This boy has been trapped in the depths of the tribulation. Whether he is dead or alive, we will soon know. Yes. The two brothers of the witchcraft cult and the Zen cult have blocked the sea area. In this case, even if Lin Sun succeeds in passing the tribulation, he is doomed to be a turtle in a jar. Ji Dongya from the Ji clan, Xing Tianhao from the Xingtian clan, and Zish Baoding from the Zija clan spoke respectively. Ji Dongya was wearing a wide robe, and his willow beard was fluttering. Holding a purple jade ruby in his hand, he looked at the depths of the sky with a subtle expression. As the oldest member of the Ji clan, how could he not know what had happened in the 10 devilish realms all those years ago? All those years ago, Ji Shanhai had given the divine rank order that had just been born in the 10th devilish territory to Lin Sun, and this matter had already caused the entire Ji clan to be furious. Fellow Taoists, come and take a look. From afar, Jianan sent out an invitation. The countless lotus flowers that were burning with Buddha fire that sealed off the surrounding sea suddenly opened up a path. At the same time, Tanwu also removed one of the black light curtains that was flashing with the profound meaning of the thunder law. The 7 eternal realm existences from the 9th heaven looked at each other, then moved forward one after another, gathering with Jianan and Tanwu. With 9 eternal realm existences here, the entire situation seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even though Xian Feiling and the others were resourceful, they still felt a deep sense of despair and frustration in the face of such absolute strength. They didn't expect that under the threat of the great silence lifeless tribulation, the witch sect, Zen sect, and the 7 eternal god clans of the 9th heaven still dared to send their eternal realm existences. What's more, they didn't expect that Lin Sun's tribulation would make such a big noise. All of this caused all of them to be caught off guard, and they had a helpless feeling. In comparison, the 9th heaven sent the eternal realm existences of the 5 eternal god clans, namely the Genji clan, the Zhu clan, the Tsang clan, the Taihao clan, and the Panwu clan. And now, the other 7 eternal god clans had appeared in front of the Yuan clan. In other words, the 12 eternal god clans had appeared in front of the Yuan clan twice, and their target was the same. Lin Sun, boom in the depths of the sky, in a forbidden area, the doomsday-like power of the eternal catastrophe gathered and rolled, flashing with a frightening light. Crack, as soon as Lin Sun arrived, the abyssal sword cauldron that protected his body suddenly burst into countless pieces. Fortunately, Lin Sun had already put away all the treasures in the abyssal sword cauldron. Otherwise, such a blow would have destroyed all the treasures. And when the abyssal sword cauldron was destroyed, Lin Sun also suffered a destructive blow. His body, which had just undergone nirvana reconstruction, instantly exploded. However, before his primordial spirit was destroyed, it had already fused with all the immortal laws in his body and turned into a furnace, which allowed it to withstand such a blow. Buzz's primordial spirit was seriously injured and was on the verge of dispersing, but Lin Sun was completely unaware of it. All his thoughts were focused on the immortal laws, and he tried his best to deduce all the Tao. Boom! The tribulation light rolled and set off thousands of torrents of destruction that constantly attacked Lin Sun's primordial spirit, which was like a furnace in meditation. Every attack was so terrifying that he was like a leaf of straw in a stormy sea. But unexpectedly, whenever his primordial spirit was about to collapse and dissipate, it would receive a new kind of condensation and reconstruction. And this situation continued for the rest of the time. This was incredible. It was as if he had undergone nirvana thousands of times of destruction, deducing a kind of cycle of life and death, destruction and rebirth, cycle and cycle. No one knew how long it had been destroyed and how many times it had undergone nirvana and reconstruction. In this extremely dangerous situation, Lin Sun's Primordial spirit began to become bright and firm, like a sword embryo that had been tempered thousands of times. It had eliminated the impurities and retained the essence, and it had been tempered into a quality that was as tough as a sword and as pure as jade. Gradually, when the tribulation light that was so terrifying that even the Eternal Realm experts felt their hearts tremble, it was no longer able to shake Lin Sun's primordial spirit. He was like a furnace, standing firm and shining brilliantly. The immortal laws had long since transformed to an unprecedented state. Or perhaps, it could be said that his eternal laws couldn't be described with just the word eternal any longer, and it was a type of eternal and heavy aura. At this moment, Lin Sun's primordial spirit quietly changed from a furnace to a great abyss. From defense to offense, bang, the surging and boundless immortal laws spread like a great abyss, and the surging tribulation light was drawn over and gathered around Lin Sun's primordial spirit. Then, his Taoist body began to condense and reconstruct in the tribulation light. In just a few breaths, his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, internal organs, meridians and acupoints were all solidified. However, it was completely different from before. His tall and slender Taoist body could no longer be shaken, even in the impact of the torrent of tribulation light. The tribulation light was unbreakable, and the Taoist body was eternal. Every inch of Lin Sun's skin was shining, and there was a mysterious charm of the Great Way. The immortal laws and the aura of the Great Way were filled with the rhythmic aura of the Great Way. That was the power of the Eternal Realm. Once one entered the Eternal Realm, the law he mastered was the Great Way, the profound way. Tut! Lin Sun's mind stirred, and the power of the abyssal sword cauldron, which had already been bombarded into countless pieces, began to condense in the rolling tribulation light. After the Great Tribulation, the abyssal sword cauldron also obtained a new nirvana at this moment, and in the process, Lin Sun threw pieces of eternal divine materials into the wriggling abyssal sword cauldron. These eternal divine materials were the treasures he refined in the Tao burial ground of the ultimate. They were transformed from fallen eternal Tao soldiers, and were far superior to ordinary divine materials. They could be called eternal weapon embryos, and now, Lin Sun used them to reconstruct the abyssal sword cauldron. Rumble rumble, the tribulation light surged, but the destructive bombardment could no longer stop Lin Sun. Instead, it was constantly devoured and refined by Lin Sun's Taoist body, and integrated into his Great Way laws. At the same time, Lin Sun took out the eternal blood stone, the eternal soul crystal, the eternal Tao stone, and the eternal laws one by one, and began refining them one by one. The eternal blood stone could refine the blood power of the eternal realm, and temper the eternal Tao body. The eternal soul crystal had incredible effects on tempering the eternal Dharma idol. The eternal Tao stone, on the other hand, was formed from the cultivation of the eternal realm. The power contained within it was incomparably surging and strong. Refining an eternal Tao stone was equivalent to absorbing the cultivation power of an eternal realm expert. Although it was not all of it, it was enough to benefit endlessly. As for the eternal laws, they were naturally more precious, comparable to 6 kinds of incomplete divine order power. After Lin Sun obtained them and distributed them to the 4th senior brother, there were still 10 left. 4 of them had been completely refined when he was in the ultimate, and now there were 6 left in his hands. But now, these rare treasures that could not be seen in the 9th heaven were all used by Lin Sun to temper himself. Moreover, all of this had occurred within the vast and terrifying tribulation. If such a scene was noticed by those old monsters of the eternal realm, their jaws would probably drop. Since ancient times, who had seen such a terrible eternal tribulation? Who dared to imagine that someone dared to cultivate in such a forbidden place? Not only was it a tribulation, but it was also a transformation through the tribulation, which was undoubtedly too incredible. Time passed. This eternal tribulation became more and more terrifying and strange. However, Lin Sun's own cultivation was also becoming more and more powerful. No matter how the eternal tribulation bombarded him, it could no longer shake him. On the contrary, it made him transform again and again in the tribulation. Even Lin Sun himself was a little surprised by the long duration of this tribulation and the terrifying power it possessed. However, this was not a bad thing for him. He could feel that his own cultivation had already achieved a qualitative leap, and his own Great Way laws were also transforming and upgrading in a way that was advancing by leaps and bounds. Even the abyssal sword cauldron had achieved unprecedented changes in the remodeling process. It's been an hour, why hasn't it ended yet? Jianan, Tan Wu, Wen Tai Lin and other eternal realm existences couldn't help but frown, and there was a trace of anxiety in their hearts. They had been waiting and watching. But in the depths of the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation light was surging and rolling. Not only did it not end, but it became more and more terrifying, more and more strange and penetrating. This made them all realize that Lin Sun had not been really killed, otherwise this tribulation should have been over long ago. Such an unprecedented tribulation, if this boy really survives it, how terrifying will he be in the eternal realm? Jianan and others looked at each other, and there was a look of surprise between their brows. We can't wait any longer. Although we can't do anything to Lin Sun at this moment, we can't just watch like this. Tan Wu said, and looked at the entrance of the Yuan realm in the distance. At the same time, Jianan, Wen Tai Lin, and the others also looked into the distance. It was the entrance to the primordial realm, covered with the power of the divine level order. If we attack together, we may not be able to destroy the divine level order of the primordial realm, but we can break a crack in 2 hours. As long as we kill our way in, everyone in the Yuan clan will be doomed. Jianan said softly. Originally, they were determined to kill Lin Sun and were not interested in destroying the Yuan clan. But now, as Lin Sun's divine tribulation took longer and longer, the eternal realm figures present felt a little anxious. If they attacked the Yuan clan now, they might not be able to kill their way in a short period of time, but it might be enough to shake Lin Sun's state of mind. Just imagine, seeing the Yuan clan under attack, how could Lin Sun be so calm during the divine tribulation? As long as there was a slight flaw in his state of mind, he would not be able to escape. Yes. Tan Wu nodded. Let's do it this way. Wen Tai Lin and the 7 eternal realm figures from the 9th heaven also agreed. Then, they moved the void together and surrounded the entrance to the primordial realm. The conversation between them was not concealed, so Xianxia and the others had heard everything clearly. When they saw Jianan and the others charging towards the entrance of the primordial realm, Xianxia and the others looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy, and their expressions were ugly. These bastards seem to want to deal with us on the surface, but in fact, they want to affect Lin Sun's Taoist heart. Fang Daoping's face was livid. Killing people's Taoist heart was nothing more than this. So what if they see through it? This is an open and aboveboard plot. What we have to do now is to defend the primordial realm. No matter what, we can't let these old fools in. Du Guyong said coldly. Quick, operate the divine level order with all your strength. Xianxia ordered. They had secret treasures in their hands that could control the divine level order of the Yuan clan. At this moment, they did not dare to be negligent and acted one after another. Boom, at the entrance of the primordial realm, the divine light was dazzling, and the mysterious divine level order was rolling and operating at full force. For a moment, purple light shone brightly, and auspicious light rose. It was magnificent. This is the Yuan clan's divine level order. Rumor has it that when the founder of the Yuan clan traveled through many eras, he accidentally obtained a great creation. Understanding this order will allow him to master the power of the divine level order, which is also beneficial to the eternal realm cultivation. Jianan spoke leisurely. They had already neared and could see the changes in the god-level power of order at the entrance of the primordial realm. There are too few deity-level orders in this world. If that wasn't the case, there would have been more than a handful of people who managed to step into the eternal level throughout the ages. Someone's eyes were deep, speaking of which, Lin Sun also has a divine level order in his hand, but I don't know where he hid it. Haha. Don't worry. After the origin sect is annihilated this time, no matter if it's the divine rank order in Lin Sun's possession or the heaven origin order, they're bound to belong to us. Someone smiled. Everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's attack together. Tan Wu took a deep breath. His entire body was shrouded in eternal Tao light as he punched out. Boom, the laws of the heavens and the earth trembled and fell into disorder. The force of the punch simply seemed capable of piercing through the restraints of time and space, and it was unbelievably formidable. It smashed onto the order of sky origin to the point it roiled, rumbled, and caused a rain of light to spray. When the other old freaks saw this, they stopped hesitating and attacked together. How terrifying would the power of 9 eternal realms be when they joined forces, sword chi, palm prints, and treasure lights emerged one after another, interweaving into a rain of light that illuminated the sky. Then, like a mighty eternal torrent, it rushed toward the entrance of the primordial realm. Rumble rumble, the heavens and the earth were turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. The power of the eternal laws filled the Tao techniques and Tao soldiers. When they attacked together, they could easily overturn a large world and destroy the habitat of billions of creatures. The divine level order at the entrance of the primordial realm also fell into violent fluctuations. Purple clouds splashed, and it wailed incessantly. However, a divine level order was a divine level order after all. Even if it suffered such a destructive blow, it would not be destroyed in a short period of time. Jianan and the others were already mentally prepared for this, so they were not surprised. They attacked with all their might, sacrificing their respective eternal Tao soldiers and displaying their strongest unique skills. This caused the heaven and earth with the entrance of the primordial realm as the center to be directly crushed and destroyed. Eternal violent torrents of power were everywhere, and it was a ghastly sight. In the primordial realm, the expressions of Xianxia and the others changed constantly. Even if they activated the divine level order with all their might, they were destined to not be able to hold on for too long under such circumstances. If there were no accidents, the order of Tianyuan would be destroyed within 2 hours. The incomplete divine level order was destined to no longer be able to protect the entire Yuan clan. Xianxia took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "No matter what, we'll hold on as long as we can. Even if we die, we can't retreat. Even if we die, we can't retreat." If they were not in a desperate situation, how could they make such a resolute and tragic decision? Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and the others were agitated. Their previous worries, anxiety, and despair were swept away, and all of them turned into the most resolute determination. It was nothing more than death. But before they died, they would give everything they had to resist. In the sky, the eternal catastrophe against Lin Sun was still playing out, and there was no sign of it dissipating. As time passed, the impact on the order of Tianyuan became greater and more intense. The 9 eternal realm figures occasionally looked up at the depths of the sky, as if they wanted to confirm whether Lin Sun's state of mind was affected or whether he had died. But soon, they would throw themselves into the attack. Each of them had a different look, but they all revealed a sense of indifference. "Everyone, in a moment, we can cut a gap here, enough for us to kill our way in." Suddenly, a smile appeared on Jianan's face, and he spoke aloud. He didn't mind being heard by Lin Sun or Xianxia in the Yuan realm. "Good. Then let's kill our way into the Yuan clan first, and then kill Lin Sun. In this way, the overall situation will be settled." Tanwu was full of killing intent. Boom, they stepped up their attacks. In the Yuan clan, Xianxia and the others looked pale, and their strength was almost exhausted. With their cultivation, they couldn't hold on for too long when using the divine level order to fight against the enemy. "Lin Sun's catastrophe is not over yet, I'm afraid we can't hold on for long." A trace of blood dripped from the corner of Du Guyong's mouth, and his face was pale. His voice was full of unwillingness and anger. When he looked at the others, their vital energy was being depleted at a shocking rate as well, and all of their faces were filled with unwillingness and hatred. How could this happen? Was the Yuan clan really going to be removed from the world today? Bang! Suddenly, the secret treasure of the order in Feng Daoping's hand exploded, and his face suddenly turned pale. "It's over." Almost at the same time, the 9 eternal realm figures outside were keenly aware that the power of the divine level order covering the entrance of the Yuan realm was significantly reduced. "Now's the time!" Tanwu shouted, and his eyes were extremely bright. The other old monsters also showed a trace of joy. They didn't expect that the power of the order in the Yuan realm would show flaws earlier than they expected. "Kill!" Without hesitation, they attacked with all their strength. Right at this critical moment, a muffled rumble that shook the heavens and the earth resounded in the depths of the sky. Boom! The roar almost shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and it surged beyond the sky. The 9 eternal realm figures who were ready to kill their way into the Yuan clan stiffened, and their hearts trembled. What was this? They suddenly looked up, and saw, the terrifying tribulation light that covered the depths of the sky exploded at this moment. The thick tribulation clouds that covered the sky seemed to have suffered a destructive blow, and burst apart with a rumble. Then, a tall figure stood up in the depths of the sky. At that moment, a terrifying power that made the heavens tremble also spread from the tall figure. The tribulation light and tribulation clouds that had been shattered in all directions, at this moment, seemed to be swept by a storm, and rushed madly towards the figure from all directions. Rumble! The rolling tribulation light and tribulation clouds were all swallowed up by the figure like a whirlwind. In just a few breaths, the world was clear and bright. There was no tribulation light or clouds. An eternal catastrophe like the end of the world was actually swallowed up at this moment. All of a sudden, the pupils of Jianan, Tanwu, and others suddenly shrank, revealing a look of disbelief. That Lin Sun actually succeeded in passing the tribulation. In their vision, at this moment, in the depths of the sky, Lin Sun's whole body was filled with obscure and mysterious eternal aura, bright and brilliant. The aura emitted from his body was so strong that it made the world tremble and hum incessantly. It also made the 9 eternal realm existences feel an oppressive force coming towards them, and their faces changed again. So strong, he had just succeeded in passing the tribulation, but not only did he not show any signs of weakness, but he was so strong that even these old guys who had proved the Tao for countless years felt a strong threat, in the primordial realm. Xianxia, who had already prepared to die, was stunned at first, and then they were all ecstatic. Lin Sun succeeded in passing the tribulation. This gave them all a glimmer of hope, making them tremble with excitement. Today, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. In the depths of the sky, Lin Sun's voice resounded, cold and full of undisguised killing intent, like a heaven emperor issuing a decree that changed the world. Before, although he was passing the tribulation, he had already remembered everything that happened at the entrance of the primordial realm. It could be said that Lin Sun had long hated these despicable eternal realm existences to the bone. His killing intent was boiling, and he would never let them go. Jianan and others narrowed their eyes, and then they all sneered. How ridiculous it was for an eternal realm who had just passed the tribulation to say that he would kill these old guys. Taoism pure Tanwu, why don't you and I deal with this guy together, and let the other 7 continue to attack you on sect? What do you think? Jianan said calmly. Okay. Tanwu nodded. Wen Tailin, Yatsong, and others thought for a while and also agreed. Whether it was to deal with Lin Sun or Yuan sect, it could produce the most fatal blow. I'm afraid you won't have a chance. In the depths of the sky, Lin Sun looked indifferent and cold. As he spoke, he took a step forward and had already come to those old monsters of the eternal realm. Tonight, I'll start to add more updates. Those who have monthly tickets might as well encourage the goldfish. Seeing Lin Sun approaching, Jianan made a move immediately. Boom! In front of Jianan, endless Buddha light emerged and turned into a golden Buddha seal, which was completely condensed by the eternal law and shone brightly in the void. Once an eternal realm expert made a move, the law of heaven and earth would be destroyed, and the entire 7th heaven would be affected. Just like the last time when the armies of witchcraft and Zen sect attacked, a group of eternal realm experts made a move, which made hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire 7th heaven feel the terrible disaster power. Fortunately, Golden Cicada appeared in time and resolved everything. This time, although Golden Cicada was not there, such a scene did not appear. Because at the moment when Jianan made a move, the order of Tian Yuan, which had been shrinking in the primordial realm, spread out immediately and covered the sky and earth. This was Xianxia's move, however, Jianan didn't care at all. Previously, the order of Tian Yuan was on the verge of cracking. Even if it covered at this moment, its power was no longer a threat. Boom! In a flash, the golden Buddha seal in front of Jianan had already blasted towards Lin Sun. The rule power of heaven and earth fell into turbulence, as if it could not bear the supreme power of the golden Buddha seal. Lin Sun did not dodge, but grabbed it casually. Boom! The golden Buddha seal burst into pieces, and a rain of light sprinkled. Jianan's pupils shrank, and his frock fluttered. He took a deep breath and pressed his hands forward. Buzz! Another Buddha seal condensed, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and there was the sound of Sanskrit. From a distance, it seemed that a vast Sanskrit realm appeared and suppressed Lin Sun. Grand Sun Sanskrit Realm Seal, a supreme secret method surging with the mystery of Zen Taoism, the power to shake the sun, moon, and stars, and suppress endless mountains and rivers. Boom! Lin Sun still grabbed it casually, and the incredibly powerful Grand Sun Sanskrit realm seal burst into pieces like a piece of paper. Jianan's face finally changed, and he realized that something was wrong. Although Lin Sun had just passed the test, the power he had mastered was so strong that it could suppress any Taoism full of rule power. Let's do it together. Tan Wu also noticed Lin Sun's abnormality and attacked from one side. His offensive was the most overbearing. His figure burst out hundreds of millions of black thunder evil spirits, full of destructive power, and rushed toward Lin Sun. As soon as he made his move, he held a spear condensed by the law of black thunder in his hand and stabbed at Lin Sun fiercely. The laws grasped by Eternal Realm experts were no different from the energy of the laws. Just like this strike, it felt like the judgment of the heavens and the earth, and merely its might was sufficient to easily annihilate any eternal existence. Unfortunately, Lin Sun wasn't an immortal cultivator anymore. When Tan Wu arrived, he waved his sleeves. Boom! Before the Black Thunder battle spear could even get close to Tan Wu, it exploded inch by inch. Tan Wu was shaken to the point that he staggered back a few steps. All of a sudden, his expression changed. Since he'd attained eternity until now, he'd lived for countless years, and his eternal laws had been tempered to the point of perfection. Even though he hadn't overcome the Grand Silence heavenly tribulation, he could still be considered as a top-rate existence amongst his peers. But now, Lin Sun, who had just attained the eternal Tao, was able to force him back with a mere flick of his sleeve. This was completely beyond Tan Wu's expectation. Not only him, but also the 7 Eternal Realm experts, including Wen Tailin and Yet Song, who were preparing to continue to attack the Order of Tian Yuan, were also shocked by this scene. Everyone saw with their own eyes that Lin Sun had just succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation. For any cultivator, they should be at their weakest after crossing the heavenly tribulation, and they needed time to consolidate their cultivation. But Lin Sun was completely different. The power he showed at the moment could easily shake the older generation of Eternal Realm, such as Buddha Jianan and Tan Wu. This was simply subverting their cognition. Kill! Jianan and Tan Wu didn't dare to neglect, and they all used their full strength to attack Lin Sun. The former was covered with mighty Buddha's light, and behind him emerged 3,000 Brahman realms. Between his movements, the blazing and powerful eternal laws deduced all kinds of incredible power. Sometimes there were Buddhas asking about Zen, and heaven and earth resonated. Sometimes there were Sanskrit chants and arhats forming a formation. Sometimes there were mysterious lotus realms emerging with infinite light. All kinds of supreme magical powers made the world collapse, the void become chaotic, and even time and space seemed to be disrupted, and Tan Wu was not inferior. His Black Thunder law surged like a tide, covering the sky and the earth, mighty and mighty. There were the roars of gods and demons, the roars of barbarian gods, and all kinds of natural disasters that were enough to make all living beings in the world collapse came out. When the 2 Eternal Realm experts attacked together, the monstrous power even shook the power of the Order of Tian Yuan that covered the world and made it tremble violently. It had to be said that the power of the Eternal Realm was really too terrifying. If it weren't for the Order of Tian Yuan, the torrent of destructive power alone could affect the 7th heaven and cause unimaginable disasters to the creatures in the world. In the face of such an attack, Lin Sun raised his hand and threw. Clatter, the Order of Taisha rose into the sky and suddenly covered the whole world. Together with the Order of Tian Yuan, it turned into an indestructible barrier, suppressing the constantly spreading power of the Eternal Realm. At the same time, Lin Sun directly attacked. Boom! When he took a step forward, his power was suddenly released completely. Hundreds of millions of law light intertwined, showing the profound meaning of nirvana. When Jianan and Tan Wu attacked, the supreme magical powers they displayed suddenly burst in front of Lin Sun like bubbles. Not to mention shaking Lin Sun, they couldn't even touch his clothes. All of a sudden, Jianan and Tan Wu's expressions changed. How could he be so strong? Boom! Without waiting for them to react, Lin Sun suddenly stretched out his hand and clapped. The nearby void suddenly collapsed into an abyss, and the surging and blazing rule power turned into a palm force and pressed down. Bang bang! Jianan and Tan Wu's power was like being hit by an ancient divine mountain, and they flew out fiercely. One of them shook the abyss, his chi and blood tumbled, and the other directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. How is it possible? Damn it! How can this be the power that a person who has just achieved the eternal realm can control? Wen Tailin, Song, and others were also shocked. How could they still have the mood to attack the order of Tian Yuan? They immediately focused their attention on Lin Sun. After achieving the eternal realm, Lin Sun was so powerful that they couldn't understand it. Xian Failing and others in the primordial realm were also shocked and surprised. The power that Lin Sun showed at this moment reminded them of the scene when the golden cicada youth dealt with a group of old monsters in the eternal realm. They were all so powerful that they couldn't be shaken. Tut! Up! With a loud shout, Jianan and Tan Wu did not hesitate to use their real trump cards, Brahma Lotus Lamp and Black Thunder Divine Mirror. Boom! Hundreds of millions of golden lotuses bloomed and surrounded Jianan. Each lotus was burning with Brahma Buddha fire, showing countless shadows of Buddhas. As the Black Thunder Divine Mirror shone, beams of light imprinted with Black Thunder rules burst out and struck at Lin Sun. The two besieged together, and their cooperation was seamless. Chi, a beam of Black Thunder rules swept over at an incredible speed, full of terrifying penetrating power, and punched a hole in the eternal realm around Lin Sun's figure. However, before Tan Wu could rejoice, the beam of light collapsed the moment it touched Lin Sun's figure. Following a burst of dense explosions, the dense beams of Black Thunder rules exploded in front of Lin Sun's figure one by one. Tan Wu was completely shocked. The divine Black Thunder mirror he used was a supreme treasure that the founding ancestor of the witchcraft cult spent 3 eras to refine. It was extremely powerful. It could even pose a great threat to the eternal realm. If it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to fight against it. But Lin Sun only relied on his cultivation to crush such cultivation methods one by one. How could Tan Wu not be shocked? Boom! At this time, Lin Sun had already stepped forward. With one step, the sky collapsed and the earth sunk. The eternal realm spread like an overwhelming force, making it difficult for Tan Wu to breathe. Tut! The countless Brahma divine fire accumulated around Jianan's figure suddenly swept out, like a vast sea of fire, spreading out. Lin Sun punched out fiercely. Boom! The laws of rebirth spread out along with this punch, and it forcefully tore open an enormous rift in the Brahma Buddhist flames that covered the sky with all-powerful might, causing countless divine flames to be extinguished and dispersed along with it. Jianan's expression changed. When he was about to dodge, it was too late. He could only face Lin Sun's punch head-on. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the eternal realm turned into a bright and solid round shield. But just in an instant, bang, the round shield exploded, unable to block the impact of Lin Sun's punch. The sleeves of Jianan's arms were broken like butterflies, and the flesh and blood of his arms were smashed, and his tendons and bones were broken. The terrible impact force blasted his whole body away, and he coughed up blood. His face was full of horror. One punch broke the power of his Brahma Lotus lamp, and even injured his whole body. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure suddenly released hundreds of millions of sword chi, dense and clanging, like a raging tide of sword chi, rolling out. Boom! As if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, Tan Wu only felt that there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. There were sword shadows everywhere, and fatal sword intent was flashing everywhere. His mind, soul, and even all his senses were flooded by the mighty torrent of sword chi. Not good. Tan Wu's hair stood on end, and he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He subconsciously dodged with all his strength, and madly urged the Black Thunder Divine Mirror, as if he was desperate. Boom! A rain of sword chi swept over, and Tan Wu's dodging figure staggered, and the Black Thunder Divine Mirror in his hand was almost smashed away by the sword chi. Boom! 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 Immediately afterward, a dense rain of sword chi came over like an avalanche, so that the other Eternal Realm people had no time to rescue him. Tan Wu's figure was completely submerged by the mighty sword chi. A deafening explosion resounded. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Tan Wu's figure was smashed by the sword chi, and as soon as his primordial spirit was revealed, it was obliterated by thousands of swords. In the blink of an eye, such a flamen of the witch cult, an old antique who had stepped into the Eternal Realm for tens of thousands of years, ended up being destroyed, and Lin Sun's combat power was so strong that it shocked everyone present. Send more updates. Well, don't think that Lin Sun is abnormal. Next, there will be a detailed division of the Eternal Tao Path. Tan Wu, one of the flamen of witchcraft, was an old man with unparalleled combat effectiveness. A long time ago, he had run amok in various heavens and shocked hundreds of millions of living beings in the world. His reputation was widely spread even in the ninth heaven. However, at this time, he was easily killed by Lin Sun on the spot, even if he tried his best and held the Black Thunder Divine Mirror, which was incredibly powerful. It was difficult for him to resist the attack of the hundreds of millions of sword chi. All his eternal Tao was erased in the torrent of sword chi. That scene could be imagined how shocking it was. Not only were Xian Failing and the others in the primordial realm shocked, even the shaman cult's priest Xian Wu, as well as the 7 eternal realm experts from the 9th heaven domain, including Wen Tai-lin, were greatly stimulated, and their expressions changed. How could it be? There was a cry of surprise, anger, and horror. At this moment, these eternal realm experts couldn't help but think of one thing: if the person behind the era calamity hadn't sensed the threat from Lin Sun, why would he issue a decree and let all the eternal realm experts go together? In other words, they had subconsciously regarded Lin Sun as an ordinary eternal realm expert before. They had never thought that a character who could threaten the person behind the scenes would have such a terrifying power after stepping into the eternal realm. The death of Tan Wu undoubtedly proved this. Let's go together. Jianan chanted the name of Buddha, looking solemn and calm, and activated the Nirvana lotus lamp. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of golden lotuses condensed together and turned into a tall figure of Buddha, like the supreme ruler of the heavens, overlooking the world. Led by the Brahma sky, the Buddha turned into a Buddha. This Buddha seemed to be boundlessly tall, and his entire body blazed with surging Buddha flames. The might that surged out from him was so powerful that it simply seemed as if it intended to crush this expanse of the universe and incinerate everything in the world into ash. This was the killing move of the Nirvana lotus lamp, which was extremely terrifying. As the shadow of the Buddha condensed, it suddenly stepped into the void and slapped towards Lin Sun with a palm. Boom! Endless Buddha's light condensed in the palm print that covered the sky, crushing the void and turning everything upside down. The raging and burning Buddha fire raged and roared. A trace of coldness appeared at the corner of Lin Sun's mouth. He stretched out his right arm, and all the power of the eternal laws surged out of his body and gathered in his palm. Then, he slashed out in the void. Boom! A strand of sword chi flashed out, and it was clear and translucent like an illusory shadow. When the sword slashed down, the hand that blotted out the sky was silently slashed into two, and it exploded in the air. The sword chi's momentum did not diminish as it tore a straight crack in the void. And at the end of the crack, on the boundlessly tall figure of the Buddha, a bloody mark appeared from between the eyebrows, and then it moved along the bridge of the nose, the lips, the neck, the throat, and the chest at an astonishing speed. Bang! The Buddha figure that was formed from the energy of the Nirvana lotus lamp was slashed into two, and it split straight down the middle before collapsing to the sides and transforming into surging mist that spread out. Puff! In the distance, Jianan looked as if he was struck by lightning. His figure swayed and he coughed up blood. Uncontrollable shock and disbelief appeared on his face. This was already his strongest move. Even if he were to deal with someone of the same realm, it would be a fatal threat. But Lin Sun only needed one sword to defeat all of them like a hot knife through butter. Monk, you haven't made any progress after all these years. Lin Sun said indifferently. A long time ago, when he was on his way back to the primordial realm from the 10 devilish territories, Jianan had sent out a Dharma form to intercept him halfway. At that time, Lin Sun was simply unable to fight against such a Dharma form of the eternal realm. It was only when Martial Uncle Kong Ju's Dharma form appeared in time that Jianan's Dharma form was destroyed. But now, things had changed with the passage of time. Even if Jianan's Dharma form was sent out, he would not be able to pose much of a threat to Lin Sun. Kill. At the same time, Wen Tai-lin and the other 6 eternal realm existences could no longer hold back and attacked together. The death of the shaman Tanwu of the witchcraft cult had already deeply stimulated them. Now that Buddha Jianan's experience had made them shudder with fear, they deeply understood how terrifying Lin Sun was. How could they dare to hesitate? Rise. Wen Tai-lin's violet robe fluttered as he utilized the jade scepter in his hand. In an instant, 108 violet-colored stars surged into appearance in the sky, and they transformed into a mysterious and profound grand formation that seethed with peerlessly dazzling violet-colored starlight. Purple Imperial Rui, an immortal Tao soldier that could instantly form a star formation. Yin and Yang Divine Light Guide. Yatsong, who looked like a young man, had eyes like lightning. With 2 clangs, he took out a pair of Taoist swords, one black and one white, one clear and one turbid. When they rotated in the void, they turned into a round sword light. Just like Tai Chi, they presented a perfect, flawless, and eternal momentum. Duo. Kill. Suppress. Condense. At the same time, Wu Zhuotian, Yang Jiuqi, Ji Dongya, Xing Tianhao, and Zish Baoding, the 4 Eternal Realm experts, each took out a golden alms bowl, a Taoist seal engraved with mountains and rivers, a bright red axe, and a silver-white halberd. Each of them had a strong momentum and released their cultivation to the extreme. They didn't dare to hide anything. Each of them controlled their own eternal Tao soldiers and attacked Lin Sun together. Rumble rumble, the purple chi was mighty, the stars were rotating, the sword chi was awe-inspiring, the Tai Chi pattern was soaring in the sky, the alms bowl was shining brightly, the golden light illuminated the sky, and the Taoist seal crushed the mountains and rivers, whistling over. All kinds of terrible power gathered together, stirring up the world, and everything fell into a state of chaos. The primordial order and the Tianyuan order that covered the world were violently turbulent. It was conceivable that the power released by these Eternal Realm experts together would cause a serious disaster once it spread to the outside world. In the primordial realm, Xian Failing and the others were so shocked that their scalps were numb, and their hands and feet were cold. Although they had lived for tens of thousands of years, it was the first time that they had seen a battle between Eternal Realm experts like today. They couldn't help but worry about Lin Sun. But at this time, Lin Sun didn't dodge. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body was rising at this moment. Boom, his black hair was flying, and the obscure and mysterious nirvana power turned into a deep and boundless abyss, rushing forward with his figure. Open! He shouted, clenched his palm into a fist, and smashed it like a fully drawn bow. Boom! At this moment, an indescribably terrible roar resounded through the world. Visible to the naked eye, Lin Sun's fist power was like a moving abyss, colliding with the opponent. For a time, all kinds of Taoist light splashed and swept, setting off a torrent of destruction like a stormy sea. One by one, the eternal Tao soldiers buzzed, and various kinds of Taoist laws flashed in the void, making the place completely chaotic and turbulent, like the source of the doomsday catastrophe. Rumble, all kinds of destructive visions emerged between heaven and earth. Gods and demons roared, mountains and rivers withered, and the world was annihilated. Bang! Then, Lin Sun's figure staggered back dozens of feet. But at the same time, the besieging power from the 7 Eternal Realm experts collapsed and was completely neutralized. He blocked it? A gloomy expression appeared on Wen Tailing's face. This man is too powerful. We can't give him a chance to live. Although we didn't kill him before, we beat him back. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. Yatsong was full of killing intent, and his voice was as cold as the edge of a sword. Kill. While they were talking, they had already rushed over, unwilling to waste any time. At the same time, Jianan also activated the Nirvana Lotus Lamp again and joined the battle, attacking with the 7 Eternal Realm experts. But at this moment, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom, the abyssal sword cauldron appeared in the air, but different from before, it was covered with obscure chaotic Taoist light, and the mouth of the cauldron was steaming with the power of nirvana, which made it more primitive and heavy. When it appeared, it gave people a kind of unshakable supreme power that could suppress the past, the present, and the future. Clang, Yatsong's pair of Taoist swords took the lead, intertwining with black and white chi, fierce and overbearing, but it failed to shake the abyssal sword cauldron. Instead, the pair of Taoist swords buzzed and trembled. This caused Song's face to change. His pair of Taoist swords were tempered by various eternal divine materials, nurtured by him for hundreds of thousands of years, and could split a big world with one blow. But now, when it collided with the abyssal sword cauldron, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, very powerless. Then, a series of deafening collision sounds rang out. Zish Baoding's silver halberd, Wu Zhuotian's golden alms bowl, Xing Tianhao's bright red axe, every eternal Tao soldier was blocked by the abyssal sword cauldron. This caused the old monsters' faces to change. The abyssal sword cauldron was too strong, and even their eternal Tao soldiers could not shake it. This was completely beyond their imagination. Kill. At this time, Lin Sun launched an attack. As he moved, the abyssal sword cauldron buzzed and vibrated, spreading out a billowing chaotic chi, rushing forward with him. Boom, everywhere they passed, the heavens and the earth collapsed, and everything was obliterated. Their might was simply formidable to an inconceivable extent. The Eternal Realm experts would not sit still and wait for death. They attacked together, releasing all the Tao and power they had mastered. However, in just a moment, boom, destructive Tao light spread out, breaking the attacks of the Eternal Realm experts. All kinds of supreme Eternal Tao techniques were destroyed, and the immortal Tao soldiers were shaken by the impact. The Eternal Realm experts' blood was boiling, and they almost coughed up blood. Looking at Lin Sun, he was unscathed, and his power was like a rainbow. He attacked again. The Eternal Realm experts' faces became solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. They fought as if they were fighting with their lives on the line, and all of them were immeasurably powerful. However, it was still merely a short moment later when their joint siege was broken through once more, and all of them staggered back in disorder and were in an extremely sorry state. How can he be so powerful? Someone screamed in shock and anger. 8 Eternal Realm experts attacked together, each using all their Tao, but still could not suppress Lin Sun. Instead, he broke through their encirclement again and again. Who could accept this? Just as the crowd of Eternal Realm experts was filled with shock and anger, Lin Sun raised his head slightly to look at the 2 divine level order powers in the sky. Then, he glanced at the people before him and said, "It's getting late. If this is all you have, then you won't have much chance to struggle." Being threatened in such a contemptuous manner by a young man who had just reached the Eternal Realm made those Eternal Realm experts' faces turn ugly. "Everyone, let's split up." Suddenly, Jianan spoke in a deep voice. Then, he, Wen Tailin, Yet Song, and Xing Tianhao attacked Lin Sun together. At the same time, Ji Dongya, Yang Jiuqi, Zish Badeng, and Wu Zhuotian charged towards the entrance of the primordial realm. The Yuan sect's heavenly origin order had suffered a huge blow previously and was on the verge of being destroyed. If they were to attack with all their might, it was very likely that they would be broken very quickly. At that time, if they took the opportunity to charge into the primordial realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. The most frightening thing was that these 8 Eternal Realm experts cooperated with each other tacitly. Whether it was the 4 who were fighting against Lin Sun or the other 4 who were attacking the entrance of the primordial realm, they all seemed to be fighting with their lives at this moment. Obviously, they'd realized that the situation wasn't good, and they intended to use this strategy to achieve their objective. How could Lin Sun not see this? However, his expression was as calm as before, and there was even a faint trace of disdain. The strategies of these old things could be said to be sinister, but their efforts were destined to be futile. Boom, 5 Taoist bodies rushed out at this moment. Except for Greenwood Taoist body, who stayed to fight side by side with Lin Sun, the other 4 Taoist bodies immediately moved across the void and rushed to Ji Dongya and others. All of a sudden, the faces of those Eternal Realm existences changed. However, given the current situation, it was impossible to back down. They could only choose to fight to the death. "Fight it out with him." Jianan let out a deep roar. His expression became unprecedentedly calm, and he seemed as if he'd disregarded life and death. His entire body emanated vast Brahman radiance while the laws interwove together, and he circulated the Brahman lotus lantern to its limits. Kill. Wen Tailin, Yi Tsong, and Xing Tianhao attacked as well. They had lived for countless years, so how could they not know that whether they lived or died depended on this battle? Therefore, every single one of them had the mentality of fighting to the death. Boom, the war had completely broken out. At the entrance of the primordial realm, Lin Sun's 4 Taoist bodies fought with Ji Dongya and the other 3 Eternal Realm experts. On the other hand, Lin Sun and Greenwood Taoist body attacked together. It should be noted that none of Lin Sun's 5 Tao forms was weaker than his original body. Now, all of them had the power of the Eternal Realm. Before, it was Lin Sun's own body that fought against 8 people. But now, it had become a 6 versus 8 situation. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun had already gained a great advantage. He saw, in merely a few blinks of an eye, a Tao sword flashed out from the abyssal sword cauldron, and it slashed apart the scarlet red axe in Xing Tianhao's hand amidst the intense chaotic battle. Under the impact, Xing Tianhao's figure was blasted flying while blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, and he'd suffered a heavy injury. But before he could steady himself, the Greenwood Daoist body had already moved horizontally and reached out to slap him. Bang! Xing Tianhao's eternal Dao body immediately exploded into ashes, and even his primordial spirit was burned. Clean and efficient, killing them as if they were weeds. At this point, another Eternal Realm expert died on the spot after Tan Wu, the shaman of the witchcraft. The scene of death made Jianan and others feel cold all over, and their hearts sank to the bottom. One Lin Sun made them feel difficult to deal with, let alone facing 6. The current situation even made them feel a trace of sadness and despair. Kill. Yizong's eyes were bloodshot and red, as if he was crazy. A pair of Dao swords whistled horizontally and vertically, splashing the vast sword chi that surged in the battlefield. He was a sword practitioner, standing on the eternal path, and he was also extremely famous among his peers in the 9th heaven. At this moment, he was fighting desperately, as if he wanted to perish together with Lin Sun. That kind of power could make anyone in the same realm retreat in fear. But all of this could not threaten Lin Sun. It was not that Yizong was not strong enough, but that Yizong didn't know how strong Lin Sun was now. Boom! The abyssal sword cauldron moved horizontally, releasing a chaotic aura that directly crushed the sword chi all over the sky, and exploded in the void. And Lin Sun also displayed the profound meaning of Sword Tao. Whoosh! Hundreds of millions of sword chi soared into the sky, like a sea of sword chi spreading between heaven and earth, filling the world. In an instant, Yizong's vision and mind were full of the vast sword intent. He was too familiar with this scene. The previous heaven priest, Tan Wu, was obliterated by such a blow. However, in the face of Lin Sun's attack at this moment, there was only despair in Yizong's heart, because there was no way to escape, no way to avoid. I burn my cultivation with my sword. At this moment, Yizong let out a shocking roar, his whole body seemed to be burning, and the terrifying and boundless eternal power poured into the Dao swords in his hands. Immediately afterward, a pair of Dao swords made an incomparably passionate whistling sound, and suddenly slashed out in the void. Boom! The vast ocean of sword chi that swept over was actually split apart by Yizong's attack that used all of his cultivation. It shattered into pieces in the void and dissipated into nothingness. It's broken, Yizong breathed out a long breath as if he had escaped from death. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed his neck. He didn't need to look back to know that it was Lin Sun's Tao doppelganger. Having just escaped from death, Yizong fell into a desperate situation again. Such a heavy blow made Yizong couldn't help but feel sad. He had been cultivating for countless years, but he never thought that he would end up dying in the end. Bang! Yizong's eyes darkened, and then his body and spirit turned into ashes and dissipated. Yizong also died. This scene made Jianan and Wen Tailin's hearts tremble. When they looked at Lin Sun again, there was an irrepressible fear in their eyes. They couldn't imagine how a young man who had just proved the eternal Tao could have such a powerful combat power. In the fight, Wen Tailin took a deep breath and said, "Lin Sun, can you show mercy and give me a way out? I can tell you why we came together today when you were crossing the tribulation." This was equivalent to begging for mercy. If it was spread out, it would cause a sensation in the world. After all, who could imagine that an eternal realm who had already stood at the top of all heavens would beg for mercy because he cherished his life? But Lin Sun looked cold and said disdainfully, "Even if you don't say it, I can probably guess that it must be the mastermind behind the era's tribulation. Since you know this, aren't you afraid of completely offending the power of the mastermind behind the scenes?" Wen Tailin's face changed. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. "If I am afraid, how can I live until now?" As he spoke, there was a cry of unwillingness in the distance. "No." The sound shook the sky. Yang Jiuqi, who was fighting with the Scarlet Fire Taoist body, was killed on the spot at this moment, and his soul was scattered. Another eternal realm was dead. At this time, Jianan and Wen Tailin were all frightened and wanted to retreat. But how could Lin Sun give them a chance to escape? The infinite star sea was covered not only by the order of Tianyuan, but also by the order of primordial beginning. The superposition of the two divine orders had long sealed off all escape routes. This was also the reason why Ji Dongya and the other three eternal realm figures had chosen to attack the entrance of the primordial realm. Because even if they wanted to escape, there was no way out. Boom! The battle continued to break out, and it became more and more tragic. In the collapsed and chaotic heaven and earth, the smell of blood was steaming everywhere. Lin Sun didn't show any mercy. In the following time, he and the 5 Taoist bodies killed the eternal realm existences one after another. Wu Zhuotian, Zish Badong, Wen Tailin. In the past, they were the eternal realm existences in the 9th heaven, revered by the world's cultivators like gods. But in front of Lin Sun, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. It was futile even if they risked their lives. They were killed one by one, and the cultivation that they had accumulated over countless years disappeared. This scene was also seen by Xianxia and the others in the primordial realm. The word shocked was no longer enough to describe their current state of mind. In the beginning, they subconsciously thought that even if Lin Sun succeeded in passing the tribulation, he was destined to be extremely weak and would need to spend some time to stabilize his cultivation. But who would have thought that everything was not as they had expected? Lin Sun, who had just passed the tribulation, had already displayed the power to suppress those in the same realm. He was only one person, but he fought against 9 eternal realm existences alone. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, but he also killed one enemy after another in the battle. The scene of death completely stunned Xianxia and the others. Eternal realm, what a supreme existence! In the past, there were very few examples of eternal realm experts dying. But now, in this infinite star sea, eternal realm experts were dying like rain. It was so shocking that Xianxia and the others' minds went blank, and their expressions were dull. Even if they had seen countless big scenes and their state of mind had long been honed to an extremely strong state, if it was any other person in the human realm, they would probably not be able to stay calm in this scene. Soon, only Jianan and Ji Dongya were left in the field. This was also Lin Sun's intention. Otherwise, he would have killed the 2 of them long ago. At this time, Lin Sun and the 5 Tao bodies had already besieged Jianan and Ji Dongya. They just suppressed them, but did not kill them. Jianan, I'll give you a chance. Tell me the secret of the primordial stone statue, and I can let you die quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for pulling out your spirit and making you wish you were dead forever. Lin Sun opened his mouth and stared at Jianan with his abyss-like eyes. But Jianan's expression at this moment was unusually calm. He said, "There is no joy in life and no fear in death. When the tribulation of the era comes, all living beings in this world, no matter how high their cultivation is, will eventually return to dust." He suddenly looked at Lin Sun and smiled slightly, "And you, Lin Sun, have been targeted by the behind-the-scenes manipulator. Sooner or later, you will also suffer." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and was about to say something. Boom, Jianan put his palms together and looked solemn. His whole figure was burning, an endless light emerged and poured into the nirvana lotus lamp in front of him. A terrifying and boundless aura also spread from the nirvana lotus lamp. Continue to update tonight. Boom, at this moment, the lotus lamp, like a real lotus, bloomed in the void, and layers of terrible burning fire bloomed like layers of petals. It was vast, holy, and boundlessly brilliant, and it illuminated the world. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. This blow not only exhausted Fan Kong's cultivation, but also burned all the power of the Brahma lotus lamp, the most precious treasure. A piercing sense of danger surged through Lin Sun's body. The fighting instinct honed by years of fighting made Lin Sun wave his sleeve without hesitation. The supernatural power of the Gate of Exile came out. At that moment, the lotus lamp, which was blooming like a lotus, was swallowed up by the Gate of Exile in a violent tremor and disappeared. When seeing this scene, Jianan was obviously stunned. Then, he let out a long sigh. Clatter, his emaciated figure transformed into specks of a rain of light that drifted down and vanished amidst his bleak and frustrated sigh. Both his body and soul were obliterated. Jianan, the present Buddha of Zen sect, was an existence who had proved the eternal Tao for tens of thousands of years. In the current era, he could be regarded as a mighty figure who stood at the top of the world and looked up to the heavens. The lotus lamp, the most precious treasure of Zen sect, was an eternal Tao soldier that could melt a big world into ashes in an instant. But now, Jianan didn't hesitate to destroy his own cultivation and the lotus lamp, but he still failed to defeat Lin Sun and finally died. When he saw this scene, dense bitterness surged out from Ji Dongya's heart, and he was scared out of his wits. He stopped struggling and completely gave up resisting. However, just as he was waiting to die, he heard Lin Sun say, "Are Ji Shi and Ji Shanhai all right?" Ji Dongya was shocked and showed a look of disbelief. "The reason why you didn't kill them was that you wanted to ask about the situation of the two sisters?" Lin Sun put away the 5 Taoist bodies and said casually, "Yes." Ji Dongya's expression flickered for a while, and then he said coldly, "They have shamed our Ji family. One was grounded and imprisoned many years ago, and the other was imprisoned after returning from the Ten Devil territory. They are regarded as sinners of the clan. Do you think they will have a good end?" Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief and said, "As long as he's alive, it's enough." Ji Dongya's expression went grim as he seemed to realize something, and he said in shock and anger, "You. What do you want to do?" "Of course, it's to uphold justice for them and clear their names. The vengeance that should be avenged must be avenged, and the justice that should be sought cannot be left behind," Lin Sun said softly. When he was young, she had helped him many times and even saved his life. How could he not be furious that such a beautiful woman was imprisoned by her own clansmen as a disgrace? He would never forget how Ji Shanhai had helped him back in the 10 demonic territory. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Ji Dongya's face turned livid. He had a bad feeling about this. With Lin Sun's current combat power, looking at the entire 9th heaven, who can stop him? Forget about the Ji clan. Even if all the Eternal God clans joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to do it. This was because those powerful existences who had the ability to go to the Kunlun ruins had long left their respective Eternal God clans. The only Eternal Realm existences left were all people with similar cultivation bases as him. If it was in the past, as long as there were Eternal Realm existences in charge, the Eternal God clans would definitely not have to worry about enemies attacking them because it was no different from courting death. But now, Lin Sun had appeared. At the thought of this, Ji Dongya's heart was in a mess. "Don't worry, I won't kill you before we reach your Ji clan." As Lin Sun spoke, he directly suppressed Ji Dongya and stored him in the Abyssal Sword Cauldron. At this point, apart from Ji Dongya, the 9 Eternal Realm existences who had come this time were all slaughtered on the spot. The world was silent, and 2 divine rank orders covered the sky. Lin Sun looked around and recalled everything that had happened before. He could not help but relax. Today, he had proven his eternal Tao, broken through an unprecedented great tribulation, and truly embarked on the eternal Tao path. It was also today that he had killed a group of Eternal Realm existences and dyed the sky red with blood. At the entrance of the primordial realm, there was a flash of divine light. Xian Feiling, Fang Daoping, Du Guyong, and the others walked out one after another. They looked at Lin Sun excitedly, and there was still shock and absent-mindedness on their faces. Thousands of words were on the tip of their tongues, but they did not know what to say. Because it was too pleasant, too unexpected, and too shocking. Even they did not expect that Lin Sun, who had just passed the tribulation and set foot on the eternal Tao path, would turn the tide in the infinite star sea and kill a group of Eternal Realm enemies here. "Everyone, it's okay." Lin Sun smiled and walked toward Xian Feiling and the others. "Come, let's go back and drink." Xian Feiling seemed to wake up from a dream and shouted, "Yes. We must celebrate. Ha 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 ha." At the end of his words, he could not help but look up to the sky and laugh. The other old monsters could not help but laugh as well. Their laughter was filled with excitement, pride, and relief. The Zen sect. In the cave abode of blooming lotuses. Bang, one of the lotuses quietly shattered, its petals withered, and disappeared completely. Fanon, who was thin and bearded, trembled all over. He stared at the disappearing lotus for a long time, and his expression was hazy. He slowly took out the stone statue engraved with the word Absolute Beginning and said in a hoarse voice, "Why, did someone die this time?" The Absolute Beginning stone statue did not respond for a long time. For a moment, Fanon had a strong urge to destroy the primordial stone statue. But in the end, he held back. What happened in the Yuan sect? How did Jianan die? Fanon did not care anymore. He only knew that from this moment on, there was only one thing that the Zen sect had to do, to protect themselves, because in the entire Zen sect, he was the only Eternal Realm existence left, the Voodoo sect. How could the old ancestor die? This is impossible. Impossible. There is no Eternal Realm expert in the Yuan sect. How could the Flaman's operation fail? What happened? A sorrowful roar resounded. The last time they attacked the Yuan sect, the Earth Priest Tu Muhan led a group of Transcendent Late Realm and Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts. He even brought along the will of the Voodoo cult's patriarch and 2 Eternal Realm experts. But in the end, they were all annihilated, and none of them returned. This time even Tan Wu had fallen. All of this was absolutely an extremely heavy blow to the Yuan sect. It was also on this day that the Voodoo cult closed their doors and cut off all contact with the outside world. Just like the Zen sect, the Voodoo cult also chose to protect themselves, the 9th heaven. The Wen clan, Yi clan, Yang clan, Wu clan, Ji clan, Xingtian clan, and Zish clan, the 7 eternal god clans were also shocked on this day. They all learned of the bad news that happened in the Yuan sect's infinite star sea. All kinds of panicked voices sounded among the eternal god clans. No one could stay calm. As the news spread, the other eternal god clans and immortal god clans in the 9th heaven were also stirred up. However, all living beings in the world did not know about this. Because this battle took place in the infinite star sea, it was covered by the Order of Taisher and the Order of Tian Yuan, so the aftermath of this battle did not spread at all. The world did not know that on this day, Lin Sun achieved the eternal Tao and killed a group of powerful enemies. Even the people of the Yuan sect who were placed in the Tian Yuan secret territory were still in the dark at this moment. It was not until the day of the banquet that everyone in the Yuan sect learned about what happened today. For a moment, the entire Yuan realm was boiling. Pavilion Master Lin has achieved the eternal Tao. My God, isn't this too fast? Many people were shocked and speechless. Didn't you hear? Pavilion Master Lin has just broken through, and he killed all the Eternal Realm big shots from the enemy forces. This is like a dream. Congratulations, Pavilion Master Lin. Congratulations, Pavilion Master Lin. At the banquet, Lin Sun, who was sitting in the center of the table, became the focus of everyone's attention, causing a sensation. All kinds of discussions and congratulations sounded like an explosion between heaven and earth. Young Master is so awesome. Lin Zhong smiled from ear to ear, or he was so excited that he was at a loss. Luo Qingxuan and Lin Wenjing looked at each other and smiled, and their hearts were filled with pride and joy. This was their son. Good. 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 Lu Boya drank the liquor happily. He felt that today was the happiest day in his life, and the proudest thing in his life was that he brought up a legend of the Eternal Realm. Sitting together with Xia Ji, Zhao Jingxian was also very excited. When she looked at Lin Sun, her beautiful eyes were in a trance from time to time. The young man she fell in love with had now achieved the eternal Tao. Soon, I will become as powerful as him. Xia Ji looked tranquil, and her picturesque face was breathtaking in the shadow of the lamp. Zhao Jingxian quietly held Xia Ji's hand, and her lips were close to Xia Ji's ear. She whispered, "When I have a chance, I will hold a wedding for you and him, and let him marry you in a grand way." Instead of being shy and embarrassed like other girls, Xia Ji showed an expectant look, and her eyes were shining. She said, "At that time, can I have a baby?" It turned out that she had been thinking about this matter all these years. Zhao Jingxian was a little shy. Talking about such a private topic always made her feel a little embarrassed. "Yes, we can." After a while, Zhao Jingxian hummed like a mosquito. Xia Ji showed a bright smile, and her voice was like the sound of nature. She said, "Then I'm looking forward to it." Zhao Jingxian couldn't help laughing. She could see that even now, Xia Ji probably didn't know what kind of charming and shameful things she had to go through to have a baby. While the two were talking, in other places at the banquet, Xian Failing, Jin Tian, Xianyue, Old Toad, Alu, Ahu, Little Silver, Xiao Tian, Luo family, Lin family, all the relatives and friends of Lin family were all smiling. They were excited, happy, proud, and shocked. This night, the sky of Primordial Realm was shrouded in laughter and didn't disperse for a long time. This day was destined to be recorded in the history of Primordial Realm and passed down from generation to generation. More updates. Asking for monthly votes late at night. After the banquet, Lin Sun returned to the cave residence, accompanied by Zhao Jingxian and Xia Ji. "It would be great if Fan was here today," Zhao Jingxian said softly on the way. Although Lin Fan had just left the Yuan sect for less than a month, she already missed him a little. It had always been like this for a mother to worry about her son when he traveled 1,000 miles. Fan is now the ancestor of the Jewish emperor. We don't need to worry at all. Lin Sun smiled. You have no conscience. Zhao Jingxian glared at him. As they talked, they had already returned to the cave residence. Lin Sun began to meditate while Xia Ji and Zhao Jingxian were drinking tea and chatting. Today, Lin Sun had just proved the eternal Tao and experienced a great battle. What he needed most now was to consolidate his cultivation. As he ran the qi around his body, Lin Sun's mind was also immersed in cultivation. The eternal Tao was divided into exceeding rules, creation, and boundless realms. As the name suggested, the so-called rule was the meaning of rules and regulations. Exceeding rules meant that after mastering and using the rules, one could go beyond the rules of heaven and earth. This was the first realm of the eternal Tao. The creation realm utilized the laws one grasped to possess the ability to create all things in the world, just like the Lord of Creation. At this realm, the more rules one refined, the stronger one's cultivation would be. This was the second realm of the eternal Tao. Boundless realms could walk through many eras and realize the true meaning of freedom, and immeasurable. But if one wanted to survive the destruction of an era, the premise was to withstand the blow of the great silence fatality tribulation. Only in this way could one be called the real boundless. In other words, boundless realms were the experts who really encountered the great silence fatality tribulation and survived. This realm was also the ultimate of the eternal realm. Lin Sun had just stepped onto the eternal path and possessed the transcending rules realm. At this realm, the immortal foundation of a cultivator would completely transform into the eternal Tao foundation, the immortal law would transform into the eternal law, and the immortal law would transform into the eternal law. And everyone knew that the eternal law was equivalent to the rules of heaven and earth. However, Lin Sun's current cultivation was far beyond that of the ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Before Tao test, the power of the immortal law Lin Sun had mastered was comparable to that of supreme divine rank, which could be called the first one in history. Along with his success in overcoming the tribulation, his eternal laws underwent a qualitative transformation. Regardless of whether it was their might or quality, they both possessed eternal momentum. Now, just the power of the eternal laws that he possessed was enough to make everyone in the same realm feel ashamed of their inferiority. There was no comparison at all. If he wanted to, he could easily suppress the God-level order in the world. In addition, Lin Sun's Taoist body had long been tempered into an eternal and inextinguishable charm. Moreover, during the tribulation, he'd absorbed a large amount of energy from the eternal blood stones, causing his vital energy and blood to flourish to the point that it was unprecedented amongst those in the same realm. Only with a powerful physique could one withstand a sufficiently large and robust cultivation base and soul. For example, when Lin Sun was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he'd merely refined 9 eternal Tao stones. This was equivalent to the cultivation left behind by 9 eternal realm existences. However, Lin Sun had completely refined all of them. Only in this way was he able to establish his current eternal Tao foundation. Similarly, during the tribulation, the eternal soul stones that Lin Sun had refined were also transformed into the purest soul power, allowing him to temper an eternal Dharma form that was far beyond ordinary. The accumulation of all these transformations showed how powerful and heaven-defying Lin Sun's current combat strength was. Just like in today's battle. How was it that he was able to defeat all 9 opponents with ease, one by one? On one hand, it was because the 9 eternal realm existences were all at the level of the transcendent realm, which was in the same realm as Lin Sun's cultivation. On the other hand, the combat strength that Lin Sun had mastered after overcoming the tribulation was truly too heaven-defying. Just as the 4th senior brother Ling Xuanzi had said in the Tao burial ground in the ultimate, Lin Sun, who already had many heaven-defying fortunes, could become a giant of this realm as long as he could prove his Tao and reach the eternal realm. In addition to the incredible transformation of Lin Sun's cultivation, the abyssal sword cauldron had also been reconstructed. In the Great Tribulation, it was constantly destroyed and reconstructed, and it had also absorbed a total of 45 kinds of eternal divine materials, which made the sword cauldron become a mysterious and unpredictable eternal Tao soldier, far beyond the ordinary eternal Tao soldiers. For example, in today's battle, the 9 eternal realm experts each wielded a powerful eternal Tao soldier, as well as the Nirvana lotus lamp and the Black Thunder divine mirror. But without exception, in a head-on collision, they could not shake the abyssal sword cauldron. From this, it could be imagined how extraordinary the abyssal sword cauldron was now. Clatter clatter. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Lin Sun's body surged with obscure and mysterious eternal Tao light, bathing his whole body. When his chi flowed, it was as if the rules of heaven and earth were moving, deducing the incredible mysteries of the Great Way. The cultivation of the eternal realm was completely different from the other realms. First of all, the eternal realm needed to comprehend and control the power of rules from the divine order. And everyone knew that in the entire eternal world, only the 4 great ancestral halls and the 12 eternal god clans in the 9th heaven had divine order. The number of them could be counted on one's fingers. Secondly, the amount of energy required to cultivate in the eternal realm was too great for such existences, not to mention ordinary grotto heaven's secret domains. Even in the 8 heavens, it was rare to find a place that could satisfy their daily cultivation needs. And in this world, there were only a few rare treasures that could satisfy the cultivation of the eternal realm. These treasures were often called eternal divine items. In short, whether it was the divine order or the eternal divine items, they were too rare and precious, which made the cultivation of the eternal realm extremely difficult. Like the Zen sect's Buddha Jianan and the witchcraft sect's heaven's priest Tanwu, they had been in the eternal realm for tens of thousands of years, and could definitely be called living fossils. But until now, their cultivation was only in the transcendent realm. Apart from some personal reasons, the most important reason was that it was too difficult to make progress in this realm. Fortunately, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about this. He still had some eternal divine items with him, and the Yuan sect was one of the 4 great ancestral halls after all, which was enough for his current cultivation. After a full 7 days, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation. He was full of energy, and his aura was calm. If one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to feel the power that belonged to the eternal realm. This was called cultivating the heart like jade. He looked to the side. Zhao Jingxian and Xia Ji were both meditating. The former was dressed in purple like jade, clean and beautiful, dignified and otherworldly, exuding a graceful and elegant aura. Xia Ji was still as beautiful as a young girl, so beautiful that no adjective could describe her beauty. Even though he often stayed with her over the years, Lin Sun was still amazed by her beauty. After staring at the two for a moment, Lin Sun smiled and looked away. He waved his sleeve. All kinds of treasures emerged, including the Black Thunder Divine Mirror of the Witchcraft Sect, the Purple Imperial Rui Scepter held by Wen Tai Lin, the Red Giant Axe, the Silver Halberd, the Mountain River Seal, the Black and White Swords, the Golden Alms Bowl, and so on. They were all eternal Tao soldiers. Each of them had unimaginably terrifying power. Now, these treasures had become Lin Sun's trophies. The only thing that Lin Sun regretted was that Jianan had also destroyed the Nirvana Lotus lamp in the battle. After a while, Lin Sun put away these treasures. He decided to refine these treasures into the abyssal sword cauldron in the future. In addition to these gains, there were many divine medicines, divine materials, rare treasures and other treasures among the relics of Jianan and the other eternal realm figures. These were naturally eternal treasures that were extremely suitable for the cultivation of the eternal realm. It's a pity. If I could control the profound meaning of the ultimate 5 sequences, I could refine their chi, blood, Tao body, cultivation, and divine soul into eternal bloodstones, eternal laws, eternal Tao stones, and eternal soul crystals. Lin Sun sighed softly in his heart. When he was in the burial path, he only copied a portion of the 5 kinds of origin rules on the 5 mountains. He hadn't really mastered its profound meaning. Otherwise, Jianan, Tanwu, and the others wouldn't have died so easily today. At the very least, they would have been turned into various kinds of treasures to be used. Thinking about it made Lin Sun look forward to it. After stepping into the eternal realm, Lin Sun deeply realized how taboo and terrifying the origin power of the ultimate 5 sequences was. It was equivalent to depriving a cultivator of all the power he had and turning it into the purest power of the Great Way. In contrast, the core of the Nirvana order was reconstruction and rebirth. It was also a taboo, but the rules were completely different. Now that I have set foot in the eternal realm, if I go to other heavens, I may have to worry about the backlash from the rules of heaven and earth. But if I go to the 9th heaven, I don't have to worry about this at all. Soon, a thought came to Lin Sun's mind. It was time to go to the ninth heaven. In the past, his cultivation was not enough, so he could only wait and endure. But now that he had set foot on the eternal path, whether it was to save Xi or to take revenge, it was imperative. As for the threat from the Great Silence fatal tribulation, although Lin Sun was afraid, he didn't dare to hide and not go. If the person behind the scenes really had the ability to kill him, why did he send Jianan, Tanwu, and other Eternal Realm figures? Lin Sun had a subtle feeling now. The person behind the era calamity might be powerful to an incredible extent. The Great Silence fatal tribulation controlled by him could cause a fatal blow to anyone on the eternal path. But for some reason, the power of the person behind the scenes didn't dare to act recklessly, otherwise, those Eternal Realm figures wouldn't have a chance to live at all. Those who were targeted by the person behind the scenes were doomed to die, and the world would have been in chaos. It was based on this judgment that Lin Sun wasn't too afraid of the threat of the Great Silence fatal tribulation. On that day, Lin Sun didn't disturb Xia Ji and Zhao Jingxian, who were meditating, and walked out of his cave residence. Origin Void Pavilion. Book Mountain. Du Guyong accompanied Lin Sun to read various ancient books related to the ninth heaven. This was Lin's habit. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. No wonder these eternal gods can stand in the ninth heaven for so long. After a long time, Lin Sun put down the ancient book in his hand and sighed with emotion. When the 12 eternal god clans were at their peak, they had boundless realm experts who had survived the Great Silence lifeless tribulation. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Especially in the recent years, due to sensing the threat from the Great Silence lifeless tribulation, the eternal existences at the creation stage and boundless stage among the 12 eternal gods had left one after another and headed to the Kunlun ruins. Now, there were only 2 or 3 eternal sovereigns left in each eternal god race. It seemed to be much weaker than before. But they were all in the eternal realm. How many people in the entire eternal true world could shake their positions? It was no exaggeration to say that before Lin Sun achieved eternity, he couldn't find one at all. Do you really plan to go to the ninth heaven? Du Guyong was a little worried. Setting aside the lifeless desolation tribulation, just the resources and power of the eternal gods are extremely powerful. At the very least, no one in this era has been able to shake them. In the past, they had a boundless realm eternal holding down the fort. Naturally, no one could shake them. But now, it's no longer the same. Lin Sun said casually. Du Guyong recalled the great battle that occurred in the Infinite Star Sea a few days ago, and he couldn't help but fall silent. Lin Sun was able to reverse the situation and defeat the 9 Eternal Realm experts one by one. Under such circumstances, who in the Exceeding Rules realm could be Lin Sun's opponent? Lin Sun didn't tell Du Guyong that he had another purpose for going to the ninth heaven this time. That is to investigate what happened after his master arrived in the ninth heaven. Why did the world think that he had already died in the ninth heaven? That day, Lin Sun made his preparations and decided to leave the primordial realm. Before he left, he met with Zhao Jingxian and Summer Solstice. Then, he left the Blackwater Taoist body to guard the Yuan sect while he left with the other 4 Taoist bodies. Since ancient times, there has always been a path from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven. It's just that because the calamity of the era is coming, the eternal gods of the 9th heaven have already sealed these paths. Of course, these were not difficult for Lin Sun. In other words, it was not a problem for experts in the eternal realm. The barriers between domains had always been condensed by the heaven and earth laws, which were enough to stop anyone below the eternal realm. But the eternal realm was an exception. This was because this realm had already begun to grasp and control the laws of the world. Even if the passageways that connected to the heavenly domain were sealed, they could still use their own strength to break through these seals. Therefore, Lin Sun immediately headed towards the 8th heaven. All along the way, he acutely sensed that the energy of the laws of the heavens and the earth was simply omnipresent, and it caused him to feel as if he'd fallen into a swamp and had his hands and feet restrained. Moreover, Lin Sun suspected that if he really used the power of the eternal realm, he could shatter the void with a casual step and sink a part of the world. Of course, if the laws of the heavens and the earth sensed a threat, then it would definitely cause a backlash at the first possible moment. Even though such a force could be resisted and neutralized, it would harm the eternal realm cultivator's cultivation. This was also the reason why the original body of an eternal realm cultivator rarely appeared in the world. Just like the battle that took place in the Infinite Star Sea, if it wasn't for the double protection of the Tianyuan Order and the Taisha Order, it was destined to cause a backlash from the laws of the heavens and the earth. At that time, whether it was Lin Sun, or Jianan and the others, they would all suffer from the backlash from the laws of the heavens and the earth. Therefore, when Lin Sun walked this time, he had to suppress all his aura and power within his body, and only use the power of the immortal realm. Half a day later, Lin Sun arrived at the 8th heaven. Longyue God Mountain. This was originally the place where one of the 10 immortal giants, the Donghuang clan, resided. However, after Lin Sun single-handedly destroyed the 10 immortal giants one by one, until now, Longyue God Mountain had long been occupied by the Shao clan of the Immortal Emperor clan. Of course, Longyue God Mountain no longer had a heaven rank 9 order. Even if a force occupied this place, it would no longer be able to grow into an immortal giant like the Donghuang clan. Late at night, Longyue God Mountain was brightly lit. In the great hall of the clan leader, Xiao Kong, was admiring a group of beautiful women dancing. Each of them was dressed in chiffon, and their alluring skin was faintly discernible. Their movements were graceful and extremely charming. These beauties were naturally charming and had extraordinary cultivation. They were able to infuse their charm arts into their dance. If ordinary people were to see them, their souls would have long been hooked. Xiao Kong was smiling, and his expression was one of infatuation. However, if one looked closely, there were no distracting thoughts in his eyes. They were cold and deep. There was no doubt that Xiao Kong, who was able to become the clan leader and occupy a blessed land like Longyue God Mountain, was definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly, Xiao Kong's pupils shrank. Because those beautiful women who were singing and dancing seemed to have been possessed. They were frozen in place, not moving at all. At the same time, a tall figure walked in. Xiao Kong stood up and said, "Who are you? Why did you break into my Shao clan at night? If I have offended you in any way, please tell me. I will definitely compensate you 10-fold or 100-fold." The person who came was Lin Sun. He said casually, "You're a smart person. That makes things easier. From today onwards, I need to temporarily borrow this place for a period of time." Xiao Kong's pupils shrank. Temporarily? Lin Sun smiled. "If I wanted to occupy this place, I would have done it when I annihilated the Donghuang clan all those years ago. Why would I wait until now?" As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve. Swish, the order of Taisha flashed out and swiftly enveloped the entire Longyue God Mountain. You're Senior Lin Sun?" At this moment, Xiao Kong seemed to have recovered from his shock. His eyes were wide open, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was terrified, and his knees were weak. "Remember, don't let your clansmen go out during this period of time." As he spoke, Lin Sun turned and walked out of the great hall. It must be him. Only he can appear here silently. Thinking of the rumors about Lin Sun all these years, Xiao Kong felt a chill run down his spine. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Lin Sun didn't seem to come here to make things difficult for the Shao clan. After a while, Xiao Kong calmed down and thought quickly in his heart, this matter must be done beautifully. If we can get the appreciation of Senior Lin Sun, Zhao's will have a meteoric rise. At the same time, in the depths of the Longyue God Mountain, in front of an ancient altar, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. This was originally a forbidden area of the Donghuang clan, but now it was clearly abandoned and overgrown with weeds. Lin Sun stared at the ancient altar for a moment, then suddenly flicked his sleeve. Silently, the altar opened up a path from the middle. The depths of the path were filled with obscure and terrifying rules, causing one's heart to palpitate. This was originally a path to the 9th heaven controlled by the Donghuang clan, but many years ago, this path was sealed by the Yang clan of the Eternal God clan of the 9th heaven. This naturally wasn't a problem for Lin Sun. With a thought, a wave of power belonging to the Taisha order descended from the sky, covering the area around the altar. This was also to prevent others from accidentally breaking in. Then, Lin Sun stepped into the mysterious path. Boom! As he circulated his eternal laws, the nomological powers blocking his path immediately dispersed like a tide. Soon, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. The 9th heaven. Star Forbidden Mountain, one of the Eternal God Mountains controlled by the Yang clan. There was a huge mine buried in the depths of this place, rich in a kind of immortal material called blood silver star iron. It's extremely valuable. At the same time, in the star-forbidden mountain, there was a space-time tunnel leading to the eighth heaven, also controlled by the Yang clan. From the star-forbidden mountain to the vast sun god mountain occupied by the Yang clan, it was about 800,000 miles away. For ordinary cultivators, it was naturally very far. But for people at the eternal realm level, it could be reached in an instant. In the past few years, the one guarding the star-forbidden mountain was an elder at the Nirvana immortal realm of the Yang clan, named Xianxia. Under his command, thousands of powerhouses were stationed here, responsible for mining the immortal material blood silver star iron. Of course, the members of the Yang clan wouldn't do such dirty and tiring work. The ones who really went to the depths of the star-forbidden mountain to mine were the slaves captured by the Yang clan. Although they were slaves, the weakest among them had the cultivation of the sage realm, and the stronger ones had the cultivation of the emperor realm. The reason was very simple. The depths of the star-forbidden mountain were filled with incomparably ferocious filthy energy. Those with weak cultivation bases couldn't get close at all, so it was naturally impossible for them to mine the blood silver star iron. Even if an undying went there, after a long time, their cultivation would be corroded by the filthy energy. Therefore, for the Yang clan, the simplest solution was to let the slaves they captured mine. That way, they wouldn't feel bad even if they died. At this time, in the depths of one of the tunnels, an angry roar sounded. "Bitch! If you dare to escape again, I'll break your legs. Chase! Whoever catches up to that bitch will be rewarded with 500 kilograms of immortal marrow." A group of ferocious-looking powerhouses in ragged clothes were running madly in the dark tunnels. The tunnels were like a spider's web that extended in all directions. There were many paths that led to different places. On one of the paths, a thin and frail silhouette was stumbling away. It was a woman. Her entire body was covered in dust and dirt. Her skin was full of bloody whip marks, and her hair was disheveled like straw. Her expression was terrified as she clenched her teeth tightly. But very quickly, she lost all hope. Because the path ahead of her was a thick stone wall. There was no way out. No, it can't be. Like a madwoman, the woman attacked the stone wall with all her might. However, all she could do was break some stone chips. The stone wall didn't show any signs of breaking. Behind her, noisy shouts were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that the pursuers were getting closer. "Do you still have a monthly pass? I want to add more chapters tonight. Bitch! Let me see where you can escape to now." A loud shout resounded, and then a group of people charged over. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in old armor. He had thick bones and was extremely ferocious. "Hand over the treasure you dug out earlier. Otherwise, I'll fucking kill you right now." As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked over with large strides. On the other hand, the others completely sealed off this narrow path, and their gazes carried a ridiculing and ruthless expression. In their eyes, the woman was like a fish on a chopping board, and she couldn't escape death. "Don't come over, or I'll destroy this treasure." The woman raised up an azure ore at the first possible moment and cried out in a sharp voice. Swish! Even though the azure ore was only the size of a fist, it was suffused with dazzling and bright azure divine light when it was raised up, and it illuminated the dim passageway. Following that, an extremely copious fluctuation of the vitality of the Grand Tao effused out from the azure ore. The middle-aged man instantly stopped moving, and he looked at the ore with a greedy gaze. He stretched out his right hand and said, "Hand this treasure over, and I guarantee to let you live." The others revealed expressions of greed as well. The azure ore was too miraculous. They'd been mining here for 1,000 years, yet it was the first time they'd seen such a miraculous ore. It was undoubtedly a precious treasure, the woman said with a trembling voice. "I dug it out. You can have it if you want, but you must leave a piece for me." Haha. The middle-aged man sneered, "Leave a piece for you? Wishful thinking. If I'm not wrong, with your cultivation, you're probably utterly unable to destroy this treasure." As he spoke, he strode forward once more. "Then give it a try." The woman's eyes were suffused with madness, and she suddenly used all her strength to fiercely smash the azure divine stone in her hand towards the stone wall before her. "Don't you dare. The middle-aged man and the others were furious, and they attacked at the first possible moment. Bang! Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. The stone wall at the end of the passageway suddenly shook violently, and then a figure walked out from within the stone wall. The azure ore that the woman had smashed earlier hadn't even smashed onto the stone wall when the figure that had appeared abruptly grabbed it. The woman was stunned. The middle-aged man and the others were shocked as well, and they went on guard. This was the depths of Star-Forbidden Mountain, yet at this moment, a living person had broken through the wall and arrived here. How could anyone not be shocked by the sudden scene? At the same time, Lin Sun was also stunned. He looked down at the cyan ore in his hand, and then looked at the woman and the middle-aged man in the distance. Were you fighting for this or before? Earlier, when he was passing through the spatial tunnel, he saw a chaotic scene as far as the eye could see. Originally, he was about to arrive at the exit in the depths of the Forbidden Star Mountain. But who would have thought that just now, he suddenly heard a muffled explosion sound, so he followed the sound and came here, and saw this scene. This ore was dug out by me. The woman trembled. They were the ones who wanted to steal it. That's why I planned to destroy it. Lin Sun looked at the middle-aged man and others. Really? Being stared at by Lin Sun, the middle-aged man trembled all over, and his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly replied, Senior, the ores in the Forbidden Star Mountain all belong to the eternal god Xianxia. The reason why we tried to snatch it was because this bitch wanted to keep the treasure for herself. Didn't you also want to snatch it and take it for yourself? The woman said angrily. Lin Sun looked down at the cyan ore in his hand, and instantly determined that it contained the extremely rare azure spirit marrow. Its value was astonishing, and it was immeasurably beneficial to the cultivation of the immortal realm. Looking at the woman and the middle-aged man again, although their cultivation was different, they were all in the Emperor realm. It was no wonder that they regarded it as a treasure and fought desperately for it. But then again, when he was still in the Emperor realm, he would probably also be tempted by this treasure. If I return this ore to its original owner, will you agree? Lin Sun played with the cyan ore, and looked at the middle-aged man and others. The middle-aged man and others hurriedly said, It's all up to you, Senior. Although Lin Sun's aura was indifferent, and they couldn't see through him, when Lin Sun's gaze swept over them, they all felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and were on the verge of suffocation, as if they were ants facing a supreme ruler. Alright, since you've agreed, don't cause trouble for this little girl in the future. Understood? Lin Sun said. Understood. The middle-aged man didn't dare to disagree. If they were stared at by Lin Sun again, they all had the urge to kneel down. At this moment, the woman was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. A fatal crisis was resolved in just a few words? Take it. Lin Sun handed over the cyan ore. He could see that although the woman's hair was unkempt, and her body was covered with dirt, she was still very young. Looking at her vitality and bone structure, she was no more than 30 years old. At such a young age, she had the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. In other heavens, she could be regarded as a peerless figure. This reminded Lin Sun of his disciple, Tang Jiang. However, in comparison, Tang Jiang's fate was better, and he could reach the Emperor realm in a very short time. And this woman, her situation was obviously very miserable. Thank you, Senior, but you saved my life, so I can't accept this treasure anymore. Please accept it, just take it as Xianxia repaying your kindness. The woman took a deep breath and bowed. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. He smiled, this thing is useless to me. You should take it. As he spoke, the cyan ore fell into the hands of the woman who called herself Xianxia. My name is Xianxia. If I can leave this Star-Forbidden Mountain alive, I will definitely repay Senior's kindness today. Xianxia said firmly. Becoming a slave means death. It's just a matter of time. How can there be a chance to leave? The middle-aged man sighed. The others couldn't help but fall silent. What did you do wrong? Why? Were you captured and sent to mine? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Xianxia said with a sad expression, my father was unwilling to send me to the eternal god Xianxia as a slave, so they killed him. All the clansmen of the Qin clan were also captured and sent here. The middle-aged man and the others also said the reasons for being captured. Their voices were filled with sorrow and bitterness. These reasons for being captured opened Lin Sun's eyes. Some were captured because they had a grudge with the Yangs, and some were captured because of trivial matters. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The Yangs are an eternal god, how can they be so overbearing? It is precisely because they are the eternal gods that the Yang family dares to be so fearless. In the ninth heaven, the Yang family has been standing for countless years, just like a supreme god. Billions of sentient beings have no choice but to surrender. Xianxia said, and in the Yangs, after countless years of reproduction, they have hundreds of thousands of clansmen, all kinds of people. Those big shots may be too lazy to care about small characters like us, but the king of hell is easy to provoke, while the little demons are difficult to deal with. There will always be some bad people who use the power of the clan to do whatever they want. The middle-aged man and the others nodded repeatedly. Why don't you have much hatred for the Yangs when you talk about this matter? Lin Sun was a little surprised. Hatred? I wouldn't dare. Xianxia shook her head, they can only blame themselves for offending the Yangs. The Yangs had existed in the world for too long, and their power and influence had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of all living beings in the world. Not to mention hatred, even the thought of revenge was impossible. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. As an eternal god clan, the Yang family had ruled over this world for far too long. Even though they had enslaved the living beings of this world, no one dared to hate them. This seemed absurd. But it was really happening. And Lin Sun was sure that what he saw today was not an isolated case. Such a situation might have happened countless times in every place in the world over the countless years. People might have long been accustomed to this fate of being enslaved. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of the strong cultivators outside the ninth heaven who were eager to come to the ninth heaven to cultivate. If they knew this, would they be willing to bow down to the power of the eternal gods and be enslaved? If I want to save you from here, are you willing? Lin Sun suddenly asked. The middle-aged man and the others looked uncertain, but soon they shook their heads bitterly. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but if we leave, we will be caught again, and I'm afraid we won't even be able to keep our lives. They even refused help from others. Just how terrified must he be of the eternal gods for him to accept his fate like this? Lin Sun looked at Xianxia. What about you? Xianxia was silent for a long time, then suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Sun. If you can take me away from here, I will be willing even if I have to suffer in the future. Her father had been killed, and her clansmen had become slaves here. They were doomed to die. All of this made her willing to go all out. She would die as a slave here anyway, so why not fight? Lin Sun nodded and waved his sleeve. Swish, a wave of light flowed and bathed Xianxia's entire body. In merely an instant, all the dirt and dust on her body had been swept away, and the horrifying and bloody whip marks on her body had vanished. Even her weak body glowed with exuberant vitality. Apart from her ragged clothes, she was a peerless beauty with bright eyes and white teeth. She was as pretty as a young girl. In just an instant, her body had changed so much that Xianxia was stunned. Her heart thumped violently, and she realized that the senior in front of her was very likely an extraordinary expert. The middle-aged man and the others were indifferent to this, and they even looked at Xianxia with complicated expressions. Did they really think that they could leave alive with this senior's help? This was the star-forbidden mountain. It was the territory of the eternal god Yang clan. For countless years, those who dared to oppose the eternal gods were all dead. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from a dark path in the distance. The middle-aged man and the others' expressions changed, and they said, "It must be the patrolling guards." Xianxia's heart tightened, and she felt a chill all over her body. If the patrolling guards of the Yang clan found out that something was wrong here, none of them would be able to leave alive. More updates for you. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Xianxia became very calm at this moment. She quickly transmitted her voice to Lin. Senior, please hide yourself. After we deal with these patrolling guards, Lin smiled and said, they are just some guards. Don't be nervous. Xianxia was stunned. Because Lin Sun didn't conceal his words and didn't transmit his voice, people with keen spiritual mind could hear him clearly. Sure enough, a cold voice came from the dark tunnel in the distance. Which lowly slave slandered us here? Do you want to die? Along with the voice, a group of figures rushed over. Each of them was brighter than the other, and there was undisguised ferocity between their eyebrows. The leader was a man with a resolute and indifferent face. He had a pair of golden eyes, which made him look demonic and frightening. When they saw this man, Xianxia and the middle-aged man were shocked. Zhu Meng, he was one of the 9 great commanders of the patrolling guards of the Starbound Mountain Range, an ancestral realm existence called Emperor Xianxia. He was vicious, merciless, violent, and bloodthirsty. In merely the last 10 years, the number of slaves that had died at his hands had reached a few hundred. Every one of them died in a miserable way. When Zhu Meng saw Xianxia, who had recovered from her injuries, he was slightly stunned. Then his eyes lit up, and he said, "I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." Being stared at by his golden eyes, Xianxia shivered all over. "Who slandered Lord Zhu Meng just now? Stand up." A guard beside Zhu Meng said in a gloomy voice. Although he said so, his eyes had been fixed on Lin. Because Lin's clothes were neat and he looked strange, and he had never seen Lin before, he noticed him at the first time. "Are these all clansmen of the Yangs?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said as if she was ready to risk everything, "Senior, they are also captured slaves. But they serve the Yangs wholeheartedly and are appointed as patrolling guards. What they do every day is to supervise and bully us. If we don't dig enough ores every day, we will be treated cruelly by them. I don't know how many people have been killed by them over the years." Zhu Meng and others were very surprised. It seemed that they didn't expect that Xianxia, who worked hard, would have the courage to criticize them. "Bitch! You're courting death." As the guard spoke, he lashed out at Xianxia with his whip, which flickered with terrifying flaming light. Bang! Before the whip could touch Xianxia, it exploded in the air. Subsequently, the guard fell limp to the ground, and the vital energy in his body declined and vanished like a deflated balloon. He was actually crippled on the spot. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun just glanced at the man and didn't do anything. This strange scene shocked everyone present to the point they couldn't help but be dumbstruck, and they felt cold all over. "Go." Zhu Meng's reaction was the fastest. Sensing that something was wrong, he turned around and fled. But he'd only just taken a step when he fell paralyzed to the ground with a thump. The bones and tendons in his entire body shattered inch by inch, and he was like a pile of mud that couldn't get up again. He screamed in a hoarse voice, "Are you rebelling? This is the Yang clan's territory, you." Before he finished, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and waved. Zhu Meng's soul was drawn out and flew into Lin Sun's palm. In an instant, all of Zhu Meng's memories were discovered by Lin Sun. Bang! When Lin Sun crushed Zhu Meng's soul and looked at the others present, they were all stunned, with shock and fear on their faces. Even Xianxia and the middle-aged man were shocked by Lin Sun's overbearing means inadvertently. With a muffled sound, the other patrolling guards all knelt on the ground and said in a panic, "Senior, please spare our lives. Please spare our lives." Lin Sun didn't even look at them and said, "Little girl, let's go." He had learned the information he wanted from Zhu Meng's memory, so he naturally didn't want to stay in this dark tunnel. But, when Xianxia was about to say how to deal with the patrolling guards, she saw that as Lin Sun walked forward, the patrolling guards who knelt on the ground silently turned into ashes and disappeared. She was stunned and hurriedly followed Lin Sun, but she couldn't calm down for a long time. This senior, just how powerful was his cultivation? When Lin Sun and Xianxia disappeared, the middle-aged man and the others seemed to wake up from a dream and shuddered. "Fellow Taoist, should we also beg that senior to take us away?" Someone couldn't help asking. Yes, Zhu Meng had the cultivation of Zhuxian Emperor, but he was killed without a sound. It was easier than killing an ant. It seems that Senior is at least in existence who has set foot on the immortal path. If we have his help, we might really be able to escape from here. The others also spoke. The middle-aged man's expression was uncertain, but in the end, he shook his head dejectedly. "Everyone, don't forget that this is the star-forbidden mountain, the territory of the eternal gods, the Yangs. Since ancient times, no one in the eternal world has been able to fight against the Yangs." His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, making everyone's heart sink. The eternal gods, just these 4 words were enough to make anyone despair. "Senior, are we going to go out like this?" In the dark mine, Xianxia couldn't help asking. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun was upright and didn't try to hide at all, as if he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the patrolling guards stationed in the star-forbidden mountain. Don't worry, no matter what we encounter, you just need to watch. Lin Sun smiled and said casually. How could Xianxia not worry, but on the way, Lin Sun used his actions to tell her why she didn't need to worry. Batch after batch of patrolling guards silently fell to the ground the moment they noticed their figures, and their bodies turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. No matter how high their cultivation was, they didn't even have the time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Xianxia clearly noticed that Lin Sun didn't attack at all. He just walked casually, but any enemy who tried to block his way was turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. This scene of death was not bloody at all, and there was no sound at all, but it shocked Xianxia again and again. Finally, they walked out of the mine and came to the ground. The clear sky was bright and vast, and the warm light sprinkled between the heaven and the earth, which made people feel particularly warm. Xianxia couldn't help but be in a trance. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd seen daylight. Ever since she was captured and brought to this forbidden star mountain that was covered in gloomy tide, she'd always been like a mouse mining in the dark tunnels in the past few years. Moreover, she had to be on guard at all times against the contamination of filthy qi and the plunder and robbery of other slaves. Up to now, Xianxia didn't have any hope of walking out of the mine alive. But now, at this moment, she saw the light again. It felt as if she had come to the human world from the dark hell, but before Xianxia could feel it, her pretty face suddenly changed. Near the exit of the mine, there was a huge canyon field, surrounded by various palaces and buildings, row upon row. This was the camp of patrolling guards. Each camp was garrisoned by thousands of guards, and there were as many as 13 camps like this in the whole star-forbidden mountain. Xianxia, the Nirvana stage elder of the Eternal God clan, was garrisoned in the first camp. Apart from Xianxia, the other camps each had a heavenly longevity stage immortal guarding them. At this moment, when Xianxia and Lin Sun walked out of the mine, they were immediately noticed by the many patrolling guards in the canyon camp. Then, a loud shout rang out, "How dare you? Who allowed you to leave the mine without permission? Go back!" Along with the shout, a dozen patrolling guards rushed over. "Senior, let's go," Xianxia said anxiously. She wasn't worried about being caught by the patrolling guards, but rather the immortal from the Yang clan guarding this camp. Lin Sun patted her shoulder and said, "I still have some things to understand, don't panic." As he spoke, boom, the dozen or so patrolling guards who rushed over exploded in midair, turning into ashes that scattered everywhere. This scene caused the surroundings to fall silent. Subsequently, the entire campsite in the gorge was in a commotion. Countless patrolling guards were alarmed, and they charged out from the palaces around the gorge like tidewater. At the same time, a deep shout rang out, "Who dares to behave atrociously in the Yang clan's territory?" Whoosh, an imposing figure shrouded in immortal divine light appeared in the air. He wore a golden robe and had a heroic appearance. He was like the sun in the sky, shining with boundless light. Xianxia's heart clenched, her pretty face pale. Yang Wenqi. This was a heavenly longevity stage existence of the Eternal God clan. A great figure who could make any slave in the star-forbidden mountain pale in fear and despair at the mention of his name. But at this moment, Lin Sun smiled faintly and said, "Finally, a worthy minor character has appeared." As he spoke, he took a step forward. Boom, the bodies of the patrolling guards that charged out of the gorge like tidewater suddenly stiffened at this moment, and then they rustled as they transformed into ashes that scattered into the air. At the same time, Lin Sun made a grabbing motion. Far away, Yang Wenqi, who Xianxia was so afraid of, was caught like a fly. With a plop, he fell in front of Lin Sun. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 patrolling guards in the canyon had been killed, and the great figure of the Eternal God clan, the Yang clan, had been suppressed in front of Lin Sun. This scene completely overturned Xianxia's understanding. Her mind went blank, and she stood there in a daze. How could this senior be so powerful? At this moment, Yang Wenqi's mind was blank, and his expression changed greatly. No matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't imagine how a young man who had walked out of the mine could be so terrifying. "Who are you? How dare you attack me?" Aren't you afraid of the Yang clan's revenge? Yang Wenqi took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Bang, his immortal Dao body exploded. Lin Sun casually extracted his primordial spirit and began to search his soul. From beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't even look this person in the eye, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. After all, the most effective way to understand something was undoubtedly to search his soul. Zhu Meng's soul memory allowed Lin Sun to have a comprehensive understanding of the entire Forbidden Star Mountain. That was why he killed the patrolling guards without hesitation. There was no other reason. These patrolling guards were not from the Yang clan, but they had been abetting the evildoers and killing innocent slaves over the years. It could be said that anyone who could become a patrol guard had their hands stained with blood. As he searched Yang Wenqiu's soul, Lin Sun learned a lot about the Yang clan of the Eternal God clan. This information was not recorded in the ancient books of the Yuan clan. For example, the vast Sun God Mountain occupied by the Yang clan was covered by a divine-level order called Vast Sun and an order formation called Fu Tian. The core of this formation was 9 kinds of rare order forces, and 9 order spirits presided over it. Once it was activated, it could even block an Eternal Realm expert. It was really incredible. For example, in the current Yang clan, there were 33 Transcendent Realm Immortals. 12 of them guarded the vast Sun God Mountain, while the other 21 guarded a big world and ruled over hundreds of millions of lives. Of course, the most important thing was that there were 2 Eternal Realm existences in the Yang clan. One was called Yang Qitian, and the other was called Yang Badong. Both of them were Eternal Realm figures of transgression. To Lin Sun's surprise, there was nothing related to Yang Jiuqi in Yang Wenqiu's memory. Obviously, the news of Yang Jiuqi being killed by Lin Sun in the Infinite Star Sea was blocked by the Eternal God clan. Even Yang Jiuqi, a celestial longevity realm immortal, didn't know. Apart from that, Lin Sun also learned that a few decades ago, a boundless stage Eternal Realm cultivator from the Yang clan had left the 9th heaven with 2 creation stage Eternal Realm cultivators and headed for the Kunlun ruins. Lin Sun calculated with his fingers. When the 3 Yang clan elders left, it happened to be when the armies of witchcraft and Zen sect joined forces to attack the Yuan clan for the first time. There was no doubt that the threat from the Great Silence lifeless disaster started at that time. After he figured this out, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. No matter if it was the Shaman sect, Zen sect, or 9th heaven, all of them were ordered to act by the mastermind behind the scenes. Under such circumstances, these forces that worked for the mastermind were actually still threatened by the Great Silence lifespan calamity. This was a little unusual. Does this mean that the culprit behind the scenes is unable to fully control the might of the Grand Solitude lifespan tribulation? Lin Sun couldn't figure it out. I'll be able to find the answer in the future, Lin Sun recalled Chen Linkong and his grandfather, Chen Shi. Up until now, they were still searching for the traces of the culprit, and it was obvious how mysterious the culprit was. Boom, while Lin Sun was thinking, the world suddenly trembled, followed by a cold and majestic voice, "You're so powerful. Who are you, and why have you come to my Yang clan's territory to cause trouble?" Along with this voice, streaks of light shot out from all directions like rainbows, and a dense mass of figures flashed over, all of them seething with killing intent. The experts in each direction were led by a heaven longevity realm undying. Especially towards the east, there was an old man that emanated the aura of the rebirth god realm. He wore coarse linen clothes, had silver white hair, and a tall and imposing figure. Without a doubt, this person was the old monster of the Yang clan, Yang Shuahong, that resided on this mountain. This formation that was like an inescapable net caused the heavens and the earth to darken, and it was like a dark cloud that covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Xianxia couldn't help but become nervous once more. But compared to before, she was obviously much calmer, because she noticed that since he appeared in the depths of the mine until now, this senior by her side had been very calm, and there wasn't a trace of panic. Even Xianxia was affected by his calm and composed bearing. "Cause trouble?" Lin Sun looked at Yang Shuahong, and said in a mocking voice, "I'm sorry, I came here to cause trouble. Not only do I want to cause trouble, I want to turn the world upside down. Unfortunately, your Yang clan is my first target." Yang Shuahong was stunned. Everyone nearby was stunned as well, and they almost didn't dare believe their ears. This was the territory of the Eternal God clan, and since ancient times, even the four great ancestral halls didn't dare to provoke the Yang clan like this in the entire eternal world. But now, there was actually someone who directly provoked them without any concealment. Who wouldn't be surprised by this? This guy is obviously out of his mind. Many people roared with laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world, and thought that Lin Sun was insane. Who in their right mind dared to provoke him like this? Yang Shuahong couldn't help but show a playful expression, and said, "Oh, then tell me, how do you plan to turn the Yang clan upside down?" "You want to see?" Lin Sun said. "Of course." Yang Shuahong nodded. "Your Excellency, don't talk nonsense with this madman, let us capture him." Someone's eyes were cold, and he was eager to take this opportunity to show off in front of Yang Shuahong. Seeing this, the others also began to ask for permission to kill this madman. Xianxia couldn't help but tremble in fear at the sight of this. Only Lin Sun felt very bored. If he was at the immortal realm, he might have the mood to have a good fight with the opponent. But now, the opponent's lineup and strength were really unsightly. "Fine, you all attack together and capture this man. Later, I will ask him how he wants to turn the Yang clan upside down." Yang Shuahong said indifferently. "Yes." The thousands of experts nearby responded in unison. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh, it's easy to court death. "But, don't you want to know where those people who were stationed here just now went?" This sentence startled Yang Shuahong, and also made the pupils of the people present shrink. They suddenly realized that after their arrival, this canyon was too quiet. Except for Lin Sun and Qing Qianxue, there was no one else. "Is it?" Someone screamed and looked at Lin Sun, as if he had guessed something. At this moment, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom, the sky was turned upside down, and the void collapsed. Under the horrified gaze of Yang Shuahong, thousands of experts gathered in all directions at this moment. All had no time to struggle, and their figures exploded, turning into ashes all over the sky. Even those immortal realm experts of Heaven Longevity Realm were like paper mache, and would be turned into ashes at this moment. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Shuahong was left alone. His teeth chattered, and a chill rushed from the end of his spine straight to his head. His whole body trembled because of fear. The aura of Eternal Realm, that guy turned out to be an Eternal Realm existence. "Now you see, how do you feel?" Lin Sun asked. Yang Shuahong took a deep breath and said, "As an Eternal Realm existence, you must be very clear about the status and power of my Yang family in the ninth heaven. If I have offended you in any way, please tell me. My Yang family will give you satisfactory compensation." Eternal Realm, standing at the top of the heavens, overlooking everything in the mountains. In the eyes of such an existence, not to mention a Nirvana Realm immortal like him, even a Transcendent Realm immortal was no different from an ant. Under such circumstances, he could only use the power of the clan behind him to talk to Lin Sun. Satisfactory compensation? Okay, as long as your Yang family is removed from this world, I will be satisfied. Lin Sun said casually. Yang Shuahong's face stiffened. He couldn't figure out when there was such an Eternal Realm existence in this world. One should know that even in the ninth heaven, there were only a few Eternal Realm experts, and each of them had unparalleled power and was admired by billions of beings in the world. But Yang Shuahong couldn't figure out when there was an Eternal Realm with the surname Lin. Wait. Surnamed Lin. Suddenly, he realized something, and his pupils dilated. You are Lin Sun." Lin Sun laughed and said, "Are you surprised?" Not only was he surprised, but Yang Shuahong also felt confused. The era calamity was coming. Didn't it mean that there was no opportunity to prove the Eternal Realm in this world? But how could Lin Sun prove the Eternal Realm? It seems that you don't know the news of Yang Jioqi's death at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made such a fuss. Lin Sun shook his head with waning interest. Boom, in the next moment, Yang Shuahong's body collapsed into ashes and dissipated. At the same time, Lin Sun's divine sense spread out and instantly covered every area of the star-forbidden mountain. The remaining patrolling guards were all unprepared and died on the spot. When Lin Sun retracted his divine sense, there was no one who belonged to the Eternal Yang family in the star-forbidden mountain. "Little girl, I am going to the Yang family now. Now that the enemies who have seen you have disappeared, let's take this opportunity to say goodbye." Lin Sun looked at Qing Qianxue. Ah? Xianxia was stunned. She hadn't recovered from the shock when she heard that Lin Sun was going to leave. She couldn't help but feel a little unprepared. Don't worry. If nothing goes wrong, the Yang family won't have a chance to trouble you in the future. Lin Sun comforted Xianxia with a smile and was about to leave. Xianxia suddenly said, "Senior, can you take me with you?" Lin Sun was stunned and quite surprised. "Aren't you afraid?" Xianxia said firmly, "I am, but I want to see how you will turn the Yang family upside down." Only at this moment did she show her hatred for the eternal Yang family. In the past, she didn't even have the courage to hate the Yang family because she knew that no one in this world could shake the Yang family. But now, she realized that Lin Sun was a legendary eternal realm existence. From Lin Sun, she saw the hope that the Yang family might be in trouble. Okay. Lin Sun stared at Xianxia for a moment, then without saying anything else, he took her with him and teleported away. On this day, Lin Sun entered the ninth heaven and destroyed all the forces of the eternal Yang family in the star-forbidden mountain. On this day, even though the countless slaves that were trapped in the mine within the Forbidden Star Mountain had all regained their freedom, to everyone's surprise, only a very few of them had the courage to flee this mountain. Most of the others silently returned to the depths of the mine. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they didn't dare to. They knew very well that as long as the eternal God Yang clan was still standing, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would be captured sooner or later, the last day of the National Day holiday. Well, goldfish who didn't have a holiday should continue to update. Along the way, Lin Sun clearly felt that the power of the heaven and earth rules in the ninth heaven could withstand the power of the eternal realm. No wonder the ninth heaven was also called the eternal world. Only a place like this could accommodate the 12 eternal god clansmen and their eternal realm experts. If it were any other place, it wouldn't work at all. What a good place. Along the way, although Lin Sun was moving at an extremely fast speed, he could see spiritual mountains and rivers everywhere along the way. The creatures living in the world were all born to be nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and had the foundation of the great way far beyond the creatures in other heavens. Moreover, this was only the ordinary benefits. If he were to cultivate in some rare paradises, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be even greater. Now Lin Sun knew that the ninth heaven didn't only have the 12 eternal gods and the 24 eternal gods. In this vast and boundless heavenly region, there were hundreds of millions of living beings, as well as countless clans and sections. But without exception, these forces were all under the command of different eternal gods. This was because the territory of the ninth heaven had long been divided up by the eternal gods and the eternal gods. If they wanted to reproduce in the ninth heaven, they could only choose to surrender. This was somewhat similar to the situation in the eighth heaven. But there were many differences. The core was that the eternal gods were the true supreme overlords of the heavens. They had existed for countless years, and could be said to be eternal. In the past, Lin Sun wouldn't have dared to come alone. After all, each eternal god clan had a boundless realm eternal realm old man. But now, the situation had changed a long time ago. As those boundless realm and creation realm old men went to Kunlun ruins, the entire ninth heaven's 12 eternal god clans were undoubtedly at their weakest. Of course, this was only for Lin Sun alone. For any force in this world, any expert, the 12 eternal god clans with eternal realm experts were still an unshakable mountain, vast sun god mountain. In the depths of the divine mountain covered in the vast sun order, there was a secret realm world. In the center of this secret realm world, there was a lonely mountain peak that pierced the clouds. At the peak of the mountain, an ancient temple loomed in the misty sea of clouds. This was the eternal god clan's Yang clan hall. Within the Yang clan, only the elders of the transcendent realm Great Perfection and above were qualified to enter the clan's main hall. At this time, Patriarch Yang Xianxia was talking with Yang Qiatian and Yang Bai, the two old eternal realm antiques. So, the breath of eternal tribulation that appeared in the world a few days ago was probably caused by Lin Sun's tribulation? Yang Xianxia's brows furrowed. He was wearing a white robe and his long beard was floating in the wind. His face was like jade and he had an elegant demeanor. Although he was the Yang clan's clan leader, he had a transcendent realm Great Perfection cultivation. Not extremely likely, but certain. Yang Jiatian said in a low voice, moreover, Lin Sun has definitely stepped foot into the eternal realm. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for the Origin sect to resist the joint attacks of 9 Eternal Realm experts. He was dressed in a black robe and had sunken eyes. He had a youthful complexion and white hair. His entire body exuded an astonishing Eternal Realm aura. Yang Songxing said in disbelief, "Old ancestor, do you think that Lin Sun, who had just transcended the tribulation, killed the 9 Eternal Realm experts by himself? Why is it impossible? Don't forget that his master, the master of the heart core, once said in the 9th heaven that when the immortal sovereign's path appears, it is destined to break all previous understandings and subvert the world's imagination," Yang Bai said slowly. In the past few years, Lin Sun had already proven the heaven-defying and powerful immortal sovereign's path through various battles. After a pause, an obscure light flashed in his eyes. Moreover, if it wasn't because they sensed the threat from Lin Sun, why would the mastermind behind the era's tribulation pass down an order for us to cooperate with the Voodoo clan and the Zen clan to kill a junior like Lin Sun? He was dressed in a jade robe and had long gray hair. His appearance was haggard. Yang Chatian nodded. Even the mastermind thinks that only by sending 9 Eternal Realm experts would they be able to kill Lin Sun. One can imagine how great of a threat he will be after he transcends the Eternal Realm. Listening to the analysis of the 2 Eternal Realm ancestors, Yang Songxing's heart became heavy. A descendant of the heart core could actually kill 9 Eternal Realm experts just after he transcended the Eternal Realm. This was undoubtedly too shocking. After a long time, Yang Songxing sighed. If Lin Sun attacks the 9th heaven at this time, it will be dangerous. However, Yang Qiqian sneered, "Patriarch, don't be scared by Lin Sun. Don't forget, this is the 9th heaven, the territory of our Yang family. Even if Lin Sun comes here, he will be blocked by our Blazing Sun order." His voice was filled with absolute confidence. Yang Songxing's eyes lit up. Yes, his combat power may be able to fight against many, extremely heaven-defying, but he is destined to be unable to shake the Divine Order. The Divine Order is a treasure that can block the attacks of Eternal Realm experts, and it is the lifeblood of every Eternal God clan. Why can the Eternal God clan give birth to Eternal Realm experts? The core lies in the Divine Order. Apart from that, our clan also has the heaven-subduing formation, as well as me and Chatian. Even if Lin Sun attacks, he is destined to return empty-handed, Yang Budong said indifferently. Yang Budong said indifferently. I even suspect that Lin Sun knows that with the protection of the Divine Order, the Eternal God clan of the 9th heaven is destined to be an existence that he can't fight head-on. Therefore, I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Yang Songxing immediately felt relaxed. That's for the best, that's for the best. It's all because the Era Calamity's influence is too severe. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Sun is, he is destined to not be taken seriously by us. Hearing this, Yang Chatian and Yang Budong sighed inwardly. In order to avoid the threat of the Great Silence Lifespan Tribulation, their creation and boundless realm elders had already left for the Kunlun ruins decades ago. If not for that, there was indeed no need to care about a heaven-defying young man like Lin Sun. Report. Suddenly, an ancient voice sounded outside the main hall. The figure of an old servant also appeared, prostrating on the ground and kowtowing. Sirs, a young man who calls himself Lin Sun has appeared outside the mountain gate, threatening to make our clan submit, otherwise, he will flatten vast Sun God Mountain. Lin Sun, Yang Songxing's heart trembled. He actually came. They were just talking about this person, but he actually came. How could he not be surprised? Where does this kid get his confidence from? He actually dares to challenge us so openly? Yang Chatian also felt that it was inconceivable. Let's see if it's really him. As he spoke, Yang Budong waved his sleeve, waves of order ripples flowed, turning into a light screen. The light screen reflected the scene outside the vast Sun God Mountain gate. A tall figure stood there alone, dressed in moon-white clothes, long hair fluttering in the wind, looking handsome and otherworldly. It was Lin Sun. It really is him. Yang Budong couldn't help but frown. When Yang Songxing thought of the 9 Eternal Realm experts being killed by Lin Sun, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but ask, "Ancestors, what should we do?" Yang Chatian said indifferently, "If he can barge in, I'm afraid he wouldn't even need to challenge us, he would directly kill his way over. Patriarch, there's no need to worry. With the vast Sun Order and the heaven-subduing formation, he will definitely be helpless." At this moment, Lin Sun, who was reflected in the light screen, seemed to notice that someone was secretly spying on him. He suddenly raised his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Everyone, if you don't come out, this vast sun god mountain that can be said to be one of the best in the world will probably be destroyed," Lin Sun said indifferently. Although his voice couldn't be transmitted, Yang Songxing and the others could clearly recognize what he was saying from the movement of his lips. "He's really arrogant." Yang Chatian's face darkened. Since ancient times, who in the world dared to be so arrogant in front of the Yang clan? "Forget it, I will personally use the vast sun order to destroy this kid." As he spoke, Yang Budong suddenly waved his hand. Boom, the expanse of the heavens and the earth where vast sun god mountain resided suddenly emanated boundless light. At that instant, it seemed as if a myriad of suns had risen from the ground, and they emanated brilliant light. The clansmen of the Yang clan that were scattered throughout vast sun god mountain couldn't help but be alarmed, and they stopped what they were doing while revealing astounded expressions. What's going on? After countless years, they'd long since become accustomed to the tranquility of vast sun god mountain, and it was even to the extent that many clansmen had practically never seen the clan's vast sun order display its might. Yet now, the vast sun order had been activated, and it surged with great might that shook the heavens and the earth. At the same time, outside vast sun god mountain, Lin Sun noticed this scene as well, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. However, his expression still remained tranquil. "A strand of the energy of a divine rank order, it can allow me to grasp another type of energy of the laws." As soon as this thought arose in his mind, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel slightly expectant. If he seized all 12 divine rank orders from the Eternal God clan, then perhaps it would be sufficient for his cultivation at the creation realm. "Lin Sun, I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and you can still keep your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you right here." Suddenly, Yang Budong's indifferent and cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. But Lin Sun smiled disapprovingly and said, "The reason why I didn't directly kill my way in is that I want to refine this vast sun god mountain intact and take it away when I leave. If you really think that I don't have the means to deal with the vast sun order, then you're gravely mistaken." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Budong's extremely angry and laughing voice sounded, "Lin Sun, you're courting death yourself." His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Then, there was an earth-shattering roar. Round after round of burning suns rose into the sky and turned into a huge round divine ring, smashing towards Lin Sun. At that moment, the world was covered with a vast expanse of whiteness. The horrible power of the order interweaved into 36 great suns, and then condensed into a huge round divine ring. Just the destructive aura alone could make people in the eternal realm tremble. More updates. Once the divine order was activated, the power was far beyond the power released by the eternal realm. In an instant, in the boundless territory with vast sun god mountain as the center, many people with high cultivation levels sensed a destructive aura shaking the universe. "It's the Yang clan's vast sun order. How is it possible? Is there anyone in this world who dares to attack the Yang clan?" These experts who felt the power of the vast sun order couldn't help but be shocked. Since ancient times, the Yang clan was like an overlord that stood proudly above the ninth heaven, and nothing like this had ever happened before. When Yang Budong activated the vast sun order and attacked Lin Sun who was outside the mountain gate, countless creatures in the boundless territory felt the terrifying destructive power, and their expressions changed for a moment. A shocking battle would break out in the vast sun god mountain. At the same time, Lin Sun stood still and slightly raised his head. The divine ring formed by the 36 great suns was extremely huge, covering the sky and the earth. Its light was vast and mighty, and it was filled with an unparalleled torrent of destruction. That was the power of the divine order. Or it could be said that it was a complete power of rules. When it was released, the destructive power was enough to reverse yin and yang, and break the shackles of space. It was unbelievably powerful. If it was any other expert in the law-exceeding realm, they probably wouldn't dare to face it head-on. But Lin Sun didn't retreat. When the huge vast sun divine ring pressed down with the power to cover the sky, he just stretched out his right arm and grasped the air with his 5 fingers. Boom! Countless eternal rules of nirvana emerged and condensed into a huge hand. This big hand was no different from an ordinary person's at first, but when it swept out, it suddenly became countless times larger. In the end, it was like the hand of God that controlled the heavens, as large as the sky curtain, covering the mountains and rivers. Every finger was like a pillar that could hold up the sky. It was like the palm of a world, and it was full of obscure and mysterious eternal rules of nirvana. Boom, the huge vast sun divine ring shone brightly and released the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth, but it was suddenly grabbed by the big hand. Then the great suns that formed the divine ring exploded with a loud bang, and a torrent of light splashed out. But until it was destroyed and disappeared, it couldn't do anything to the big hand. Even the power of the vast sun divine ring was destroyed and refined by the big hand. In the depths of the vast sun god mountain, Yang Budong's shocked voice resounded. At the same time, Yang Xianxia and Yang Qiatian's expressions changed. Lin Sun, a guy who had just attained eternal Tao, could actually resist the attack of a god-level order. This was completely beyond their expectations. Before they could react, the big hand condensed by Lin Sun, steaming with the mysterious and vast nirvana order, had already shrouded the vast sun god mountain. Its might covered the heavens. Yang Budong didn't dare to hesitate and immediately activated the blazing sun order and attacked with all his might. Boom! 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 Strand after strand of blazing divine light flashed into the sky, and they condensed into a vast torrent of a rain of flames that seemed to intend to incinerate the world. Even the clouds in the sky above boundless territory had been incinerated. A torrent of destruction surged, and it caused all the living beings throughout boundless territory to cry out in terror. Run! I can't believe it's true. The eternal God Yang clan is fighting an unprecedented war. Who is so daring? The ninth heaven could withstand a battle between eternal realm experts without worrying about being devoured by the rules of heaven and earth. But the aftermath of a battle between eternal realm experts could affect a large area. For the living beings in the world, this was definitely a great catastrophe. Fortunately, such a battle broke out near vast sun god mountain. Otherwise, the disaster caused by such a destructive power would be extremely serious. Boom! Countless rays of divine light charged out like an avalanche, and they densely blasted onto the enormous palm that blotted out the sky. Every single collision caused a monstrous torrent of light to erupt with a rain of light. In the blink of an eye, the big hand that covered the sky collapsed and exploded. After all, this was just a palm force condensed by Lin Sun. It was doomed to be unable to hold on for long after being bombarded by the blazing sun order. But even so, it still made Yang Budong's expression become more serious. Because the eternal law that Lin Sun had mastered could actually resist the attack of their Yang clan's god-level order. Who could believe this? In 10 breaths, if you don't come out to fight, don't blame me for flattening the vast sun god mountain. Lin Sun said calmly, his voice resounding through the sky. Arrogant. Yang Budong's voice came out, and then, rumble. Between heaven and earth, the space was broken, the chaos roared, the earth, fire, water, and wind repeated, and countless brilliant energy fluctuations and the power of order surged between heaven and earth. The blazing sun order was completely activated, like a god who had been silent for thousands of years, and the power that emerged was too terrifying. 36 flame stoves transformed by the blazing sun order rose into the air, each of which was boiling and burning, wrapped in a rain of fire and light, and rushed towards Lin Sun. Seeing this, Lin Sun no longer hesitated. He suddenly jumped up, and his tall figure seemed to become infinitely tall. The light flowing all over his body covered the sky and the sun, exuding the power of a supreme ruler. As he waved his fist, a dazzling fist force seemed to have broken the shackles of ancient times, whistling over with invincible power. Bang! A flame stove exploded in the void, like a dazzling firework blooming, and the nearby void was incinerated and collapsed. As Lin Sun waved his fists, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. Then, numerous flame furnaces were crushed like paper, and the vast and mighty force of his fists raged through the heavens and the earth, causing numerous crisscrossing rifts to be torn open in space, and it was a horrifying sight. In the blink of an eye, all the killing moves launched by Yang Budong collapsed and dissolved. At this time, Lin Sun didn't stop at all. He stepped into the air and walked towards vast sun god mountain. The power of his whole body made the world tremble and shake. Boom! At the same time, his sleeves fluttered, and streams of sword chi rose into the air. The sound of the sword was sonorous, surging through the sky, and densely chopped out. Every stream of sword chi was lingering with the breath of nirvana. It was sharp and full of peerless killing intent, which was so powerful that it made people desperate. Yang Budong's face changed immediately, because even if he used the power of the Blazing Sun Order with all his strength, he couldn't resolve the sword chi. When the dense sword aura slashed over, the power of order that covered the entire vast sun god mountain began to churn violently. Boom! Boom! The sword light was like a tide, and it was simply like an army charging forward. It carried monstrous might, and every time it slashed down, it caused the Blazing Sun Order to rumble and fluctuate violently. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't dare believe it. How could someone in this world be so formidable that even the God rank order was suffering a blow? Patriarch, I'll go meet this bastard. In the secret realm, Yang Hadian finally couldn't sit still anymore, and he decided to help Yang Budong. If anything unexpected really happens later, don't forget the treasure left behind by the Patriarch of Heaven Patrol. The Patriarch of Heaven Patrol, he was the boundless stage eternal existence of the Yang clan, and his name was Yang Xuantian. When he headed to the Kunlun ruins, he'd once left behind a secret treasure, and it had always been kept by the Patriarch, Yang Songxing. Yang Songxing's eyes narrowed, and he said, Patriarch, is the situation really that serious? Not really, but it's not a bad thing to be prepared in advance. As he spoke, Yang Haitian's figure had already teleported out of thin air and vanished. Bastard, I'll kill you. Before he charged out of vast sun god mountain, Yang Hadian waved his hand and tossed out a spear. Whoosh, at that moment, even the space outside vast sun god mountain was pierced. The golden spear had a long tail of flames as it pulled through the sky, and a beam of light that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared in the void. The beam of light was so bright, so condensed, and it was boundlessly brilliant, as if it was a bolt of lightning shot out from the hand of a god. The power of the spear caused the weather to change. Burning Sun Spear, however, Lin Sun's expression was calm, and he slashed with his palm. Clang, the Burning Sun Spear was blocked by the finger force, and it created a violent fluctuation. Then, it turned into a golden rainbow, and it fell into the hands of Yang Hadian, who had rushed out of vast sun god mountain. His entire body was enveloped in endless golden light and divine splendor, and even his hair seemed to be made of gold. His entire body became thousands of meters tall, and his power shook the heavens. Just you? Lin Sun stared at Yang Hadian, and there was a faint disdain in his expression. It's enough to kill you. Yang Hadian stood proudly in the void, his expression cold and indifferent. Haha, to be blunt, if it's just the two of you today, even with this divine level order, you're destined to be unable to stop me. Lin Sun laughed. Shameless boasting. Yang Hadian snorted coldly. The divine spear in his hand shone brightly, releasing dazzling divine light, and a terrifying aura shook the heavens. At the same time, waves of divine level order power were added to Yang Haitian's body. As an eternal realm existence of the Yang family, he could naturally borrow the vast sun order of his family. In this way, the power he could exert in battle was far greater than that of people in the same realm. Then let's try. Lin Sun didn't waste any more words. He raised his fist, and like an ancient god, he smashed down with his fist. Boundless fluctuations shook the universe, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. Yang Hadian had seen the scene of Lin Sun and the divine level order fighting fiercely before, so how could he not know that Lin Sun's combat strength defied the natural order? Therefore, at this moment, when he attacked, he used his full strength. Boom, Yang Hadian brandished the burning sun spear, and met Lin Sun head-on. His body was covered in layers of divine light, and each layer made Yang Haitian's power soar several times. The two of them were like gods dominating the world, and they started a matchless battle here. Dong dong dong, the void exploded, and the heavens and the earth collapsed. The entire world was swept up in spatial waves thousands of feet high. Vast sun god mountain shone even brighter, and countless divine level order emerged and steamed, suppressing this Taoist land, and only then did the two of them not destroy it. However, when he really fought Lin Sun head-on, Yang Hadian deeply understood how terrifying Lin Sun's combat strength was. Even though he used his full strength and had the support of the divine level order power, in a mere moment, he was suppressed by Lin Sun's fist power to the point that the blood and qi in his body churned, and he almost couldn't raise his head. Yang Budong, who was guarding vast Sun God Mountain and controlling the divine level order, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw this. This evil remnant's combat strength was too heaven-defying. Yang Budong didn't dare to hesitate. Without hesitation, he activated the vast Sun Order and cooperated with Yang Hadian to attack Lin Sun. Something urgent came up, and the second watch was slightly late. Boom, the blazing Sun Order was like a volcanic eruption. The power it released turned into various incredible torrents of power and blasted towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun took a deep breath, the power of his whole body rising and falling like the ocean. His power suddenly soared. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron appeared and floated above Lin Sun's head. It seemed to be able to suppress the past, present, and future, emitting an eternal power. No matter how terrifying the blazing Sun Order was, it was like a wave hitting a rock, unable to shake the abyssal sword cauldron at all. In this way, it couldn't hurt Lin Sun at all. This, Yang Budong, who was controlling the blazing Sun Order, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was just an eternal Tao weapon, but it actually blocked the attack of a divine level order. As an eternal realm existence, Yang Budong had lived for countless years and knew the situation of the other eternal gods in the ninth heaven like the back of his hand. But he had never heard of such a heaven-defying eternal Tao weapon. If he used this treasure before, doesn't it mean that all my previous attacks couldn't even touch a hair of his? Yang Budong felt a chill in his heart. As the saying goes, those with good intentions don't come. Lin Sun dared to come alone in such a situation. He probably already had a trump card that was enough to challenge the Yang clan. Boom, outside the mountain gate, the battle was still raging. However, Yang Chaishan's situation was getting worse. He was being suppressed by Lin Sun's attacks, and no matter what kind of supreme power he used, he was crushed and destroyed one by one. It could be said that Lin Sun was simply a mess at this moment. In fact, as early as after crossing the eternal tribulation, Lin Sun could already kill 9 eternal realm existences with his own strength. Now that he was just dealing with Yang Chadian, it was no problem at all. Boom, Lin Sun's body was vast and mighty, like a dominator, domineering and disdainful. When the battle reached its climax, his fist smashed towards Yang Chadian like an ancient divine mountain, causing Yang Chadian to cough up blood repeatedly. In the end, Lin Sun's cultivation was much stronger than Yang Chaishan's. If Yang Chadian didn't rely on the divine level order of the vast Sun God Mountain, he wouldn't have been able to last until now. During this period, Yang Budong had been activating the God level order with all his might. However, no matter how he attacked, he was unable to shake the abyssal sword cauldron. Under such circumstances, it only took a moment for Yang Jitian to be riddled with injuries. This won't do. This kid's combat strength is too terrifying. I have to use other methods. Yang Chadian fought and retreated. His heart was filled with shock, and he realized that the situation was far from good. But at this time Lin Sun stretched out his hand and waved, sword. Clang, the abyssal sword cauldron trembled, and a Tao sword shot out from the cauldron. The sword was vast and heavy, emitting a myriad of chaotic auras, crushing the void and destroying everything. With a thought from Lin Sun, the Taoist sword turned into an obscure light and chopped away. At that moment, space exploded apart, the sun and moon collapsed, and even the heavens and the earth seemed as if they'd been torn apart. The energy was terrifying to the extreme. Crack, amidst the explosion, the blazing sun battle spear was split into 2. With a pop, Yang Qintian's 3,000-meter image was cleaved apart by the boundless sword intent. What a terrible scene it was when a 1,000-meter image collapsed. Like a mountain exploding, countless bones, blood, and broken limbs fell from the sky and the earth, scarlet and dazzling. No! Yang Budong screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. As an eternal realm existence, Yang Qintian's prestige had already spread throughout the ninth heaven for tens of thousands of years. In today's world, he was a well-deserved supreme giant. Looking at all the major heavens, no one could surpass him in realm. He was the stabilizing force of the Yang family. Even some people in the same realm didn't dare to claim that they could defeat him. Especially the blazing sun battle spear in Yang Qintian's hand. But, he was still defeated. Ah! Yang Qintian let out a shrill scream. Although it was only his body that collapsed, Lin Sun's sword also severely injured his spirit. Among the endless broken bones and blood, a golden light rose into the sky. It was Xianxia's spirit. However, there was a shocking sword mark on his spirit, and the power of his body became extremely chaotic. How can you be so strong? Xianxia roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept such a result. Since he'd attained eternity, it had already been countless years since he'd been injured. But just moments ago, that sword strike had slashed apart his eternal Tao body and heavily injured his soul core. It was even to the extent that he felt the aura of death right before him, and this was an enormous blow to his Tao heart. In this realm, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. Lin Sun stepped down. Boom, like a mountain falling to the earth, Xianxia's spirit was actually trampled under his foot. Ah! Xianxia let out a shocking roar. Layers of golden divine fire burned madly around him, even turning blood red. Even his chi and blood were stimulated. Rays of divine chains of the Order of the Blazing Sun strengthened his nascent soul, causing his aura to soar and become much more powerful. But Lin Sun looked at him coldly and didn't move. A terrifying power crushed down on Xianxian, locking him in place. At the same time, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and collected all the remains of Xianxia's body and blood. In the end, he sealed them together with Xianxia's spirit and put them into the abyssal sword cauldron. When he saw this, blood dripped from Yang Budong's eyes, and his hair stood on end. He was so stimulated that he was about to go crazy. Lin Sun! I will kill you! As he roared, Yang Budong completely disregarded everything and pushed the Order of the Blazing Sun to an unprecedented level. At the same time, he activated the heaven-subduing formation near the mountain gate. Boom, 9 rare 9th rank heaven step order transformed into layers of light screens that appeared between the heavens and the earth. Each power of order presented a completely different kind of power. Some were deep and heavy, some were violent like fire, some were ethereal and ethereal, some were divine and dazzling. At the same time, 9 pagodas formed by the spirits of order swept out. They represented gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang respectively. This formation was completely formed by 9 rare 9th rank heaven step order. It was named Heaven Subduing Formation, and its power was comparable to the Order of the Blazing Sun. In terms of offensive means, it was even better. Boom, the 9 pagodas rumbled and reflected earth-shaking phenomena such as wind, thunder, earth, fire, yin and yang, mountains and lakes resonating. It was as if a chaotic world was being born at this moment. Rumble, the next moment, 9 torrents of the power of order rushed out and attacked Lin Sun with overwhelming momentum. There were divine flames, divine mountains moving, wind and thunder surging, and the destructive aura was enough to shock the world, but Lin Sun wasn't shocked. Instead, his eyes lit up. What a treasure, he didn't dodge. His figure suddenly stretched out, and the mighty Nirvana eternal law circulated and transformed into a great abyss. The Order of Nirvana suppressed all the power of order in the world. It could subdue and refine them, and it could also reshape and rebirth them. Now that Lin Sun had mastered the Upanishad of Nirvana, an incredible scene happened when he displayed it. The power of the heaven-subduing formation was violent like a flood bursting a dam, but Lin Sun's great abyss formed by the power of Nirvana seemed to contain all the water in the world. The attack of the heaven-subduing formation didn't cause any movement before it was silently swallowed by the great abyss. How could it be? Yang Budong's eyeballs almost fell out. That was the heaven-subduing formation. It was one of the Yang clan's most powerful formations, since ancient times, which eternal realm figure could so easily resolve the attack of the heaven-subduing formation. No one, in the blink of an eye, as Lin Sun operated his cultivation, the great abyss formed by the power of Nirvana moved horizontally and directly enveloped the heaven-subduing formation. Boom, the heaven-subduing formation produced an explosive sound and tumbled violently, setting off an endless rain of light and divine brilliance. But it couldn't break free from the power of the great abyss at all. Instead, it was continuously refined. Even the 9 pagodas formed by the spirits of order wailed at this moment. They flew uncontrollably into the great abyss and quickly disappeared. Boom, when Lin Sun put away the great abyss, the heaven-subduing formation in front of the mountain gate disappeared completely as if it had been erased from the world. And among Lin Sun's eternal law, there were 9 kinds of rare 9th grade heaven rank order that had been completely suppressed and subdued. This scene caused Yang Budong's hands and feet to go cold. He couldn't imagine how the heaven-subduing formation could be so easily swept away. It was as if it didn't exist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to know that the reason why Lin Sun was able to do this had little to do with his cultivation. The key lay in the mysteries of the Nirvana order. Otherwise, with Lin Sun's combat strength, it would have taken him a lot of effort to destroy the heaven-subduing formation. It wouldn't have been so easy. Do you have any other methods? If it's just this vast sun order, the Yang family will be uprooted today. Lin Sun's eyes were calm as he looked into the depths of vast Sun God Mountain. He had chosen to fight in front of the mountain gate because he couldn't bear to destroy vast Sun God Mountain. He planned to refine it and take it away. Secondly, he was on guard. After all, the Yang family was an eternal god clan. They had existed since ancient times and their power shook the heavens. How could they not have some trump cards and trump cards? If he barged in rashly, it was very likely that he would be met with misfortune. But at this point in the battle, after killing Xianxia and taking away the heaven-subduing formation, Lin Sun had already vaguely deduced that the Yang family probably didn't have many trump cards left. Otherwise, how could they just watch as he killed Xianxia and took away the heaven-subduing formation? Ridiculous. You want to destroy the Yang family? Wishful thinking. Yang Budong's crazed roar rang out. Then, he charged out, holding a sword in his hand. Lin Sun's gaze was immediately attracted by the sword. It seemed to be formed from a burning light. It was too bright and blazing, and it surged with a shocking destructive power. Just looking at it made one's heart palpitate. And Lin Sun could immediately see that the sword was formed from the original power of the vast sun order. It's late today. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Serial number www.zulihao.org. Computer access address, mobile phone access address. As Yang Budong's figure appeared, the divine level order around the vast sun god mountain seemed to be attracted and gathered towards the sword in his hand. Rumble. The power of the sword grew stronger and stronger. It was like an eternal sun that illuminated the world. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised by the aura it released. But then he smiled and said, even the treasure formed by the divine level origin of order has been used. It seems that the Yang clan really doesn't have many trump cards left. It's enough to kill you. Yang Budong's eyes burned like raging flames, filled with hatred and killing intent. As he spoke, he swung his sword. This sword was like the sun that illuminated the world. The raging sword essence turned into endless light that melted the void and burned everything. An eternal realm being using the treasure formed by the divine level origin of order to fight desperately. How terrifying was that power? Lin Sun experienced it now. At this moment, it was like being in the furnace of all ages. There was white and dazzling sword essence everywhere. That kind of power could easily burn a world and kill billions of living beings. Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless. He activated his cultivation to the extreme. Clang, he swung the Taoist sword and slashed out. This sword was imprinted with the Nirvana? Profound meaning. Two completely different sword essences collided. With a bang, the world seemed to be unable to bear that kind of power. Unparalleled sword chi spread and stirred up all directions. It was too terrifying. However, what Yang Budong couldn't accept was that his sword was still dissolved. It should be known that the sword in his hand was formed by the vast sun origin of order. It was supported by his eternal realm cultivation. That kind of power could even injure a creation realm being. If you can defend this sect in 10 seconds, I will leave immediately without a second word. Lin Sun said leisurely. He held the Taoist sword and leaped forward. 10 seconds, this was a kind of announcement. For Yang Budong, it was more like a kind of humiliation. He was furious. He swung the sword in his hand and attacked. Boom, the vast sun origin of order was like a mighty torrent of the Milky Way. It was drawn by the sword and surged through the world. The sword essence was so strong that it had reached an incredible level. However, Lin Sun was defeated by Nirvana. Profound meanings were used to control the Tao swords, but they were even more powerful. Dang, in the first breath, the two swords intersected, and the light of the Tao of order spread all over the sky. Yang Budong's figure was shaken and staggered backward. Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense at all. He took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. His tall figure was steaming with light that could illuminate the sky. The Taoist sword in his hand slashed out again and again. Each slash had the power to split the world and sweep away the mountains and rivers. The profound meaning completely suppressed the power of the Order of the Blazing Sun. Under such a blow, Yang Budong was like a duckweed that had fallen into a storm, and he suffered an unprecedented blow. In his field of vision, all he could see was the mighty and sweeping sword intent. Lin Sun's figure was like a boundless and tall ruler. Every blow of Lin Sun shocked his mind, and his whole body suffered unprecedented pressure. Puff, on the fifth breath, Yang Budong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he had blocked all of Lin Sun's attacks, the impact he had suffered was too great, and it had already caused him to suffer heavy injuries. How is this possible? How is this possible? Yang Budong's eyes almost split open, and his heart was in turmoil. He was unable to imagine how Lin Sun, who had only surpassed the initial stage of justice, could be so heaven-defying. One had to know that he was at the perfection stage of justice, and he had utilized the power of the Order of the Blazing Sun. Under such circumstances, he was still able to fight an existence at the creation realm. But now, he was suffering from Lin Sun's suppression, at the same time. The secret realm in the depths of the Blazing Sun God Mountain was in chaos and turmoil. Hurry! Hurry up and move! Notify the Immortal Realm elders of the clan. Order them to split up and bring all the clansmen into the grating Yang Wheel. This is the order of the Patriarch. Hurry! Various shouts resounded. The entire Yang clan started moving, and there were figures fleeing in panic everywhere. Many people's faces were filled with astonishment and confusion. What was happening? Could it be that a calamity that threatened the survival of the clan had occurred? Perhaps it was because they had been at peace for too long, and they were used to a life of being superior and ruling over all living beings. When calamity descended, most of the Yang clan members were unable to adapt in a short period of time. They couldn't imagine that in the entire world, who dared to oppose their Yang clan. As a result, when all of this happened before their eyes, they were so shocked and confused. They even found it hard to accept. Their Yang clan. How could it be shaken by someone? How could it be? Even clan leader Yang Xianxia was unable to imagine that this calamity would be so serious at the very beginning. But as Yang Huatian was killed and the heaven-suppressing formation was taken away, he felt that something was wrong. Anger? Shock? Difficult to accept, all of these were no longer important. Yang Xianxia only knew that if he didn't act quickly, the Yang clan that had stood in the ninth heaven for countless years would very likely be destroyed today. Once this happened, he, Yang Xianxia, would be the greatest sinner of the clan. Even if he died, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Was there any hope for the Yang clan to survive? Yang Xianxia wasn't sure. Because he could see that even if he used the power of the Order Origin, Ancestor Yang Budong was still suffering from Lin Sun's suppression. All of this was like a nightmare. Yang Xianxia didn't dare to believe it was real. But regardless of whether he believed it or not, all of this was happening. He could only prepare in advance. Clan leader, apart from those clansmen who are guarding the various territories, everyone in the clan who is currently in the vast Sun God Mountain has been settled in the grating Yang Wheel. A hurried voice was heard. Yang Xianxia's tense state of mind suddenly relaxed a little. Bring the grating Yang Wheel over. The old servant who came to report hurriedly handed over a palm-sized treasure that was half black and half white. It was as round as a plate. Yang Xianxia put away the treasure, gritted his teeth and said, "Go send a message, inform the clansmen who are guarding the major territories, tell them to flee as far as possible." In the end, his heart couldn't help but be filled with unspeakable sorrow. Since when had their Yang clan fallen to such a state? They were the eternal God race, they were eternal existences that looked down on the heavens. They were existences that made billions of living beings and forces in the world not dare to provoke or invade, but now, Yang Xianxia couldn't help but clench his fists, trying to control his emotions that were about to go out of control. At this moment, outside the gate of vast Sun God Mountain, on the ninth breath, Yang Budong, whose body was cracked and bleeding, suddenly let out a loud shout that sounded like a madman. "Lin Sun, I will kill you." His skinny body suddenly started burning, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. Boom, he stretched out his arms, eternal law surging out of his body, releasing and burning to the limit as he pounced towards Lin Sun. He wanted to die with Lin Sun, when an Eternal Realm expert didn't even care about his life. How terrifying was that power? Lin Sun had seen it before. Back then, in the Infinite Star Sea outside Yuan sect, Fokananda of Dhyana sect burned himself and exhausted the power of Brahma Lotus Lamp, the most precious treasure of Dhyana sect. He was so powerful that even Lin Sun felt a fatal threat. And now, this was the second time he saw an Eternal Realm expert go all out. It was still so terrifying, so heart-shaking. However, Lin Sun, who had the first experience and was already prepared, did not retreat. He looked at Yang Budong quietly and waved his sleeve. The gate of exile was suddenly dangerous. It lay between heaven and earth in front of Lin Sun. The gate of exile, which covered an area of thousands of feet, was like the gate to hell, opened at this moment. It was also at this moment that Yang Budong rushed over. He didn't even have time to dodge, and his whole body rushed into the door of exile. It seemed that it was no different from walking into a trap. Boom, the gate of exile shook violently. Yang Budong was, after all, an Eternal Realm expert. The power he released was so terrifying that the gate of exile suffered a serious impact. But in the blink of an eye, it calmed down. The 10th breath, Lin Sun looked calm and said softly. He had used the gate of exile to deal with Jiannan. Now, he was just using the same trick again. As he spoke, Lin Sun grabbed the air, and the Taoist sword formed by the origin of the Order of the Sun fell into his hand. It was as if he had caught the brightest light in time. Yang Qiantian and Yang Budong are no longer here. The Sky Suppression Formation and the Order of the Sun have also been subdued. Your Yang clan really doesn't have any other trump cards? Lin Sun looked at the distant vast Sun God Mountain. And Yang Tsongxing, who had seen all of this, was completely drowned in fear. He chose to retreat almost immediately. A long time ago, the ancestors of the Yang clan had opened a path of retreat in their territory. This path of retreat was an ancient altar. As long as one stepped on it, they could instantly teleport away from the 9th heaven. It was just that countless years had passed. As one of the eternal god clans of the 9th heaven, the Yang clan had never encountered any danger, so this path of retreat was almost forgotten by the clansmen. But as the leader of the clan, Yang Tsongxing certainly wouldn't forget. He teleported, and in a few flashes, he arrived in the depths of the forbidden area of the clan. An ancient altar stood there, covered in dust for a long time. Without any delay, Yang Tsongxing immediately rushed towards the ancient altar. As long as he escaped to the ancient altar, the lives of everyone in the Yang clan could be preserved, and they were destined to rise again in the future. But the moment Yang Tsongxing took a step forward, a terrifying power of order instantly spread out, locking the entire area. Yang Tsongxing's figure was like an insect that had fallen into a spider web. He maintained the movement of taking a step forward, unable to move at all. His expression completely changed. His heart sank to the bottom, and his body felt cold. This was the power of the Order of the Sun, yet now, it had destroyed the only hope of their Yang clan leaving with their lives. It seems that your Yang clan has really reached the end of the road. Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. Looking at the ashen-faced and dejected Yang Tsongxing, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Previously, he had always been on guard against other trump cards in the Yang clan. After all, this was an eternal god clan that had accumulated for countless years. It was hard to guarantee that they didn't have other powerful trump cards. But now, it seemed that he had thought too much. When he saw Lin Sun's figure in his field of vision and heard Lin Sun's words, Yang Tsongxing felt an indescribable grief and indignation ferment and spread in his heart. At this moment, he inexplicably remembered something from a long time ago. Back then, the master of the core dimension came to the 9th heaven and once said that when the immortal supreme Tao path appeared, it would definitely break all previous understandings and subvert the imagination of the world. In the past, whether it was the Yang family or the other eternal gods, they all scoffed at these words and didn't take them seriously at all. Because no one thought that the status of the eternal gods could be shaken and subverted, even if the immortal supreme Tao path that had never appeared since ancient times really appeared, it wouldn't be enough. But now who dared to think that the master of the core dimension was exaggerating back then? The inherent understanding of the past was destined to be broken. What couldn't be shaken in the past would eventually be subverted. Looking at the Yang family today, one could see how powerful Lin Sun, who had embarked on the immortal supreme Tao path and had now achieved eternal Tao, was. His combat power had already broken all previous understandings. His appearance already had the power to subvert the eternal gods. Thinking of this, Yang Songxing was only left with sorrow and helplessness. If only he had known, the cruelest thing in the world was undoubtedly the word regret. When people were on the verge of despair, they couldn't help but feel regret. They couldn't help but think that if they had done this in the past, the outcome might have been different now. And regretful things were destined to be irreversible and rewritten. This was the cruelest part. Lin Sun, the ninth heaven isn't something you can shake. Whether it's my Yang family or the other eternal gods, even if you defeat them one by one, don't forget that there are eternal gods everywhere in the world. Don't forget, if the ancestors who went to the Kunlun ruins knew what happened in the ninth heaven, what do you think the outcome would be? Yang Songxing said in a hoarse voice. Lin Sun said indifferently, if the divine order is gone, can the eternal gods still be called the eternal gods? Yang Songxing's heart twitched violently. Lin Sun's words hit the nail on the head. In the ninth heaven, there are eternal gods and immortal gods. The difference between the two is that eternal gods have divine orders, while immortal gods don't. It could be said that the divine order was the root of the eternal gods. Without the root, even if the clan could survive, it would not be worthy of the word eternal. In fact, without the divine level order, there was no chance for the birth of an eternal realm expert, let alone restoring its former glory. Lin Sun said, in the past countless years, your Yang family has ruled the world and made hundreds of millions of creatures kneel under your feet. As the patriarch, you should know best how many things your Yang family has done in the past countless years. It's even to the extent that even if the living beings in this world were to be destroyed by your Yang clan, they wouldn't dare to hate or resent you, so they naturally wouldn't dare to take revenge. Of course, all of this is in the past. No matter how many more things happen, your Yang clan doesn't have to care at all. However, if the world were to find out about the calamity your Yang clan has encountered today, guess what would happen next? Hearing this, Yang Songxing's expression was pale as if he had lost his parents. Was there even a need to think about it? When the great tree that was the Yang clan fell, the countless living beings that dared not voice their anger in the past would definitely seize the opportunity to take action and carry out the most intense revenge against the Yang clan. There was no need for Lin Sun to make a move. The Yang clan members scattered all over the world would become stray dogs that everyone wanted to beat up, and their fates would be miserable. Lin Sun continued, as for those powerful figures who went to the Kunlun ruins that you mentioned, if they weren't afraid of the threat of the Great Silence lifespan tribulation, how could they have left so early? Since they've left, it won't be easy for them to return in a short period of time. After a pause, he looked at Yang Songxing. Let me ask you, to those old fellows, is it more important to fight for a chance to go to the ruins of Tao and survive, or is it more important to rush back to the ninth heaven and clean up a mess that can't be salvaged? Without waiting for Yang Songxing to speak, Lin Sun had already replied, to you, of course revenge for your Yang clan is more important. However, to those old fellows, even if they hate me to the bone, they are destined to not give up that chance to fight for a chance because of a moment of pain. Yang Songxing said in a hoarse voice, why did you say so much? Just to tell me that my Yang clan is finished? Lin Sun said, wrong, I just wanted to see if you would truly despair. Now it seems that you have another trump card that you haven't used yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have listened to me so patiently. Yang Songxing was stunned, and he suddenly shouted, Lin Sun, you will die a horrible death. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying power suddenly spread out from his body. Boom! In the next moment, Yang Songxing's body exploded. Even the blazing sun's order power that imprisoned this world was impacted and collapsed like a tide. Lin Sun's figure immediately retreated. He saw a will manifestation that was extremely powerful and filled with monstrous power. It was far from being comparable to an eternal figure in the transcendent realm. Changxing. The will manifestation let out an angry voice. He was thin, dressed in a green robe, and his hair was gray. He looked like a young man, but his eyes were filled with a thick and boundless aura of time. Yang Chaotian, a boundless realm existence of the eternal god clan. The one that appeared in time was Yang Chaotian's will manifestation. Boundless realm, this was a supreme existence that had at least gone through the Great Silence fateless tribulation once. He was a mighty figure that stood at the ultimate stage of the eternal Tao. Even though it was just a will manifestation, Lin Sun still felt the oppressive aura. His body couldn't help but tense up. Such a powerful aura, his pupils constricted. Lin Sun, so it's you. After a while, Yang Chaotian's will manifestation looked at Lin Sun with a cold gaze. He actually recognized Lin Sun immediately. He looked at the ancient altar not far away. It was the path of retreat left by the Yang clan's ancestor. Then he looked at the Taoist sword in Lin Sun's hand that was formed from the blazing sun's order power. How could he not know that the Yang clan was facing an unprecedented crisis? How could he not know that if it wasn't for the moment of life and death, why would Yang Xianxia use the will manifestation he left behind? I can see that you're the Yang clan's greatest trump card. Lin Sun was very calm at this moment. This was normal. If he was an eternal boundless realm expert, he would also choose to leave one of his will manifestations behind to protect the clan when he went to the Kunlun ruins. Haha, do you still think you have a chance of surviving? Yang Chaotian's will manifestation was so angry that it laughed. He directly made a move. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless rule power condensed into a spear and stabbed at Lin Sun. It was very terrifying. When he stretched out his hand and grabbed, the rule power emerged and was condensed into a Taoist weapon at will. Boom, the spear swept through the air and released a power that was beyond imagination. Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless. The aura on his body also roared like a boiling cauldron. He attacked with the Taoist sword formed from the blazing sun's order power. Bang, in the earth-shattering collision, Lin Sun was pushed back hundreds of meters. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed and a straight crack appeared. The aura on his body surged, and he gasped. His expression became solemn. Although Yang Chaotian was only a will manifestation, the power that belonged to the boundless realm was far above the transcendent realm. Kill! Yang Chaotian roared and waved his spear. The eternal Tao light on his body pierced through the sky and earth. It surged and released as if a god was angry. Obviously, the Yang clan's encounter made him extremely angry, so he didn't hold back when he attacked. Boom, Lin Sun summoned his greenwood Taoist physique without hesitation. He used it to activate the abyssal sword cauldron while his main body controlled the Taoist sword formed from the blazing sun's order power. They attacked Yang Chaotian together. The battle erupted, causing this expanse of the heavens and the earth to instantly fall into a state of collapse. Everything seemed to have fallen into chaos, sword chi and the shadows of spears filled the surroundings, and terrifying sounds of collisions rumbled like thunderclaps from the nine heavens. In a flash. Boom, Lin Sun and his greenwood Taoist physique were both pushed back, and their expressions became more and more solemn. On the other hand, Yang Chaotian's will manifestation became even more powerful and terrifying. Millions of rule divine chains hung down from its body, and the spear in its hand was extremely sharp. Kill! Yang Chaotian attacked again. Just his aura alone could easily crush all experts below the eternal realm. Even ordinary people in the transcendent realm would be intimidated by it. Even though Lin Sun's battle prowess was incomparably heaven-defying, he still felt extremely strained when he used his greenwood Taoist physique. He paled in comparison. Rise! Seeing Yang Chaotian attack, Lin Sun displayed his scarlet fire Taoist physique without hesitation and attacked Yang Chaotian's will manifestation together. But it still didn't work. The power that Yang Chaotian possessed belonged to the boundless realm. Even if it was just his will manifestation, the power it released was unimaginably powerful. In just a moment, Lin Sun and his 3 clones were suppressed again. Damn it, this is just a will manifestation. How can it be so powerful? Lin Sun's expression changed slightly. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the boundless realm. This kind of existence who had gone through the great silence fateless tribulation was not as simple as he had imagined. For example, this Dharma form of will was only condensed by the power of the great way of Yang Xuantian's original body and was imprinted with a strand of his willpower. However, its power was so powerful that it completely exceeded Lin Sun's expectations. However, Lin Sun was not afraid or panicked because of this. Boom, in the next moment, he displayed his platinum Taoist physique and attacked Yang Chaotian's will manifestation together. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun managed to resist Yang Chaotian's extremely terrifying attack and extricated himself from the state of being suppressed. He wanted to counterattack, but he couldn't do it for a while. At best, it was only a situation where they were evenly matched. Thinking about it, his 4 clones were not weaker than his original body. Now that he and his original body went all out, they could only be evenly matched. From this, it could be seen how powerful Yang Chaotian's will manifestation was. There will be more updates tonight. While Lin Sun was shocked, Yang Xiantian's Dharma form was also shocked and furious. With the power of his Dharma form, not to mention suppressing existences in the Law-defying realm, he would even have the upper hand against creation realm cultivators. But now, his opponent was merely a young man at the early stage of the Law-defying realm, yet they were evenly matched. Admittedly, Yang Xiantian had used 4 clones to attack at the same time. But he was a boundless realm cultivator. Even if it was just a strand of willpower, ordinary Law-defying realm cultivators would not have much of an advantage no matter how many of them there were. But it was obvious that Lin Sun was different. Kill. Yang Xiantian's might was becoming more and more terrifying. The Dao techniques and power he used were unimaginably terrifying. An existence like him could refine the rules for his own use and disregard the rules of the heavens. If he wanted to, he could easily destroy a great world. At the same time, Lin Sun was also going all out. His eyes were bloodshot as he went all out and unleashed all the techniques he had. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying opponent since he stepped into the Eternal Realm, but it also aroused his fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Kill. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Both of them wanted to get rid of the other as soon as possible. They fought until the sky darkened, causing the vast sun god mountain to shake and the divine-level rules that covered the surroundings to roll violently. This situation lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Seeing that he could not defeat Lin Sun after a long time, Yang Xiantian could not help but feel anxious. He was only a Dharma form of willpower, so the power he grasped would only continue to be consumed and weakened. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. On the other hand, because Lin Sun was using his original body, his power was so strong that it could not be compared to a Dharma form of willpower, so he could fight for a long time. Kill. Realizing this, Yang Xiantian suddenly began to fight with all his might. He did not care about the possibility of being injured and used all his strength to swing his spear. Rumble, the rules released by the spear set off a sky full of Dao light. When it swept out, it made Lin Sun and his clone feel extremely uncomfortable and almost coughed up blood. This old thing is going all out. Lin Sun took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He suddenly used the Dao sword in his original body's hand to perform the time blade. Swoosh, although the brilliant sword aura was blocked by Yang Xiantian as it slashed down, the time power it emitted still swept past Yang Xiantian's Dharma. Yang Xiantian's aura weakened visibly, but that was it. The power of the Blade of Time was quickly neutralized. Yang Chaotian was a boundless realm existence after all. It was very difficult for the power of time to truly sever the power of laws and might that he grasped. However, Yang Chaotian was greatly shocked by this attack. How could he not know how terrifying this divine ability of time was? Yang Xianxian sword Xiantian, but now he was only in the form of Dharma of will. Under the siege of Lin Sun and the 4 doppelgangers, it was very easy for him to be hit by such a magical power. However, the current situation made it impossible for Yang Xiantian to think so much. Tian's eye. How could Lin Sun waste such an opportunity? He asked the other 4 doppelgangers to pin down Yang Xiantian, while he himself kept striking with his sword. Each strike was faster and more terrifying than the previous one. With his current cultivation base, he could only last less than a quarter of an hour in such a battle. Lin Sun would not waste any time. He saw countless dense strands of sword chi crisscrossed both horizontally and vertically, and they tore open countless horrifying rifts in the heavens and the earth. Coupled with the restraint and siege of the 4 Taoist bodies, Lin Sun's sword chi was blocked and dissolved by Yang Chaotian, but many of them still hit Yang Chaotian. Pu, sword marks appeared on Yang Xiantian's will Dharma aspect. With every sword mark, the power of his will Dharma aspect suddenly weakened a little. When the sword marks appeared one after another, Yang Xiantian's Dharma idol was like a deflating balloon, and his power was visibly weakening. This made him shocked and angry. He couldn't believe that even if he attacked with all his strength, it wouldn't work because Lin Sun's 4 doppelgangers would block all his killing moves. Lin Sun's Dharma would take advantage of this and launch a fierce attack with the Taoist swords. Under such circumstances, more and more sword marks appeared on his Dharma idol, and his aura became weaker and weaker. Go! In the end, Lin Sun suddenly shouted. His Dharma idol and the 4 Taoist bodies rushed forward with all their strength. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Yang Chaotian's injured and weak Dharma idol suffered a fatal blow. It suddenly became illusory and blurry. It rolled violently and showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, Yang Chaotian roared angrily, Lin Sun, when my Dharma idol returns, it will be the time of your death. His words were filled with incomparable hatred, and they resounded through the sky. Then, his avatar exploded and disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He felt completely relaxed. He had consumed a lot of energy in the battle, and he was almost at his limit. He had to admit that the boundless realm was too powerful. It was just a Dharma idol, but the power it possessed was far beyond that of a normal Dharma idol. This was also Lin Sun's most difficult battle since stepping onto the eternal path. Fortunately, he still won in the end. Feeling the signs of weakness all over his body, Lin Sun decided without hesitation to recuperate in this vast sun god mountain for the time being. He would go to the Ji clan after he recovered his cultivation. Whoosh! Before long, the vast sun order covered the surroundings of vast sun god mountain, just like before. But no one knew that the vast sun god mountain had already changed owners. Naturally, no one knew that on this day, the eternal god clan's Yang clan had been conquered by Lin Sun alone. The 2 eternal realm elders, Yang Chaotian and Yang Bai, as well as the clan leader, Yang Xianxia, were all dead. Even the heaven suppression formation and the vast sun order had been completely subdued by Lin Sun. The boundless realm Yang Chaotian's Dharma idol had also been destroyed by Lin Sun. For the countless living beings in this boundless territory with vast sun god mountain as the center, everything that happened today was too shocking and terrifying. Although they hadn't seen the scene of the battle, the explosion of the vast sun order's power and the fluctuations caused by the battle between Lin Sun and the 2 eternal realm experts, Yang Chaotian and Yang Bai, had affected this boundless territory. No matter how high or low their cultivation was, they all felt the destructive aura that was like a natural disaster pervading the world, and it made their hearts tremble. Even the stupidest person realized that on this day, an unprecedented battle had occurred in the vast sun god mountain where the eternal god clan's Yang clan resided. Who on earth is so daring? For countless years, the Yang clan has been like the ruler of the 9 heavens. When has the eternal god clan ever encountered such a thing? When the battle ended, all sorts of cries and uproar sounded in this boundless territory. The Yang clan had ruled this territory for countless years, and made billions of living beings bow down to them. No one dared to disobey them. No one had expected that on this day, someone would actually dare to attack the Yang clan's lair. There were also many forces subordinate to the Yang clan that sent experts to approach vast sun god mountain at the first possible moment in an attempt to gather information. However, what they saw was an expanse of desolate mountains and rivers. Everything was withered and destroyed, and there were horrifying traces of battle everywhere. It was simply like the ruins left behind after a battle between the gods, completely devoid of life. However, when they noticed that the undamaged vast sun god mountain still stood towering between the heavens and the earth, and when they sensed the fluctuation of energy that belonged to the order of the vast sun still pervaded the air, besides heaving sighs of relief, they also felt an indescribable sense of loss. The Yang clan is an eternal god clan in the end. How could they possibly be shaken? Those invaders have probably been killed a long time ago. Many people sighed with emotion. This was normal. Since the ancient times until now, the eternal god clan had never been shaken. I thought a shocking change would occur today, but now it seems like. There were also people with complicated feelings. After being ruled by the Yang clan for countless years, who hadn't thought about overthrowing the Yang clan, but reality was cruel in the end. Even if a battle had erupted today, the Yang clan's vast sun god mountain was still there, and the order of the vast sun that covered the vast sun god mountain was still there. Just like in the countless years of the past, it had never fallen. I wonder who challenged the Yang clan's forces today. Even in death, no one knows who it was. Quickly go back and spread the news. Many spies came to the vast Sun God Mountain, then left in a hurry. No one knew that in the vast Sun God Mountain, everything had changed. Late at night. In the secret realm in the depths of the vast Sun God Mountain, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. His cultivation had recovered to its peak. He waved his sleeve. A palm-sized wheel that was half black and half white appeared. Great Yang Wheel, this was a treasure found among Yang Xianxia's belongings. This treasure formed a world of its own. Before Lin Sun killed his way into the vast Sun God Mountain, everyone in the Yang clan was placed in this treasure. Of course, this also included the wealth that the Yang clan had accumulated over countless years. When Lin Sun refined the Great Yang Wheel, he instantly controlled the life and death of the Yang clan members placed in this treasure. However, this time, Lin Sun still didn't kill them all. Just like how he dealt with the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven, he only killed those who had stepped into the immortal realm and destroyed all the Emperor realm cultivators. As for the other Yang clan members, he planned to let them all go when he left the vast Sun God Mountain. At that time, all living beings in the world who had been controlled and enslaved by the Yang clan for countless years would immediately launch the most bloody revenge against the Yang clan members. In the end, Lin Sun didn't care how many members of the Yang clan would survive. Even if they survived, without the clan, without the divine order, they were destined to never rise again in the future. What Lin Sun really cared about was the wealth that the Yang clan had accumulated over countless years. More updates over the years, Lin Sun's vision has become more and more picky. Especially after achieving the eternal Tao, ordinary immortal level treasures can no longer enter his eyes. Moreover, he has killed the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven one by one, and has also killed many eternal realm existences. Every time, he obtained all kinds of rare treasures. Divine materials, medicinal pills, and other such treasures were even more common. But when he saw the wealth accumulated by the Yang clan for countless years, Lin Sun was still stunned for a moment, and his eyes couldn't move. Those treasures were piled up into hills, including rare divine materials, divine medicines, and other kinds of rare treasures. They were all piled up in different categories. Starting from the treasures suitable for the cultivation of the lower 5 realms, there are treasures suitable for the immortal realm, the Saint realm, the quasi-emperor realm, the emperor realm, and the immortal realm. The treasures for each realm can be called the best in the world. The 9th heaven is an eternal world, full of beautiful mountains and rivers, far from comparable to other heavens. For example, the vast Sun God Mountain, where the Yang clan is located, is the top paradise in the 9th heaven. Even without the help of external treasures, the cultivation of cultivators can improve by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the wealth accumulated by the Yang clan, it can be imagined that the first step of cultivation of the Yang clan is far beyond the vast majority of people in the world. Soon, Lin Sun's eyes were attracted by one of the hills piled up with treasures. This hill is obviously much smaller, but it is piled up with treasures needed for the cultivation of the eternal realm. 5 elements divine pill, 9 transformations void powder, chaotic jade pill. Lin Sun noticed that every kind of medicinal pill was sealed in a jade box. There were more than 10 kinds, each of which was refined from various rare and precious eternal medicines, and had incredible magical effects. These were all collected by Lin Sun at once. Then there were thousands of kinds of eternal divine materials, which were specially used to quench the eternal Tao soldiers. Each of them had amazing divinity and was filled with extremely terrifying aura. However, in contrast, these eternal divine materials were not as good as the eternal divine materials that Lin Sun refined in the ultimate ruins, which could be used as weapon embryos. But no matter what, these thousands of eternal divine materials were still priceless, because no one would sell them in the outside world. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and put away the eternal divine materials. After that, there were some precious treasures related to the eternal Tao. There were mysterious Tao bones that were branded with the aura of eternity, brocade books on jade that were written with the insights of cultivators in the eternal realm, and so on and so forth. As Lin Sun sorted through the treasures, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of the eternal gods, they were simply too rich. In the end, besides the treasures that were suitable for his cultivation, he put away all the other treasures, intending to give them to his friends and relatives to use in the future. According to his calculations, just these treasures that he couldn't use were equivalent to the total wealth of the 10 undying giants. Of course, Lin Sun's greatest gain this time was undoubtedly the Blazing Sun Order. This was a complete god-level sequence, and its value was immeasurable. Apart from that, there were also the 9 rare heaven-ranked sequences that formed the heaven-subduing formation, as well as the eternal Tao soldiers that Yang Badian and Yang Bai possessed. As for Yang Baishan's primordial spirit and corpse, he also collected them. When he mastered the mysteries of the 5 sequences of the ultimate, he would be able to refine different treasures. The only regret was that Yang Bai had been sent to the door of exile, and had been completely erased by the obliteration rules. I wonder if the outside world has already learned of what happened today. After sorting through the wealth, Lin Sun couldn't help but ponder. From the beginning of the battle to the end, there had been no bystanders near the Blazing Sun God Mountain. The outside world should not know that the eternal Yang clan had already suffered. As he pondered, Lin Sun's heart stirred, and Greenwood Taoist form swept out of the Blazing Sun God Mountain. As for Lin Sun himself, he began to meditate. Today's battle had allowed him to obtain many peerless treasures that could refine his cultivation, such as the 5 Elements Divine Pill, the 9 Transformations Pill, and the Chaotic Jade Pill, which had incredible effects on improving his cultivation in the Transcendent Realm. If he could improve his cultivation by another level before going to the Eternal Ji clan, then even if he encountered the Dharma idol of the Boundless Realm, it would not be as difficult as it was to deal with Yang Badian today. Moreover, Lin Sun planned to take this time to comprehend the mysteries of the 5 sequences of the ultimate. As long as he mastered the power of the 5 origin rules, it would be of great use after killing the Eternal Realm opponents. 2 hours later, Greenwood Taoist form returned, and Lin Sun instantly sensed that during these 2 hours, Greenwood Taoist form had patrolled the boundless territory controlled by the Yang clan. Finally, he was sure that no one knew that the Yang clan had been destroyed. The world only knew that an earth-shattering battle had broken out near the vast Sun God Mountain today, but the vast Sun God Mountain and the vast Sun Order were still intact. This made the world subconsciously believe that the Yang clan had won this battle, and the one who had died was the enemy who had provoked the Yang clan. All this made Lin Sun feel much more at ease. He knew very well that if the news of the Yang clan's destruction was leaked, it would cause turmoil in the world. At that time, the other eternal gods would probably be the first to prepare and take precautions. In this case, it would also affect his next action in the Eternal God clan. But fortunately, the news had not been leaked yet. Let's start. Lin Sun took a deep breath and took out a jade box. There were 3 5 elements elixirs sealed in it. Each of them could be called a peerless treasure. They were originally used by those in the Exceeding Law realm to break through to the creation realm. But now, they were used by Lin Sun as a cultivation object. Whoosh! When Lin Sun swallowed a 5 elements elixir, the surging eternal power turned into a rolling heat current and spread in his body. The power was incredibly pure and surging. Even with Lin Sun's strong cultivation, he felt as if his body was about to explode at this moment. He took a deep breath and began to run his qi together with the 4 Taoist form, and began to refine the mighty torrent of elixirs in his body with all his strength. A full day later, the power of this 5 elements elixir had been completely refined by Lin Sun, and his cultivation had improved a lot. There was a faint sign that he had reached the middle stage of the Exceeding Law realm. It doesn't seem to be that magical. Lin Sun frowned slightly at such an improvement. He had thought that with the power of this elixir, he could break through to the middle stage of the Exceeding Law realm. If the dead Yang Qiqian and Yang Bai knew this scene, they would definitely vomit blood. The 5 elements elixir was the most precious treasure for those in the Exceeding Law realm to break through to the creation realm. Its value was immeasurable. Even in the Yang clan, there were only 3 of them left, and they were treated as the most precious treasures of the clan. But now, Lin Sun was dissatisfied with this elixir. How could this be tolerated? However, Lin Sun also knew that his eternal Taoist foundation was too strong, and it was far from being comparable to those in the same realm. That was why his cultivation had only improved a little after refining a 5 elements elixir. This couldn't conceal the fact that the 5 elements elixir was a precious treasure. While thinking, Lin Sun swallowed another 5 elements elixir and began to refine it with all his heart and soul. This time, Lin Sun clearly felt that he had broken through to the middle stage of the Exceeding Law realm when he was only halfway through refining it, and when he completely refined the second 5 elements elixir, his cultivation in the middle stage of the Exceeding Law realm had been tempered to be incomparably solid. Lin Sun roughly judged that his combat power in the middle stage of the Exceeding Law realm was about 50% stronger than when he was in the early stage of the Exceeding Law realm. This was already an extremely amazing progress. It should be known that when he was in the early stage of the Exceeding Law realm, he was able to kill a group of Exceeding Law realm cultivators by himself. Even when facing Yang Qitian's Dharma image, he could still exhaust it to death. But now, his combat power had skyrocketed by 50%. It could be imagined that it was destined to be even easier and calmer to deal with those in the same realm. The Yang clan has such a treasure, but they didn't use it. It's a bit of a waste. As soon as Lin Sun thought of this, he immediately understood that it wasn't a waste of a treasure, but that Yang Qitian and Yang Bai, who were in the Exceeding Law realm, regarded the 5 elements elixir as a treasure for breaking through to the creation realm. How could they use it casually? After thinking about it, Lin Sun finally decided to refine the only remaining 5 elements elixir. He had just reached the Eternal Realm less than half a year ago, so he didn't expect to break through to the creation realm in a short time. Right now, as long as he could refine the mysteries of the Exceeding Law realm to the extreme and thoroughly understand its meaning, it would be enough. In fact, the cultivation of the Eternal Realm was extremely difficult. Because the treasures needed for cultivation were so rare, most of the Eternal Realm cultivators in the world had lived for tens of thousands of years, but their cultivation had always been within the range of the Exceeding Law realm. In the final analysis, it was because the cultivation resources suitable for the cultivation of the Eternal Realm were too scarce. But Lin Sun was different. Before he reached the Eternal Realm, he had obtained a large number of rare cultivation resources from the burial land of the Tao in the Ultimate, such as the Eternal Tao Stone, the Eternal Blood Stone, the Eternal Soul Crystal, the Eternal Law, and so on. When he stepped into the Eternal Realm, he killed 9 Eternal Realm cultivators, including Jianan and Tanwu, which gave him a large number of spoils related to the cultivation of the Eternal Realm. And now, he had emptied out all of the Eternal God Yang family's wealth. He alone had monopolized all the cultivation resources of the Eternal God clan. This meant that he didn't have to worry about cultivation at all. Therefore, a treasure like the 5 elements elixir might be treasured by other cultivators in the Exceeding Law realm, and they wouldn't be willing to use it casually. But to Lin Sun, it was nothing. Discarding all distracting thoughts, Lin Sun continued to cultivate. The third 5 elements elixir was quickly refined, but Lin Sun didn't stop. He took out other treasures to cultivate, such as the 9 transformations powder, the jade pill of freedom, and so on. Half a month later, after refining 3 5 elements elixirs, 2 9 transformations powder, 2 9 transformations powder, 2 jade pill of freedom, and dozens of other miraculous medicines, Lin Sun's cultivation achieved a major breakthrough. He had entered the advanced stage of the Exceeding Law realm. Half a month. He broke through continuously from the early stage of Transcendent Realm to the late stage of Transcendent Realm. If this speed of advancement was spread out, those old guys in the Eternal Realm would be stunned. Among them, it took tens of thousands of years to refine themselves, and maybe they could improve their cultivation by 1 level. But Lin Sun broke through 2 small realms in a row in half a month. Even Lin Sun himself was in a trance. His cultivation progress was really too fast. Before coming to the 9th heaven, he never thought that he could break through 2 levels in the Transcendent Realm in half a month. However, thinking of the treasures he consumed in the past half a month, Lin Sun's excitement suddenly calmed down. The cultivation resources belonging to the Eternal Realm that the entire Eternal God clan had accumulated for countless years were consumed by him in just half a month. This was also something that other existences in the Transcendent Realm could not enjoy at all. After all, even the Eternal God clan had many Eternal Realm experts. Who would spend so many rare cultivation resources on one person? It could be said that this time, uprooting the Yang clan was no less than seizing a kind of heaven-defying fortune for Lin Sun. It was the resources accumulated by the Yang clan for countless years that paved a road for Lin Sun to advance by leaps and bounds. With my current cultivation, the combat power I possess has soared about twice as much as when I was in the early stage of Transcendent Realm. Lin Sun calmed down and felt the changes in his own strength. However, if I want to reach the consummation of Transcendent Realm, I can no longer rely on cultivation resources. Lin Sun realized that what he needed to do next was to precipitate and consolidate his cultivation, so that he could hone the most perfect cultivation. Exhaling a long breath, Lin's son began to devote his mind to the 5 sequences of ultimate ruins. The 5 sequences of ultimate ruins represented the 5 original rules of ultimate ruins, namely transforming blood, transforming body, transforming Tao, transforming weapon, and transforming soul. Every single one of them could be said to be a taboo, and it targeted all experts in the world that possessed the Tao. It was capable of transforming the vital blood energy, cultivation energy, grand Tao energy, soul energy, and vital Tao weapons they possessed into the most primitive quintessence energy of the grand Tao. Lin Sun had a deep understanding of this in the Tao burial land of ultimate ruins. It was even to the extent that according to Ling Xuanzi, the reason the endless ruins couldn't be controlled by the mastermind behind the scenes was because of the Tao burial grounds. On the other hand, the quintessence core of the Tao burial grounds was on these 5 quintessence laws. Since ancient times until now, all the eternal stage figures that had fallen in the Kunlun ruins in the last era would leave behind corpses and powers that were suppressed in the burial Tao. Before the calamity of the next era arrived, the corpses and powers of these eternal stage figures would be transformed into the most primitive and pure vitality of the grand Tao to nourish the heavens. From this, one could imagine how tyrannical the 5 sequences of the ultimate ruin were. Now, Lin Sun was qualified to comprehend the 5 sequences of the ultimate. Moreover, with the nirvana profundity, it was far easier for him to comprehend these 5 origin laws than others. Time flew by. 3 months passed quickly. The night was as dark as ink. In the vast Sun Mountain, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. The profundities of the 5 sequences of the ultimate had all been fused into his eternal laws. Although he hadn't comprehended these profundities to the extreme, it wasn't a problem for him to use them in battle. After mastering the 5 sequences of the ultimate, Lin Sun had a feeling that as long as he completely comprehended the power of these 5 origin laws to the extreme one day, he would even be able to control and use the true ultimate. He would become the ruler of the ultimate. Of course, this was only Lin Sun's current feeling. It's time to move. Lin Sun let out a long breath of turbid air and stood up. It had already been more than 3 months since he started cultivating in the vast Sun God Mountain. Now that his cultivation had undergone a tremendous change, he couldn't sit still any longer. He decided to head to the Eternal God Clan's Ji Clan today. The place where the Ji Clan resided was too far away from the vast Sun Mountain. If he relied on teleportation to travel, even an eternal stage figure would need to travel for about 3 days. However, Lin Sun had already learned that there was an ancient teleportation formation in the vast Sun God Mountain that could reach the territory of the Eternal God Clan in the shortest time possible. Before leaving, Lin Sun came to the gate of the vast Sun God Mountain. Look, the Eternal God Clan's Yang Clan is in trouble. Under the night sky, Lin Sun raised his hand and Qing Qianshua's figure appeared out of thin air. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Qing Qianshua was stunned. Trouble? This is the vast Sun God Mountain, but I will refine it and take it away later. Lin Sun explained seriously. In other words, in the future, there will be no vast Sun God Mountain and the Eternal God Clan's Yang Clan in the 9th heaven. Qing Qianshua's eyes widened. She was stunned and couldn't believe what she had heard. After a long time, she said in a trembling voice, Is this true? To her, today was simply like a dream. First, she met Lin Sun in the deepest part of the mine, and then she saw the powerhouses of the Eternal God Clan's Yang Clan guarding the star-forbidden mountain get annihilated. Until this night, when she looked at the vast Sun God Mountain in front of her and heard Lin Sun talk about the Eternal God Clan's Yang Clan's disaster, how could she accept it in a short time? She couldn't even believe it. Lin Sun didn't explain anything. Even if Qing Qianshua couldn't believe it for now, she would gradually believe the truth in the future. His figure rose into the air and grabbed at the air. Whoosh! The divine order power covering the entire vast Sun God Mountain was collected. Then, Lin Sun took a deep breath and activated his cultivation with all his might. Eternal laws rushed out of his body like divine chains, like a huge net that covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire vast Sun God Mountain. The bright rain of light also illuminated the night. It was sacred and glorious. Just a moment later, boom, the world shook, and the entire vast Sun God Mountain shook violently. Then, it was uprooted from the ground and slowly flew into the air. Qing Qianshua suddenly looked up. In her field of vision, she saw Lin Sun's tall figure like a supreme god, shining brightly. As he formed a seal with both hands, the huge vast Sun God Mountain that was as large as a continent began to shrink. In just a few breaths, it became the size of a fist and fell into Lin Sun's palm. This scene deeply shocked Xianxia, and it became a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. At the same time, Lin Sun looked around and suddenly said, "From today onwards, the eternal god Xianxia clan will no longer exist in this world." His voice was like a ripple that swept towards the surroundings, and it stretched towards the boundless horizon. All along the way, it alarmed countless living beings that resided in this boundless territory. When she saw this scene, Xianxia finally believed that the eternal god Xianxia clan had most likely met with disaster. She couldn't help but burst into tears. Thinking of her father who was killed and those clansmen who were captured and sent to the Forbidden Star Mountain to work as miners, her delicate body trembled with excitement. "Little girl, I'm leaving. Don't tell anyone that you and I know each other in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will bring you a fatal disaster. Remember this." In the void, Lin Sun put away the vast sun god mountain and said with a smile, "Senior, will I be able to see you in the future?" Xianxia looked up and asked. "Let fate decide." Lin Sun smiled and walked in the air, disappearing into the boundless night. "Senior, you must take care." Xianxia looked at the place where Lin Sun disappeared and murmured. Many years later, when Xianxia, who had attained the eternal Tao, thought of what she saw today, and thought of the supreme magic that Lin Sun inadvertently displayed, there was an uncontrollable feeling of admiration in her heart. This night, the boundless territory controlled by the eternal god Xianxia clan was in turmoil, and countless forces were alarmed. The eternal god Xianxia clan had been erased from the world. For a time, countless forces took action and rushed towards the vast sun god mountain. Then, they saw an unbelievable scene. The vast land was empty, and there was no trace of the vast sun god mountain. How, after the battle during the day ended, the vast sun god mountain was still there, and the vast sun order was still there. How could it suddenly disappear? Countless people were dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. Has the eternal god Xianxia clan really been uprooted? Many people trembled and were shocked out of their wits. They couldn't believe this was true. After all, the eternal god clans might have been deeply engraved in the hearts of all living beings over the countless years. No one would believe that such a colossus would actually fall in a single night. This was too unbelievable, and when these news were reported back to the various forces in the boundless territory, it was like a storm had been set off. "Quick, send the news that the eternal god Xianxia clan is in trouble." Some people were so excited that they were about to go crazy. Heavens, is the world going to change? That's the eternal god clan. They are said to be eternal and unshakable. How could they? Some people were in a daze, unable to imagine how such a thing could happen. Who on earth did it? Some people's hearts were palpitating. They couldn't guess who in the world could have destroyed the eternal god Xianxia clan in a single night. Ha 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 ha, the Yang clan's retribution has finally come. Everyone, it's time for revenge. Some people were overjoyed. On this night, the boundless territory controlled by the eternal god Xianxia clan was completely in turmoil and uproar. Who knew how many undercurrents were surging under the night sky? It could be foreseen that as the news of the eternal god Xianxia clan's destruction spread, countless storms would be stirred up, and the lives of the Yang clan scattered in different places were destined to be difficult. Of course, this kind of turmoil was just the beginning. The destruction of an eternal god Xianxia clan would definitely not just affect one area, but the entire ninth heaven, and even the entire eternal world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this a change in the world. And on the night when the news began to spread, Lin Sun had already left through the ancient teleportation array and embarked on his journey to the eternal god clan's Ji clan. Children, if you have a monthly ticket, don't forget to vote for it. I will continue to add updates tonight. The Surging Dawn Domain. A vast territory controlled by the eternal divine clan's Ji clan. The divine mountain of beginning, where the Ji clan resided, was located in the Surging Dawn Domain. Flying Cloud City. One of the thousands of large ancient cities in the Surging Dawn Domain. The teleportation formation at the center of the city rippled, and Lin Sun's tall figure walked out. He raised his eyes to look around, and he saw the intersecting streets and alleys in the city were bustling like water. Figures bustled about everywhere, and it seemed to be extremely bustling. Lin Sun's aura was restrained, so he didn't attract much attention. With my speed, I'll be able to arrive at the divine mountain of beginnings where the Ji clan resides in less than half a day from soaring Cloud City. Lin Sun strolled leisurely down the street, his mind whirling with information regarding the eternal god Ji family. As one of the 12 eternal divine clans, the Ji clan had 3 law-transcending eternal realm cultivators. They were Ji Xiaoyun, Ji He, and Ji Beifeng. They lived in seclusion at the divine mountain of beginning and rarely showed themselves. The Ji clan's patriarch was Ji Wangtu. He had a calm temperament and was a great strategist. He was also Ji Shi and Ji Shanhai's father. Apart from that, the Ji clan also had many immortal figures. In terms of foundation and power, they could be ranked in the top 5 of the 12 eternal divine clans. The Yang clan's foundation was slightly inferior to the Ji clan's. However, in Lin Sun's eyes, the Yang clan, the Ji clan, and the other eternal divine clans weren't much of a threat. I wonder how she is now. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of Xi's peerless and graceful figure. He remembered how he'd met Xi when he was young and how they'd parted in the Kunlun ruins. In those years, she'd been like his guide, giving him pointers and shielding him from the wind and rain. Just thinking about it made Lin Sun feel incomparably comfortable and warm. At that time, he'd wandered the world alone and experienced bloodshed. Fortunately, she had accompanied him all the way, so he'd never felt lonely. Later, in the Kunlun ruins, Xi, who'd set foot on the path of immortality, had been taken away by the clan's general, Jun Fenglai. Lin Sun hadn't seen Xi since then. From then on, Lin Sun would often think of Xi. It was only when he met Ji Shanhai in the 10 Devilish territory that he finally learned of Xi's origins. He finally knew that such a peerless woman, who was once famous in the 9th heaven, had such a tortuous and bumpy life. A very long time ago, Xi's talent, foundation, elegance, and appearance were all the best among her peers in the Ji clan. She was regarded as the most qualified woman to inherit the position of clan leader. Her name resounded throughout the 9th heaven, but perhaps it was because she was too dazzling that she had to suffer a lot. The root of the problem was the marriage proposals from the other eternal god clans. At that time, countless divine princes hoped to marry Xi into their clan. In order to fight for Xi's hand, the great figures of the eternal god clans did not hesitate to show up in person and fight fiercely with each other. This incident also caused a sensation in the 9th heaven, and everyone in the world knew about it. But no one knew that it was also because of this that a serious disagreement arose within the Ji clan. Some people hoped that she would marry someone from the Eternal God clan and further consolidate the status of the Ji clan. Some people were unwilling to do so and accused the elders who wanted her to marry someone from the Eternal God clan. They wanted to kick her out of the clan so that others could have the opportunity to seize the position of the clan leader. There were even conflicts between the clansmen who wanted her to marry someone else. Some hoped that she would marry into the Eternal Yi clan, some hoped that she would marry into the Zhu clan, and some hoped that she would marry into the Taihao clan. Because of this, they argued fiercely with each other. The saddest thing was that no one had ever asked Xi what she thought from the beginning. Everyone had been thinking for her own good, and planning for her, forcing their own thoughts and wills on her. If these things didn't happen, she would still be the most dazzling star of the Ji clan, the pride of the entire clan. But after these things happened, she became nothing more than a chess piece in the eyes of others. For the so-called overall situation of the clan and the interests of the clan, she could only be manipulated. Later, she left the clan alone. But because of her departure, the entire clan was enraged. From then on, her name became a taboo in the Ji clan. These things were told to Lin Sun by Ji Shanhai. Lin Sun felt incomparable anger when he thought about it. How dazzling was she at that time, but it was such a peerless woman who became a chess piece in a storm. Her life was out of her control and she was at the mercy of others. How disappointed must she have been to leave the clan so resolutely. Sadly, her departure was met with the angry accusations of her clansmen, as well as their disappointment in her. How ridiculous was this? Countless years had passed, but her name was still a taboo in the Ji clan. Very few people talked about it, and many old antiques even took it to heart. This time, I must avenge you. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling emotions in his heart. Back then, he had promised Ji Shanhai that he would set foot in the 9th heaven one day and rescue Xi from her confinement. And now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, a burst of discussion caught Lin Sun's attention and woke him up from his contemplation. Tomorrow, the Taihao clan's wedding team will arrive at the sacred mountain of origin. It is said that the leader this time is an eternal realm ancestor of the Taihao clan. I also heard that a few days ago, the Ji clan sent out invitations and arranged for this marriage. It can be foreseen that the relationship between the Ji clan and the Taihao clan will be further improved from now on. Speaking of which, goddess Ji, she was famous in the ninth heaven. She was known as the first goddess among the 12 eternal god clans. Her appearance and talent are unparalleled. Now, she is already a peerless existence on the immortal way. Taihao Ji is not inferior. He is the first god of the Taihao clan. His talent is heaven-defying. Now, he is already a transcendent realm great perfection on the immortal way. Sooner or later, he will take over the authority of the Taihao clan. After listening, a cold light appeared in the depths of Lin Sun's eyes. Marriage? He suddenly recalled that Ji Xianxia had said all those years ago that unless she agreed to form a marriage alliance with the Taihao clan's Taihao Ji, he would be grounded for eternity. But now, this marriage seemed to have taken place. Tomorrow, the wedding team of the Taihao clan would arrive at the sacred mountain of origin. If she is willing to marry she, I can't do it. But if not, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Sun's black eyes became colder. The abyssal sword cauldron in his body also sensed his killing intent and jumped with it. As for the truth, he would know it by going to see she in person. Thinking of this, Lin Sun no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and disappeared from the city. He moved through the void and flew towards the sacred mountain of origin. Along the way, Lin Sun saw many figures of practitioners. They were in groups and obviously came from different forces. But their goal was the same, which was to fly towards the sacred mountain of origin. Listening to their conversation, they were all going to visit and congratulate the Eternal God clan. The marriage between the Ji clan and the Taihao clan is really a great force. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Unfortunately, I'm here this time, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. He moved with all his strength. Like a flash of light, he disappeared without a trace. The journey that should have taken half a day took only 4 hours. Soon, the sacred mountain of origin came into Lin Sun's sight. The mountain covered an area of 30,000 square miles. The sky was enshrouded in chaotic purple chi, and the whole mountain was bathed in the auspicious light. When Lin Sun arrived, many figures had already gathered in the area near the mountain gate, and the gate was as crowded as a marketplace. Men, women, young and old, all of them were dignified and dressed in gorgeous clothes. Obviously, they had powerful backgrounds. But when they entered the mountain gate, they all respectfully presented their invitations. No one dared to act recklessly. Tomorrow was the day of the Ji clan celebration. There was an endless stream of guests coming to congratulate them. There were always strong figures coming from all directions. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Ji clan was as an eternal god clan. However, only strong people with invitations could bring their relatives and friends into the sacred mountain of origin. Otherwise, they would be blocked by the divine level order that covered the sacred mountain of origin. Lin Sun frowned slightly. Forget it. I'd better inquire about she's whereabouts first, and then make a decision. Lin Sun secretly took a deep breath and restrained his intention to directly kill his way in. Taoism pure, please wait. Seeing a figure in the distance, Lin Sun's expression didn't change. He went straight forward. It was an old man with flowing beard and hair. He had the cultivation of the Nirvana realm. In the ninth heaven, he could be regarded as a top figure. Seeing Lin Sun blocking his way, the old man couldn't help but frown. Young man, why are you blocking my way? Lin Sun slightly cupped his hands. I want to ask you to take me into the Ji clan. The old man's eyes revealed a look of disdain. So you don't have an invitation, yet you still want to sneak into the Ji clan's wedding banquet. Young man, this invitation isn't something that just anyone can get. This old man has spent nearly 9,000 years before he finally managed to forge a relationship with the Ji clan. Only now can I openly enter their door. Who do you think you are to sneak in? His words were arrogant and disdainful. He was not polite at all. After that, the old man was about to move forward. Lin Sun pressed his shoulder and said with a smile, since I still need to borrow your invitation, I won't care about the disrespect in your words. Now, you lead the way. Let's go. At this moment, the old man with the cultivation of the Nirvana realm was covered in cold sweat. His face was ashen, and he no longer had the arrogance and disdain before. Lin Sun's hand on his shoulder seemed to be casual, but it imprisoned his cultivation. It was like a sword to his throat. It seemed that if he resisted, he would be killed on the spot in an instant. He couldn't care less about wiping the cold sweat that was dripping down his forehead. His voice was trembling as he said, "I'm sorry." He said in a trembling voice, "Say. Senior, this is the territory of the Ji clan. If you make trouble here, I'm afraid the consequences will be very serious." More updates. The Ji clan is an eternal god clan that has existed in the ninth heaven since ancient times. No one is stupid enough to cause trouble in front of the Ji clan, because it is no different from courting death. The old man thought so, that's why he carefully reminded Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun smiled and said, "If anything happens, I will take responsibility, but if you make any trouble, I will say that we are in cahoots." The old man's face turned green. What kind of world is this? How can people slander people like this? Don't worry, as long as we enter the mountain gate, I will let you go, and I promise that no matter what happens, you will not be implicated. Lin Sun said casually, "However, if you choose to leak the news to the Ji clan, absolutely not." Before he finished speaking, the old man patted his chest and promised. What a joke, he was the one who brought Lin Sun in. If someone saw through him, he would not be able to get away with it. This is called yellow mud falling on the crotch. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit. Let's go. Lin Sun put down his hand and walked side by side with the old man towards the gate of the divine mountain of origin. Along the way, the old man looked extremely honest. He was a Nirvana god, but he was subdued before he could react. This made him very clear that once he made the slightest move, he was destined to be the first to suffer. Soon, the two arrived in front of the mountain gate, and as the old man showed them the invitation, they walked in smoothly. Behind the mountain gate, there was a world that could be called the world's top secret realm. It was extremely vast, and there were mountains filled with chaotic energy everywhere. "Senior, do you need to lead the way?" A young servant walked forward and asked in a humble manner. The old man shook his head and refused, then walked away with Lin Sun until there was no one around. The old man couldn't help but ask, "Taoism Peer, may I ask why you are here?" Lin Sun patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's better not to know." The old man's expression changed slightly as if he had realized something. After a long silence, he said, "Fellow Taoist, although we met by chance, I still have to remind you that this is the divine mountain of beginnings, the territory of the eternal god clan's Ji clan. Even if an eternal realm expert comes here, he has to keep his head down. You must not do anything inappropriate." Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "You are worried that I will implicate you. After all, many people saw you come in with me." An awkward expression flashed across the old man's face before he solemnly said, "I'm only thinking for your sake. Whether you listen or not is up to you." Lin Sun said with a smile, "You are a smart man, and I'm sure you won't do anything stupid. Well, let's say goodbye." As he spoke, he strode forward. "That's true. This is the headquarters of the eternal god's Ji clan. Who would dare cause trouble here?" The old man muttered in his heart as if he was consoling himself. But when he thought of Lin Sun's calm look, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He had a feeling that something was going to happen today. Today, the Ji clan was exceedingly bustling with noise and excitement. The guests that had come to congratulate were like tidewater that arrived wave after wave, and they presented a variety of congratulatory gifts that were meticulously prepared. All along the way, Lin Sun walked forward with his hands behind his back, and he didn't draw much attention because there were truly too many guests that had come to visit the Ji clan today. There was utterly no need for Lin Sun to inquire about it. From the conversations between the guests and the clansmen of the Ji clan, Lin Sun found out that Ji Shi, the bride that was going to marry into the Tai Hao clan tomorrow, was currently residing on Bamboo Peak. Bamboo Peak was very easy to find. However, it had already been transformed into a restricted area, and outsiders were prohibited from approaching it. This naturally wasn't a problem for Lin Sun. As he moved forward, the guards that guarded the vicinity of Bamboo Peak didn't notice his aura at all. Is this Bamboo Peak? Lin Sun arrived before a quiet and secluded peak that was enshrouded in spiritual energy. When he raised his eyes, he saw numerous red lanterns that glowed brilliantly from the top of the peak all the way to the bottom of the mountain, and it was fiery red and festive. Lin Sun walked up the stairs and saw many servants and manservants all along the way, but none of them noticed Lin Sun's tracks. In next to no time, he arrived halfway up the mountain. There was an antique pavilion here, and there weren't any guards in the surroundings. It made sense. This was the core area of the Ji clan, and it was covered by the divine level order, so there was utterly no need for anyone to guard it. Lin Sun took a deep breath before he walked towards the pavilion. At this moment, within the pavilion, a red carpet covered the ground, an incense burner curled up, and a variety of festive decorations filled the air. A graceful figure sat upright before a bronze mirror, and the reflection of the bronze mirror revealed an extremely beautiful and elegant face. Her beautiful eyes were like stars, the bridge of her nose was high, and her rosy lips were slightly puckered. Her fine black hair flowed down like a waterfall to her slender waist. She just sat there silently like that, yet she revealed a type of beauty that was capable of stunning all living beings. However, a wisp of coldness that couldn't be eliminated lingered between her brows. "Elder sister, have you really made up your mind?" Xianxia, who sat on a round stool at the side, couldn't help but ask. She wore a plain wide-sleeved dress that was clear like jade and tranquil like an orchid. In terms of elegance, she had her own merits when compared to her elder sister. Yes. She gazed at herself in the bronze mirror with a calm expression, and her eyes that were cold like ice seemed to be without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Xianxia gritted her teeth and stood up before she said, "Elder sister, why don't I ask the old ancestor Ji He to let me marry the Taihao clan on your behalf?" She was stunned, and then she said, "They came for me. Don't do anything stupid. Not to mention, only if I agree to this marriage will I be able to protect father's position as patriarch." Xianxia's beautiful face flickered indeterminately, and her heart was filled with sorrow and desolation. She said, "Since when does the position of patriarch have to be traded for your marriage? Those old fellows are simply going too far." She said in a light voice, "In their eyes, the interests of the clan surpass everything else. Now, they're only sacrificing me to form a marriage relationship with the Taihao clan, so they're naturally willing to do it. Of course, in their eyes, I should be grateful to them. After all, it's a great honor to marry me to the young patriarch of the Taihao clan." Her voice carried a cold and mocking tone. "Why? Why has it become like this?" Xianxia muttered. She was unable to see her older sister get married just like this because it was simply no different than ruining her older sister's entire life. This matter should have occurred a very long time ago. However, it was delayed until now because I arbitrarily left the clan all those years ago. Xi's expression was too calm, and it seemed as if she was speaking about something that wasn't related to her at all. Moreover, because father sent me off in secret all those years ago, I've always suffered the criticism and prejudice of those seniors in the clan throughout the countless years of the past. If I refuse again this time, then it wouldn't be as simple as being confined for my entire lifetime, and it would even cause father to lose his position as patriarch. Once father loses power, then our situation in the clan is bound to become even more unbearable. As a daughter, if I'm able to help, then how could I possibly allow all of this to happen?" As she finished speaking, she sighed with disappointment and frustration. "Sometimes, when I think about it, being born in the Eternal God clan is boundless in the eyes of outsiders, yet to us, it's extremely unfortunate. No matter how extraordinary our natural talent is, and even if we've stepped foot onto the Eternal Tao, we're bound to be pawns that are at the mercy of others when it comes to the interests of the clan." "Sister," Xianxia's heart ached, and an indescribable sorrow surged through her entire body. She got up and gently hugged her sister, Xianxia. She patted her back and said gently, "All right, don't think too much about it. Everything has already happened. After I get married tomorrow, your and father's positions in the clan will be stabilized. You must cultivate well. There's still a long way to go." At that moment, there was suddenly a soft knock on the door. She and Xianxia were stunned. They looked at each other and wondered who would come to pay a visit at this time. She sat straight in front of the bronze mirror, while Ji Shanhai walked towards the door. Didn't I say that you can't come if there's nothing? Eh? Ji Shanhai said as she opened the door. When she saw the figure outside, she was immediately stunned. Her beautiful eyes, which were like limpid autumn waters, widened and were filled with astonishment and disbelief. This abnormal scene caused she, who was not far away, to turn his head to look. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Miss Shanhai, how long has it been since we last met? Don't you remember me? Closely following that, Lin Sun's tall figure walked in. Ji Shanhai said in a daze, You. Why are you here? That's not right. How did you come in? This is Wenju Peak, the core of my clan. You. She could not even speak fluently. Lin Sun's sudden appearance was too unexpected for her. She did not dare to believe it. At the same time, she also stood up quietly. A dazed look appeared in his cold eyes. So, it's this brat. After so many years, Lin Sun still looked the same as before. However, his temperament was completely different. He was calm and indifferent like a lonely mountain. Every move he made exuded a formless might. This was a temperament that could only be obtained after being tempered by the vicissitudes of life. One could imagine that he must have experienced many things over the years. At the same time, Lin Sun was also stunned. She was dressed in a fiery red phoenix coronet and robe. Her skin was as fair as snow, which made her look even more dignified and beautiful. Lin Sun had never seen her in such an attire before, which was why she seemed particularly soul-stirring at this moment. However, Lin Sun felt a dull pain in his heart. What she was wearing was a wedding dress. Senior, long time no see. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. Then, he cupped his hands and greeted she. Just like when he was young, the dazed look in Shi's eyes disappeared. She became calm and said, Shanhai, close the door. Ji Shanhai seemed to have woken up from a dream. He quickly went forward and closed the door. Then, he walked forward and looked Lin Sun up and down. Brother Lin, it's really you. It was only at this moment that she dared to believe everything. Then, her eyes lit up and she said with a slightly excited tone, Are you here to save my sister? Lin Sun nodded seriously, That's right. However, there was no trace of joy on Shi's beautiful face. She stared at Lin Sun and pondered for a moment before saying softly, Today is different from the past. The matters of the Ji clan are not what you understand. You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Serial number, www.zulihao.org. Computer access address, mobile phone access address, otherwise, even I can't protect you. Hearing this, Lin Sun felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. She was already in an unbearable predicament, yet she was still reminding and worrying about his safety. However, he was no longer the boy who needed her protection. Now, it was time for him to do something for her. Lin Sun, sit first. Shanhai, pour tea. She said softly. Ji Shanhai started to get busy. After Lin Sun sat down, he calmed down and said, Senior, I've heard the conversation between you and Miss Shanhai outside the pavilion. Allow me to say something shameless. This time, I'm here to avenge you. If you don't want to stay in Ji's family any longer, I can take you away immediately. His voice was calm and firm. Ji Shanhai, who was pouring tea, trembled and said happily, Brother Lin, are you serious? Lin Sun said, I don't think I'm joking. She also saw that Lin Sun was serious, and her heart was touched. Her clansmen kept saying that they were thinking for her, but they had never really cared about her feelings. But Lin Sun was different. This young man who she watched rise to the top obviously took a great risk to come to the ninth heaven to help her vent her anger, and even to take her away. How could she not be touched by this kind of intention? However, when she thought of the situation of the clan, she felt a chill in her heart and said, Over the years, I have also heard some things about you. I know that you are now a pavilion master in the ancestral court of Yuan School, and your name is well known in the nine heavens. As long as you continue to walk step by step, there will be a day when you will dominate the world. Under such circumstances, don't get involved in the muddy water of my Ji clan. Lin Sun was touched and amused by her words. Obviously, she didn't believe that he had the ability to take her away. Ji Shanhai couldn't help but say, "Sister, let me ask Brother Lin something first." With that, she looked at Lin's son with her beautiful eyes and said, "Brother Lin, you must have confidence in coming this time, right?" Lin's son nodded, "Of course." "Then what's your cultivation level now?" Ji Shanhai asked. Lin's son didn't hide it, the late stage of transgression. Ji Shanhai almost spilled the tea in his hand as he exclaimed, "Late transcendent realm?" It had only been less than 100 years since they parted ways in the 10 devil realms. Lin's son had already reached the eternal realm, furthermore, he was in the late-stage transcendent state. This made Ji Shanhai unable to remain calm. She, who was at the side, was also stunned. Her clear eyes stared at Lin's son as if she was getting to know him all over again. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said, "Even if you have set foot on the eternal path, you can't. This is the 9th heaven, the world of the eternal God clan. Let alone you, even if you have a few more eternal realm helpers, you won't be able to interfere in the affairs between the Ji clan and the Taihao clan." In the end, Lin's son couldn't help but say, "Senior, I don't even care about the other eternal gods, much less the Ji clan." If it were others, they would have thought Lin's son was arrogant. Of course, although she and Ji Shanhai knew very well that Lin's son was not a boastful person, they still found it funny when they heard his words. This guy actually didn't care about the Eternal God clan after stepping into the Eternal Realm. It seemed that he still didn't know how strong the Eternal God clan was. At this moment, a voice came from outside the room. "Who dares to clamor here? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" The door was pushed open, and a group of people walked in. They were led by a middle-aged man in a black robe with a white jade belt around his waist. He was tall and dignified, walking like a dragon or a tiger. Behind him was a group of men and women. The person who spoke was a pretty woman amongst them. She had a hot figure and curvaceous figure, yet her expression was cold and arrogant to the extreme. She and Ji Shanhai stood up and greeted, "Second uncle." At the same time, Ji Shanhai's voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears, "This is my uncle Ji Moliai, and those are my uncle's children." Lin Sun's expression didn't change. He didn't care about these relationships. In the entire Ji clan, he only cared about she and Ji Shanhai. He didn't care about the names, identities, and status of others. But obviously, Lin's son had become the focus of everyone's attention. As soon as Ji Moliai and the others came in, they noticed this stranger. The beautiful woman who spoke before stared at Lin's son with sharp eyes. "Who are you? How did you sneak in? Don't you know this is our clan's forbidden area?" "Ji Chao, how can you say that? He's my friend. He's also here to attend my sister's wedding," Ji Shanhai said unhappily. The beautiful woman called Ji Chao snorted coldly. "Cousin Shanhai, this is Sister Shi's boudoir. How can you let a man in before she gets married? If news of this were to spread and the Taihao clan finds out about it, then can you bear the consequences?" Ji Shanhai was annoyed. Just as he was about to say something, she stopped him. "All right, we're all family. Don't quarrel." Then, she looked at Ji Moliai and said, "Second uncle, why are you here?" Ji Moliai had been looking Lin's son up and down. When he heard this, he said indifferently, "Shanhai, ask your friend to leave first." Ji Shanhai couldn't help but look at she. She nodded. Lin's son suddenly said, "Miss Shanhai, have you and your sister been wronged by these people all these years?" His words caused everyone present to look askance at him. "What do you mean?" Ji Chao's eyes turned cold and aggressive. "Cousin Shanhai, this friend of yours didn't take the eternal gods seriously before, and now he's trying to cause trouble here. Isn't he being a little too arrogant?" The other men and women also looked at her coldly. This was the Ji clan, this was their territory, a stranger of unknown origin dared to make trouble. Here. He was courting death, even Ji Moliai couldn't help but frown. "Tomorrow is Shier's wedding day. I don't want to cause trouble. Shanhai, if you don't want your friend to suffer, you'd better disappear with him now. Remember, I don't want to see him again." His eyes were cold and indifferent, as well as a kind of disdain from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for she and Ji Shanhai, he wouldn't have bothered to say a word to this young man who had come out of nowhere. He would have ordered his retainers to kill him directly. Ji Shanhai hurriedly said to Lin's son, "Let's leave first." Lin's son shook his head. "You can leave if you want. I'll help you vent your anger first, and then I'll take you away with me. What? Lin Sun's words caused an uproar. Ji Qiao even laughed mockingly. He really is a reckless fool. Cousin Xianxia, where did you get this friend? He's simply. She wanted to say more. Slap, an invisible slap landed on her pretty face. She knelt on the ground with a thud, blood spurting from her nose and mouth. Her hair was disheveled, and she was in a sorry state. You'll suffer if you speak too viciously. This is what they call a loose tongue, Lin Sun said softly. He actually dared to hurt someone. Those men and women were all stunned. No matter how they racked their brains, they didn't dare believe that someone had actually fiercely slapped their clansman in the Ji clan's territory in front of all of them. This was completely beyond their expectations. They had seen people courting death, but they had never seen someone courting death like this. Ji Moliai couldn't help but get angry. His face darkened. Ji Xianxia cursed inwardly. Even she didn't expect that Lin Sun would make a move without any warning. She was just about to dissuade him when Ji Moliai said coldly, "Don't stop him. If this man doesn't die today, how will the Ji clan have any face left?" As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward and pressed his palm towards Lin Sun's head. Boom, the power that belonged to the great perfection realm spread with this palm. It was extremely powerful. However, Lin Sun stood still. His palm stopped 1 foot in front of him. No matter how hard Ji Moliai tried, he couldn't move an inch further. His face changed instantly. Bang, the next moment, a terrifying pressure surged. Ji Moliai's vision darkened, and he knelt on the ground. His body was imprisoned, and he couldn't even lift his head. From beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't make a move at all. Seeing this scene, the other men and women were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that their scalps were numb. They couldn't believe it. A guy who came out of nowhere not only dared to beat people in their territory, but also forced their father to kneel. This was a great humiliation. You, a young man in a splendid robe pointed at Lin Sun fiercely, but he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Coward. Lin Sun's lips spat out 2 words, full of disdain. Along with the voice, these men and women also knelt on the ground in a dense row. This scene caused Xi and Ji Xianxia to be extremely stunned. Even they didn't expect that Lin Sun would make a move so quickly and neatly. It simply caught them off guard. When they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Someone come quickly. Someone is committing murder in our Ji clan. Ji Qiao, who knelt on the ground, screamed. Lin Sun laughed, this attic has already been covered by my power. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. His words made Ji Qiao's voice stop abruptly. She said angrily, who the hell are you? What are you doing in my Ji clan? Cousin Xianxia, he is your friend. Are you colluding with outsiders to harm us? Do you know that this is a crime of betraying the clan? The woman was too noisy. With a flick of Lin's finger, she rolled her eyes and fainted straight away. Suddenly, the room became much quieter. Lin Sun, you've caused a big disaster this time. She sighed softly, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. She was also confused at this moment, not knowing what to do. Things had already happened, and she couldn't change it even if she wanted to. Even if she could protect Lin Sun now, in the 9th heaven, with the power of the Ji clan, how could she let Lin Sun leave alive? Lin Sun said disapprovingly, Senior, don't worry. You just need to tell me who has bullied you all these years. I'll take care of the rest. After a pause, a cold light flashed in his black eyes, and he said, of course, it doesn't matter if it's hard for you to tell me. I'll search the souls of these guys one by one. I'll always know who has wronged you all these years. These words made she startled for a while. After not seeing him for so many years, this kid has become more and more overbearing. Children, do you have monthly tickets? Goldfish wants to add more chapters tonight. Ji Xianxia could not help but take another look at Lin Sun. She thought to herself, my sister was right about him. Who else in the world could be like him, risking everything to save my sister? She was a descendant of the eternal gods, so she naturally knew how powerful the eternal gods were. To the billions of people in the eternal world, they were a colossus that they could only look up to. Even an eternal realm cultivator would have to lower his head, but Lin Sun was different. He did not care about these things at all, as if he had already cast life and death aside. She thought for a moment and said, Lin Sun, this is no longer just a matter of the Ji clan. It also involves the Taihao clan. Their wedding procession will arrive tomorrow. At this critical juncture, the entire Ji clan will not tolerate any accidents. She looked at Lin Sun and was about to continue speaking when Lin Sun smiled bitterly and said, Senior, if you continue to dissuade me from getting involved, then I'll do as I please. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. She was clearly worried that he would be implicated and be killed. But, why would he care about this? As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. He was about to search Ji Moliai's soul. The latter had not said a word since he was forced to kneel on the ground, but he seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. He suddenly said, Lin Sun. I know who you are. He raised his head with difficulty, and his expression was livid and murderous. But I have to tell you that even if you are the pavilion master of the Yuan sect, you will not escape death in the Ji clan's territory. A hint of disdain appeared in Lin Sun's eyes. This old bastard clearly did not know his situation. He was about to make a move, but he stopped himself. Because someone else had come. Father is here to see you. A hoarse voice filled with exhaustion came from outside the room. Father, Ji Xianxia and Ji Shi looked at each other and could not help but feel at a loss. If their father saw the scene in the room at this time, but before they could react, the door was pushed open and a group of people walked in. The leader was a tall and thin middle-aged man. There was a hint of exhaustion between his brows that could not be concealed. This person was the patriarch of the Ji clan, Ji Wantu. When he saw the scene in the room clearly, Ji Wantu's pupils constricted abruptly, and the exhaustion between his brows was completely wiped away and replaced by a wisp of a cold and fierce expression. He glanced at Ji Moliai and the others on the ground, then at Shi and Ji Xianxia. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Sun. What's going on? At this moment, Ji Wantu displayed the calmness that a clan leader should have, not panicking in the face of shock. However, the group of people who came with him could not remain calm. Their expressions changed drastically as they shouted, Ji Shi, are you going back on your word? You've already made a move against Second Elder and the others? Are you two sisters planning to betray the clan? These people were the upper echelons of the Ji clan, and their seniority was on par with the clan head, Ji Wantu. They were Shi and Ji Xianxia's uncles. At this moment, they were both enraged, and their faces were dark. There were even people who directly went forward to help Ji Moliai and the others up. However, the awkward thing was that no matter how much force that person used, Ji Moliai and the others' figures did not move at all, maintaining their kneeling posture. This scene caused everyone to be even more shocked and furious. What's going on? Ji Wantu asked in a deep voice. Bang, the door was suddenly closed. Then, Lin Sun said indifferently, I'm Lin Sun. I've come to take Shi and Miss Xianxia away. These kneeling people spoke rudely to me and even tried to obstruct me. I can only punish them. His words were calm and casual, but everyone was shocked. Lin Sun, this name had long spread throughout the heavens. How could the Ji clan not know? However, no one expected Lin Sun to appear in the core of the Ji clan. This was too surprising. For a moment, everyone was shocked and bewildered. This is the Ji clan's forbidden area. How did you enter? Someone said angrily. Lin Sun could not help but laugh. This place is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Of course I walked in. Lin Sun, I think you're tired of living. Someone said with a gloomy expression. However, halfway through his words, he was suppressed to the ground. His body twitched, and no matter how he struggled, he could not even make a sound. This scene shocked Ji Wantu and the others to the point their expressions changed greatly. Because Lin Sun hadn't even made a move before he'd been directly suppressed. If you have something to say, then say it properly. Otherwise, kneel on the ground and listen obediently. Lin Sun said indifferently. Everyone was extremely shocked and furious. It was the first time they had experienced such humiliation when they were threatened in their own territory. She could not help but sigh when she saw the scene. However, a hint of determination appeared in her clear eyes. She glanced at everyone and said, Father, uncles, Lin Sun came to save me. Father, uncles, Lin Sun came to save me. I hope you don't care about what happened today. Otherwise, I don't mind refusing this marriage in front of everyone when the wedding procession of Taihao clan arrives tomorrow. At that time, the entire Ji clan will be disgraced. Her voice was cold and powerful. Ji Wangtu's gaze was complicated. His expression was filled with indescribable guilt and sadness. He knew that the reason his daughter had agreed to the marriage was to protect his position as the clan leader. How could he blame her for acting recklessly at this moment? However, the people around Ji Wangtu could not remain calm. All of them were shocked and furious. "Shi-er, do you know how serious the consequences will be if you do this?" Someone said with a gloomy expression. "Shi-er, don't do anything foolish. You have to think twice whether it's for yourself or for your father," someone said anxiously. "Shi-er," these uncles of She spoke one after another. Some were threatening, some were cold, and some were anxious and worried. Everyone's expression and attitude were different. Lin Sun had a panoramic view of all of this, and he'd roughly determined exactly who was good for Shi and who was playing the role of the villain. Finally, Ji Wangtu said, "Shi-er, do you know why I've come to find you?" She was stunned and said in a low voice, "Father, please explain." Ji Wangtu took a deep breath and said, "I don't want the position of clan leader anymore." His words were earth-shattering. Everyone was stunned and revealed looks of disbelief. Even Shi and Ji Xianxia were stunned. "Father! You mustn't." She was agitated at this moment. Ji Wangtu waved his hand and said, "You don't have to persuade me. As a father, I can only let my daughter suffer so much in order to keep the position of clan leader. What use do I have for it? Father." Shi and Ji Xianxai's eyes turned red, and there were tears in their eyes. Ji Wangtu revealed an open-minded smile and said, "I've thought it through. Even if I'm seen as a sinner of the clan, even if I've completely offended the Taihao clan, I have to bear the responsibility as a father first. If I can't even protect my own daughter, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life." As he spoke, he seemed to relax as if he had removed the shackles on his body. His expression was resolute. "As for the position of clan leader, whoever wants it can have it. Even if I lose this great authority, I'll do my best to protect you and your sister. I won't let you suffer anymore." Although Shi's expression was calm, tears had already flowed out of her eyes. She had already given up and accepted her fate. Never had she imagined that Lin Sun would pay a visit on the day before she got married, and Lin Sun disregarded everything and intended to take her away from this abyss of suffering. Never had she imagined that even her father would rather give up the position of clan leader for the sake of not allowing her to suffer any more grievances. All of this caused her emotions to surge. It was like she was in an abyss of despair and had suddenly seen the bright and beautiful sunlight. Her heart surged with excitement, and she was unable to restrain herself. Ji Xianxia, on the other hand, was filled with joy and excitement. In her eyes, her father's image had suddenly become flesh and blood. He was no longer the aloof, unsmiling, and cold clan leader who seemed to have no human emotions. However, someone was extremely anxious and said, "Patriarch, if we do this, then our bloodline will definitely suffer a destructive blow. At that time, it wouldn't just be a matter of a few people who suffer grievances, it would be all of us. Yeah, if you give up the position of clan leader, then will probably be taken to be sinners and imprisoned, and will suffer unimaginable torture and humiliation." Some people tried to persuade Ji Wangtu. Ji Wangtu shook his head and said, "Everyone, don't worry. When I give up the position of clan leader, I will also make a request. I definitely won't implicate any of you." Clearly, he had already thought about this. The people's expressions were uncertain. Lin Sun was also very moved, and his impression of Ji Wangtu had changed greatly. Perhaps he had been incompetent as a father in the past, but it wasn't too late to rein in the horse before the precipice. At least at this moment, he could be Shi and Ji Xianxai's father. "Patriarch, let's not talk about this for now. How should we resolve the matter at hand?" Suddenly, someone's eyes turned cold. This Lin Sun is the common enemy of all the eternal god clans. Now that he has appeared here and suppressed our clansmen, if we let him leave alive, it was obvious that he harbored malicious intentions. Ji Wangtu frowned, clearly feeling that this was an extremely troublesome matter. Before he came, he had never imagined that Lin Sun would appear here, and from the looks of it, Lin Sun was going to take his daughters away, and had even suppressed Ji Moliai and the others. How could Ji Want not know that Lin Sun was completely on his daughter's side, and was even willing to disregard his own life for this? After all, this was the Ji clan's territory. In this world, who would dare to be like Lin Sun and risk everything to save Ji Wantu's daughters? At this moment, she and Ji Xianxia were also conflicted and helpless. If Lin Sun was someone else, he wouldn't be like this. But he was the head of Yuanqing Pavilion, the successor of the master of the square inch, and a thorn in the side of all the eternal god clans. Moreover, this was the core of the Ji clan. Under such circumstances, even if he wanted to save his life, it would be very difficult. In this heavy atmosphere, someone suddenly turned around and tried to rush out of the room. But with a bang, not only did the person fail to open the tightly shut door, but he was also shaken so much that he staggered and fell to the ground. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with mockery. He said, "Are you planning to leak the news and completely expose this matter to achieve your goal of killing me?" More updates. The one squatting on the ground was called Ji Xiaohua, a Nirvana realm existence. He and Ji Moliai were brothers, and according to seniority, he was Shi's uncle. Not being able to open the door and being forced to sit on the ground made Ji Xiaohua feel embarrassed. Hearing Lin Sun's undisguised sarcasm, Ji Xiaohua couldn't help but be furious. "Lin Sun, this is the Ji clan. Even if I don't say anything, do you think you can leave here alive?" He pointed at Lin Sun and scolded. As he spoke, he looked at Ji Wantu, Patriarch. "If you save this person, not only will you be deprived of the Patriarch's authority, but you will also be regarded as a traitor to the clan. At that time, you and your 2 daughters will be executed and become the sinners of the clan. Even if you die, you will still be criticized." These words were very impolite, causing Ji Wantu's expression to change slightly. "You talk too much." Lin Sun's black eyes were cold as he pressed his palm in the air. Bang! Ji Xiaohua was suppressed to the point of kneeling on the ground, and his aura collapsed. At the same time, his cultivation was completely destroyed. This scene shocked everyone present. They couldn't believe it. Ji Wantu's hands and feet were cold. What should he do? Should he treat Lin Sun as an enemy, or? He couldn't help but look at his daughter. She seemed to feel the struggle in Ji Wantu's heart. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Father, it has already happened, and it's hard to make up for it. Let's just leave the clan with Lin Sun." "Leave? Where else can we go in the 9th heaven? Not only the elders of the clan won't let us go, the Taihao clan won't let us go either." Ji Wantu let out a long sigh, and his expression was bleak. He had been in charge of the Ji clan for many years, and he had a decisive temperament. However, today's matter was completely beyond his ability. No matter what choice he made, he would have to pay a heavy price. It could be said that pulling one hair would affect the whole body. "Let's go to the Yuan sect," she said directly. At this moment, she recovered her majestic demeanor. Her beautiful eyes were cold and calm. "As long as we reach the Yuan sect, both our clan and the Taihao clan will be helpless." "Ridiculous. Don't forget that you're the fiancé of the Taihao clan's young patriarch, Taihaoji, so the entire clan will absolutely not allow you to leave." Ji Moliai, who was kneeling on the ground, said harshly, "Back then, with your father's help, you were able to escape once. How could the clan possibly let such a thing happen a second time?" These words made the hearts of Ji Wantu, Shi, and Ji Xianxia sink. This was the Ji clan's divine mountain of beginnings. Everywhere was covered under the divine order, and the eyes of the clan were everywhere. If these people wanted to leave, there was almost no hope. "Lin Sun, you really have a way to get us out of here?" She looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded, "Of course, but before I leave, I have to avenge you." This answer was undoubtedly very domineering. Shido could not help but be startled. He felt both moved and amused. Why is this brat still thinking about venting for me? Doesn't he know how serious the situation is? Ji Wantu also frowned. How can I trust you? Lin Sun felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he had an idea. He waved his sleeves, and with a bang, a figure fell to the ground. Everyone should recognize who this is, right? It was a middle-aged man with a jade-like face, but he was currently in a sorry state. His cultivation had been completely sealed, and he was unconscious. And the moment they saw this person, many people cried out involuntarily, "Old ancestor Dongya." How is this possible? Everyone present was shocked, and revealed looks of disbelief. Ji Dongya, a late-stage transcendent realm existence, and one of the eternal realm elders of the Ji clan. His seniority was frighteningly high, but now he was in a pitiful state. This old fellow ran to the primordial realm to act violently, and I subdued him. Lin Sun looked at Shi and said casually, "The reason why I did not kill him was because I was not sure of his relationship with you, senior." She was stunned, and his heart felt warm. Ji Wangtu said, "If we take old ancestor Dongya as a hostage, there is hope for us to leave the clan. But if we do that, it is equivalent to completely breaking off relations with the clan." Lin Sun also understood Ji Wangtu's feelings. At least for now, Ji Wangtu was still the clan leader of the Ji clan. He had too many things to consider, and the things he had to worry about had also increased. But Lin Sun knew that if he continued to delay like this, it would undoubtedly waste too much time. Thinking of this, he said directly, "Everyone, I am not thinking of using Ji Dongya's life as a hostage, but there is no need to do so." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a fist-sized divine mountain appeared. Does anyone recognize this mountain? At this time, Lin Sun could only take out some things to prove himself. Ji Wangtu's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "Vast Sun God Mountain." Everyone else was shocked as well. This was a blessed place of the eternal god clan Xiang clan. How did it fall into Lin Sun's hands? Yes, it is Vast Sun God Mountain, Lin Sun nodded. What did you do to the Yang clan? Ji Wangtu's breathing quickened. It was no wonder that he could not remain calm. Vast Sun God Mountain had fallen into Lin Sun's hands. This inevitably made people think of the eternal god clan Xiang clan. Everyone else was also shocked, and their hearts trembled. They had roughly guessed something, but they could not believe it at all. However, Lin Sun said casually, "The Yang clan saw me as an enemy, and they were uprooted 3 months ago. In other words, there may be remnants of the Yang clan in this world now, but the eternal god clan's Yang clan no longer exists." Boom, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. The eternal god clan's Yang clan was destroyed. At this moment, even the Ji clansmen who were kneeling on the ground were dumbfounded. "You did it all by yourself?" After a while, she couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun nodded and said with a bitter smile, "Senior, I have already said before that the eternal god clan in this world is no longer a threat to me, but you don't seem to truly believe me. I can only take out some facts to prove it." Shi's eyes became subtle, and he said, "To be honest, even now I dare not believe that the eternal god clan Jiang clan has been uprooted by you. Such a thing is too shocking. Let alone me, even if anyone in the 9th heaven knew about it, they would definitely find it hard to believe. After all, that is the eternal god clan. How could it be destroyed just like that?" Everyone deeply agreed with his words. Yes, the eternal god clan had existed since ancient times. When had they ever been shaken by anyone who would dare to believe that such a behemoth would suddenly collapse? Seeing this, Lin Sun only felt tired. Just as he was thinking about how to further prove all this, she smiled and said, "However, I believe that you can do it." Her starry eyes were bright, and there was an extraordinary splendor and shock in them. Strange, no wonder this kid was getting more and more overbearing. It turned out that he was fearless. That's enough. Lin Sun also smiled. At this moment, Ji Wangtu also seemed to wake up from a dream. He let out a long breath and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "Lin Sun, let me ask you again. What is your purpose in coming to the Ji clan?" Lin Sun said bluntly, "If not for Senior Shi and Miss Xianxia, the Ji clan is destined to be uprooted like the Yang clan. Now, I only have 2 things to do. One is to help Senior Shi vent her anger, and the other is to take her and Miss Xianxia away." After a pause, he looked at Ji Wangtu and said, "Of course, if Senior and other close clansmen want to leave together, I won't leave anyone behind." Hearing this, Ji Wangtu's heart churned. After a while, he said, "Forget it. Just do as you wish." The expressions of the others around Ji Wangtu were still in a state of shock. The truth that Lin Sun had revealed was too unexpected. How could they accept it in such a short time? Ji Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said happily, "Brother Lin, it turns out that you have become so powerful. now we can all leave alive. Impossible, this is impossible. Ji Moliai, who was kneeling on the ground, screamed as if he was on the verge of collapse. Who could believe that Lin Sun alone had the ability to topple an eternal god clan? Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to explain anything to this kind of trash. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Ji Moliai's body turned into ashes and scattered, and his spirit was pulled out. Boom! Lin Sun's divine sense swept out like a storm and began to search his soul. Seeing this incomparably domineering scene, no one present stopped him. Instead, Xi and Ji Xianxia felt extremely delighted. Among the clansmen they hated the most, there was no doubt that Ji Moliai was one. After a short while, Lin Sun completely understood what he wanted to know. For example, he remembered exactly who in the Ji clan was hostile towards Xi and Ji Xianxia. There were quite a few of them in this room. Like Ji Xiaohua, Ji Qiao, and so on. With a bang, Ji Moliai's spirit was crushed like a bubble. Lin Sun's gaze was already on some of the Ji clansmen present. "What are you doing?" Someone shouted with a trembling voice. How could Lin Sun be polite? He flicked his fingers. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Sword chi swept out one after another, killing these hostile Ji clansmen on the spot. All of them were destroyed in body and soul. Ji Wangtu's expression was extremely complicated, but he didn't stop Lin Sun. The surviving Ji clansmen were all frightened. Once Lin Sun started his revenge, he simply didn't know what was polite. He killed people like they were weeds. The more casual he was, the colder he seemed. Soon, only Xi, Ji Xianxia, Ji Wangtu, and a few others were left. People like Ji Xiaohua, Ji Moliai, and Ji Qiao were all killed on the spot. Of course, Ji Dongya, an eternal realm existence, was still there. Lin Sun put him away. He planned to use the power of the 5 sequences of the ultimate to refine him in the future. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun looked at Xi and said, "Senior, why don't you stay here for a while and let me take care of the rest?" He was worried that Xi, Ji Xianxia, and Ji Wangtu would feel uncomfortable when he killed those old fellows of the Ji clan, or they might not have the heart to do it. It was better to do it himself. It should be known that all 12 eternal gods regarded Lin Sun as a thorn in their side, and the Ji clan was no exception. If not for Xi, he would have already started a massacre and carried out his revenge. Literature Hall. Lin Sun's words made Ji Wangtu's heart skip a beat. "Young friend, don't act recklessly." "Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Lin Sun said. Thinking about it, Ji Wangtu took a deep breath and said, "Young friend, if you trust me, why don't you come with me to see someone? With his help, we might get twice the result with half the effort." Lin Sun wanted to refuse, but she couldn't help but say, "Father, you want to take Lin Sun to see old ancestor Ji He?" Ji Wangtu nodded. She hesitated. "Old ancestor Ji He controls our clan's divine order and has always been neutral. She doesn't care about our clan's disputes. Will she agree to help?" Ji Wangtu's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Sun. At that time, with young friend Lin Sun here, old ancestor Ji He might change her attitude. She immediately understood and said, "Father, you want Lin Sun to take the divine order. As long as he controls this power, he will have the upper hand." Ji Wangtu's expression was complicated. This is the only way. Otherwise, if there is a serious internal strife, the innocent clansmen will be involved. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. Old Ginger was spicier. Ji Wangtu's move could be said to have grasped the key. If he controlled the divine order, apart from the few old fellows in the eternal realm, who else would dare to act rashly? According to the information he had gathered, Ji He was in existence in the exceptional realm of rules transgressing and one of the 3 eternal realm experts in the Ji clan. And according to Ji Wangtu's words, this Ji He was clearly a neutral party. "Let's go." Ji Wangtu planned to act. Lin Sun thought about it and was still worried. He looked at Xi and Ji Xianxia and said, "Why don't you hide in my treasure for now?" "Okay." She couldn't help but think of the years when he was with Lin Sun in the heaven-accessing secret land. Ji Xianxia naturally wouldn't refuse. Lin Sun immediately placed the 2 sisters in the abyssal sword cauldron. To prevent the news from leaking, please bear with it. Lin Sun looked at the big shots of the Ji clan beside Ji Wangtu. They looked at each other but chose to obey. Lin Sun also put these people into the treasure. Ji Wangtu saw everything and thought to himself, this kid is really thoughtful. It's not a bad thing if my daughter follows him to the Yuan sect. Senior, let's go. As Lin Sun said, he had removed the restriction power around the room. Ji Wangtu nodded and led the way. Forbidden Ridge. For countless years, the core area of the ancestral land of the Ji clan had been guarded by the Eternal Realm experts of the clan. Ever since a boundless stage existence and 3 creation stage existences from the Ji clan left for the Kunlun ruins decades ago, Ji He had been in charge of this place. The Forbidden Broken Mountain Range occupied an area of 3,000 meters, and a mysterious and obscure divine-level energy fluctuation was rising from it. On the mountain ridge stood an ancient palace. When Ji Wangtu and Lin Sun arrived at the Forbidden Broken Ridge, an indifferent and cold voice came from the ancient palace. What are you doing here, Patriarch? Ji Wangtu cupped his hands slightly and said, I have something important to discuss with you, Patriarch. Please meet me. Tomorrow is Shier's wedding day. As a father, you didn't receive the guests who came to celebrate, but came to me instead. Could it be that you're still not reconciled? Shier will be married off just like this? Ji He sighed softly, fine, it's fine if you want to talk, but I have to remind you that this matter is already done. There's no turning back, and I can't help you. A wisp of dejection flashed between Ji Wangtu's brows, and then he took a deep breath and was about to stride towards the Forbidden Ridge. Right at this moment, Ji He's voice resounded out. Wait, who's that young man by your side? Ji Wangtu cupped his hands and said, Patriarch, this is Shier's friend. He just arrived at our clan today, and he also wants to meet you. Wants to meet me? Ji He was obviously a little surprised. At the same time, Lin Sun keenly sensed that a huge divine sense swept over from the palace and fell on him. Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged, and he cupped his hands and said, Greetings, fellow practitioner. He didn't deliberately conceal his cultivation that belonged to the late stage of rules transgressing realm, otherwise, Ji He would not be able to see through it, and thus become suspicious. However, after sensing Lin Sun's cultivation, Ji He was obviously a little surprised. The next moment, her figure appeared in front of the palace on the mountain, and she said, an eternal realm existence? Why didn't I know that Shier had such a friend? At the same time, Lin Sun also saw Ji He. She was petite, dressed in a black robe, and her skin was snow white. Her black hair was combed into a braid, revealing a face as beautiful as a young girl's. Her big eyes were extremely beautiful and intelligent, but they were filled with coldness and indifference. Especially when she looked over, it was like a pair of lightning piercing through the sky, extremely frightening. I'm Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't waste any time, and directly revealed his identity. Lin Sun, Ji He's beautiful eyes froze, and she was extremely surprised. You've already reached the Eternal Realm? And the late stage of rules transgressing realm? Immediately, she realized that she had lost her composure, or in other words, she focused on the wrong point. Why was Lin Sun here? Could it be? Ji He's eyes were filled with coldness, and she looked at Ji Wangtu, Patriarch, what on earth is going on? Could it be that you secretly colluded with Yuan sect to prevent Shier from marrying out? A vast and unparalleled might spread from her petite and exquisite body. Her black robes fluttered in the wind, revealing her snow-white and crystal-clear calves. Old ancestor, you misunderstood. Ji Wangtu took a deep breath, and said, please allow me to explain. Ji He also had many doubts in her heart, and she immediately restrained her anger, and said, well, I'd like to see what kind of explanation you, the Patriarch, will give me. Ji Wangtu's explanation was not complicated, and he explained the purpose of Lin Sun's visit to the Ji clan. Without waiting for him to finish, Ji He laughed out of extreme anger. In my Ji clan's territory, he even dared to murder my clansmen, and you, as the Patriarch, actually came to explain this to me on behalf of your enemy. How absurd is that? Her delicate face became gloomy, and it was covered with frost. She was so angry that she almost couldn't control the killing intent in her heart. However, Lin Sun said indifferently, enemy? You can say that, but you're wrong about one thing. If it weren't for the sake of Xi and Miss Xianxia, I'm afraid the Ji clan would have been removed from the world today. What a big tone. Ji He sneered, how dare you, a character in the late stage of transcendent state, talk nonsense about destroying the Ji clan. Ji Wangtu couldn't help but say, old ancestor, just 3 months ago, the Eternal Yang clan was completely destroyed by Lin Sun. What? He was startled, as if she had heard wrong. You said, the Yang clan was destroyed? Ji Wangtu nodded. The vast sun god mountain of the Yang clan has been refined by Lin Sun. The news hasn't spread yet, but it can be foreseen that the entire ninth heaven will know about this soon. He still couldn't believe it, and felt it was extremely absurd. Although the Yang clan's foundation is not as strong as our Ji clan, they are also an eternal god clan. The clan has Yang Jiatian and Yang Badong, and they have the protection of the vast sun order. How could anyone in this world be able to destroy them? She wanted to continue, but Lin Sun was too lazy to listen anymore. With a wave of his sleeve, the vast sun god mountain appeared. Just take a look for yourself. Lin Sun was very unwilling to use this method to convince someone. It felt like he was boasting. But Jihee's behavior made him realize that if he didn't take out these evidence, she probably wouldn't believe everything that happened in the Yang clan. It really is the vast sun god mountain. Jihee's expression showed uncontrollable shock. With her cultivation, she naturally wouldn't mistake it. And the vast sun god mountain was refined by Lin Sun. It could be imagined how miserable the Yang clan was. Jihee's expression was uncertain. After a long silence, she looked at Ji Wangtu and Lin Sun. Tell me, why did you come to me? Ji Wangtu secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, Old ancestor, I hope to borrow the divine order to eradicate those traitors in the clan. He didn't say that it was to help she vent his anger. In fact, since the last time she escaped from the clan, he, as the clan leader, had been in an extremely difficult and unbearable situation. In these years, he was simply like a puppet. Otherwise, how could he watch his daughter be grounded, and how could he let his daughter marry in grievance? That was why he chose to help Lin Sun. Because he knew that helping Lin Sun was helping his own clan, and also helping his pair of daughters. Are you planning to let our Ji clan kill each other? Jihee's pupils shrank, and she said coldly, if so, I definitely can't agree. An indescribable unwillingness surged in Ji Wangtu's heart, and with a complicated expression, he said, Ancestor, you've seen how unbearable my situation in the clan has been all these years. Do you think that if this situation continues? I, the clan leader, am still the clan leader? His voice was full of deep anger. Jihee sighed softly and said, but, you can't harm your own clansmen. It's them who are harming my daughter. Ji Wangtu was completely furious. How they treat me, the clan leader, I can bear it. But now even my daughter is forced to marry out. What kind of father am I? What kind of clan leader am I? Jihee was silent for a moment, and said after a while, I can promise you other things, but I can't promise you this one. In the end, we still have to do it. Seeing this, Lin Sun, who had been silent, shook his head and sighed softly. As he spoke, he had already stepped up to the forbidden broken ridge. Jihee's pupils shrank, and she waved her sleeve. Boom, above and below the forbidden broken ridge, the dazzling power of order emerged and bombarded Lin Sun like a flood bursting a dam. The starting order, it was the foundation of the Ji clan, which had protected the Ji clan for countless years, and the greatest foundation for the Ji clan to become the eternal god clan and look down on all the heavens. Now, this power of order was controlled by Jihee, and it attacked Lin Sun. Boom, the surging power of order was pure and thick, and when it struck, it was like a whip from the heavens, flashing with a frightening light. This kind of power was enough to make any eternal transcendent realm cultivator tremble. If Lin Sun had just arrived at the ninth heaven, he might have needed to use his full strength. But now, his figure was like an incomparably sharp blade, emitting a dazzling light as he soared into the sky. Chi, the mighty order of Genesis was like a waterfall that was torn apart by Lin Sun's figure, and he was like a hot knife through butter all the way. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the palace on the Forbidden Mountain range. When Jihee reacted, Lin Sun was already in front of her. Her big and beautiful eyes suddenly dilated, and her delicate and exquisite body suddenly tightened. Almost instinctively, she took out a snow-white machete and slashed it out. The machete was long and narrow, curved like a crescent moon, and incomparably sharp. When it was swung, it seemed to be able to cut through time and space. But this machete was caught by Lin Sun. The sharp blade rubbed against his palm, and light splashed, producing a sharp ear-piercing sound. In the next moment, it was firmly imprisoned, unable to break the skin of Lin Sun's palm, this made Ji He's expression change completely. A terrifying eternal Tao light erupted from her body, and just as she was about to fight back, Lin Sun grabbed her snow-white delicate neck. The terrifying power imprisoned her entire body, and she could no longer move. At the foot of the mountain, Ji Wangtu was shivering. In an instant, he broke the origin order, blocked the machete, and strangled her. Lin Sun's lightning-fast method was so tyrannical that even a transcendent realm existence like Ji Wangtu was completely shocked, and couldn't believe it. Ji He was one of the 3 eternal realm ancestors of the Ji clan, and she controlled the origin order. Others in the same realm couldn't compare to her. But under such circumstances, she was easily captured by Lin Sun. This was undoubtedly too terrifying, and subverted Ji Wangtu's understanding. It was also at this moment that he finally dared to believe that the eternal Yang clan was destroyed by Lin Sun alone. So what if he was in the eternal realm? So what if he was in the god-level order? He was no match for Lin Sun at all. You can't talk nicely, and you have to fight. Why bother? Lin Sun sighed. Now that he thought about it, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to worry about Ji Shi and Ji Shanhai's safety, if it wasn't for the fact that he had yet to fully understand the Ji clan's situation, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He would have charged in long ago. There was no way he would have wasted so much time and words. Ji He's hands and feet felt cold. Her body was petite and exquisite, and she looked like a young girl. Now that Lin Sun was holding her by the neck, her pretty face flushed red like a rosy cloud. She was extremely angry and terrified. She couldn't imagine how she would lose so quickly. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, just do it. Do you think I'll even frown? Ji He glared at Lin Sun and gritted his teeth. Lin Sun said, you should be glad that you have never treated Shi and Miss Shanhai badly. Otherwise, you will die today. Now, I can only let you suffer for a while. With that, he suppressed Ji He in the abyssal sword cauldron. Then, he turned around and walked into an ancient palace on the side. Previously, Lin Sun had sensed that the origin power belonging to the original order was in this ancient palace. As expected, Lin Sun found it as soon as he entered the palace. It was an ancient square Taoist altar. In the center of the Taoist altar was a dark green jade ruler, which emitted a dense and astonishing fluctuation of order. Lin Sun took a deep breath and activated the nirvana essence. Using the profound meaning of order, he reached out his hand to grab the pale green jade ruler. Buzz, the jade ruler shook violently and tried to struggle, but to no avail. In just a moment, it was subdued by Lin Sun and became extremely docile. Ji Wangtu, who had just arrived at the entrance of the palace, happened to see this scene. His eyes widened. Lin Sun had subdued the Ji clan's divine level order so easily. This caused Ji Wangtu's heart to churn. How could he possibly remain calm? Senior, don't worry. I will return this divine level order. Lin Sun turned around and explained softly. Although the divine level order was good, Lin Sun wouldn't forcibly take it for himself out of respect for Shi. Ji Wangtu said in a daze, what do you plan to do next? Lin Sun said, I advise Senior not to act with me. Of course, if Senior wants to follow, I won't stop you. As he spoke, he had already walked out of the palace and was heading out of the forbidden Broken Mountain. Ji Wangtu wanted to rush forward several times. He was worried that Lin Sun would be too ruthless and hurt other innocent clansmen. But in the end, he shook his head bitterly. For this kind of thing, even if he followed, what could he change? He might as well not watch. Divine Mountain of Origin, Central Shrine. This place was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. The huge Taoist field in front of the central shrine was already filled with banquets. Many guests who had come to visit and celebrate were present. There were even more who didn't have a seat and could only stay in the nearby area. As far as the eye could see, the central shrine was filled with a sea of people. It was a magnificent sight. And those present were all important people with status and prestige. Each of them had an extraordinary air about them. Beautiful maids served the field like butterflies. Servants and manservants presented all kinds of delicacies like flowing water. There was also the sound of celestial music and fluttering pipes. It was a festive and lively scene. As expected of the Eternal God clan, some experienced and knowledgeable elders secretly sighed with emotion on such an occasion. They were shocked by the grandeur of the Ji clan. There are many immortal-level characters in this event, but they can only sit in the Taoist field. What kind of distinguished guests are qualified to have a seat in the central shrine? Many people occasionally looked towards the magnificent central Tao palace in the distance. On the 108 stone steps, there was a red carpet woven with auspicious divine materials. On both sides of the stone steps, there were incense burners carved with dragons and phoenixes. The interior of the divine palace above the stone steps was a splendid scene. There was also a banquet there. However, only the most distinguished guests were allowed to attend. This was naturally enviable, but everyone knew that the distance between the central shrine and this Taoist field was like a natural chasm. In the ninth heaven, unless it was a character from the Eternal God clan, it was impossible for others to enter the central shrine in their lifetime. I heard that some clansmen of the Taihao clan have arrived today. They are now in the central shrine, discussing with the two Eternal Realm old ancestors of the Ji clan about tomorrow's wedding. I also heard that there are other big shots from the Eternal God clan, such as the Panwu clan, the Ju clan, the Yi clan, and so on. It is said that even the weakest among them has the cultivation of the transcendent realm great perfection. This is the foundation of the Eternal God clan. With the marriage between the Ji clan and the Taihao clan, how can other Eternal God clans not come to celebrate? In the Taoist field, all kinds of discussions sounded. Their voices were filled with respect and envy. On a seat at the furthest edge, an old man in a python robe with fluttering hair and a sage-like demeanor was chatting with the people beside him. Suddenly, he inadvertently noticed a familiar figure with a glance. It's that guy. The old man in the official robe recognized the tall figure at a glance. It was the young man he brought into the divine mountain, a beginning with incredible combat power. What is he doing here at this time? Looking at the young man's calm and indifferent posture, the old man felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. At the same time, Lin Sun also saw the old man, but he ignored him. He looked at the towering central divine palace in the distance. The palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the atmosphere was magnificent. Tomorrow, the Taihao clan's wedding procession would bring Xi away from here. However, only Lin Sun knew that this wouldn't happen. He placed his hands behind his back and walked along the main path of the Taoist field. Along the way, many gazes swept over him. However, most of them didn't recognize him. Of course, he didn't cause any commotion. However, when they noticed that he was walking towards the central divine palace, he finally attracted a lot of attention. Who is that person? Is he also an extremely noble person? I'm not sure. His appearance is too unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Some people started discussing. The old man in the official robe, who had been paying attention to Lin Sun's movements, became even more anxious. This guy. Is he planning to barge into the central divine palace? Among everyone present, only he knew that Lin Sun wasn't a noble guest. He didn't even have an invitation. At this moment, seeing that Lin Sun was gradually approaching the central divine palace, a group of guards of the Ji clan sensed that something was wrong and stepped forward to stop him. It's over. If the Ji clan finds out that this guy was brought in by me, I'm afraid that my cultivation path will be ruined. The old man in the official robe felt his heart turn cold. Your Excellency, please stop. No one is allowed to approach the central divine palace without an invitation. The leading powerhouse of the Ji clan had a dignified expression. He looked Lin Sun up and down with suspicion in his eyes. Lin Sun glanced at these people and said, "Move aside." Then, these powerhouses of the Ji clan seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. They retreated uncontrollably to the sides and made way for the spacious stone path covered with a red carpet. These powerhouses of the Ji clan were shocked and angry. They opened their mouths and shouted, but no sound came out. They struggled with all their might, but they couldn't even lift a finger. All of them were nailed there like wooden stakes. Many people in the huge Taoist field noticed this scene. Their expressions changed slightly as they sensed that something was wrong. The originally noisy and lively atmosphere became much quieter. There were many people of the Ji clan scattered around the huge Taoist field. At this moment, they couldn't help but show astonishment. Who was that guy? They couldn't imagine who in this world dared to come to their Ji clan and behave atrociously at this time. More importantly, this was the central divine palace, the core area of the Ji clan. At this moment, who knew how many bigwigs had gathered in the central divine palace? As long as one's brain was slightly normal, who would be stupid enough to behave atrociously here? While these people of the Ji clan were stunned, Lin Sun had already stepped onto the 108 stone steps leading to the central divine palace. Stop. There were naturally guards stationed in front of the central divine palace. Each of them was dressed in shiny armor and looked mighty and intimidating. When they saw Lin Sun walking up the steps, they immediately formed a line of defense and stopped him. 3 updates in a row. First, I'll seriously ask everyone for monthly votes, then I'll seriously say one thing. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, next month, which is December, Xianxia will be finished. Stop, just 2 words, but it was like a thunderclap. The powerhouses guarding the main hall of the central divine palace were all immortal-level characters of the Ji clan. At this moment, they were all filled with murderous intent as they locked onto Lin Sun. Ordinary people would have stopped in their tracks upon seeing such a lineup. But in Lin Sun's eyes, how could he put these characters in his eyes? He raised his eyes and looked at the central divine palace, then at the immortal-level existences who were staring at him covetously. Fortunately, there's no one I can't kill. Lin Sun opened his mouth and said something that made everyone feel puzzled. In the next moment, he stepped forward. Bang bang bang, on the huge dojo, under countless horrified gazes, the bodies of the 18 immortal-level existences of the Ji clan who were blocking in front of Lin Sun exploded. Like a row of firecrackers being ignited, a poignant scarlet firework bloomed. It was a shocking sight. It was unknown how many people were shocked. The originally lively and noisy banquet suddenly became chaotic. The cultivators who were still chatting and laughing stopped what they were doing and looked over. Their expressions changed drastically. He dared to kill people here. Someone screamed, his scalp tingling. This was the divine mountain of beginning, the territory of the eternal god clan's Ji clan. Since ancient times, who dared to commit murder here? No one, not to mention ordinary people, even eternal realm existences didn't dare to do anything in the Ji clan's base. So strong, he killed a group of immortal-level existences with one strike. It was unknown how many people were shocked by the bloody scene. Without a doubt, this young man who dared to commit murder here was definitely a terrifying existence. Otherwise, how could he do it in front of the Ji clan's central divine palace? Does he not want to live? Someone's heart trembled. This marriage alliance between the Ji clan and the Taihao clan had already caused a sensation in the world a few days ago, attracting the attention of all major forces in the ninth heaven. That was especially true today. Honored guests from the other eternal gods had gathered in the central divine palace. And accompanying them were the 2 eternal realm ancestors of the Ji clan, Ji Xiaoyun and Ji Beifeng. Under such circumstances, someone actually dared to make a move. How could people not be shocked? They were simply dumbfounded. Heavens! The python-robed old man completely lost control of himself. His eyes were wide open as he stood there in a daze. Even if he racked his brains, he would never have imagined that this young man who had kidnapped him to the divine mountain of beginning would do something so crazy at this moment. And in this shocking atmosphere, Lin Sun stepped forward and came to the end of the stone steps. His tall and lonely figure became the focus of attention. Previously, the central divine palace was filled with a peaceful and relaxed atmosphere. Ji Xiaoyun and Ji Beifeng sat at the top, frequently toasting the guests in the hall. Their seniority was extremely high, and ordinary people did not have the qualifications to be personally received by them. This time, however, was different. The guests seated in the central divine palace were all honored guests from the other eternal gods. Panwu clan, Zhu clan, Yi clan, Wen clan, of the 12 eternal gods, 9 had come. These people who came to celebrate were all important figures in the eternal god clan. They were all transcendent realm undying cultivators. Under eternity, transcendence reigned supreme, including some important figures of the Ji clan. There were more than 30 transcendent realm existences in the central shrine. It was a place filled with nobles. In order to prevent the outside world from disturbing the atmosphere in the main hall, the central shrine had already been surrounded by invisible restraints. As a result, while the outside world was extremely noisy, the main hall was peaceful and tranquil. It is the Ji clan's honor to have all of you come to celebrate my Ji Shi's marriage. Let me toast everyone again. Ji Xiaoyun smiled and raised his cup. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and had a youthful complexion and white hair. When he spoke, everyone raised their cups and drank together. Why hasn't anyone from the Yang clan come this time? Suddenly, someone asked. Everyone present knew that the Ji clan and the Yang clan had a very close relationship. However, no one from the Yang clan had come to celebrate today. This was a bit unusual. Ji Xiaoyun paused, then smiled. Half a month ago, the Yang clan's Chongyang Songxing sent word that he would send someone over. Perhaps they will only arrive tomorrow. This was just a small interlude. Everyone's topic quickly shifted to the world's situation. As they chatted, they inevitably talked about Yuan sect and Lin Sun. Some time ago, the ninth heaven's 7 eternal god clans each sent an eternal realm existence to the 7th heaven. They went to Yuan sect with 2 eternal realm existences from witchcraft and Zen sect to deal with Lin Sun. However, the result was the same as the first time they attacked Yuan sect. All of them were annihilated. Although nearly half a year had passed, the impact of this matter was too great. It was still a sore point for the eternal god clans to this day. Now, they had roughly deduced that Lin Sun must have successfully passed the eternity retribution, and that the 9 eternal realm existences were most likely killed by him. This was easy to speculate. Just like when Lin Sun went to the Yang clan to declare war, the eternal realm existences such as Yang Chatian and Yang Bai had already deduced some of the truth from the clues. However, until now, no one dared to confirm that this was true. Because it was too unbelievable. Everyone was clearly aware that the opportunity to attain eternity had been severed a long time ago before the calamity of an era descended. But unusually, Lin Sun had caused an eternal calamity. Besides that, the most terrifying thing to the eternal gods was that the existence behind the calamity of an era had been the one who'd tried to kill Lin Sun. This undoubtedly proved that it was very likely that the existence behind the calamity of the era felt deeply threatened by Lin Sun's path towards the Tao. Lin Sun is really a scourge, someone couldn't help sighing. The others also nodded in agreement. Speaking of Lin Sun, these big shots were also disgusted and hostile. In the short span of 100 years, Lin Sun had annihilated the 10 immortal realm giants of their respective clans. Lin Sun had attacked the Origin sect twice, and each of the 12 eternal god clans had lost an eternal realm expert. How could they not hate Lin Sun? If it wasn't for the calamity of the era, how could my Taihao clan possibly allow this bastard to continue running wild? An old man of the Taihao clan said coldly. Someone said softly, no matter what, this child has now become a great threat. With him presiding over the Origin sect, in the future, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find an opportunity to kill him. For a time, many big shots sighed endlessly. Who would have thought that a remnant of the core realm, who didn't even put him in their eyes before, would rise so quickly? Haha, you don't have to worry about this. This child has already been targeted by the existence behind the calamity of an era. It won't be long. Ji Xiaoyun saw that the atmosphere was a little gloomy and couldn't help but laugh. What's more, no matter how fierce and arrogant this child is, he definitely won't dare to come to our 9th heaven and act wildly. Otherwise, he will definitely suffer the consequences. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Indeed, this was the 9th heaven, the territory of the 12 eternal god clans. Since ancient times, no one had dared to act violently here. The master of the core realm couldn't. Even Lin Sun, the disciple of the master of the core realm, couldn't. Speaking of which, I can't wait for this child to come to the 9th heaven. In that case, we can take revenge and vent the hatred in our hearts. Jibei Fengling said with a smile. He was dressed in a yellow robe and was as handsome as jade. He looked like a young man, but in fact, he was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the restriction power that covered the central palace. Then, a figure appeared in front of the main hall of the central divine palace and strode in. Revenge? Yes, but it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. The person who came was Lin Sun. He seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard as he walked into the magnificent hall that was filled with guests. At this moment, all the big shots present were startled, and then their pupils shrank. They all revealed looks of disbelief. This is the central Dao Palace, the core of the Ji clan, but now, someone broke in. Unlike other cultivators, these big shots had already seen Lin Sun's true appearance in various news. When they saw him appear at this time, they were shocked and stunned. Lin Sun. On the central seat, Ji Xiaoyun suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with a terrifying luster. I didn't expect that you would dare to come to the ninth heaven and break into the territory of my Ji clan. You're really bold. Lin Sun, the big shots in the hall all stood up with a bewildered expression. At this moment, they finally dared to believe that it was indeed Lin Sun who came. Moreover, he directly broke into the Ji clan and appeared in front of them. This obviously meant that he came with ill intentions. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive and incomparably somber. The pressure of so many big shots spread out together, surging and rolling in the hall. How terrifying was that? The attendants and maids were already trembling with fear, and their knees were weak. Only Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware of it. He walked to the center of the hall and glanced around. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, he said indifferently, "Everyone, I heard you talking before, and you said that you couldn't wait for this Lin to come. Now, this Lin is here. If you have enmity, take revenge. If you have grievances, take revenge." His words resounded through the hall and echoed endlessly. The old monsters were all bewildered, and those people were even more frightened. Although they were incomparably noble and had the most powerful cultivation, they had never set foot in the eternal realm after all. At this moment, facing Lin Sun who suddenly appeared, how could they not be afraid? "Everyone, don't panic. In the territory of my Ji clan, there's no room for a remnant to run wild," Ji Beifeng said coldly. His words reminded everyone and made them suddenly realize that yes, this was the nest of the Ji clan. With Ji Xiaoyun and Ji Beifeng, who were at the eternal realm, there was no need to be afraid. On the contrary, Lin Sun actually came alone. What was the difference between this and courting death? It's also my clan's fault for being negligent. I didn't expect that before tomorrow's big day, an evil creature like Lin Sun would sneak into the clan and disturb everyone's mood. Ji Xiaoyun sighed softly, his eyes staring coldly at Lin Sun. However, this is not a bad thing. It's a good thing to take this opportunity to kill him here. For my Ji clan, it can be regarded as joy on top of joy. Happiness on top of happiness. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sneer and said, "I really want to see what it means to have more joy on top of joy." With that, he no longer suppressed his aura. Boom, it was as if an ancient wild beast had awakened within Lin Sun's body. A terrifying aura spread out in the center of the hall like a landslide and a tsunami. The nearby banquet tables instantly transformed into powder that drifted into the air. The expressions of the transcendent realm immortals changed greatly, and they dodged in a sorry state. Just this aura alone made them feel suffocated. Their bodies ached, and their minds showed signs of being completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, the central shrine was a mess. Looking at Lin Sun again, his tall figure was surrounded by the obscure and mysterious eternal Taoist light. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. He seemed to be in front of them, but he was like the ruler above the ninth heaven, giving people a sense of unreachable loftiness. His dark eyes were like an abyss, and his aura suppressed all directions. Transcendent realm late stage. Ji Xiaoyun's pupils shrank. He was shocked by Lin Sun's strength. It had been less than half a year since Lin Sun broke through to the eternal realm, but he was already in the transcendent realm late stage. This speed of advancement was simply too shocking. "Beifeng, invite Ji He over." As Ji Xiaoyun spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a purple-gold pagoda appeared in the air. Buzz, the purple-golden eternal light of Tao spread, steaming with mountain-like power, and pressed down on Lin Sun. He had no choice but to act. Lin Sun's aura was too strong. If he didn't suppress it, it would definitely affect the others in the hall. If these distinguished guests from the other eternal god clans were to suffer, the Ji clan wouldn't be able to escape the blame. Boom, the purple gold pagoda flew through the air, and the body of the pagoda emitted a dazzling light that resembled billions of divine chains. Lin Sun didn't dodge, and instead flicked his finger. Clang! Amidst the deafening sound of collision, the violet gold pagoda was fiercely blasted away. The scattering rain of light was filled with an extremely terrifying destructive power. In the blink of an eye, the huge stone pillars that supported the central divine palace collapsed one after another. Under such an impact, several transcendent realm immortals couldn't dodge in time, and were directly killed on the spot. "Run! Let's go!" Shrill cries of terror resounded, and all the other great figures in the hall panicked and fled for their lives. But how could Lin Sun let them go? He pressed his hands together in the air. Boom! With him at the center, the terrifying eternal laws spread out in all directions like a raging spacetime storm. The entire hall was engulfed by the eternal Tao light. "No! Save me! Help me! Lin Sun, you will die a horrible death." Shrill, terrified, despairing, and furious cries rose and fell, and then they stopped abruptly. The immortals, whether they were from the other eternal gods or the Ji clan, were all scared out of their wits. No one survived. It wasn't that Ji Xiaoyun didn't want to save them, but when Lin Sun attacked, he could only use all his strength to resolve the attack. How could he be distracted to save others? Ji Beifeng, who had originally planned to ask Ji He for help, was also affected and could only protect himself. Boom! As the power released by Lin Sun's attack spread out, the central divine palace, which was built by the Ji clan's ancestors with various divine materials, was severely impacted and collapsed. Countless cries of shock resounded in the huge dojo. The central divine palace collapsed. "It's over." My God, could it be that those great figures couldn't take down that person just now? Hide! Panic spread like a tide, and on the enormous square, there were figures fleeing and dodging everywhere. It was a complete mess. Every expert's face was filled with shock. Who could have imagined that such a disaster would happen on the day of the Ji clan's big day tomorrow? At this moment, even the central divine palace, which was regarded as the core of the Ji clan, had collapsed. Everything happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. At this moment, not only were the people on the huge dojo alarmed, but all of the Ji clan members on the entire Divine Mountain of Beginning were also shocked. What happened? Let's go take a look. Damn it, could it be that someone dares to attack our clan? If one looked down from the sky, they could clearly see that from different directions on the Divine Mountain of Beginning, many Ji clan members had turned into surging streams of light and were rushing towards the central Divine Palace. Every Ji clan member's face was filled with shock and anger. Since ancient times, the Ji clan had existed in the ninth heaven. Its power was enough to rank in the top 5 of the 12 eternal god clans. When had something like this ever happened before? At the same time, in the sky above the collapsed central divine palace, Lin Sun stood in the air, millions of rays of light flowing around him, making him look like a ruler of the great Tao. In the distance, Ji Xiaoyun and Ji Beifeng stood side by side, their faces dark and ashen, their eyes full of anger and killing intent. The destruction of the central divine palace didn't matter, but the other eternal god clan guests who had come to attend the banquet had all died. This was what angered them. Boom, the world shook. The two sides facing each other in the void exuded a terrifying aura of the eternal realm, disturbing the wind and clouds, causing the sun and moon to dim. The people who had fled into the distance a long time ago all shivered in extreme shock. The eternal realm, the one who had charged into the central divine palace alone, was actually a great eternal realm figure. All of this in front of him showed that the Ji clan would suffer a disaster today. I was really blind before. The old man in the python robe was shocked. When he thought of how he had arrogantly and shamelessly despised Lin Sun when he first saw him, he felt like he had survived a disaster. If the other party had been ruthless at that time, how could he have survived? Don't worry, everyone. Today, I will only kill those who deserve to be killed. I will definitely not make things difficult for others. Of course, when the battle starts, unrelated people should stay far away. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get involved. Lin Sun's indifferent voice resounded between heaven and earth. Saying such words in the territory of the Ji clan made Ji Xiaoyun's face even more livid. Lin Sun, don't be so arrogant. As he spoke, he urged the purple gold pagoda to attack Lin Sun from a distance. Boom, the violet gold pagoda soared through the sky, its might incomparably powerful. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and with a bang, the purple gold pagoda was shaken away again. Under the impact, Ji Xiaoyun's figure shook for a while. His expression changed in disbelief. He was in existence at the perfection stage of the transcendent realm, and he'd even attacked with his full strength, yet he was unable to shake Lin Sun at all. How could he accept this? At this moment, the surrounding area was in an uproar. Lin. He is Lin Sun, the Yuanqing Pavilion Master of Yuan Church. He has already attained eternal Tao? Heavens, he's famous in the 9 heavens domains. To think that such a heaven-defying and ruthless person would actually kill his way here. No wonder he's so domineering. It's him. People finally realized that they had seen through Lin Sun's identity. They couldn't calm down and screamed. Lin Sun, he was the most legendary and peerless ruthless person in the eternal true world in the past 100 years. Who would not know him? All of you, leave this place immediately. Do not come any closer. Ji Xiaoyun suddenly sensed that many Ji clansmen were rushing over from all directions, and his heart immediately tensed up. He knew better than anyone else that it was impossible for others to get involved in a battle between Eternal Realm cultivators. If they were affected, they would definitely die. Ji Xiaoyun did not want the Ji clan to suffer heavy casualties. Instantly, in the distance, many Ji clan members turned around and left before they could even get close to them. Clearly, they had realized that the situation was bad. Lin Sun did not stop them. The divine level order around the divine mountain of beginnings was under his control, so he would not let anyone escape. He took a step into the air and charged towards Ji Xiaoyun. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Boom, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The eternal laws that filled the sky gathered together and turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. It moved to envelop Ji Xiaoyun. Before the power of the palm even reached him, Ji Xiaoyun felt a stabbing pain all over his body. His heart sank. He realized that even though he was in existence at the perfection stage of the transcendent realm, he was still far inferior to Lin Sun. Ji Xiaoyun made a prompt decision and let out a loud shout. Rise! Boom, a verdant mountain appeared out of thin air. It was covered in dense eternal laws and exuded an ancient and desolate aura. This was the most precious treasure of the Ji clan, Shiji Mountain. This was a precious treasure born from the divine level order. It had been nurtured by the sages of the Ji clan for generations, and its power far surpassed that of ordinary eternal Tao soldiers. Dong, when Lin Sun's huge hand slammed down, the mountain suddenly burst forth with a monstrous green light. However, in just an instant, it let out a wail and was sent flying by the palm. It smashed into the void, causing it to collapse and rumble. Having been implicated, Ji Xiaoyun coughed up blood, and his expression became even more unsightly. This Lin Sun. What terrifying combat strength. Kill. At this moment, Ji Beifeng attacked brazenly. A layer of golden armor that was as thin as a cicada's wings appeared on his body. He held a golden trident in his hand, and eternal laws interweaved all over his body. Boom, as his trident swept out, a terrifying phenomenon instantly erupted. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in, ghosts wailed and wolves howled, and all Daos collapsed. It was ridiculously powerful. However, such a long-awaited full-force attack was easily broken by a palm when it approached Lin Sun. The terrifying phenomenon collapsed and dissipated like a bubble. Immediately after, Lin Sun's figure flashed in the air and suddenly appeared in front of Ji Beifeng. His palm and fingers suddenly grabbed out. The power of this grab was so domineering that it made people despair. It crushed Ji Beifeng's resistance in a destructive manner, and the golden armor on his body suddenly collapsed and burst open. When Ji Beifeng wanted to dodge, his throat was already firmly locked by Lin Sun. As the power of Lin Sun's palm spread, Ji Beifeng's cultivation was fiercely suppressed and imprisoned, and he could no longer move. Looking at his face again, it was already full of horror and confusion, as if he couldn't believe that he would be subdued so quickly. With one blow, Ji Beifeng was suppressed. Such a scene also shocked everyone. They were all dumbfounded and stunned. Lin Sun's invincible figure became the most stunning light in the world. There will be more later. Ji Beifeng. In the eyes of billions of creatures, he is no different from the legendary supreme god. He is in existence at the great perfection of the 9th heaven. But at this time, he was captured by Lin Sun. Anyone who witnessed this scene was deeply shocked and their minds went blank. They couldn't imagine how an eternal realm existence could be so weak. It was even more unimaginable how terrifying Lin Sun's combat power was to be able to do this so easily. Everything seemed too terrifying. Bang! Lin Sun raised his hand and stuffed Ji Beifeng, whose face was full of horror and confusion, into the abyssal sword cauldron. Then he looked at Ji Xiaoyun in the distance. At this moment, Ji Xiaoyun's face had completely changed. Besides being shocked and angry, he also felt a bone-chilling fear. Lin Sun's strength had undoubtedly subverted his expectations and made him feel that something was wrong. Why hadn't Ji He appeared after causing such a big commotion? Ji Xiaoyun was anxious. Without Ji he couldn't control the divine order of the clan to kill the enemy, and with his strength alone, it was impossible for him to be Lin Sun's opponent, but Lin Sun said indifferently, "Are you waiting for this treasure?" With that, a dark green jade ruler appeared in his hand, exuding a tyrannical aura of order. Ji Xiaoyun's face suddenly turned pale, and he exclaimed, "How can my clan's divine order origin be controlled by you? Could it be?" His scalp was numb, and he guessed that the reason why Ji He hadn't appeared for a long time was most likely that he had been suppressed by Lin Sun. Boom! Just as Ji Xiaoyun's mind was in turmoil, Lin Sun had already made his move. The dark green jade ruler in his hand struck out across the air. Suddenly, a divine light condensed and turned into a thick dark green thundercloud, exuding a destructive aura. Lin Sun's own combat power was already strong enough to defy the natural order, let alone now that he had used the power of the divine order. At this moment, Ji Xiaoyun felt a fatal threat. Without hesitation, he displayed the strongest trump card that he had been reluctant to use. Buzz! A verdant leaf appeared in the void. The leaf was originally the size of a finger, but when it appeared in the void, it suddenly grew countless times larger, as if it had turned into a green world. At the center of this world formed from leaves, a figure surged into appearance. The figure wore a green robe and a silk scarf, and he was carefree like an immortal in the clouds. Moreover, his entire body seethed with an ethereal aura of eternity. Ji Qingfeng, the Ji clan was a boundless realm eternal existence, and what appeared at this moment was a Dharma idol of his will. As he appeared, he flicked his finger. Boom! The oppressive dark blue thunderclouds dispersed and disappeared. Ji Qingfeng glanced around and looked at Lin Sun with a terrifying chill in his eyes. "I didn't expect that a remnant of Feng Cun would come to my Ji clan and take away the origin of order of my clan." He obviously recognized Lin Sun. At this moment, the experts from afar all gasped when they saw Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng. If one were to say that Ji Beifeng was an unreachable deity in the eyes of billions of people in the world, then Ji Qingfeng, this boundless realm existence, was a powerhouse in the eternal realm, a supreme overlord who had set foot on the ultimate stage of the eternal Tao path. Even if he was just a Dharma idol of his will, his power was powerful enough to make existences in the exceeding rules realm feel despair. Those Ji clansmen were all excited, and the anger and gloom in their hearts were swept away. Many people's eyes turned red and they cried tears of joy, seeing the hope of turning the situation around. "Old ancestor, please make a move and kill this bastard." Ji Xiaoyun cupped his hands and said, "I naturally won't tolerate this kid's survival." Ji Qingfeng's aura became more and more terrifying. As he stood there casually, the image of the world appeared, making him seem like a supreme being of the heavens. "Is that so? Then I really want to see it." Lin Sun revealed a faint look of ridicule. Back then, Yang Chantian's Dharma idol had said something similar, but in the end, Yang Chantian's Dharma idol was forcefully ground to death by him. Tut! Ji Qingfeng didn't waste any time and waved his sleeves. The world was turned upside down here, and the great Tao was in disorder. It was as if time and space had been reversed, and everything showed a scene of chaos and destruction. Just the eternal power that belonged to the boundless realm made Ji Xiaoyun feel suffocated. He avoided it at once, and his heart became more and more excited. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun have a chance to be fierce? He must be killed, in the chaotic world that seemed to be collapsing, for sword and tents condensed in front of Ji Qingfeng. They were cyan, red, white, and black respectively. The four sword and tents circulated according to the four-symbol square formation, emitting completely different and terrifying power. It was condensed by the boundless law, and it was no different from the sword Tao. "Go!" Ji Qingfeng waved his sleeves. Clang, the cyan sword chi swept out, and in the vast sword and tent, there seemed to be a green dragon coming into the world. When it moved gracefully, it stirred up the heavens and crushed all the Tao. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. He could feel the pressure from the sword, but it didn't surprise him. Instead, it made him happy. Last time, when he dealt with Yang Chantian's Dharma idol, he and the 4 Tao forms attacked together with all their strength to obliterate it. At that time, he was at the early stage of the transcendent realm. But now, he was at the late stage of the transcendent realm, and his combat strength was more than twice as strong as when he killed Yang Chantian's Dharma idol. Go! Without hesitation, Lin Sun exerted his utmost combat strength. With a pinch of his palm and fingers, a strand of sword chi condensed between his fingers and suddenly shot out. This strike was branded with his eternal laws, and it contained the profundities of rebirth. When it flashed out, it was like a wisp of gray and hazy flowing light, yet it revealed an all-powerful imposing aura. Bang! The 2 sword intents collided in the void, and it was like 2 supreme eternal laws were fighting fiercely. A terrifying roar resounded, and the surging power of the law was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. Whereas under Ji Qingfeng's shocked gaze, his azure-colored sword insight actually disintegrated inch by inch amidst a wave of explosive bangs, collapsing and disintegrating, his face darkened, and he waved his sleeves. Clang! 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 The white, red, and black sword intents slashed out at the same time. The white sword intent surged into the form of an enormous white tiger that stepped in the starry sky and roared. The red sword intent contained a vermilion bird that flapped its gorgeous wings and smelted everything in the world. The black sword intent contained a black tortoise that raised its head and swung its tail, causing the earth to shake and the great Tao to collapse. The 3 supreme sword intents were branded with the power of the law, and they surged into appearance beyond imagination. The entire divine mountain of beginning was covered by a terrifying aura of destruction. When these 3 swords slashed out, all the cultivators in different areas felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. A vast expanse of whiteness appeared before their eyes, and they felt as if they had fallen into an abyss and were filled with despair and helplessness. This was too terrifying. It was as if the ruler of the heavens was furious and intended to cleanse the world. At the same time, Lin Sun stepped forward in the sky, and his body emanated a dazzling and shocking light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. His fingers moved ceaselessly. Clang! 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 Strand after strand of sword chi converged madly like tidewater, and then they densely covered the sky as they whistled out. They seemed like a torrential rain that raged through the heavens and the earth, and also like a surging and roaring ocean. The obscure and miraculous profundities of nirvana were deduced by Lin Sun to an unprecedented extent, and they completely fused into the dense strand of sword chi. For a time, the sword chi was like the rain and wind that struck the 9 heavens, rumbled this expanse of the heavens, and the earth collapsed as boundless sword intents collided and fought with each other. It seemed as if various supreme energy of the laws were carrying out intense competition, causing the sky to collapse and everything to sink into oblivion. Everything seemed as if it was on the verge of ceasing to exist. Amidst this intense battle that was sufficient to shock the ages, the white tiger was beheaded, the vermilion bird wailed sorrowfully, and the black tortoise shed blood. 3 supreme sword intents were fiercely minced into pieces. Ji Qingfeng's will and Dharma manifestation suffered a terrifying impact, and he was ceaselessly struck by the boundless sword intents, causing numerous horrifying marks to appear on his body. However, he was the eternal will manifestation of the boundless realm after all. Even though he suffered the attacks of the sword intents that blotted out the heavens and the earth, he was still extremely tyrannical, and he forcefully broke through the boundless sword rain as he charged towards Lin Sun. Boom! His will manifestation became boundlessly tall, and he was completely enraged. When he attacked, the sweeping energy of the laws transformed into various supreme abilities and were released. If it was any other powerhouse in the exceeding rules realm, they would have been annihilated countless times. However, Lin Sun didn't dodge or evade. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out the abyssal sword cauldron and took the initiative to meet Ji Qingfeng's attack head-on. Kill! The 2 of them fought fiercely above the 9 heavens, and they fought until the heavens and the earth were overturned and the sun and moon dimmed. If one looked carefully, under the circumstances that Lin Sun didn't utilize his great Tao clone, he actually occupied the upper hand in this extremely intense battle. Every strike of his sword caused a violent impact on Ji Qingfeng's will manifestation, and no matter how powerful the energy of the laws and abilities Ji Qingfeng grasped were, they were all firmly suppressed. It was to the extent that in Ji Xiaoyun's eyes, Ji Qingfeng's will manifestation that he viewed as a life-saving straw, was completely overshadowed by Lin Sun's might. How is this possible? Ji Xiaoyun's expression changed, and he was shocked and enraged to the extreme. A young man in the exceeding rules realm was actually so heaven-defying that he could suppress the will manifestation of a boundless realm. This was absolutely something that had never happened since ancient times. If word of this got out, even those eternal realm existences would probably not believe it. Kill. In just a short while, Ji Qingfeng's will manifestation started to go all out. His expression was grim and livid, and he attacked recklessly, looking like he wanted to perish together with Lin Sun. But how could Lin Sun let him do as he wished? He took a deep breath, and the four great Tao forms rushed out together, surrounding Lin Sun together with his original body, and all of them displayed their strongest techniques. Die! Lin Sun and his clone shouted in unison. Boom! Ji Qingfeng's will manifestation immediately suffered a fatal blow, and it shattered into pieces, exploding with a loud bang, turning into a sky full of light rain. A boundless realm will manifestation was blown up in a head-on clash just like that. Looking at Lin Sun, he was unscathed, and his momentum was like that of a god. Compared to the hard work of killing Yang Sun's will manifestation last time, it was obviously much easier this time. If Lin Sun was not worried that the power of Ji Qingfeng's desperate attack would be too great a threat, he would not need to use his other clones at all to destroy this old guy's will manifestation. And at this moment, when he saw this scene, Ji Xiaoyun, who was far away, almost had his eyeballs fall out, and he cried out involuntarily, "Old ancestor!" His voice was filled with anger, frustration, unwillingness, and horror. He could not believe that Ji Qingfeng's will manifestation had been destroyed just like that, and he could not accept all this. More updates. Asking for tickets. The divine order was seized, and Ji He's fate was unknown. Ji Beifeng was captured in one blow. And now, the boundless realm eternal existence Ji Qingfeng's dharma was destroyed. This series of blows made Ji Xiaoyun, an eternal existence, feel like he was about to collapse. How could this be? How could this be? The dignified Ji God clan was ranked in the top 5 of the eternal God clan in the 9th heaven. For countless years, they had always been like a high and mighty god, overlooking all living beings. But today, there was a possibility that they would be destroyed. And all of this was the work of one person. Lin Sun. At this moment, the countless cultivators in the distance were stunned on the spot. They'd lost their minds, and their faces were covered in astonishment and wonder. No one would have thought that the dharma of an existence like Ji Qingfeng would be destroyed like this. No one would have thought that Lin Sun alone could suppress the entire Ji God clan. This was incredible. Since ancient times, nothing like this had ever happened, because this was the 9th heaven, the world of the 12 eternal God clans. But today, Lin Sun's appearance seemed to have broken all previous understandings and completely overturned the structure of the 9th heaven. Is this going to change the world? Countless people were confused. This is too terrifying. How can there be someone like Lin Sun in this world? While everyone was shocked, Lin Sun stopped in midair and gazed at Ji Xiaoyun in the distance. He said, "Don't worry, the Ji clan won't be annihilated just like that, but the price they should pay will definitely not be small." His words were casual, but they were like a sharp awl that stabbed into Ji Xiaoyun's heart. My Ji clan will never be destroyed. Ji Xiaoyun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Lin Sun smiled. You're right. It's only a part of the Ji clan that should die. What do you mean? Ji Xiaoyun's expression was livid. If I said that I came this time to vent Xianxia's anger, would you believe me? Lin Sun said. She? Ji Xiaoyun was stunned at first, then said in disbelief, my clan's Ji Shi. That's right. Lin Sun nodded. For the sake of forming a marriage alliance with the Taihao clan, all of you old bastards didn't hesitate to force Xianxia into marriage. How despicable and shameless. If I hadn't rushed over in time this time, then Xianxia's entire life would have probably been destroyed by all of you old bastards. In the end, Lin Sun's eyes were full of killing intent. Ji Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He had thought that Lin Sun was here for revenge. Who would have thought that it was related to Ji Shi's marriage? Is it because of this that you started a massacre in my Ji clan? Ji Xiaoyun said. Lin Sun shook his head. You're wrong. your Ji clan should rejoice. If it weren't for Senior Shi, your clan would have been uprooted today, erased from this world. Ji Xiaoyun's expression changed indeterminately, and he said sadly after a while, does that mean my clan should be grateful to you? Lin Sun said, that's not necessary. As long as you old things die, it's the greatest blessing for your Ji family. Ji Xiaoyun said in a daze, I see. If Lin Sun had come purely for revenge, he would not have regretted it. However, when he found out that Lin Sun had come for Ji Shi, he could not help but regret it. If he had known that Ji Shi and Lin Sun were so close, how could such a disaster have befallen the Ji clan, who would have treated Ji Shi like that? However, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was useless. Lin Sun. Ji Xiaoyun suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Lin Sun. His expression had already become abnormally calm. No matter why you came this time, today's enmity is destined to be irreconcilable. Don't forget that many of my Ji clan's predecessors went to Kunlun ruins a long time ago. Perhaps some of them died, but there will definitely be some who are safe and sound. If they knew what happened today, all of this would definitely not end well. Lin Sun nodded and said, when I destroyed the Yang clan, they said something similar. Destroyed the Yang clan, Lin Sun inadvertently revealed a fact that caused the last trace of perseverance in Ji Xiaoyun's heart to collapse. If it was before the battle, Ji Xiaoyun would not have believed these words, but now, he had no choice but to believe it. Even their Ji clan had suffered such a great disaster, let alone the Yang clan that was inferior to them? For a moment, Ji Xiaoyun was silent. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and said, I've cultivated all my life. I originally thought that the only opponent for an eternal divine clan like my Ji clan could only be the calamity of an era. I never thought that there would be an existence like you in this world. What's funny is that if it weren't for the calamity of an era, if it weren't for the fact that those old ancestors had already gone to Kunlun ruins, how could my Ji clan have suffered today's calamity? Time? Life? A desolate, sorrowful, and bitter voice echoed between heaven and earth. Lin Sun seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly made a move and grabbed at Ji Xiaoyun from afar, but he was a step too late. Just then, Ji Xiaoyun's figure silently collapsed, turning into strands of light rain that scattered and completely annihilated in the void. Lin Sun could not help but raise his eyebrows. The people who had been watching all of this from afar were stunned. Ji Xiaoyun, such an existence in the great perfection of the realm of rules, had chosen to commit suicide at the last moment. How desperate must he be to do this? If there was a glimmer of hope to reverse the situation, how could he do this? There was no doubt that Ji Xiaoyun had completely understood that facing an opponent like Lin Sun, he had no chance of survival. Therefore, he chose to commit suicide. Perhaps it was to be able to preserve the last trace of dignity at the time of death. For a moment, the world was deathly silent. They were all shocked by this scene, and there was an indescribable emotion brewing in everyone's heart. And when they looked at Lin Sun again, their eyes, expressions, and minds were all filled with uncontrollable awe and shock. Today, Lin Sun came alone and stepped into the central shrine alone, setting off a monstrous killing calamity. None of the distinguished guests from the other eternal divine clans survived. Those immortal figures of the Ji clan were also destroyed. Even the central shrine was destroyed in an instant. If this wasn't shocking enough, then Ji Beifeng was captured alive, Ji Qingfeng's Dharma form was destroyed, and Ji Xiaoyun committed suicide. All of this was sufficient to shake the ages and shock the entire world. It could be said to be something that had never happened since the start of time. Lin Sun, this successor of Mount Mind and Heart, the pavilion master of the Yuan sect, had overturned the Ji clan and overturned the situation of the world by himself. Perhaps it was because of the experience of destroying the Yang clan of the Eternal Divine Clan, but Lin Sun didn't feel too much about it. When he saw Ji Xiaoyun choose to commit suicide, he even felt a little regretful. If he could capture this old fellow and refine him with the profound meaning of the 5 sequences of the ultimate, he would be able to obtain many eternal divine objects. Lin Sun shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Because it wasn't time for all of this to end. Lin Sun stood in the void, his clothes fluttering. With a thought, the pale blue jade ruler rose into the air and suddenly turned into ripples of order that spread out. At this moment, the scene of every area and every corner of the divine mountain of beginning appeared in Lin Sun's mind. See the big from the small, and see the small from the big. The divine mountain of beginning was extremely large, covering an area of 30,000 miles. But in Lin Sun's mind, it was like a sand table with a radius of 1 foot. Everything in the sand table was clearly understood by him. With his current realm, even if he was facing a macro world, as long as he used the power of the rules of heaven and earth in this macro world, he could capture everything in this macro world in an instant. Of course, the premise was that the power of the rules of this macro world didn't backfire on his senses. At this time, in different areas of the divine mountain of beginning, many people of the Ji clan were terrified and completely in a mess. Many people tried to escape from the divine mountain of beginning, but to their despair, they found that they had nowhere to escape under the cover of the divine order. What should we do? Does the heaven want our Ji clan to die? Someone shouted in grief and indignation. Damn it, how could this be, how could this be? Someone looked terrified. That damn Lin Sun, sooner or later, he will be punished. Someone gnashed his teeth and cursed. Lin Sun had a panoramic view of all these scenes. He didn't hesitate to use the divine order and set off a bloody purge in the divine mountain of beginning. Before, Lin Sun had already learned a lot of things from the memory of Ji Moliai's spirit. At this moment, those people he killed were all the strong people of the Ji clan who opposed Ji Wangtu. Of course, Lin Sun wouldn't kill innocent people. He just destroyed the cultivation of those above the emperor realm. Just after a short while, all the people of the Ji clan who were Lin Sun's targets in the divine mountain of beginning were killed. Then, he put away the source of order which had turned into a cyan jade ruler. When he was about to return to Shi's residence, he suddenly thought of one thing. The next moment, Lin Sun's voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone, I'll have to inconvenience all of you for now, and I'll naturally let all of you leave after the Taihao clan's escort team arrives tomorrow. There were thousands of guests who came to the Ji clan to celebrate the wedding. They had long been scared out of their wits by the bloody scenes that had happened before. They were like ants on a hot pan, not knowing how Lin Sun would deal with them. When they heard Lin Sun's voice, all of them felt relaxed and relieved as if they had survived a disaster. It turns out that Pavilion Master Lin isn't as cruel and ruthless as the rumors say. If you kill innocent people, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to be recognized by the ancestral court of Yuan religion. This is called doing something and not doing something. With Pavilion Master Lin's current status, how could he care about small fries like us? The wedding procession of the Taihao clan. I'm afraid it's going to be unlucky, people discussed with undisguised reverence for Lin Sun in their words. Even some old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years would call him Senior Lin, Pavilion Master Lin, Lord Lin. I've finally opened my eyes today. I've witnessed a great event that can shock the world and be passed down for generations. The old man in the python robe was so excited that he couldn't control himself. It was he who brought Lin Sun into the divine mountain of beginning. He was worried that he would be implicated by Lin Sun. But now, he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. It was a kind of feeling of pride. End of chapter 30-40. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.